Chapter 1. Rosen. Year 1491 of the Marine calendar, as the sun ascended from the eastern horizon. A crimson glow illuminated half the sky. The sea breeze caressed the shore, causing a few shells to gently sway, producing a melodious, tinkling sound, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Sunlight poured over a naval training ground, where fully armed Marines stood in a disciplined formation, ready for action. Teacher Zephyr. The Marines on the training field were the very first students of Zephyr. They held their instructor in great reverence, for he was a vice admiral, personally imparting his knowledge to them. Both the prestige and the discipline were unquestionable. Leaving no room for laxity, Zephyr nodded, yet upon seeing the two cadets standing in the center of the training field, he could not help but chuckle. Sakazuki, Rosen, what are you two doing standing there? These two were his most promising students, however. Their frequent disagreements often led to unpleasant confrontations, making them a source of exasperation like sworn rivals. They were indeed a headache. Nevertheless, one certainty remained. Both shared a common sense of justice, albeit with differing methods. Sir, I request to spar with Rosen, Sakazuki declared, saluting with a proud demeanor, embodying a sense of righteous purpose. Rosen, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, Teacher Zephyr, I too request to engage in combat with Sakazuki. Their challenge immediately stirred the other cadets. Were they about to clash again? Zephyr shook his head in resignation. Signaling for silence among the crowd, he waved his hand toward the two in the center of the training field. Very well, since you both wish to contend, go ahead and demonstrate your recent training results. At this moment, still a student, Borsalino widened his eyes. Those two looked so intimidating. Hey, aren't you on par with them? What's so frightening? The mole asked, glancing at Borsalino. Borsalino scratched his head. It's not that, it's just their expressions are utterly terrifying. The surrounding naval cadets nearly burst into laughter at Borsalino's remark, but out of respect for Zephyr, they stifled their amusement. Rosen, prepare to experience the power of the magma fruit I have just acquired. I will make you understand that absolute justice is the only truth, Sakazuki declared coldly. Raising his right foot, assuming an attacking stance, Rosen, his face set in a frosty glare, drew his naginata, pointing it at Sakazuki. So you've consumed a devil fruit. If by chance you fall into the sea, I shall rescue you. I pride myself on fairness. You. Sakazuki found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Then I shall express my gratitude properly. Rosen, Zephyr, and the surrounding cadets could barely contain their amusement at this exchange. Great fire. Sakazuki roared, his body radiating heat that was visibly palpable. With his left arm raised high above his head, a mass of molten lava coalesced before him, continuously expanding. Waves of searing magma scorched the surrounding air, producing a hissing sound. One sword-style ultimate technique. Flame Splitter. Rosen gripped the naginata tightly in his left hand, executing a swift spin, his weapon slicing through the lava with a sizzling sound, sparks erupting and scorching everything. Nearby, Rosen moved with remarkable speed. Reaching Sakazuki in the blink of an eye with a powerful push from his legs, he soared into the air, a white sword aura cleaving through the atmosphere toward Sakazuki. Unperturbed, Sakazuki raised his right hand, launching a colossal fireball forward. Boom. The forces collided, the explosion resonating through the heavens, the air seeming to boil, crackling with intensity. Those two troublesome kids, Zephyr chuckled wryly, harboring a deep admiration for these two students. Of course, there was also the notably exceptional figure, Borsalino. With his extraordinarily potent devil fruit abilities, he had quickly risen to prominence among the first cohort of Naval Academy freshmen. The talents and potential of these three individuals were impressive, yet their personalities were strikingly disparate. A rather perplexing situation. Ding! At that moment, Rosen's assault reached Sakazuki, producing a sharp sound as a streak of blood appeared on Sakazuki's form. Sakazuki remained calm, delivering a punch laced with lava at an unusual angle towards Rosen. Bang! The two collided once more. However, this time, Rosen's blade struck Sakazuki's already elementalized chest. As if anticipating Rosen's maneuver, Sakazuki landed a hit on Rosen's shoulder. This turn of events left everyone present utterly astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. Could it be? Sakazuki actually landed a hit in the past. It was nearly impossible for Sakazuki to harm Rosen. Who would have thought both of them have mastered Haki? Borsalino remarked, astonished as he observed the two. They truly are monsters. It is time to conclude this. Zephyr chuckled softly. Rosen and Sakazuki exchanged knowing smiles, revealing their pearly whites. Their objectives had been achieved. Rosen's strike had grazed the elemental Sakazuki, but it was not a fatal blow. Conversely, Sakazuki had evaded a lethal strike while creating favorable conditions for counterattack. If this continues, the training grounds might be destroyed, Zephyr observed as the two remained entangled. What's the matter with you two? Why haven't you separated? Stop acting crazy. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Rosen's mouth. While Sakazuki was not in a much better state, his naval uniform stained crimson, a rather terrifying sight. As long as I persevere, I will undoubtedly surpass you, Sakazuki declared, wiping the blood from his lips. Is that so? But why have you forsaken your swordsmanship? Rosen inquired. Sakarsky wore a sullen expression. His decision to pursue swordsmanship stemmed from his belief that it was the most suitable path for him. He also considered his rival, Rosen, to be a swordsman, yet fate has a penchant for irony. By a twist of destiny, Akainu consumed a devil fruit, granting him the formidable power of magma, compelling him to abandon his original swordsmanship. Humph. Your injury to me this time was merely a stroke of luck, Sakarsky asserted defiantly. I beg to differ, Rosen replied, shaking his head. Upon returning to their ranks, Sakarsky and Rosen exchanged another glance, their eyes brimming with palpable animosity. Zephyr's voice cut through the tension. Remember, you are the future of the Navy, the hope of the Navy, not mere ruffians. Do you understand? Understood, Teacher Zephyr. The cadets responded in unison. Chapter 2. The most outstanding cadet since the Rox pirates were defeated by the Navy in the Battle of God Valley over a decade ago, resulting in the death of Rox and an unprecedented victory for the Navy. The aftermath was not without its imperfections. 3 future emperors managed to escape, along with many other aspiring pirates. In response to this predicament, the Navy headquarters established a dedicated institution to cultivate talent. A significant portion of the first batch of cadets hailed from civilian backgrounds, with the most exceptional among them being predominantly from humble origins, yet possessing remarkable strength. This provided Zephyr with ample justification to continue his endeavors. Initially, Rosen was a rather inconspicuous figure, lacking widespread recognition, especially when compared to Sakarsky, who was already dubbed a monster. Rosen appeared rather mediocre until the fateful day of their confrontation. On that day, Rosen showcased astonishing prowess, decisively defeating Sakarsky and emerging as the foremost among the first batch of cadets. Such a performance inevitably attracted the attention of influential figures, particularly Zephyr, who, upon recognizing Rosen's exceptional talent, invited him into the elite camp. For personal instruction as a time traveler from the 21st century, Rosen was well acquainted with the lore of the Pirate King. However, he had not anticipated arriving in a timeline nearly 50 years prior to Luffy's departure. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. Arriving so many years early felt like an unparalleled opportunity. With figures like Nico, Luffy, and the Clown Buggy fading into irrelevance, he was determined to carve his own path. Through relentless effort and a profound understanding of Haki, he joined the Navy at the age of 18, wielding his exquisite swordsmanship. His arduous training began to bear fruit as Rosen, under Zephyr's tutelage, experienced a rapid surge in strength, becoming increasingly formidable. Remarkably, both he and Sakarsky were among the first to grasp Haki after a grueling day of training. Rosen yearned for nothing more than a refreshing bath followed by restful sleep. The exhaustion had been overwhelming. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Kong quietly regarded Zephyr. How are your cadets faring? He inquired. Zephyr chuckled. Quite well. There are 2 powerful Logia-type devil fruit users and 1 master swordman among them. Upon hearing this news, a smile spread across Steelbone Kong's face. That is indeed splendid news. Show me their profile. Zephyr produced 3 thick files, placing them before Steelbone Kong. This is their information. However, I hold a higher regard for Sakazuki and Rosen. As for Porcelino, I believe he is overly reliant on the powers of his devil fruit at this point. Zephyr paused briefly before adding, by the way, Rosen is a prodigy in swordsmanship. My assessment of him remains quite favorable. Nevertheless, Sakazuki is not to be underestimated. Both possess remarkable talent, and potential. Steelbone Kong perused Rosen's dossier, and upon reading it, was momentarily taken aback. Is this the boy named Rosen? Indeed, in the photograph, Rosen appeared youthful and innocent, resembling a mere child at first glance. After observing it for a while, Steelbone Kong returned the dossier to Zephyr. Very impressive. He seems to be a promising candidate. Are they all from common backgrounds? Yes, for the most part. Zephyr nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong sighed. You've done well. You must be aware of how many naval officers wish to enroll their children in the Naval Academy you established. I have deflected a considerable amount of criticism on your behalf. Shall I proceed with the preparations for the second batch of students? Zephyr chuckled. Given their commendable performance, it would be a disservice to them not to expedite the next election. Wait a moment, Steelbone Kong interjected. What is the relationship among these 3 youngsters? At this, Zephyr sighed and shook his head. Sakazuki is brimming with a sense of justice, ready to vanquish all pirates, while Rosen advocates for benevolence, uniting available forces. Their differing ideologies often lead to conflicts between the two. Hostile Bone Kong couldn't help but chuckle at Zephy's words. Then it is incumbent upon you to ensure their well-being. Of course, Zephyr nodded subsequently. Steel Bone Kong and Zephyr engaged in discussions regarding significant matters within the Navy. Meanwhile, Rosen was engaged in weightlifting. Though the barbell he was lifting was rather extraordinary, weighing an estimated several thousand pounds. Developing arm strength is an essential skill for any swordsman. Accompanied by endurance training 998999100 as he lifted the 1,000th weight, Rosen was drenched in sweat. Exhaling deeply, he wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead. Rosen's physique was tall and robust, standing nearly 3 meters high, exuding an impressive stature. His muscle definition was flawless, akin to a meticulously sculpted work of art. Releasing a heavy breath, Rosen's body gradually descended upon landing. He did not linger and promptly sprang back up. As his feet touched the ground, he leaped once more. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Rosen landed again. Thus commenced 1,000 jumping jacks. The other trainees, observing Rosen's nearly inhumane training regimen, had grown desensitized to the spectacle. This was no ordinary training. It was a clear case of self-inflicted torment. Another breath of foul air was expelled, and Rosen's body once again hit the ground. He had completed 759 out of 1,000 jumping jacks. Puff. Once more, a breath of foul air escaped, and Rosen's body fell again. 999-100. Rosen stretched lazily, assessing his stamina and physical condition. It appears that I have made significant progress. Rosen smiled slightly, although his physique had not yet reached its limits. With such robust physical attributes, he could easily overpower most pirates. As his training continued, Rosen's appetite increased considerably. Not only him, but also Sakazuki and Borsellino, though not to Rosen's extreme level. However, no one dared to mock the three of them, for their strength was such that even a Marine headquarters captain would find it difficult to contend with them. Sakazuki set down his chopsticks and chuckled coldly. I have grasped a new technique. Would you like to give it a try? Rosen's eyes brightened at this. I've been waiting for this. When? Day after tomorrow, Sakazuki replied with a smile. Does that sound feasible? Borsellino interjected calmly. In my opinion, this matter must be communicated to Teacher Zephyr. Certainly. Rosen laughed. Sakazuki nodded. Then you must not let me down. Concerning my sense of justice, I shall not falter. Chapter 3. Journey to Sobriety. Zephyr paid little heed to the requests of Rosen and Sakazuki. Due to his heavy workload, the documents they submitted were cast aside, gathering dust and obscurity for Zephyr. The most pressing matter was the recruitment of new Marine cadets. He had little interest in other affairs for the sustainable development of Marine talent. Zephyr devoted his entire life's knowledge to this cause. He needed to ensure that these matters were handled properly, relegating less significant tasks to his personal secretary Garp. Are you free? Zephyr roared outside Garp's office. Do you even knock? Garp smirked. Am I really capable of startling you? Oh, by the way, can you accompany me? I believe the allure of a Marine hero should be substantial. Zephyr chuckled. The youth these days are quite fond of heroes. That's quite difficult. Garp sighed. I have to set sail with Sengoku. There are too many pirates on the ocean. Alas, hearing this, Zephyr could only concede. All right, I won't trouble you further. By the way, I heard you have some promising cadets. Isn't that splendid? They could serve as your frontmen. Wouldn't that be acceptable? That's truly a helpful reminder. Zephyr rolled his eyes. You take care while at sea. It's just Whitebeard and Roger's crew. I tell I'll be fine. Garp laughed heartily. They'll leave this to you then. I shall take my leave. Zephyr tossed his righteous cloak aside and departed from Garp's office, making his way towards the dormitory of the naval cadets. Just as Sakazuki and Rosen were eagerly preparing for their impending duel, Zephyr arrived. Teacher, have you agreed? Sakazuki inquired with palpable excitement. What matter are you referring to? Zephyr rolled his eyes regardless of your intentions. First, you must assist me in welcoming the new batch of naval cadets. You and Rosen, as well as Borsellino, must set a proper example. Understood? Sakazuki fell silent, pondering how recruiting new cadets pertained to them. Borsellino rose to his feet. Teacher Zephyr, may I accompany you as well? You are to join me, starting tomorrow. Do you comprehend? Zephyr snorted disdainfully. Furthermore, do wash your face more frequently. You appear as though you have aged 20 years. And noticing Rosen's absence, Zephyr inquired, by the way, where is that rascal Rosen? The two spoke in unison, stating that they were training in his training room. Upon hearing this, Zephyr nodded. He too was eager to understand the training methods of that rascal Rosen. However, upon witnessing Rosen's approach to training, even he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What on earth? There stood Rosen, effortlessly lifting a barbell weighing several thousand pounds with one hand, skillfully rotating it. Then, With a swift motion, he tossed it upwards, only to catch it with his feet while performing an impressive handstand. The fluidity of his movements resembled the effortless flow of a gentle stream. Such a training method, one might surmise, would be beyond the capabilities of even the most seasoned veterans. Rosen, Zephyr coughed lightly. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me on a sea expedition, understood? Yes. Master Zephyr, Rosen replied, gently placing the barbell down with a slight smile. By the way, have you granted my request regarding Sakazuki? What request? Zephyr was taken aback. I intend to face him in another duel the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zephyr coughed again. Now, don't get ahead of yourself. As for that matter, I've taken note of it. For now, accompany me to the Seed Archipelago to receive new recruits. Your personal affairs can wait. Understood. Zephyr cast him a glance before turning and departing from the scene. Rosen stepped out of the training room and gazed at Sakazuki, sensing that our confrontation would once again be postponed. I, too, did not wish for such a delay. However, it was already determined by Instructor Zephyr. Sakazuki let out a wry smile. Borsalino offered a slight grin, as if something significant were about to unfold. Let us see what tomorrow brings. The two nodded in agreement. The following day dawned clear and bright, with a gentle sea breeze. A few unidentified seabirds soared overhead, carrying away a sense of lightness and leaving a trail of azure in their wake. Upon seeing Sakazuki, Rosen, and Borsalino arrive, Zephyr finally revealed a smile. You must set an example, do you understand? Understood, the trio replied in unison. Then let us embark, Zephyr said, his eyes sparkling with warmth as he looked at the group. The three exchanged glances and nodded in affirmation. Zephyr, satisfied, nodded back. By the way, soon you will be undertaking your graduation internships. I hope you will not bring shame upon your instructor. In unison, they reassured him. Rest assured, teacher. Once aboard the warship, they set sail toward the Seed Archipelago. On that day, the docks of the Seed Archipelago were already bustling with numerous vessels. Many had come drawn by the allure of having a vice admiral as their instructor. Who could resist such an enticing opportunity? The appearance of Zephyr stirred a commotion among the crowd. Is this the instructor who will be receiving the Navy cadets? How extraordinary it is to witness Vice Admiral Zephyr in person. It is truly an honor. So impressive. At that moment, Zephyr shone like a star, radiating brilliance in the eyes of the onlookers. Naturally, upon seeing Zephyr, attention inevitably shifted to those standing beside him. Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Rosen. Each bore a subtle smile, their powerful physiques exhibiting strength and distinction, amplifying their prowess manifold. Rosen cleared his throat, sensing an atmosphere reminiscent of a fan meeting. It appeared that many were acquainted with Zephyr. After all, as an admiral of the Navy, he naturally participated in various events. The affluent merchants and aristocrats of the Seed Archipelago were also familiar with him. A man of merchant appearance glanced towards Zephyr and inquired, Admiral Zephyr, could it be that these three are your disciples? Indeed, Zephyr replied with a chuckle. They are quite impressive, aren't they? They're all remarkably tall. Truly worthy of being your esteemed students. However, I wonder about their actual capabilities. The seas are teeming with pirates, which is quite terrifying. If they are not up to par, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki and Rosen exchanged a knowing glance with Zephyr. Upon encountering this individual, Rosen felt an uncontrollable surge of anger welling within him, prompting him to exclaim, Who are you? Today, I shall show you a thing or two. In Chapter 4, we delve into the essence of several individuals. Zephyr, a man of substance, did not conceal the circumstances surrounding the trio. These three were cultivated as formidable combatants, accompanied by numerous advisors and logistical personnel. Zephyr chuckled heartily, proclaiming that the first batch indeed boasted a plethora of talent. Hearing this, those around displayed expressions of vague understanding, yet recognized the undeniable prowess of the three young individuals. I am genuinely curious, Zephyr, a wealthy merchant remarked with a smile. What level of skill must one possess to earn your esteemed regard? Their innate abilities are comparable to that of Garp, Zephyr replied with a subtle smile, adding that their further development would depend solely on their own endeavors. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, although they had anticipated such a revelation. Hearing Zephyr affirm that the two possessed talents rivaling Garp was still profoundly astonishing. Who is Garp? A naval hero, the man who thwarted the advancements of the Rocks pirates. With a hearty laugh, Zephyr declared, Seeing is believing. Allow me to present them to you. As his words echoed, Sakazuki and Rosen descended the stage, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience. What strikingly handsome youths. They surpass my son by leaps and bounds. my grandson should be no less impressive. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. The aura surrounding the two youths was palpable. Sakazuki radiated an intensity akin to that of a molten creature, exuding waves of heat, while Rosen resembled a glacial dagger, his sharpness almost piercing through the atmosphere. Who would have thought we would clash today? Allow me to demonstrate my strength, Sakazuki grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Do not celebrate prematurely, Rosen retorted coolly. Your so-called justice is nothing but a jest in the absence of sufficient power. I have never considered my abilities to be lacking, Sakazuki countered, shaking his head. Humph, Rosen scoffed. Are you prepared to receive my challenge? Sakazuki flexed his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing like popping beans. I am ready at any moment, Rosen responded without hesitation. Dog of Hades. Sakazuki charged at Rosen, his molten arm ablaze. Aiming a fiery strike, Rosen unsheathed his sword, and a wave of righteous and serene sword intent radiated outward, instantly repelling the molten lava. Do you think it ends here? Sakazuki taunted. Rosen paid no heed. He merely sheathed his sword and placed his hands together at his chest. In an instant, his eyes widened, and he abruptly vanished from his original position, reappearing beside Sakazuki, delivering a powerful punch. Naturally, Sakazuki's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. He promptly turned to evade, then executed a sweeping kick towards Rosen. Rosen seemed to have anticipated Sakazuki's assault. With a swift thrust of his finger, he met the attack head-on. A resounding clash echoed through the air, causing both men to stagger back several meters. Sakazuki gazed at his trembling right arm, acknowledging the disadvantage he had just endured. Rosen was propelled backwards, landing gracefully on the ground. Indeed, your words hold merit, Sakazuki. Sakazuki shook his hand, exclaiming, Ah, you are quite formidable. But only within the confines of this current stage. Rosen remained silent, merely letting out a disdainful grunt. Sakazuki, showing no restraint, charged forward, unleashing a torrent of flames. The terrifying heat surged forth like a wave of molten lava. Rosen remained unhurried, lifting his left hand as the brilliance of his sword swept through the air, accompanied by the ethereal flow of moonlight and wind. A crisp, resonant clang echoed, heralding a fierce surge of sword energy that radiated outwards. Sakazuki's fiery onslaught was effortlessly dismantled. Ah, you truly are an insufferable adversary, Sakazuki scoffed, realizing that he must resort to some formidable techniques. What? Rosen raised an eyebrow, wondering if this opponent had devised yet another novel strategy. Canine Bite, Crimson Lotus. Sakazuki's disdain for Rosen's sense of justice was not unfounded. Unity may harness collective strength. But did that not undermine the authority of the Navy? Sakazuki was unwilling to have any weakness within his ranks, compelling him to defeat Rosen and affirm his own prowess. Clenching his fist, a wave of searing energy erupted from his being. His eyes turned a fiery red, and his arms were enveloped in blazing flames, charging towards Rosen like a burning hyena. The oppressive heat, the suffocating aura, and the overwhelming sense of pressure rendered the atmosphere nearly unbearable. Yet, Rosen's expression remained unchanged, his composure steadfast, as if Sakazuki's assault was of little consequence. As Sakazuki closed the distance, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a swift stroke of his sword, Sakazuki felt as though his fist had collided with impenetrable metal, a wave of pain coursing through his body. How is this possible? Sakazuki gasped in disbelief, astonished that Rosen had parried his attack and forced him back several paces. Shattered magma erupted forth, prompting the surrounding civilians to retreat in fear of the impending chaos. Gazing at Rosen, who stood unwavering, Sakazuki's mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves. He acutely sensed the chasm that lay between himself and Rosen, a disparity far greater than he had ever anticipated. Although Rosen did not exhibit any astonishing combat skills, his commanding presence was indeed noteworthy. Hey, you two. Do you intend to continue this fight? Zephyr inquired. The voice of Borisolino interjected. Wait, I feel compelled to remind you that if you persist in this manner, you are likely to injure each other, and the public could also be at risk. Sakazuki raised an eyebrow, and Rosen ceased his actions. They both recognized the truth in this statement. After all, the destructive potential of their skirmish was considerable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to collateral damage. The surrounding populace gazed at the two with trepidation. They had never witnessed such a level of combat before. Furthermore, they understood that both individuals were students of Zephyr, whose pedagogical prowess was undoubtedly exceptional. Contemplating their future, they could not envision what lay ahead, yet they sensed that a promising era was about to commence. With this thought, the ordinary citizens found a newfound sense of assurance. The new recruits observed this scene with hopeful anticipation, standing in place and even beginning to fantasize about their future within the Navy. Zephyr waved his hand, calling out, "Come on, let's go." In response, the young individuals who had registered erupted in enthusiasm, each raising their hands and cheering. The influence of a role model is often boundless, especially for these fledgling novices. Sakazuki shook his head, declaring, "My power has yet to be fully unleashed." Rosen chuckled with a smile, "So am I." Chapter 5. In turn, Marine Rosen, the arrival of a new group of cadets at the Naval Academy signified the conclusion of the first semester for the initial batch of naval students. Thus, Rosen and his peers officially embarked on their internship journey. "Ah, it's you, young lad." Rosen encountered Admiral Garp, revealing a rare smile. "Admiral Garp." Garp burst into hearty laughter. "When the opportunity arises, I shall take you, young man, to pursue Roger." Upon hearing Garp's words, Rosen's expression turned sheepish. "With my current strength, I am still not adequate." "What does that matter? A few battles will suffice," Garp remarked, scratching his nose. "Besides, you have nothing pressing to attend to at the moment. You might as well join me on my voyage. Rest assured, I have already spoken to Zephyr about it." Rosen stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. Recently, an overwhelming series of events had transpired upon the vast ocean. Figures such as the Golden Lion and Silver Axe, along with Wang Ji, were engaging in rampant activities, while other pirates were poised for action. Although the Navy had temporarily suppressed the turmoil, none could predict what the next turn of events might entail. Perhaps pirates would pillage villages, or maybe certain brigands would launch assaults against patrolling naval forces. Regardless, the current state of the seas was even more frenzied and perilous than during the era of rocks. Thus, it was imperative for the Navy to swiftly cultivate a cadre of exceptional seamen to navigate the impending upheavals. However, it was unfortunate that soon after, Roger would herald a new era. Come, follow me, and I shall show you the grandeur of the true spectacle," Garp exclaimed, seizing Rosen and hastening towards the port. Wait, Admiral Garp, slow down." Rosen stumbled along, dragged by Garp, as he boarded the latter's distinctive dog-headed warship. At that moment, Rosen was practically being hauled onto the deck by Garp. Admiral Garp." The sailors recognized Garp, greeting him enthusiastically. Yet they exchanged curious glances towards the figure being towed along by him. Rosen's body felt somewhat stiff as he allowed Garp to drag him along. At that moment, he was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. "Come, let me introduce you to your new colleague, Rosen, an outstanding student of Zephyr," Garp proclaimed, pulling Rosen before the gathered naval officers. "You all must take good care of this newcomer." "Hello, Rosen," the crowd greeted in unison. Hello." Rosen awkwardly responded with a bow. Observing their barely concealed laughter, he wished fervently to find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Yet, he began to comprehend Garp's earlier antics. Without such a display on the deck, how could he have attracted their attention? Nevertheless, he thought to himself, "I am not a panda. Must it be so mortifying? Hey, I leave this fellow in your capable hands," Garp chuckled, patting Rosen on the shoulder before flashing a grin and departing. "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp," the group replied in surprise, quickly donning warm smiles as they turned to Rosen. "We will take great care of the newcomer, Vice Admiral Garp. Now, please, allow us to show you around the naval hero's warship." Thank you," Rosen said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he followed suit. With the sound of a whistle, the battleship departed from the base, sailing toward the vast ocean and heading for the Red Earth continent, not far from the base. This marks Rosen's inaugural voyage alongside Captain Garp's fleet. The extraordinary experience leaves Sherluo in a state of disbelief. It feels remarkably effortless, imparting a sense of leisure to Rosen, devoid of any hint of tension. "What is our destination for this expedition?" Rosen could not help but inquire. Fret not. It will not hinder your reunion with your companions," Garp chuckled, tossing Rosen a set of military attire befitting a lieutenant. "Hurry and change into it, lad." "Why a mere lieutenant's uniform?" Rosen caught the garments, his expression one of confusion. "Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Just change already," Garp retorted, casting a stern glance at Rosen. Well, quite fitting indeed," Garp remarked, scrutinizing Rosen in his military garb, noting that the uniform suited him rather well. Rosen's lips twitched incessantly, his face a portrait of disdain. "Do you truly wish for the attire of a menial worker? On this vessel, we only have these two options. If you disdain the rank, I, too, lament the absence of officer uniforms from headquarters." Garp curled his lips in irritation, admonishing, "Do not be so finicky. It is a privilege to have clothing that fits you at all." On the vast expanse of the sea, aside from the soaring seagulls, one might occasionally witness fish leaping gracefully from the water, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Numerous seabirds skimmed past the deck, and Rosen could even catch a whiff of the salt-kissed air that wafted around him. What a splendid sight it was! Kapu sat at the bow of the ship, gazing around, sighing as he shook his head while glancing at the dwindling green tea in his hand. Alas, my tea leaves are nearly depleted. With little attention given to Rosen, he reluctantly assumed the role of Rear Admiral Kapu's secretary. Kapu, known for his easygoing nature, was beloved by the sailors, and through this, Rosen gleaned many tales about him. By the way, lad, is your hometown Loguetown? Kapu inquired suddenly. Yes, indeed, Rosen nodded. That scoundrel Roger was also born in Loguetown. He truly is a formidable character. Kapu grimaced slightly, as if recalling an unpleasant memory, yet he burst into hearty laughter. I must admit, he is exceptionally strong. I can never seem to catch him. Ha. Truly, he is someone I hold in high regard. Rosen remained silent, at a loss for words. Ah, young man. Garp suddenly shifted the topic and looked at Rosen. Rear Admiral Garp. Rosen stood upright, his expression solemn. Why haven't you poured me any tea? Garp exclaimed, glaring at Rosen for neglecting his task. I forgot. My apologies. Rosen hurriedly picked up the teapot from the table and filled Garp's cup. Garp teased. You still have a long way to go if you wish to be a competent Marine. I will strive diligently, Rosen declared with determination. Humph, Garp scoffed. Then gazed at the horizon, advising, be cautious, young man. You never know when you might encounter formidable foes. Do not let your guard down. Understood, Rosen nodded in agreement. Well, I shall take my leave. Garp waved his hand and departed. Once Garp left, the once lively deck fell into an immediate silence. Rosen finally exhaled in relief. Phew. I am finally free. He wiped away the non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead, realizing that life as an intern Marine would not be easy. He wondered when Sakazuki and Borisolino would arrive. Chapter 6. Crossing the Red Soul continent, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the sea, transforming the entire surface into a shimmering expanse. Seagulls glided gracefully through the air, creating ripples in their wake. Rosen stood at the edge of the ship, gazing at the distant sunset, contemplating the path he should take next. With only 45 minutes remaining until dinner, the state of the kitchen suggested that there was no need for concern regarding the meal. Although he started from the very bottom, it was expected that no intellect was required. One merely had to follow orders. After all, aside from his combat experience, he possessed little else in his mind. As for nautical skills, he was of no assistance. His only contribution was to observe. Hey, kid, it's time to eat. Garp's voice interrupted Rosen's reverie. Oh, all right. Rosen withdrew his gaze and followed Garp to the dining hall. At that moment, the hall was already bustling with patrons, while Garp, displaying a down-to-earth demeanor, patiently stood in line, his eyes reflecting not a hint of impatience, but rather a semblance of enjoyment. First, fill your stomach, and then I will inform you of what you need to do next, Garp yawned. You better listen carefully. Oh? Rosen raised an eyebrow, intrigued to learn what lay ahead. Garp, you fell asleep? Rosen rubbed his temples in exasperation, observing Garp, who was soundly asleep. Had he stayed up all night watching movies? And he had even managed to doze off while standing. Rosen extended his hand to rouse Garp from slumber. Huh, have I actually fallen asleep? Garp abruptly opened his eyes, apologizing with a hearty laugh. Rosen, taken aback by Garp's sudden mirth, found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't help but wonder if Garp would maintain such a demeanor during the critical moments of battle. Observing the peculiar expression on Rosen's face, Garp quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Clearing his throat, he stated, well, regarding your subsequent tasks, they are rather straightforward. It merely involves a test, nothing too challenging. As he spoke, he retrieved a folder from his person and handed it to Rosen. Here, take a look. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. Rosen, perplexed, took the paper bag and unfolded a page, only to be left in a state of astonishment. What does this mean? The command left him utterly bewildered. It read, from the moment the order is received, Rosen is to be regarded as a member of the Special Task Force. Garp nodded, urging him not to be surprised. He simply needed to follow orders, though, of course, the outcome would primarily depend on their performance. Performance? Rosen furrowed his brow, realizing that this matter was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Had these events been premeditated all along? By the way, could you enlighten me about your relationship with Sakazuki? I've heard you often clash with that fellow. What is the reason behind it? Isn't it merely a matter of differing ideals of justice? Rosen sighed in resignation, lamenting that Sakazuki always adopted such a haughty demeanor, leading others to assume that the Navy was comprised of nothing but violent maniacs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Garp shook his head. His impression of Sakazuki was not negative at all. On the contrary, he held a certain admiration for him. You certainly have the audacity to speak your mind. I think Sakazuki is quite commendable. Rosen chuckled bitterly to himself, pondering how one could still regard Sakazuki favorably after eliminating Ace. Merely sparing him was already a considerable act of restraint, was it not? Rosen shrugged, expressing his current curiosity about the nature of this special mission. We shall discuss it later, Garp replied, waving his hand. We are nearing the Red Earth continent, soon. I shall take you aboard a bubble boat. Is that so? In the dead of night, the Red Earth continent awaited. Huh. Rosen stood in astonishment, gazing at the majestic Red Earth continent before him, his mouth agape in disbelief at the breathtaking scenery. Towering mountains rose in undulating waves, their steep peaks nearly insurmountable, shrouded in mist that rendered the landscape ethereal, akin to a realm of celestial beings. The sheer verticality of the terrain rendered any road non-existent, with the sole means of traversing the continent being the use of liftable bubble crafts. Prepare quickly, Garp called out, then turned to shout. Get ready to cross the Red Earth continent. All divisions, be prepared. Yes. The sailors responded in unison. The inhabitants of the Red Earth continent were said to be the world's creators, the celestial dragons. These celestial dragons, heralded as the aristocracy of the world, claimed descent from the divine. Yet, to the vast masses, they were merely a parasitic elite, living off the toil of others. The hefty tribute paid by the nations to the celestial dragons did not guarantee safety. Pirates continued their plunder, and the violence persisted, leaving many to wonder the true utility of such exorbitant taxes. As Rosen beheld the resplendent lights of Mariewa, he couldn't help but murmur in awe at the opulence. The Navy, as a subordinate entity of the world government, was not entirely subservient to the celestial dragons, given the myriad factions within its ranks. One could only speculate their true sentiments. You'll accompany me for an internship this year. The others will come in due time. Remember, the new world is not your familiar East Blue. Many will perish here. Do you understand? Understood, Rosen replied, regaining his composure with a chuckle. The G1 branch, also known as Marineford, would one day become the Navy's headquarters. Here, Admiral Sengoku and 5 vice admirals were stationed, creating an impregnable bastion. Their presence was primarily to procure supplies and rest. The dense fortifications and illuminated edifices prompted Rosen to swallow hard. For Marineford, as the most significant stronghold on the Grand Line, boasted unparalleled security and defense, making any attempt to breach it a mere folly. Chapter 7. Journey to the New World. Hey, Garp, you finally arrived. Just as Garp's warship docked, he encountered Sengoku and a throng of sailors awaiting him. Haha. I brought along a little brat. I believe you've heard of him, Garp boasted with a grin. Sengoku was taken aback. Rosen? Wasn't he supposed to arrive tomorrow? Ah. It was my own decision to bring him along, Garp replied with a slight smile. I informed Zephyr in advance. Good to meet you, Admiral Sengoku, Rosen said bashfully, offering a respectful bow. Sengoku nodded, acknowledging Rosen's greeting. Come, it's getting late. Let us head inside to rest. A throng of people surrounded Sengoku as they made their way into the port, while Sengoku grasped Rosen's wrist and said, Little brat, I hear you are among Zephyr's best students? I suppose so, Rosen replied modestly. Rosen was momentarily taken aback. Where are you from? Roguetown, he replied candidly. Ah. That place, the homeland of Roger, Zhangguo murmured. You should rest early. Tomorrow, Zephyr will likely arrive. With that, Zhangguo released his grip on Rosen and turned to depart. Watching Zhangguo's receding figure, Rosen felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance wash over him. Rosen had never imagined that one day he would feel such a sentiment. Realizing that he perceived Sengoku to be significantly more powerful than himself, despite acknowledging his own inferiority. What's the matter, kid? Vice Admiral Garp inquired. If there's something to say, just say it. Rosen replied timidly. Where are we staying? He asked weakly. Follow me. Don't worry, little brat. Garp reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. This port has ample accommodations. Oh, Rosen nodded in acknowledgement. The following day, the new recruits led by Zephyr arrived at G1 Fortress. It was midday, and Sengoku was personally present at the dock to welcome them, escorting Zephyr into the fortress. Oh, Zephyr, you finally arrived, Sengoku exclaimed with hearty laughter. Do you know how long I've been eagerly anticipating your arrival? Hee hee, Zephyr chuckled softly. With so many pirates in the New World, how could we dare to be negligent? Indeed, those pirates are quite unruly, Sengoku replied, but fortunately, you and your students are here. I'm eager to see what kind of chaos those restless pirates can stir up. By the way, Zephyr, I heard you brought a child named Rosen? Sengoku suddenly shifted the topic. Yes, that's him, Zephyr smiled slightly. Have you met him? However, we don't have many top-notch swordsmen in the Navy, Sengoku pondered, stroking his chin. Let us have Rosen team up with Akainu and Borsalino, Zephyr suggested, adjusting his sunglasses. Marshal Kong has already approved. I will make the arrangements. Since the disbanding of the Rocks pirates, the New World had been rife with chaotic pirates. Particularly the Golden Lion, who, along with his crew, harbored grand ambitions, seeking to assimilate other pirate factions and threatening to reignite a major conflict. By the way, Sengoku, Zephyr suddenly recalled, I've heard that a mysterious force has been wreaking havoc at sea recently. I advise you to remain vigilant to avoid any misfortunes. What mysterious force? Sengoku furrowed his brow. At present, it remains unclear, but it is undoubtedly formidable. I understand. I must return to instruct my students. I leave these little rascals in your care, so ensure nothing goes awry. Rest assured, Zephyr, I will ensure their safe return. Then I shall feel at ease. By the way, if you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. As he spoke, Zephyr waved his hand and then boarded the warship docked at the pier, gently setting sail towards the horizon. Meanwhile, Sakazuki and Borsalino remained by Sengoku's side, while Rosen was assigned to the command of Garp. Although the three could not be together at all times, their actions were largely synchronized. After several weeks of navigation, they swiftly acclimatized to the surrounding maritime conditions. Naturally, they also encountered several skirmishes along the way. Rosen shattered the masts and sails of the pirate ship with his sword, rendering them nearly immobile. As for Sakazuki, he mercilessly eliminated the majority of the pirates, although some wielded Haki. They were no match for the searing magma that spelled their doom. Meanwhile, Borsalino was tasked with sinking the pirate vessels and overseeing the aftermath. Throughout several encounters, the Navy suffered almost no casualties, while the pirates faced dire consequences. Sakazuki's strikes were devoid of mercy. Each action resulted in either death or grievous injury. Upon witnessing their fierce combat, Garp erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming how splendid it was. Sengoku nodded in agreement, suggesting they proceed in this manner for now, leaving further planning for a later time. The warships continued their voyage across the vast ocean. Along the way, they encountered little else besides the occasional pirate. And those were merely small vessels that posed no threat whatsoever. Rosen leaned against the ship's railing, gazing silently into the distance. For reasons unknown, he always harbored a vague premonition that they were about to witness the brutal reality of the New World pirates. Hey, Rosen, stop daydreaming, Garp approached, tapping Rosen lightly on the head. Aren't you supposed to be the clever one? Yes, Admiral Garp, Rosen replied, lifting his head. Enough chit-chat. Get to work, Garp admonished sternly. We need to reach the harbor before sunset. Understood, Admiral Garp. Rosen immediately stood up straight, responding earnestly as he picked up the binoculars to survey the surroundings. Around 6 in the evening, after replenishing supplies at a harbor, the fleet continued its journey deeper into the New World. Chapter 8. Encounter with the Golden Lion. After months of sailing through the New World, Sengoku and Garp's fleet encountered an uninvited guest, the Golden Lion Shiki. Ah, it's you too, Garp. Sengoku. Shiki laughed boisterously, a man adorned in a golden-striped coat and flowing golden hair, hovering high above them, looking down imperiously. Golden Lion. Garp growled, fists clenched. Years have passed, yet you remain unchanged. Ha ha ha, I am a pirate, a pirate. Shiki cackled. Are you surprised to see me? Shiki, do not forget. You are alone here. Sengoku shouted angrily. Ha ha, so what? Do you wish to fight me? Shiki mocked, even if you two joined forces. You might not stand a chance against me. Besides, this is the sea. Do you care for the lives of your subordinates? Shiki, if you truly wish to battle, I will not back down. Garp sneered, charging forward. Sengoku's expression changed. Garp was once again acting on his own. Yet, he had to concede that taking the initiative was indeed the wisest course of action. It was better to strike first than to allow Shiki to take the lead. For the Golden Lion's power was fearsome. Should he make his move, the two warships trailing behind would be obliterated in an instant, leaving them with no escape. Sakazuki's face darkened. The captain of the flying pirate crew, Golden Lion Shiki, this is no trifling matter. How terrifying, Pausalino remarked, his countenance grim. Shiki was no less formidable than an admiral. At that moment, Rosen leaped down from the lookout tower. Everyone, prepare for cannon fire. We are about to be surrounded. What? Sakazuki exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? It's Shiki's pirate crew, Rosen stated solemnly. They are closing in. Damn it. Sakazuki cursed vehemently. How despicable of them. These pirates are truly audacious, Pausalino frowned. Do they not fear the endless pursuit of the world government? Disregard this for now. Focus on fortifying our defenses, everyone. Rosen's expression grew serious as he observed Shiki engaged in battle with Garp and Sengoku, an inexplicable sense of helplessness rising within him. Pirate ships surrounded them on all sides. A voice from the lookout tower reported. Upon hearing this, the countenances of the group darkened further. They were now completely encircled, with only the prospect of a desperate fight for survival remaining. All personnel, prepare for battle, Akina bellowed. The morale of the Marines surged as they hastened to their cannon positions, aiming at the enemy pirate ships. Rosen stood upon the deck, gazing at the multitude of pirate ships before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. It appeared that the opposing force was quite formidable, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion Shiki let out a derisive chuckle, proclaiming, Your subordinates are about to meet their demise, ha 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 ha. Sengoku responded with a cold hum. This was your scheme all along, Shiki. Shiki smirked wickedly. My apologies. I hadn't intended to resort to such measures, but since you have wandered into my ambush, I am left with no choice but to obliterate them all. Sengoku's gaze pierced through him, icy and unyielding. Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Consequences? Shiki scoffed. I am indifferent to any repercussions, for I am the Golden Lion. Sengoku, how naive you are. He continued to mock. Do you truly believe that you and your band of inept Marines can withstand my forces? Such delusions. You. Sengoku seethed with fury. Lion's might. Shiki grunted, raising his right hand and striking down with great force, unleashing a powerful gale that rendered everyone momentarily blind. With a thunderous roar, the entire sea seemed to tremble, and a colossal lion's head formed from the ocean's depths appeared before Sengoku and the others. The waters churned violently, generating towering waves, while ripples radiated outward, causing the warships to sway uncontrollably. Damn it! Sengoku gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, his body radiating golden light as he transformed into a gigantic Buddha figure. Palms pressed together. A tremendous shockwave erupted from his hands, colliding with the massive lion's head, resulting in a thunderous explosion that engulfed the battlefield, the sea boiling with tumultuous waves. Kapu's fist rocketed towards the golden lion, who swiftly evaded the blow. Haha, Kapu, you seem rather flustered, Shiki taunted. Just then, the golden lion paused in surprise. Meteor volcano. Yada no Kagami. A barrage of fireballs and light projectiles rained down upon the approaching pirate ships, creating a scene of chaos and towering waves. Sword energies flashed across the night sky, most incoming cannonballs detonating midair, while the remnants struck the ocean, stirring up monstrous surges. At that moment, the golden lion's pupils constricted. Your little ones are quite capable, he observed as cannonballs and sword energies violently collided in midair, the resounding explosions echoing continuously. Shiki squinted, acknowledging the strength of these young warriors. Sengoku too was astonished, watching the fierce battle unfold among the trio, their prowess far exceeding his expectations. Rosen gazed coldly at the pirate fleet in the distance, his expression devoid of warmth, filled instead with an intent to kill. Since they had come to meet their demise, he felt no need for courtesy. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved through the air towards a pirate ship, causing the pirates aboard to frantically turn the helm in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, how could Rosen grant them such an opportunity? In a flurry of motion, a cascade of sword light descended upon the pirate vessel, slicing it apart. Dozens of sword beams ensnared all the surrounding pirates like a net. As the sword light passed, both pirates and crew members were reduced to mangled corpses, plummeting into the sea and sending forth a great splash. In that instant, the surrounding Navy personnel stared at him in shock. His methods were brutally straightforward and alarmingly rapid, leaving little room for defense. Even those aboard the battleship could not help but gasp, their expressions shifting in disbelief. What terrifying power! The mole swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he fixated on Rosen. As a swordsman himself, he recognized the vast chasm of disparity. One pirate ship erupted with a tremendous roar, followed by a violent explosion that shattered the vessel into fragments, sinking it beneath the waves. Borsalino nonchalantly blew on his fingers, casting a lewd glance at the exploding warship, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As if to say, surely not, surely not. Sakazuki let out a cold snort. Hey, keep it coming, Borsalino. This is too terrifying. In midair, Garp bellowed, shattering a colossal lion that charged at him with a single punch, then leaped into the air to confront the golden lion. The golden lion responded with a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided, sending the golden lion stumbling back 3 paces, while Garp barely retreated half a step. The golden lion sneered coldly. In that case, farewell. He lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. Slash wave. In an instant, a massive silver blade of light tore through the air, aimed at Garp. Garp did not meet it head-on. The terrifying sword energy struck the ocean surface, unleashing monstrous waves that surged toward the 2 warships. Chapter 9. Death Struggle. With a furious roar, Rosen brandished his sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that cleaved the immense wave in 2. A tremendous blast of fire erupted. The magma and the colossal wave emitted a hissing cacophony as the ocean evaporated under the intense heat. Truly impressive tactical acumen, Shiki remarked with admiration. Yet, there remains one final move, he added, raising his weapons, Sakura-ten and Mokuke, a sinister grin etched upon his face. This is not good, Sakazuki thought grimly. As Sengoku and Garp looked on in astonishment, Rosen charged towards Shiki. One sword style, secret technique, meteor shower. Rosen let out a low growl, drawing his sword to strike at Shiki. In an instant, a flurry of blade shadows enveloped Shiki. Oh, a smirk curled at the corner of Shiki's mouth. Do you truly believe such a meager assault could inflict harm upon me? Do not underestimate me? Shiki's laughter echoed ominously. Was under the influence of Shiki's conqueror's Haki. Rosen's figure instantly dissipated. HM? A flash of golden light appeared as Rosen emerged in Shiki's blind spot, his wrist flickering, and several beams of sword light shot forth rapidly towards Shiki. Not far away, Polyasolino sighed in resignation. The light mirror is not to be trifled with. Brat. Shiki's eyes darted, and with a clenched fist, he roared towards the sword lights. Be gone. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp explosions resounded. Several beams of sword light abruptly pierced through Shiki's defenses, tearing into his chest, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. Bastard! Shiki erupted in fury, roaring, You seek death. With a sudden thrust, Shiki extended his arms, and 2 golden rings materialized between his hands. Cloud Lion. A massive illusion of a lion manifested in the sky, bellowing in rage and brutality. Boom. In the next moment, the lion opened its jaws wide and lunged towards Rosen to devour him. Boom. The colossal lion, spanning dozens of meters, cast a shadow that seemed capable of consuming everything in its path. Sakazuki roared, Rosen is being far too reckless. Polyasolino's face reflected a hint of panic. Hey. As Sengoku observed the dire situation, his immense golden form suddenly expanded once more. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Sengoku's vast golden body collided violently with the gigantic lion, unleashing an overwhelming shockwave. The terrifying force of the shockwave distorted the very sky. Boom. Garp also roared. Do not be too complacent, golden lion. Shiki's lips curled into a cold smile. And what of it? Rosen exclaimed with fury. Shiki, today you shall pay the price. I will make you regret this. Shiki roared back. Die, you brat. The golden lion could hardly believe that this mere child could inflict harm upon him. What was even more astonishing was the formidable prowess of the 2 natural-type devil fruit users below, who navigated the towering waves with remarkable ease. It was indeed hard to fathom. Shiki let out a sinister grin, slowly raising his head to meet Rosen's gaze. I've grown weary of this game, child. It is time to bring it to a close. With a fierce howl, the golden lion swung his arms violently, unleashing a brilliant sword light from his hands, infused with a chilling sword aura as it descended violently upon Rosen. With a steely gaze, Rosen propelled himself upward from the surface of the sea, his feet barely skimming the water. Yet the golden lion was relentless in pursuit, raising his wrist once more to unleash another surging blast of sword energy. The ocean erupted violently, colossal waves soaring to heights of several dozen meters. Rosen's expression darkened as he forcefully kicked the surface of the sea. With a swift motion, the sword energy sliced through the water, conjuring a massive water column that surged towards the golden lion. Humph, mere trifles, Shiki scoffed, launching a powerful punch. The resounding impact of his white fist collided with the colossal water column, shattering it instantaneously. The figure of the yellow monkey emerged, surrounded by the 8 Shaku Cheong Jade. Radiating from his core, golden beams coalesced into 8 crescent-shaped arcs that tore through the sky, hurtling towards Shiki. Humph! Shiki retorted with a disdainful snort, flicking his right hand to conjure a dazzling wall of golden light that shielded him from the concentrated assault of the 8 Shakucheong jade. A sharp crack echoed as the jade was obliterated. Observing the destruction of the 8 Shakucheong jade, the yellow monkey's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. It seemed his efforts had borne fruit. Shiki, noticing this, felt a chill creep up his spine. Rosen's complexion shifted, his eyes burning crimson as a horrifying sword energy erupted from within him, fiercely aimed at Shiki. In an instant, the air around Shiki was saturated with resplendent sword energy, sharp enough to seem capable of annihilating the world itself. Ha ha ha. Is this what you call your trump card, little brat? Shiki mocked. That will suffice. As Rosen plummeted downward, he coughed up a stream of crimson blood, his pallor turning ashen as he collapsed into Sengoku's arms. Without the interference of the yellow monkey and Garp, Rosen would never have been able to inflict any harm upon Shiki. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that Shiki had inflicted internal injuries upon him, although not fatal. They would require time to heal. Shiki, renowned as a formidable pirate ruling the seas, indeed possessed unfathomable strength. His gaze turned frigid as he regarded Garp. This time, you have won. Subsequently, Shiki's figure transformed into a plume of black mist, vanishing into the tumultuous sea amidst the storm. The downpour intensified, causing 2 warships to sway perilously upon the waves, as if they might capsize at any moment. On the decks of the battleships, soldiers were collapsing, exhausted. Fortunately, the casualties were not severe, only a few soldiers fainted from sheer fatigue. Without those 3 youngsters, the death toll would have been far higher, Sengoku mused, looking at the unconscious Rosen in his arms with a complex expression. Garp cleared his throat, urging, "We must return to Fort G1 immediately." "Indeed," Sengoku replied, coughing violently. Shiki clutched his chest, the brutal blow from Garp nearly shattering his bones. "You wretched navy, I shall remember you," he muttered. Chapter 10. Rising Fame. The encounter with the Golden Lion took everyone by surprise. The sole silver lining in this unfortunate event was that the 2 warships remained operational, an unexpected fortune amidst calamity. The ship's doctor worked tirelessly to save the wounded, his skilled hands evoking a profound sense of empathy. Sengoku shouted, "Doctor, save this young lad." The physician adeptly took hold of Rosen, lifting him onto a stretcher and promptly assessing his condition. His injuries were grave. Immediate surgery was imperative. "I apologize for the trouble," Shiki said. The doctor shook his head, replying, "This is my duty." Rosen was promptly assigned to the surgical room within the warship, teetering on the brink of life and death. Despite the recklessness of his actions, had it not been for him, the entire fleet would have likely faced the onslaught of the Golden Lion, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. On the journey to the nearby fortress, they encountered the rescue forces arriving just in time. Numerous military doctors boarded the vessel to commence the transfer of the wounded. Had they arrived even slightly later, the death toll would have undoubtedly risen. How are Sengoku and Garp faring? The tension was palpable among the seasoned admirals upon learning of the assault on Garp and Sengoku's fleet. "Ah, we are unharmed," Sengoku replied with a wry smile, grateful for their timely arrival. Otherwise, the number of casualties among the wounded would have been catastrophic. "What exactly transpired?" one admiral inquired. Sengoku briefly recounted the events. Garp murmured, "The Golden Lion truly is tenacious. Had it not been for those 3 youngsters, we old-timers might have become scapegoats." "Indeed. Who could have anticipated the audacity of the Golden Lion?" An elderly admiral sighed. "His failure in this assault will surely incite a more severe retaliation against us." Another admiral, sporting a grizzled beard, shook his head. "You must exercise caution." "Ah, we understand," Garp sighed deeply. Although the actions of Rosen and the 2 others were reckless, even akin to seeking their own demise, one cannot deny that it was a heroic feat, as the majority of the Marines survived. Outside the operating room, Sakazuki and Borsalino, along with a throng of anxious trainees, awaited with expressions of complex emotions. "This guy," Sakazuki murmured, "I never expected he would choose to sacrifice himself to protect his comrades. He truly is an extraordinary individual." Borsalino offered a faint smile. After what felt like an eternity, Rosen awoke from his unconscious state. As he opened his eyes, a sea of white greeted him, infused with the scent of medicinal solutions wafting near his nose. And Fourline was inserted into the back of his hand. And beside him sat Sakazuki and Borsalino. "Where am I?" Rosen struggled to sit up. "Don't move, Rosen." Sakazuki pressed him down gently. "You need to rest well." "What do you mean, don't worry?" Rosen asked, perplexed as he turned his gaze towards Sakazuki. This isn't the ship, is it? Surveying his surroundings, Rosen let out a bitter smile. Have I returned to the base? Sakazuki looked at him intently. The doctor has advised you to recuperate, understood? Recuperate? Rosen sighed, feeling a dull ache throughout his body. Did I almost die? Pretty much, Borsalino replied, his expression unusually serious. By the way, regarding the internship matter, that will be handled appropriately. For now, focus on your recovery, Borsalino said as he stood up, patting Sakazuki on the shoulder. Stay here with him, I'll go fetch the doctor. Sakazuki nodded. Once Borsalino left, Rosen turned to Sakazuki. This time, I put you in danger. You are not at fault, Sakazuki replied calmly. This situation is unrelated to you. It was the fault of the Golden Lion. Without you, things might have been worse. What should I do next? Rosen suddenly inquired. Sakazuki frowned slightly. Hey, let's talk about that after you recover. Right now, you need to rest. All right, Rosen said softly as he gently closed his eyes. This kid is remarkably resilient. Others would have perished by now, an elderly military doctor remarked as he reviewed the medical records in the corridor. After all, this boy is a monster, Garp chuckled heartily. His potential is genuinely terrifying. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our navy. One can only hope, the old doctor sighed. But I wonder if he will suffer any lasting effects. He shouldn't, right? In the span of a single night, Rosen's deeds swiftly spread throughout the navy. And countless Marines learned of his selfless battle on the sea. What a formidable little rascal, one remarked. Humph, he has now become my idol, another declared. TCH. You're just a hopeless romantic. Hey, we're all men here. Is it really necessary to say that? In the office of the director, Zephyr gazed at the newspaper and sighed. This young lad, seemingly refined and cultured, turned out to be remarkably reckless. Several senior aides were present, engaging in discussions about Rosen's exploits. The recent incident was indeed perilous, as the Golden Lion was a formidable force, rivaling that of a great general. Zephyr concurred with his aides, affirming that the boy was truly exceptional. And he believed that this child could mature and help realize their ultimate ambitions. What Admiral Zephyr says is indeed correct, they echoed. What is the status, young man? Sengoku inquired while standing by Rosen's hospital bed. Quite well, Rosen replied with a faint smile. I feel that my observation Haki and armament Haki have improved significantly. Perhaps it won't be long before I surpass the Golden Lion. Such confidence you exhibit, Sengoku remarked, but your injuries are severe. It is prudent to refrain from unnecessary movement to avoid aggravating your wounds. Rest assured, I am quite aware of my condition, Rosen reassured him. Must I continue with my training? I still have tasks to fulfill. Do not concern yourself with that for now. Focus on recuperation. After all, Sakazuki and Borsalino are here. Sengoku advised. Understood, Rosen replied. Chapter 11. Entering the doldrums, the world government was exceedingly incensed by the Golden Lion's assault on the naval fleet. Naturally, they were equally effusive in their praise for Rosen and his companion's performance. Consequently, this attack was hailed by the world government as a victory, a remarkable triumph. The grandiose publicity was primarily due to the discovery of faint bloodstains on the Golden Lion during his confrontation with Bondewald. This revelation reached the ears of CP0 spies, who, after thorough investigation, confirmed that the injuries on the Golden Lion were a result of the prior failed assault. They even arranged for a photograph featuring Rosen, Sakazuki, and Borsalino together. In a flash, the trio's reputation soared, garnering international acclaim. Although this was merely a modest victory, its propagandistic significance was monumental. At the very least, in the eyes of many, it symbolized the dawn of a new era for the Navy, an era that belonged to them. After nearly a month of recuperation, the trainees had mostly regained their health and received notice that their internships would resume the following day. We're going back to work tomorrow. How exciting, they exclaimed. I wonder what my duties will entail. Surely, it will be splendid. The group animatedly discussed their anticipation, aware that come tomorrow, they would bid farewell to this place. Rosen donned his military uniform and entered Garp's office, where Garp was sipping green tea. Upon seeing Rosen, he directly inquired, Are you ready, young man? Yes. Rosen nodded in response. Haha, truly worthy of being Zephyr's esteemed pupil. Garp chuckled heartily upon hearing Rosen's affirmative answer. Upon hearing such praise from Garp, Rosen's face flushed slightly. Very well, follow me. Garp chuckled, noting that Sakazuki and Borsalino were already prepared, with only Rosen's presence remaining. Understood. Rosen nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, he accompanied Garp to the warship. Upon seeing Garp's arrival, Sengoku teasingly remarked, So Garp, Has this lad made a recovery? At this, Garp erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Of course. Now, let us not dawdle." The two warships set sail together, navigating towards the vast expanse of the New World. On the boundless ocean, the two ships glided silently through the waters. Rosen stood on the deck, gazing at the distant sea, his mind somewhat adrift. A few seabirds soared past him, and he watched as they flapped their wings, slicing through the vast sky before vanishing from sight. "Are you unwell?" Garp inquired as he approached Rosen's side. Rosen shook his head, expressing a desire for the era of pirates to come to a swift conclusion. Hearing Rosen's lament, Garp let out a sigh. "Ah, Mr. Garp? What is it?" Garp turned to face Rosen. "It's nothing," Rosen quickly replied. After a moment of contemplation, Garp slowly spoke. "Soon, we will enter the doldrums, and then there will be little tranquility left." Garp chuckled. "Indeed," Rosen nodded in agreement upon hearing Garp's words. "Let me test your knowledge. What dangers lie within the doldrums?" "As far as I know, there are no winds in the Sea Kings." "That is sufficient." Garp waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of that discussion. Before long, the warship gradually approached the doldrums, entering into this vast and boundless ocean. The sky and sea merged seamlessly, with not a cloud in sight, devoid of wind and rain. Suddenly, a massive shadow surged from the depths of the ocean. It was a colossal shark, its body cloaked in darkness, with a grayish-white dorsal fin and menacingly sharp teeth gleaming ominously. This was a Sea King shark, typically active in the ocean, attacking nearby vessels or objects. Once fixated upon its prey, escape became nearly impossible. At that moment, the shark was fixated on the warship. "Fire!" Sengoku commanded coldly. In an instant, numerous cannonballs struck the shark, flipping it over on the surface of the sea. Boom! Splash! One after another, the cannonballs rained down upon the shark, sending endless sprays of water into the air. "Great fire!" Akaina bellowed, as a torrent of magma surged forth, transforming into a column that slammed into the shark. The explosion resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, reducing the massive creature to charred remains, with crimson liquid cascading down the surface of the sea, an utterly repulsive sight. "Well done, Akainu," Rosen chuckled, then executed a wave slash towards the nearby sea, instantly conjuring towering waves. "This move seems familiar," Sengoku murmured, observing Rosen's technique. Garp chuckled. "Ah, quite impressive, young one." The waters affected by the wave receded rapidly, revealing an even larger sea monster beneath. This time, the creature was a gigantic sea serpent, its size exceeding 100 meters. Rosen smiled faintly, relieved that the device did not ensnare the warship, which would have led to dire consequences. He then cast a provocative glance towards Sakazuki. Chapter 12, The Beach Landing Operation. Sakazuki merely pursed his lips in disdain. Humph. Upon hearing Sakazuki's response, Rosen remained unconvinced and continued to survey his surroundings. The doldrums, unlike any other region, represented a lifeless expanse for pirate ships reliant on wind power. A veritable graveyard devoid of vitality. Only the naval vessels and the Kuja pirates from Daughter Island could navigate freely within this windless zone. Aside from the threats posed by Sea Kings, the doldrums presented minimal risks, making it an ideal locale for routine training. However, this mission was evidently far more complex than a mere drill, necessitating thorough preparations. This time, the objective was a beach landing. Garp, picking his nose, inquired, "Kid, how do you feel?" Rosen chuckled and shook his head, expressing that it wasn't much, but he couldn't shake off the feeling of discomfort. "Ha ha." Garp burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Having spent a prolonged period at sea, are you yearning for the land?" "Indeed, a little," Rosen admitted while rubbing his nose. "Staying out here for too long can be perilous. Although it may sound a bit melodramatic, it is indeed the truth." The windless zone and its stagnant atmosphere have left Rosen feeling somewhat agitated. The sea lay utterly calm, yet this tranquility was merely superficial. Beneath the surface of the windless zone, turbulent undercurrents surged with a ferocity far more terrifying than what lay above, especially during such moments of quietude. At that juncture, Sengoku summoned Rosen, Sakazuki, and Palyasalino to the captain's quarters. "You three youngsters are tasked with providing fire support for the fleet, covering the troops as they land. Do you understand?" Sengoku's expression grew serious. Palyasalino stood tall and saluted, affirming, "Understood, sir." "Will the naval artillery provide support?" Rosen inquired. "Of course not," Sengoku replied, shaking his head. Sakazuki coldly remarked, "If that is the case, let us see who can destroy more targets." "Why?" Rosen rolled his eyes. "Because I need to prove that my sense of justice is superior to your correctness. Do you understand?" "Huh." Rosen was taken aback, never expecting Sakazuki to utter such words. Are you out of your mind? What did you say, you bastard? Kizaru smiled faintly, his mischievous expression revealing a hint of malice. It would be unfortunate if the two of you failed to outdo me in target destruction. What did you say? Sakazuki roared. Sengoku struck the table, his voice steady. Enough. You three youngsters, prepare yourselves at once. Understood. The trio replied in unison. Sakazuki turned and headed towards the bridge, followed closely by Kizaru. Sakazuki is truly difficult to deal with. Rosen sighed helplessly. Rosen, Kizaru suddenly called out. What is it? You need to put in more effort. Rosen regarded Paulusolino with a look of schadenfreude and shrugged. I shall also strive to excel, Paulusolino. Upon finishing his words, Rosen sprinted towards the bridge, where Sakazuki had long awaited his arrival. You shall strike first. Sakazuki exhaled a heavy breath. You are a swordsman, and your range of attack is not as extensive as that of U.S. wielders of natural-type devil fruits. The realization that he had been underestimated unsettled Rosen, and the consequences of such a slight could be dire. However, this was not the moment to dwell on grievances. Rosen drew the dagger hanging at his waist, exerted force through his legs, and in an instant, leaped atop the mast. Upon witnessing the scene of the three, Garp could not help but burst into laughter, his hearty chuckles echoing through the air. The other trainees, however, displayed neither scorn nor derision. Instead, they gazed upon the trio with a glimmer of anticipation. As the most outstanding students, their performance was indeed worthy of the collective hope placed upon them. However, Rosen paid no heed to Garp's teasing, his focus directed towards the tranquil sea, where not even a ripple disturbed the surface. Yet, a furrow of concentration marred his brow as he meticulously searched for the target island. After a considerable pause, he finally discerned the desired isle. I have located the target. Rosen shouted down to Sakazuki below. Is that so? Upon this exclamation, his arms ignited with a fiery red, resembling molten lava, as he gazed intently ahead. Sengoku approached, his voice low and serious. The target lies 4 nautical miles away, approximately 1 mile ahead. Prepare yourselves. Understood. The trio responded in unison. The sailors aboard the vessel also readied themselves for the impending landing. Sengoku ascended to the bridge, taking his place atop the lookout. And as they drew closer to the island, he retrieved the megaphone, proclaiming, commence action. One sword style, bluebird. With a furious roar, Rosen vanished into thin air, leaving behind a faint azure glow. Terrifying sword energy rent the atmosphere, producing a piercing sonic boom as it struck its target on the island. Sakazuki moved with a lightness that betrayed no sound. Meteor volcano, he declared, extending his fists as searing magma erupted from his palms, crashing down upon the island's target. The ensuing shockwave shattered the island, toppling trees in its wake. Another deafening roar echoed as a towering tree, several meters high, snapped in half. At that moment, Borsalino also made his entrance, unleashing the Yada no Kagami. A golden light bullet swiftly swept across the island's target. Soldiers aboard the landing craft hastened toward the shore, disembarking onto the shallow beach. These youngsters are quite capable, Sengoku murmured, observing the Navy soldiers landing on the island. Yet, they are undeniably timid. He added with a cold snort. Rosen moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly crossing the surface of the sea and arriving upon the island in the blink of an eye. He gazed upward, observing that the beach, once a thriving target, had been reduced to mere ruins. Hey, Rosen, aren't you taking things a bit too far? Borsalino remarked, unable to contain his exasperation at Rosen's nonchalant demeanor. Rosen shook his head, clearly disagreeing. Borsalino stifled a yawn and remarked, well, it seems we cannot discern who truly resolved the matter. Rosen shook his head, indifferent to the matter at hand. Borsalino, observing Sakazuki still aboard the warship, couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, what a predicament this is. Chapter 13. Return. This landing operation appeared to be remarkably successful, at least, as far as the eye could see. There were no substantial fortifications or deceptive targets remaining. It seemed quite promising. Sengoku chuckled softly, noting that the objectives had been largely annihilated. Sakazuki maintained his usual impassive demeanor. The essence of a landing operation lies in achieving an overwhelming superiority to eliminate the adversary. Sengoku nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of Sakazuki's assertion. The cold voice of Rosen echoed, Sakazuki, our contest is futile. What? Sakazuki's expression was peculiar, beads of sweat glimmering on his dark visage. What do you mean by futile? I mean you, the one you mentioned in the captain's quarters, Rosen replied. Sakazuki's countenance darkened, and what of it? It holds no significance now. Rosen yawned and swiftly boarded the warship. Do we still need to relocate? Rosen inquired. Kapu cleared his throat. You all should rest. This place is relatively safe, and your assessment can be deemed successful. Oh, I am so exhausted. Rosen stretched lazily and reclined on the beach. This period has truly drained me. I've been at sea the whole time. It has been quite taxing. You seem remarkably optimistic, Sakazuki remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Rosen. Devoid of any tension. Then what was the purpose of my climbing the mast? Rosen retorted with a shrug. Should I lament my performance compared to others and await the final judgment of a military tribunal? Sakazuki furrowed his brow, seemingly at odds with Rosen's mindset, yet found himself unable to counter his assertions at that moment. Fine, let us not dwell on such matters. Rosen waved dismissively. You, as always, just know how to shout. Look at Borsalino. He seldom speaks. Sakazuki turned to Borsalino, who was engrossed in trimming his nails, seemingly oblivious to Rosen's previous remarks. Borsalino. Sakazuki called out. Eh? Borsalino replied. What is it? Why did you pretend not to hear? Sakazuki inquired with a frown. Ah. What do you mean I pretended not to hear? Borsalino exclaimed, taken aback. What are you talking about? It's nothing. I merely wish to confirm, Sakazuki retorted. Then shot a glare at Rosen. Oh, so you were all slacking off, Borsalino suddenly realized. I was just busy with some trivial tasks and didn't notice. Borsalino put away the scissors and took out a tissue to wipe his hands. He then offered Sakazuki a few tissues. Here, take these. You have quite a bit of sweat on your forehead. Rosen, isn't this just incredibly awkward? Thank you. Sakazuki took the tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead and gazed at the azure sky. What more do we need to accomplish? In Rosen's eyes, there was a lingering sense of being deceived. What precisely was this so-called mission? Hey, Sakazuki, do you know? Rosen turned to his companion. Please don't tell me this mission involves landing on the island. Of course not, Sakazuki replied with a nonchalant nod. Then why do I feel like I've been wronged? Rosen muttered, no, wait, it feels more like I've been tricked. Silence. Sakazuki suddenly bellowed, startling Rosen. You scoundrel, Rosen rolled his eyes. I was merely making an observation. After a brief pause, Sakazuki sighed. Honestly, I am uncertain as well. Huh. Rosen blinked in surprise. You don't know either? Indeed, Sakazuki nodded, squinting his eyes, his expression filled with exasperation. Oh, Rosen elongated his tone, then chuckled. You actually don't know? Ha ha ha. Are you mocking me? Sakazuki furrowed his brow, his voice laced with indignation. Of course not. Of course not. Rosen quickly denied, though a hint of schadenfreude lingered in his tone. Humph, Sakazuki retorted with irritation. I wonder which fool bolted off to the G1 branch first, you traitor. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters, the conversation shifted. What do you think of them? Zephyr's voice came through the intercom during their return to the military camp. They're not bad, Sengoku responded. Although they lack discipline, their cooperation is commendable. Most importantly, their strength is formidable. I share your sentiment, Zephyr nodded, harboring his own evaluations of the trio. Sakazuki's prowess was beyond question, paired with an intense desire for leadership. As for Rosen, the young lad exhibited not only a strong sense of responsibility, but also an admirable adaptability. As for Borsalino, despite his remarkable talent and devil-fruit abilities, he often came across as a street ruffian, rarely taking matters seriously. This group of youngsters is indeed intriguing, Sengoku chuckled lightly. How do you plan to arrange their futures? I'll observe them for now. Zephyr shook his head. Perhaps they will become the 3 admirals of the future. That is not impossible, Sengoku remarked thoughtfully. After all, they are your prot-gs. Haha, Zephyr laughed heartily. Rosen said awkwardly, it's that old rascal Garp who maliciously obstructed my path ahead of time. You, who cannot refuse anyone, will inevitably suffer the consequences one day. You fool, Sakazuki retorted irritably. Rosen scratched the back of his head and admitted, all right, I confess I am somewhat foolish. Regardless of your acknowledgement, you must transform your current disposition and state, Sakazuki retorted, clenching his fists. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you experience my prowess. At that moment, Rosen fell silent, whistling and choosing to ignore Sakazuki. Sakazuki, in turn, was disinclined to engage with him, settling into a corner, indifferent to Rosen's presence. A pristine seagull soared across the azure sky, leaving behind a trail of exquisite feathers upon the surface of the sea. Chapter 14. Storms and pirates. Not long after departing the calm zone, they encountered a tempest. 2 warships hastened towards the nearest naval base, one following closely behind the other. The decks were bustling with activity, while the sea roiled tumultuously. A gray mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility, and in the distance, the faint rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Rosen stood upon the deck, gazing into the distance. Amidst the swirling sea mist, flickers of fire could be faintly discerned. "Reel in the foresail," shouted the sailors. "All hands, be alert. Pirates ahead." Pirates? Encountering them so swiftly? It appeared to be a formidable band of marauders. Sengoku stepped forward, commanding, "Expand the course immediately." "Understood," responded dozens of sailors in unison as they promptly returned to their stations. The windward sails at the rear were also furled, and the entire warship began to alter its course. At this moment, Rosen stood at the windowsill, gazing into the distance. His right hand was clenched into a fist before his mouth, his expression grave. "Sakazuki, Borsalino, I sensed the presence of our adversaries." Sakazuki and Borsalino exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. "How many groups of pirates have we encountered now?" Sakazuki inquired, directing his question towards Borsalino. "This marks the 5th wave," Borsalino replied. "Ever since we exited the Calm Belt, the onslaught of pirates has been relentless, proving to be even more arduous than their training missions." Sakazuki nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not falter in the face of piracy. Rosen unsheathed his naginata and shouted, "You two, stop dawdling. Open fire." The cannons roared, sending shockwaves across the sea, as towering waves erupted from beneath. The pirate ship, clearly under assault, began to evade. "Damn it!" cursed a crew member at the bow of the ship. "Shake them off," commanded the captain. "If we don't flee now, the storm will be upon us." "Aye." The pirates swiftly maneuvered the helm, driving full throttle towards the southeast, while behind them, the waves surged ever higher, as if ready to engulf them whole. "Damn it!" The pirate captain gritted his teeth. Where on earth did this navy come from? "By the angle of their bow, it seems they emerged from the calm belt," speculated a fellow pirate. "Listen up, lads. It's a matter of life and death. We must break through the storm and shake off these navy dogs." The crew erupted into excited howls. On the warship, Garp commanded, "Bring me the shells." "Understood." A soldier hurried into the gun chamber, pushing a shell cart forward. Just as Garp was about to launch the shell, a barrage of fiery rain was overhead, aimed at the pirate ship. "What in the world is that?" The pirates screamed in panic. However, due to the fierce winds and towering waves, Akainu's meteor volcano narrowly missed its target, failing to strike the pirate vessel. "Damn. These guys are quite the nuisance," Akainu panted. "You've missed, you clumsy oaf," chuckled Kizaru, soaring into the air, his sly grin prompting Akainu to wish he could freeze him in a refrigerator. "Don't think you're so strong, you little brat," Akainu retorted angrily. "I am the strongest. Yada no Kagami." Kizaru intoned softly, as a radiant glow began to emanate from his palm, growing ever brighter, sending a barrage of light projectiles towards the pirate ship. "Damn it! Evade!" The captain of the pirate ship bellowed. "Quickly, avoid those light projectiles. Do not engage them head-on." The waves surged violently. As the pirate vessel was thrust aside by a colossal wave, most of the light projectiles whizzing past it. Yet, over a dozen still struck the ship, obliterating a third of its hull. Damn it, those bastard navy." The pirate captain roared, his eyes ablaze, his chest heaving as if his heart might burst at any moment. Just then, this self-proclaimed battle-hardened captain noticed something unusual on the surface of the water, a straight figure emerging from the depths, drawing ever closer. On the deck of the Rosford, all eyes were turned skyward. A figure, shrouded in a dark cloak, gradually descended. A pirate, perhaps. On the Rosford, Rosen smirked. "Finally, it is my turn." Upon hearing Rosen's words, the pirates displayed expressions of caution. Rosen gazed at them, a grin spreading across his face. "Tonight, allow me to escort you to the depths of hell." With that, he leapt into the ocean and vanished without a trace. "Gone. What is he up to?" The pirates aboard the ship exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the Rosford was cleaved in two by a single, swift strike. Rosen stood at the bow of the ship, wielding a naginata and pointing it at the panicked pirates before him. "I have no desire for your escape. Such an outcome is not in accordance with my tactical disposition." Rosen spoke calmly. "So it is best for you to perish, for this fate is of your own making." With that, he swung the naginata down. A splatter of blood erupted, staining the surface of the sea. "Young pirates, are you?" Rosen chuckled softly, finding the situation rather amusing. He then utilized Moonwalk and shaved to silently return to the warship, gazing at Sakazuki before him. "Ah, it's all taken care of. I spared not a single pirate." Sakazuki nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I witnessed it." "Heh, I do relish in the conclusion of such matters," Rosen shrugged nonchalantly. Garp approached, delivering a punch to Rosen's head, causing him to clutch his skull in pain. Hey, what was that for? You're not allowed to talk back to me. I'll have you know. You've usurped my duties, Garp scolded fiercely. Rosen hastily covered his mouth, apologizing. Never mind, never mind. An old man like me should not hold grudges against the petty. Garp, picking his nose, sauntered away. Chapter 15. Bring the ship closer. After drifting at sea for several days, the Marines, weary and exhausted, entered the dining hall of the naval base to indulge in a hearty meal. Jonathan, meanwhile, sat beside Sakazuki, engaging in light-hearted banter. Strangely, despite their limited acquaintance, the rapport between the two was surprisingly amicable. Behind Rosen stood the Weasel, who had recently been persistently challenging him. More accurately, the Weasel was akin to a half-apprentice, consistently subjected to a thorough thrashing in their encounters. After each defeat, Rosen would graciously assist him to his feet and inquire, "What have you learned from this challenge?" The Weasel would shake his head, having gleaned but one lesson. "What is it?" Rosen asked curiously. "It is that I shall never defeat you." A hearty laugh escaped Rosen as he patted the Weasel's shoulder. "Fear not, keep striving." At that moment, Borsalino strolled over lazily, reveling in the comfort of a long-awaited slumber. "You rascal," Rosen rolled his eyes, "only a month remains until the final assessment." Suddenly, the Weasel interjected, "Borsalino, have you made any progress with your Haki?" "Naturally." Borsalino replied with a chuckle, "I have grasped its essence, and when the time for real combat arrives, it will prove invaluable. I truly anticipate it." "I wonder which of you three recruits will emerge as the top contender in this final evaluation," the Weasel mused, lost in thought. Borsalino shrugged, "It certainly won't be me." At that moment, Sakazuki spotted the trio and exclaimed, "Hey, there's booze today, come quickly." "By my word, there's actually alcohol." Rosen exclaimed joyfully, recalling that when Sakazuki had initially offered, he had thought it merely a polite gesture. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, sending a colossal column of water erupting into the air. "Pirates, at 11 o'clock, Gumir shouted, furrowing his brow. "It's a pirate fleet." Sakazuki immediately followed Gumir's gaze and confirmed the sight of a massive pirate ship looming into view. He swiftly issued commands, "All hands, take your positions, prepare to counterattack." The cannons were aimed, their muzzles elevated. With a series of resounding booms, fireballs tore through the night, creating tumultuous waves. The bow of the pirate vessel was blasted into a gaping chasm. "Ah! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The pirates cried in alarm. "Damn it, it's the Navy. Eliminate them!" The captain roared. "Kill!" The cannons replied in unison, unleashing a barrage of shells that detonated upon impact, creating a cacophony of explosions across the sea. Boom! Another cannonball struck the mast of the pirate ship, splintering it into fragments amidst the chaos. Screams of horror echoed as the scene descended into pandemonium. "Well done, Dauberman!" Cheers erupted throughout the warship. Simultaneously, Rosen bellowed, "Bring the ship closer." Bang! Splash! In an instant, enormous splashes erupted from the surface of the sea, as the pirate ship was battered and began to leak air from every direction, rendering it directionless and careening wildly forward. "Stay vigilant. Be wary of the pirates' onslaught," Sakazuki shouted. "Understood." Another cannonball hurtled through the air, striking the side of the pirate ship's deck. Instantly, a significant dent formed, creating a deep pit, with smoke billowing forth, indicating it was utterly wrecked. Borsalino skillfully directed the crew to maneuver the helm, keeping pace with the evolving battle. Cannonballs launched from the pirate ship detonated midair. On the foredeck of the Doghead warship, Rosen's eyes blazed as he focused intently on the pirates aboard the enemy vessel. In the blink of an eye, Rosen and his companion, Weasel, soared into the air using moonwalk. What is that?" The pirates gazed in terror at the two dark figures soaring toward them. A cacophony of bullets and rockets rained down upon Rosen and Weasel. Yet, the relentless firepower failed to impede their advance. "Run! They are monsters!" a pirate screamed, quickly turning to flee. The others, observing this, followed suit, scattering in panic and confusion. Whoosh! A cannonball zipped by, narrowly grazing the blade of a sword. Finger gun! A beam of light shot from Weasel's fingertips, shattering the cannon, which dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Boom! A cannonball suddenly exploded, taking down a group of pirates. However, some fortunate souls managed to leap into the water, escaping amidst the chaos. "Charge!" Sakazuki bellowed. Yes, the soldiers aboard the ship brandished their weapons, leaping onto the pirate vessel to engage in fierce combat. Bang! Rat-a-tat! On board the ship, Rosen and Weasel charged forward, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. "What is that?" A pirate exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief at the oncoming light and flames. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the pirate was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall. Flying stream, flame, Rosen shouted, swinging his sword as flames erupted forth. Boom! Crack! Cracks spread across the wall, revealing fissures that multiplied. Finally, the wall collapsed, unveiling a cavern, into which Rosen swiftly dove without hesitation. Gumi, Steelres, and others quickly followed suit. Thud! Suddenly, a group of figures emerged, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Rosen, but the tremor in their legs was unmistakable. Get back! Rosen scoffed, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the abdomen of one assailant. The man let out a pained scream. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Swiftly, Rosen lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick to the man's chest. The man knelt, clutching his chest, blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion alarmingly pale. Oomph! Rosen let out a cold laugh and stepped confidently into the passage. This time, no one dared to obstruct him. Chapter 16, The Banquet Bang. Bang! Bang! Pft, pft, pft. A series of white flashes illuminated the scene, accompanied by bursts of flames. Under the horrified gazes of the pirates, their companions fell one after another, with no chance to resist. Is this the power of iron? Truly remarkable. The weasel clenched his fist in excitement, as the bullets failed to penetrate their bodies. Bang! Pft, pft, pft. The weasel and Rosen exhibited an extraordinary synergy, effortlessly dispatching all the pirates in their path. Who are these two individuals? They are astonishing. At that moment, a red figure darted past. It was Sakazuki, determined not to let Rosen steal his thunder. Sakazuki bellowed, "Red Dog." Witnessing this, Sakazuki's right arm swelled rapidly, bubbling with molten rock, the searing heat causing the surrounding pirates to tremble in fear. With a fierce shout, Sakazuki swung his arm, unleashing a torrent of blazing lava that obliterated everything in its path. Screams of agony echoed as each pirate was scorched, leaving nothing but ashes. This man. Gumi stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, utterly horrified by the brutality on display. Rosen stifled a yawn, casting a sidelong glance as the pirates unexpectedly rushed towards him. Would it not be better for them to leave with their lives intact? The weasel was initially taken aback, but upon witnessing Sakazuki's relentless barrage, he comprehended the veracity of Rosen's words. "You wretched pirates, perish!" Sakazuki bellowed. Streams of molten lava erupted from his hands, consuming every pirate on the foredeck. Gummer, a member of the pirate crew, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, swallowing hard in fear. What a terrifying display, he pondered. This method of attack is truly chilling. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. Sakazuki had never triumphed over that particular individual. On the bridge, Borisolino observed Sakazuki's merciless slaughter, his pupils contracting sharply behind his glasses. How terrifying, he murmured. The pirates were utterly defeated, remnants of their crew leaping into the sea. On the surface, two naval ships commenced their retrieval operations. "Haul them in," Jonathan commanded with a grin. With a splash, one captured pirate after another was drawn up by the fishing nets. The remaining pirates trembled, their faces etched with dread. Jonathan's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the captured pirates. With so many, dinner will surely be delightful. What's happening? The pirates screamed in terror at the sight of Rosen and Sakazuki. "Damn demon, spare us. We surrender, we implore you. We shall never dare again. Please, have mercy on us. We are willing to enter impel down." Seeing these captured pirates, Rosen furrowed his brow, perplexed by their behavior. "Demon, you demon, have mercy on us. We shall never dare again," they wailed. Annoyed by their cries, Rosen waved his hand dismissively. Sakazuki's face contorted with menace. Silence. A moment of stillness ensued. Garp emerged. "Well done, boys. That was quite the battle. Can we now indulge in a drink?" Rosen suddenly sprang forward, grasping Garp's shoulder. Garp scratched his nose and replied, "Want a drink? Not a chance, but I do have some senbei." Instantly, the entire ship fell silent, each crew member standing in stunned disbelief. The pirates regarded the Marines with expressions akin to having tasted something foul. "Senbei? Isn't that for children?" Warring States approached, cradling his head in his hands, and glanced at Rosen with a faint smile. "Rosen, you have performed admirably." Upon hearing this, Rosen broke into a grin. Sakazuki, however, glared fiercely at the pirates, his arm muscles taut, exuding an aura that suggested he was poised to erupt at any moment. Despite the absence of wine, there was meat aplenty. Sengoku offered a faint smile, indicating that the meal was ready. "Oh!" The Navy personnel erupted in cheers, eagerly flooding into the dining hall. Gulp. Gulp. A chorus of swallowing sounds filled the air as a group hastily seated themselves at the table to partake in the feast. The flavor is decent, albeit rather salty. Rosen muttered while sampling the roasted meat. Gulp, gulp. It's scorching. This roast is excessively salty. It's certainly not the freshest. Rosen couldn't help but voice his discontent. Hey, you lot. Hurry up and eat. Stop your prattling. Sakazuki shot a menacing look at Rosen. Coughing awkwardly, Rosen forced a smile before shoving a piece of fish into his mouth. A tangy sensation surged from his tongue, prompting him to cough violently a few times. This fish is quite delightful. Borisolino wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, grinning as he said, Of course, it's my own handiwork. Handiwork? Rosen raised an eyebrow. You can cook? Borisolino shook his head, responding earnestly, I merely added some salt. Rosen's lips twitched slightly. As if an ample amount of salt had been added, remarked Gomir. The surrounding navy. Rosen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to strike someone. For reasons unknown, he sensed a peculiar feeling of having fallen into a trap. As the banquet concluded, all the naval officers wore expressions of sheer bliss. With a sigh, Garp glanced at the rice crackers in his hand, brewed some green tea, and savored the delightful treat he had meticulously crafted. Above, the silvery moonlight bathed the surface of the sea, casting a gentle blue glow as the full moon radiated its luminous charm. The silver sheen danced across the ocean, and on the horizon, an island could be faintly discerned. Crack, crack, a few crabs scuttled across the sandy beach, producing a soft, scratching sound. Chapter 17. The final assessment. The group returned to headquarters by boat. Reflecting on a rather satisfying year of internships, yet they were aware that one final assessment awaited them. You may rest for now, in due time. We will conduct the final examination. I hope you all succeed, Sengoku remarked with a sly grin. Remember, I do not care what methods you employ. Passing this test is imperative. The students aboard the vessel exchanged glances, pondering the challenge ahead. Rosen stood idly on the deck, gazing up at the sky as a gentle breeze caressed the waves, creating ripples that danced across the surface. A few seabirds flew in from the distance, hovering around the deck, flapping their wings and emitting soft coos. Rosen stretched his body, inhaling deeply as he closed his eyes to embrace the refreshing cool breeze, instantly feeling invigorated. Although the current pirates were particularly rampant, Rosen did not sense any undue tension. After all, he had encountered numerous formidable creatures, and with his strength, dealing with those ordinary pirates should pose little challenge. How about it? Borisolino approached, holding a glass of juice, which he offered to Rosen. Rosen took a sip of the juice, and with a satisfied expression, remarked that it tasted delightful. Borisolino broke into a grin, appreciating the rare opportunity to return. He resolved to rest well tonight. After a moment of contemplation regarding the final assessment, he inquired about the preparations. Rosen shrugged, it's about right. If luck is on our side, we might just get through. Borisolino widened his eyes in astonishment. Are you certain? Well, I believe it should be fine, Rosen replied. What's wrong? Are you not capable? Who said that? I can do it. Borisolino hurriedly countered, of course I can. My speed is arguably the fastest among our group. Rosen chuckled softly, casting a glance at Borisolino and suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. What if the instructor for the final assessment turned out to be Zephyr? Wouldn't that lead to a tearful ordeal? Given Zephyr's attitude towards him, there would be no leniency. Upon returning to the dormitory, Rosen lay on his bed, surveying the familiar yet strange surroundings. Ah, indeed, the dormitory suits me better, he mused as he leaned against the wall. Sakazuki, how's your Haki coming along? Fair to middling. Sakazuki responded. Hearing Sakazuki's words, a smile crept across Rosen's face. Stop pretending. After a year, do you think I don't know you? Oh, how about we make a wager? Rosen proposed. What is the stake? Sakazuki inquired. Rosen remarked that if he were to lose, he would unhesitatingly agree to any condition proposed by the other party. Conversely, the same would apply should he emerge victorious. What do you think? Sakarsky pondered for a while before inquiring about the nature of the wager. Rosen's eyes twinkled with mischief as he proclaimed, Let us wager. I shall attain the rank of Major General within a week. Sakarsky furrowed his brow, retorting, If you become a Major General, then so shall I. What? Rosen glared incredulously. How dare you underestimate me? Sakarsky, appearing as if he had seen a ghost, responded, I harbor no disdain for you. Then what do you propose we wager? Rosen said through clenched teeth. Let it be as it is. I shan't concern myself with you. Sakarsky replied. Rosen glared at Sakazuki with gritted teeth, remarking on his cold demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his fruit abilities. Well, if that pleases you, Sakazuki replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Rosen. I am merely indifferent towards pirates, you understand. All right then, in that case, this wager is officially established, Rosen declared, striking the table with fervor. Humph, Sakazuki grunted, promptly retreating into slumber. Rosen curled his lips in disdain, muttering that it was truly tedious, before promptly falling asleep. A few days later, the third batch of new recruits arrived at the naval headquarters. Among them was a man wearing an eye patch. While his appearance could not be deemed handsome, his inner world stood in stark contrast to his devil fruit. I am Kazan. The individual clad in the new recruit uniform said cheerfully to those around him. His abilities are quite the opposite of my devil fruit, Sakazuki remarked, furrowing his brow as he scanned Kazan's information, which indicated that during the assessment, this fellow had frozen the entire venue. An ice-based devil fruit ability, indeed. Rosen chuckled softly. Pondering the duality of ice and fire, this power was rather formidable. What are you talking about? Sakazuki replied coldly. It's nothing. Do not overthink it, Polysolino interjected, striding over. Hurry up, the assessment is about to commence. There are still several hours left, Rosen yawned, speaking languidly. What's the rush? Hey, are you trying to slack off? Polysolino adjusted his glasses, a hint of anticipation in his voice. I am quite eager to see how you two perform. Rosen glanced at Polysolino, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Why do I feel as though you are merely watching a spectacle? I am just here for the excitement, Polysolino replied. To witness you getting thrashed by Teacher Zephyr. Get lost. Rosen retorted irritably, giving Polysolino a kick. Sakazuki frowned. Is it on the playground? Indeed, Polysolino nodded. Not far from here. I too wish to take a look. Sakazuki shot a glance at Rosen. Do not let me down. Rosen helplessly spread his hands, expressing, I have done my utmost to ensure you enjoy the spectacle. Is that not sufficient? Upon arriving at the playground, the first group of surviving students had gathered there. Upon spotting Rosen, the weasel's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Ah, you have finally arrived. Rosen nodded and inquired, how about you all? The weasel, brimming with pride, declared, I have honed my prowess to perfection. I can now be regarded as an expert. Congratulations! Rosen exclaimed with hearty laughter. I shall wish you success in your upcoming assessment. Thank you for your kind words, the weasel chuckled. But, Rosen blinked. But what? The weasel awkwardly touched his nose. You know, Teacher Zephyr is quite stern. So I fear. Just perform well. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. This is merely a formality. The weasel gazed at Rosen's departing figure, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Could the strict Zephyr truly be conducting mere formalities? Before long, Zephyr's figure appeared, and with a smile, he addressed the gathering. Excellent. You 40 are the finest students of our Navy. Today marks your graduation assessment, and from this moment forth, you shall all embark on your separate paths. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Chapter 18. Confronting the Gale. It has been a year since we last met, and I eagerly anticipate witnessing your capabilities. Therefore, this final assessment will be conducted by me. Zephyr clenched his fists tightly, gazing solemnly at the students on stage. This time, it will be practical combat, and of a collective nature. Upon hearing Zephyr's declaration, the crowd gasped in astonishment. You are a total of 42 who possess the qualifications to participate in the final assessment. You little rascals will be divided into 4 groups, with Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Rosen forming one trio, while the remaining 39 will be divided into 3 groups. Zephyr chuckled. Come forth. At his command, the 3 groups of students swiftly stepped out from the ranks, moving to the open ground in anticipation of the competition's commencement. The first group, led by Dalberman, displayed a spark of excitement upon seeing Zephyr. Teacher, I apologize for the offense. Zephyr chuckled. Ah, young ones, bring it on. I shall demonstrate my strength. Dalberman was the first to launch an attack, darting towards Zephyr, but as he approached, Zephyr's figure vanished. In the next moment, Zephyr's voice resonated from behind Dalberman. You're quite quick on the uptake. Dalberman spun around, striking towards Zephyr's chest, only to have it effortlessly blocked. In a swift motion, Zephyr redirected his hand towards Dalberman's neck. Noticing Zephyr's maneuver, Dalberman's expression shifted, and he retreated hastily, iron block. With his shout, Zephyr felt as if he had struck an unyielding metal, yet Dalberman was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a wall several meters away. Observing Dalberman sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest and struggling, Zephyr laughed heartily. Not bad, your reflexes are commendable. Soon, 12 others surged forward, but in mere moments, they were all sent flying. crashing to the ground with groans echoing in the air. Hiss. A collective gasp resonated from the audience, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the scene within. Though they could not comprehend the exact nature of Daberman's defeat, the sight of these individuals being effortlessly cast aside by Zephyr was sufficient to instill a profound sense of shock. With a smile, Sakazuki inquired, Rosen, could you vanquish them in such a brief span? Rosen shook his head, indicating his inability to comply. Sakazuki nodded and inquired, then how long do you think you can endure under his command? Naturally, it depends on how much strength Teacher Zephyr is willing to exert, Rosen replied calmly. His gaze fixed steadily on the arena. At the forefront of the second team stood Fire Mountain, his eyes wide with awe as he gazed at Zephyr, admiration radiating from his expression. He was among the earliest students to train under Zephyr, and in his heart, Zephyr would forever remain a deity. Yet now, this figure he revered seemed even more formidable, revealing the staggering chasm that lay between him and true strength. He could scarcely brush against the hem of Zephyr's garment. Come on, little ones. Zephyr chuckled. In an instant, 13 individuals lunged forward, and as Zephyr deftly evaded their strikes, he seized their wrists and, with a flick of his wrist, sent them sprawling away. While dodging, Zephyr reminded them, you must take this assessment seriously, little ones. Suddenly, his form vanished from view, only to reappear behind one of the students, delivering a powerful punch to his back. With a resounding thud, the student was propelled backward, crashing into a stone pillar before collapsing into unconsciousness. Borsellino sighed in resignation, what a pity. What's wrong? Rosen chuckled lightly. The vast majority of them lack Haki. Borsellino replied with a faint smile. If they possessed even a modicum of it, they would not be in such a predicament. Rosen nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. However, he speculated that for the majority among them, cultivating a formidable presence was merely a matter of time. It was just a question of how long it would take. So what now? Borsellino inquired, gazing at Rosen with a look of perplexity. Rosen grinned widely, reassuringly stating that as long as they survived, it wouldn't be long before they became the very core of the Navy, their strength undoubtedly formidable. Shortly thereafter, Huishaoshan was propelled from the fray, remarkably unscathed compared to the others. Youngsters, onward. Zephyr chuckled heartily, his form vanishing once more. The cadre of swordsmen, including Weasel, Gamer, Strelitz, and Steelus, surged forward to confront Zephyr. Zephyr, taken aback by the sheer number of swordsmen, mused that such a sight was indeed rare. Under his watchful gaze, Steelus and his companions suddenly unleashed astonishing speed, charging towards Zephyr in unison. Yet to Zephyr, their velocity appeared excruciatingly sluggish. With a powerful push of his legs, he transformed into a blur, darting forward in an instant. He closed the distance to Steelus, his left fist coiling back before he struck with ferocity. Steelus, tackled to the ground by Weasel, narrowly evaded Zephyr's punch. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, emitting a cold huff before delivering a swift kick that sent Weasel flying. In a seamless motion, he advanced upon Gamer, executing a sweeping kick. Gamer, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest, hurtling away like a cannonball. With a gleeful chuckle, Zephyr extended his right hand, seizing Gamer by the shoulder and hurling him away with great force. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. After dispatching Gamer, Zephyr set his sights on Weasel. Weasel, I won't hold back, came the declaration, to which Zephyr paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. I appreciate your spirit, come forth, young one, and let me witness the extent of your prowess. In the next moment, Weasel leapt into action, lunging at Zephyr with his sword. Zephyr sidestepped effortlessly, then gripped Weasel's arm, yanking him off balance, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Impressive, you possess some willpower, and this strength seems even more formidable than I anticipated. Zephyr commended, regarding Weasel with admiration. However, your attack still lacks potency, try again. With that, Zephyr delivered another kick to Weasel's abdomen, sending him crashing against the nearby wall. Meanwhile, the other trainees continued to succumb one after another. Your performances have truly caught my attention, youngsters, Zephyr laughed, surveying the remaining 39. Chapter 19. What a misfortune. It is now our turn. Rosen chuckled. Zephyr-sensei, I look forward to your guidance. Sakazuki and Borsellino also rose, gazing intently at Zephyr. With sunglasses perched upon his nose and arms crossed over his chest, Zephyr proclaimed, let us see what you've got, youngsters. I hope you do not fall as easily as the others. Sakazuki emitted a cold snort, erupting with formidable speed as he charged towards Zephyr. A faint smile crept across Zephyr's lips as his form abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind Sakazuki, delivering a powerful punch. However, Sakazuki's reflexes were lightning quick. He transformed into an elemental state, evading Zephyr's assault. Yet, Zephyr remained stationary, legs slightly bent and body poised. Sakazuki, sensing the tension, prepared to launch another attack when Zephyr raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and aimed it at Sakazuki. With a fierce roar, Sakazuki unleashed Red Lotus. His right arm, imbued with magma, surged towards Zephyr, who appeared unfazed, continuing to swing his fist. Confusion filled Sakazuki's mind. Did Zephyr truly underestimate the molten power of his punch? In the next instant, Sakazuki was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Zephyr chuckled softly. Not bad. You forced me to use Haki. Borsellino chimed in with a grin. Teacher Zephyr, I'm joining the fray too. Sword of Amaterasu. A brilliant flash illuminated as a long sword materialized in Borsellino's grasp. Kid, your mastery of your devil fruit abilities is commendable, but I've told you countless times, you rely too heavily on them. Zephyr seized Borsellino's wrist and delivered a swift kick. Borsellino hastily raised the sword of Amaterasu to defend himself, yet was sent sprawling, succumbing to unconsciousness. Child, that move holds no efficacy against me. It would be wise for you to behave. Zephyr laughed heartily before turning away, striding towards Rosen. Rosen grinned widely, unleashing the one-sword style, black rope tornado. Armed Haki enveloped his blade, conjuring a fierce whirlwind from thin air, charging towards Zephyr. Upon witnessing this, Zephyr's eyes sparkled with intrigue, quite impressive indeed. The tornado, brimming with formidable cutting force, swept fiercely across Zephyr's entire body. Yet, he merely swayed slightly before stabilizing his stance, extending his palm to strike the apex of the whirlwind. Boom! The entire tornado erupted in an instant. You little brat, to think you could infuse Haki throughout your sword. It seems I must take this a bit more seriously, Zephyr remarked with a grin, gazing at Rosen. Indeed, Rosen replied nonchalantly, I feel the same way. Firmly gripping the blade, Rosen charged forward without hesitation, fully aware of Zephyr's combat tendencies. He knew that waiting for Zephyr to make a move could lead to his own demise. Zephyr chuckled and met him head-on without a moment's hesitation. With a single slash, the razor-sharp edge seemed to rend the very fabric of the air as it swung towards Zephyr. However, Zephyr displayed no intent to evade. He simply extended his left hand, resolutely intercepting Rosen's strike. What? Rosen's eyes widened in disbelief. Zephyr had dared to catch the blow bare-handed, and yet he appeared unscathed. Was this the chasm that separated them? Nonetheless, the impact did momentarily disrupt Zephyr's speed, which was sufficient for Rosen. Taking advantage of Zephyr's brief lapse, Rosen shouted, One-sword style, 1,000 birds. The one-sword style, 1,000 birds was a technique honed under the terrifying pressure of the Golden Lion, its potency far exceeding Rosen's previous estimations. Yet, Zephyr's prowess was undeniable. This level of damage hardly approached fatality for him, though it did elicit a slight surprise. Boom. A terrifying shockwave emanated from the point of their collision, cracking the ground, sending stones tumbling, and dust swirling about. Zephyr staggered back a few steps, while Rosen was forced to retreat several meters before coming to a halt. Although Zephyr remained unharmed, the force had stirred his blood. Truly worthy of being called Zephyr-sensei, Rosen said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling at Zephyr. You little brat, you are indeed quite exceptional, Zephyr nodded. However, your flaws are equally evident, if I am not mistaken. This technique was born from the pressure exerted by the Golden Lion, bearing a resemblance to his explosive power. Indeed, Rosen acknowledged with a nod. Just then, the voice of Sakazuki resonated in the air, great eruption. A blazing mass of magma surged towards Zephyr, the overwhelming heat prompting the spectators to instinctively take several steps back. Zephyr frowned at the searing magma, saying, Little brat, this is quite a dangerous thing, indeed. Sakazuki remained silent, fixated on Zephyr. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as the mass of magma detonated, sending terrifying shards of molten rock scattering in all directions, transforming the surrounding area into utter chaos. Rosen, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly maneuvered his form, unleashing a strike that sliced through the air with a formidable gust directed at Zephyr. After incapacitating Sakazuki with a powerful punch, Zephyr deftly evaded, while Rosen's blade struck the very spot where Zephyr had previously stood, sending the solid stone tiles soaring into the air. Youngster, I possess this technique as well. Zephyr's silhouette abruptly materialized behind Rosen, delivering a thunderous blow aimed at his head. Rosen's pupils contracted sharply as he narrowly evaded Zephyr's punch. Quite impressive speed, Zephyr acknowledged with a slight nod. So, little one, what shall you do next? Zephyr subtly shifted to the side, evading Rosen's slash. At this rate, you shall find no opportunity. Chapter 20. A might that uplifts mountains. Bang. Another punch was hurled towards Rosen, who adeptly leaped aside, raising his blade once more. Ha. Little one, is that all you have? Zephyr laughed heartily, urging him to summon the courage he displayed in the face of the golden lion. Rosen remained silent, merely wielding the knife in his hand with a graceful flourish. One sword style, 1,000 waves. Rosen let out a low growl, his blade carving a peculiar arc through the air. In an instant, countless beams of light coalesced into a river of steel, surging towards Zephyr. A grave expression crossed Zephyr's face as he inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Raging gale." Several slashes descended rapidly, colliding with the 1,000 birds unleashed by Rosen, resulting in a deafening explosion. This time, Zephyr found himself at a disadvantage. His demeanor grew increasingly solemn. He had not anticipated that the youth could attain such a formidable level. Indeed, the young one's potential was extraordinary, surpassing others in both talent and diligence by leaps and bounds. With Akainu and Kizaru having exited the scene early, Rosen felt immense pressure, aware that he had to swiftly deal with Zephyr, for he could not endure much longer. Zephyr, too, recognized this, intensifying his offensive as he sensed Rosen's fatigue, preparing for a swift resolution. "Youngster, I have no desire to bully you. However, since you are so determined, then show me your strongest strike," Zephyr remarked with a scoff, his arms outstretched and his right hand clenched into a fist. Rosen's heart abruptly quivered as an overwhelming aura emanated from Zephyr's being. He could even perceive the immense power surging within Zephyr's right fist at that moment. "Teacher, brace yourself. I have yet to unleash this technique," Rosen declared with unwavering confidence. One sword style, essence, 100 slashes, flow of march. Luo Sen's legs bent slightly before suddenly springing forth, his blade transforming into 3 radiant arcs of light that sliced through the air in an instant, each beam infused with unmatched power. The 3 arcs intertwined, coalescing into an even more dazzling flash of light. Zephyr's gaze sharpened. "So this was your trump card, young one?" Zephyr growled, "Spear of the 6 gods." In a heartbeat, he swung his arms, unleashing a terrifying force from his fists, which then crashed violently into the trio of luminous arcs. Boom! The overwhelming shockwave surged outward, lifting the earth beneath them, snapping trees in their wake, and even causing the ground to cave in, forming a deep pit. The recruitment area for new students nearby took note of the commotion on the field, immediately honing in on the center of the dust cloud. What on earth transpired over there? A bewildered freshman inquired, only to be quickly restrained by another companion. "Stay still. Can't you see the situation over there?" the freshman admonished. "Could it be that some instructor or mentor is sparring?" Another speculated. "Sparring?" A nearby freshman scoffed. "You were too naive. Recognize the difference. The explosion just now is on an entirely different level." A deep, resonant sound began to echo, and Kazan, astonished, turned his gaze toward the field. As per his knowledge, a student assessment was underway, with none other than Admiral Zephyr presiding over it. Such a magnitude of explosion could not have been initiated by Admiral Zephyr, thus, only one possibility remained. Kazan narrowed his eyes. It must have been a student who launched the attack, leading to this chaos. No way could Admiral Zephyr have been bested? The freshman uttered in disbelief. At this, Kazan's lips twitched as he shot a warning glare at the freshman. "Ahem, I was joking. Let us proceed," the freshman coughed awkwardly. "Indeed," Kazan replied, averting his gaze. "You shall soon discover the truth of the matter." Bang! Another violent sound erupted as the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Zephyr's voice. What a formidable young one. His strength nearly rivals that of a typical vice admiral within the headquarters. Zephyr lifted Luosen into his arms, while Akainu and Borsalino had long since relocated to a safe distance. Rosen lay in Zephyr's embrace, gasping for breath. His garments were tattered, and his chest bore gruesome scars, blood trickling down from his collar. "Little one," Zephyr gently caressed Rosen's hair. "Why do you exert yourself so? This is not mere exertion. It is for the sake of victory." Rosen chuckled softly, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He stifled a yawn before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Oh dear. This rascal always leaves me in a state of worry," Zephyr sighed, shaking his head as he carried Rosen to the infirmary. Despite his words, a comforting smile graced Zephyr's face, for this child was indeed a source of pride for him. Placing his hand on Rosen's pulse, he exhaled with relief. Thankfully, this young lad possesses a commendable resilience. Following the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that, aside from a minor accumulation of blood clots, Rosen was in good health. "What a pity, my blade is damaged," Rosen lamented, shaking his head as he gazed at the chipped naginata in his hands. He sighed deeply. This weapon had accompanied him for several years, and he felt an inexplicable bond with it, as if it had been a part of his existence. I must find another blade, he murmured to himself. Climbing out of bed, Rosen made his way to a nearby weapon shop. Though modest in size, the shop was impeccably organized and adorned with a wide array of weaponry. After a lengthy deliberation, Rosen finally selected a suitable weapon. It was a knife sheathed in iron, intricately adorned with a red petal, exuding a certain beauty. Boss, how much is this? He inquired. This is called Taoluo, a fine blade, the proprietor replied. Upon hearing its classification, Rosen furrowed his brow slightly and subsequently returned the weapon to the shelf. What is the matter, young man? Is it not to your liking? The owner asked. It's somewhat acceptable, Rosen replied. Soon after, his gaze was drawn to a katana in a dim corner, its hilt radiating a soft blue hue. I'll take this one, he decided. At that moment, the proprietor behind the counter glanced at Rosen and said, I advise you to reconsider, kid. This weapon is ill-suited for you. It could lead to a most unfortunate fate. Oh, why is that? Rosen inquired with keen interest. This is called Zilu, the owner explained. You are still quite young. This blade is not easily tamed. Upon hearing this, Rosen shrugged his shoulders and replied, It's all right. I am confident. The boss remarked, At your age, it is better not to take risks. Rosen directly took out the Bailey and handed it to the boss. Regardless of the circumstances, payment was the priority. The boss glanced at the Bailey, then at Rosen, and conceded, Very well, but should you have any regrets, there remains the opportunity for a return. Rosen nodded without hesitation, taking hold of Zilu and gently caressing the blade. Zilu shivered slightly. Rosen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the sword quivered as if yearning to break free from his grasp. Rosen's right arm suddenly exerted force, and after struggling for a moment, Zilu was ultimately subdued by him. What is happening? Rosen murmured, yet Zilu continued to tremble incessantly. Zilu's resistance grew increasingly fervent, little demon. With a cold laugh, Rosen exuded an overwhelming aura, declaring, Since I dare to take it, I must have set my sights on it. You should adhere to the rules. The force of his presence instantaneously subdued Zilu, who trembled slightly before eventually regaining composure. Goodness. Young man, how did you manage that? The boss marveled at the scene before him. It's merely an aura. If you lack strength, it won't acknowledge you. Chapter 21. The temporary instructor you there. Sakazuki glared at Rosen, who lay sprawled on the bed. Why didn't you wake us? I hardly have the time for that. Rosen chuckled. Besides, with a formidable teacher like Zephyr, distraction could lead to dire consequences. It's not my fault you're too weak, Sakazuki retorted, turning his gaze to the window. But congratulations, you're now a rear admiral. Rear admiral? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Rosen was taken aback. How did I become a rear admiral? Take a look for yourself. Sakazuki handed Rosen a newspaper featuring the assessment records of the new recruit training camp. As the most outstanding individual in the academy, a promotion was inevitable. Wait a moment. Rosen stared at the front page of the newspaper. You've become a colonel alongside Borsellino? Borsellino sighed in resignation. Such absurd appointments will no longer occur. Nonetheless, it's a good thing, Rosen nodded. A rear admiral. How wonderful. Sakazuki merely smirked, offering no further comments. Oh, right. Rosen suddenly recalled something and inquired, When will we commence our duties? Probably in about 3 weeks, Sakazuki replied. What shall we do during this time? Train, of course. Sakazuki rolled his eyes. What else? Train? Rosen paused. Train for what? Naturally, to train the new recruits. The second batch is woefully inadequate, disappointing teacher Zephyr, but there are a few promising talents among the third batch, Borsellino lamented. They are truly formidable. I see, Rosen murmured thoughtfully. Don't worry, Sakazuki patted Rosen on the shoulder in a comforting manner. After all, you are the only one who has reached the level of a rear admiral. Dealing with them should be a breeze for you. Well, Rosen pondered for a moment. In that case, I will give it my all. 3 days later, in the training camp's office, Zephyr sat behind the desk, scrutinizing the list of the second batch of recruits with a furrowed brow. Has Rosen not arrived yet? Zephyr inquired. He should be here shortly, replied his aide, Matthew Walker. Oh, Zephyr massaged the bridge of his nose, continuing to focus on the documents in front of him. A few minutes later, the office door swung open. Reporting. A clear, resonant voice echoed throughout the room. It's Rosen. Zephyr lifted his head, and upon seeing the young man enter the office, a smile instantly graced his face. Teacher Zephyr. Rosen greeted with a smile. Apologies for my tardiness. You arrived just in time, Zephyr responded cheerfully. I have approved your training plan. You merely need to teach. Understood. Rosen stood tall, nodding solemnly. Additionally, Zephyr paused. There's a young lad named Kazan in the third batch. He is a formidable user of a natural-type devil fruit. You must take good care of him. No problem, Rosen replied, nodding. We will do our utmost. Zephyr nodded in agreement and turned to Matthew. Where is Kazan's report? Right here. Matthew hastily produced a document from the side and handed it to Zephyr. Kazan, 19 years old. Zephyr scanned the room and casually passed the document to Rosen. Natural type, ice fruit user. Kazan is the strongest among the new students in the third batch, Zephyr added. Oh, so it's the ice fruit, Rosen mused, stroking his chin. That fruit is quite rare. Indeed, Zephyr nodded. Well, your injuries should be nearly healed, so. Rosen immediately responded, then I shall take my leave. Zephyr hesitated for a moment. They are in building 2. Thank you for the information. Rosen promptly turned and dashed out of the office. Wait, Zephyr called out. But he could not stop Rosen, merely shaking his head as he watched his retreating figure. A dull thud echoed through the air. Sakazuki slipped and awkwardly landed on the floor. These rascals. Sakazuki wiped his face, cursing in frustration. Rosen leaped down the stairs to assist Sakazuki, asking, what happened? Is someone out to get you? You imbecile, Sakazuki scoffed. That brat Kazan is even more detestable than you. Oh? Rosen raised an eyebrow. What did he do to provoke your volcanic wrath? Humph, that fool is simply insufferable, Sakazuki seethed, gritting his teeth. He shows far too much useless compassion. I cannot fathom why his demeanor is so at odds with his devil fruit powers. What a fool. Hey, Sakazuki, mind your language, Rosen shook his head. Even if you are the older brother, it doesn't excuse your behavior. It disrupts harmony. And you have the time to lecture me? Sakazuki glared at him. You have your own mess to deal with. What mess? Rosen blinked in confusion. I came to help you, and yet you dare to mock me? Huh? Sakazuki's eyes widened. You? Help me? Indeed. Rosen nodded earnestly. It's merely a trainee. What is so difficult about it? Look at me. You'll be in charge of practical training from now on. Sakazuki opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Are you certain you can manage? Of course. Do I not look capable? Rosen nudged Sakazuki with his right arm. Trust me, they will be in good hands. Sakazuki stared wide-eyed at the man before him. Could this fellow truly be relied upon? What is the subject of this training? He inquired. The ideological and moral training of the Navy, Rosen replied. The course on ideological and moral training primarily addresses the Navy's attitude toward combat and justice. Within the classroom, Navy soldiers are held to strict standards, required to adhere to discipline and obey orders. After hearing Sakazuki's explanation, Rosen was taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. Is this a course you devised? Sakazuki glanced at Rosen and calmly nodded. No, it was established by the Academic Affairs Office, so do not falter. Rosen nodded slightly. You can spare me the pretense. You have already faltered. It is rather embarrassing that a mere student has managed to provoke you to this extent. Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, he conceded that there was some merit to Rosen's words. Perhaps this task is better suited for me, he remarked. Rosen shrugged nonchalantly. Where's the classroom? In 2004, Sakazuki guided Rosen through the corridor, turning a corner before heading towards the classroom. Along the way, those who encountered Sakazuki bowed their heads respectfully, to which Rosen reciprocated with a polite nod and a smile. Soon, they arrived at the classroom, which housed approximately 20 students. Kazan, however, regarded Sakazuki with an air of vigilance. You may leave. I will take it from here. Rosen gestured dismissively to Sakazuki, casting a sidelong glance at Kazan. Sakazuki scoffed and departed. Who are you? Kazan inquired, his expression one of caution as he scrutinized Rosen. You may refer to me as instructor. My name is Rosen. He replied with a smile. For the next 20 or so days, I will be in charge of theory while Sakazuki handles the training. Is that understood, class? Chapter 22. Kazan working at the tavern. Once Sakazuki departed, the atmosphere swiftly transformed into one of liveliness. Instructor, are you the Rosen from the newspaper? A youthful voice exclaimed. The speaker's face flushed with excitement. You are a hero. A hero? Rosen scratched the tip of his nose modestly. I merely did what was expected of me. Regardless of the expectations, you saved so many lives. Another boy stood up, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. You are my idol. Rosen offered an awkward smile. With a dry chuckle, he remarked, we still have class to attend. Let us proceed with that. Oh, class. The previously exuberant youth suddenly came to his senses. Hurriedly taking a seat, sitting up straight, and adopting an exceptionally obedient demeanor. Rosen let out a sigh of relief as he surveyed the room. He then produced his lecture notes and began to elucidate the subject he was about to teach. We must master a crucial skill, how to safeguard ourselves on the battlefield while vanquishing our foes. Pausing momentarily, he glanced at the eager expressions surrounding him and continued. I hope you all comprehend that on the battlefield, anything is possible. Rosen chuckled softly, acknowledging that Sakazuki's words held a certain truth. The quickest resolution of adversaries is indeed paramount. The theoretical course conducted in the morning proceeded remarkably well. Although it appeared effortless, the mental toll was considerably substantial. In the tavern of the naval base, sailors congregated, indulging in drinks and casual banter. A familiar call resonated beside Major General Rosen. Rosen opened his eyes and turned his head. Ah, Kazan. Rosen smiled and waved. What brings you here? I'm here to work. I can make ice. Kazan set down the glass before him and offered Rosen a warm smile. Indeed, the Navy encompasses all kinds of people. Rosen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, how so? Kazan shook his head slightly, replying, your sense of justice is fundamentally aligned with that of Admiral Sakazuki, yet your approaches are starkly divergent. One is exceedingly extreme while the other is comparatively moderate. Furthermore, there is Admiral Borsalino, whom I've heard described as possessing a rather ambiguous sense of justice. Elusive and hard to define. Upon hearing this, Rosen furrowed his brow, realizing the truth of the matter. Kazan pondered for a moment. Are you friends with Sakazuki? I suppose so. I often give him a good thrashing. Rosen shrugged nonchalantly. What's the matter? Nothing much. I just find him to be rather extreme. Kazan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. With a casual gesture, several shards of ice materialized and fell into Rosen's glass. Rosen gazed at Kazan with a smile, sensing that with his presence, the tavern on the island would undoubtedly flourish. Haha. Kazan chuckled heartily, stating, I merely drop by when I have the time. It's really nothing much. After taking a sip of wine, he wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth and inquired, in about 20 days. Won't you be officially graduating? That seems to be the case. Rosen nodded in agreement, casting a glance around. By the way, there are quite a number of students this year. Perhaps over 1,000, Kazan shrugged. I'm not entirely certain of the exact count. Kazan, could you bring more ice? Someone called out. Kazan hurried over to prepare the drinks, momentarily overwhelmed by the demand. Rosen sat nearby, observing Kazan with great interest. Though Kazan possessed an unremarkable appearance, his amiable demeanor and formidable strength earned him a commendable reputation within the academy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a distance. Kazan, we need some chilled beer over here. Kazan lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Oh, Merlin, it's them. Please hold on a moment. It will be ready shortly. At that moment, Weasel, Gomir, and others arrived, and upon noticing Rosen drinking alone, they gathered around him. Weasel poured a glass of juice and handed it to Rosen, saying, Rosen, do give this a try. It's quite delightful. Rosen took the juice with a cheerful smile and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. I thought you wouldn't come. Gomir picked up the beer bottle from the table and gulped down half of it, responding, How could we possibly not come? It's just that our training tasks have been quite demanding lately, leaving us unable to get away. Rosen smiled softly, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, Gomir inquired, Have you encountered that individual who has a contentious relationship with Sakazuki? Which one? Rosen feigned ignorance. Kazan, Gomir replied, a smirk playing on his lips, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. I've met him, Rosen reminisced, a rather handsome man. Haha. The weasel couldn't help but chuckle. Kazan is a decent fellow, but his rapport with Sakazuki leaves much to be desired. Gomir concurred. Indeed, Sakazuki embodies the essence of a true hard man. Rosen sighed, if given the choice. I would undoubtedly select Sakazuki. And what of Kazan? The weasel inquired. Oh, him. Rosen nodded. I sense he possesses admirable qualities. He is quite talented. Gomir chuckled. I believe you two would harmonize well. You and Sakazuki are no longer on the same wavelength. Haha, we are indeed novices at this, Rosen replied, in the Navy. If we cannot unite, we might as well be pirates. It is detrimental not to collaborate with those who hold differing views. The weasel cleared his throat. I suggest we indulge in some drinks. That was precisely my thought. Rosen lifted his glass. Come, let us toast. The atmosphere in the bar instantly transformed into one of joy as the group engaged in lively conversation and merriment, drinking and boasting until nightfall. When they reluctantly bid each other farewell, Rosen stretched and sighed, I am utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the dormitory in a state of inebriation, he discovered that Sakazuki was already fast asleep in bed. He approached the window and gazed outside, where the moonlight was hazy and the stars shone brilliantly. Rosen could not help but exhale a sigh, reaching beneath the bed to retrieve his backpack, from which he extracted a bottle of red wine. What a bother. He then placed the wine upon the cabinet, shed his garments, ascended the bed, and nestled beneath the covers. Sakazuki turned over, gazing at Rosen across the way. Rosen, do you harbor animosity towards pirates? Rosen was momentarily taken aback. If you harbor such hatred, I shall assist you in vanquishing those scoundrels. He managed a faint smile. Yet he recognized that excessive cruelty could lead to irrationality, blind recklessness, which would be undesirable. Sakazuki furrowed his brow slightly, gazing intently at Rosen for an extended period. I understand, Sakazuki murmured. Indeed. Rosen closed his eyes, suggesting it would be best to rest early. Sakazuki. Chapter 23. Strike first. 20 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Although there were no tearful farewells, the passage of time was indeed poignant. Aren't the three of you departing? Kazan inquired, perplexed. Rosen, we await orders. Huh. Sakazuki shook his head, musing. Borsalino squinted, deftly trimming his nails. Hey, you lot. Cap's voice resounded, follow me. At his words, the crowd turned, and Rosen inquired, what mission do you have this time? Cap replied coldly, it's about that fellow Wald. He has obliterated an island, and I shall confront him alongside Sengoku. Borsalino's eyes widened in genuine fear. It seems rather challenging. Cap shot him a glare, with me leading. What is there to worry about? Rosen chuckled lightly. So, shall we consider this our first mission? Well, I suppose so. Garp remarked, digging at his nose. Are you going or not, you rascal? Sakazuki stepped forward, resolutely declaring, I must go. He then turned to Rosen and added, you need not accompany us. With me and Borsalino, it will be more than sufficient. Rosen felt perplexed and stepped forward. Since you say so, I must follow you. You better not run away when the time comes. Sakazuki furrowed his brow. What can you do? If you fall into the water, I will surely rescue you. That should be no problem, right? Rosen retorted. The warship eventually set sail, searching for an individual in the vast ocean, akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, a naval base reported having detected Wald's whereabouts. Is that so? Garp exclaimed upon receiving the call, astonished. Does that mean he is not far from us? Indeed, came the reply. Based on their escape direction, Wald is heading towards you. Then we must be quite close to him, Garp murmured. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Sengoku, who was seated beside him. Wald is nearby. Logically, we should encounter them shortly. Sengoku nodded slightly. Then let us prepare thoroughly. We cannot afford to be careless when confronting Wald. Meanwhile, in a maritime region several dozen nautical miles away, a pirate ship was sailing. Wald sat at the front of the deck, examining his surroundings with a few bullets in hand. Ha. He laughed boisterously, finally free from his predicament. I wonder how those bastards are faring. I hope they haven't been frightened to death. His subordinates joined in his laughter, and Wald smirked, remarking that those fools deserved to live in a dream. Sebastian approached him cautiously. Captain, you should be careful at a time like this. Wald disdainfully curled his lip. What is there to fear? In a corner of the ship, several men dressed in black quietly concealed themselves behind the wall, their eyes cold and sharp as they watched Wald and his crew. These individuals belonged to CP0, the world government's covert agency, and had been hiding here, waiting for the opportune moment due to Wald's actions. At that moment, a lookout suddenly shouted, Captain, we have a situation. What is it? Wald stood up and looked in the direction the lookout indicated, his pupils constricting as he spotted several warships approaching. These fools dare to pursue us. They are seeking death. Wald sneered and quickly commanded, adjust the sails. Accelerate. Yes, sir. His subordinates responded as they moved to carry out his orders. Before long, the warships closed in to within 100 meters. Wald leaned out of the window to get a clearer view of the figures aboard the opposing ship. Garp. Long time no see. Garp gave a slight huff, while Sakazuki and the others stepped forward, arms crossed. Wald, Sengoku's voice resonated. It has been a while. Wald. He grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a stroke of luck. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall not relent in our pursuit of you. The steadfastness of the warring states looms like a mountain, his indifferent gaze seemingly capable of piercing through Wald. You ought to comprehend your predicament. Wald and his cadre have gathered at the bow of the ship, each of them eager for confrontation. You insufferable naval officers are indeed bothersome. Wald fiddles with the bullet in his hand, exasperated that you have caught up so swiftly. Sakazuki steps forward, exclaiming, "Damn it." Meteor volcano. He raises his right arm, and searing flames instantaneously envelop it, the intense heat distorting the very air around him. With a resounding explosion, countless magma fragments erupt forth, shattered stones igniting in midair and reducing to ashes, while the fiery wave crashes upon Vald. Yet, Vald remains unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. He suddenly propels himself forward, his form soaring like a cannonball. 50-fold increase. With a thud, Garp positions himself before Sakazuki, raising his hand to intercept Vald's projectile assault. Just as CP0 prepares to take action, an unexpected, drenched figure appears at the ship's rail, delivering a terrifying slash that cleaves the vessel in two. Vald's expression darkens. "Damn it." Luosin chuckled lightly. "My apologies, everyone." Chapter 24. The Frenzied Luosin, the best is yet to come. CP0 did not anticipate the Navy's actions to be executed so swiftly. Yet there was little they could say, merely watching as the Navy thoroughly obliterated the pirate ship before them. What a close call. Sakazuki wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Had it not been for Garp's timely intervention in stopping the projectile, he would have certainly sustained several transparent holes in his body. "Walt," he bellowed fiercely, "die, you brat." He swung a punch at Luo Senator Bang. Wald's wrist was seized by Garp. "Do not be so arrogant, Wald." Garp forcefully shoved him aside, causing Wald to stagger a few steps. "Curse you," Wald roared, charging at Garp once more. Although Wald's displayed strength did not significantly surpass that of Garp, he was indeed a notorious pirate of the New World, making it no easy feat for Garp to subdue him swiftly. "Doubling, 100 times the bullet," Wald shouted, as the firearm in his grasp unleashed a dazzling barrage of bullets. The crimson projectiles sliced through the air, leaving a long trail of flame as they hurtled towards Garp's face. Garp sidestepped, the bullets whistling past his ear and splashing monstrous waves upon the sea surface. Shave. Seizing the opportunity while Wald's gaze was diverted, Garp swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Garp's fist landed solidly on Wald's back, eliciting a muffled grunt as Wald was sent flying. Crash. He collided with the mast, creating a deep dent, before coughing and emerging from the crater. "Garp," he muttered under his breath, as his figure vanished in an instant, icy eyes sweeping toward Borsalino and the others. Sakazuki's expression shifted, great flame. He unleashed a torrent of searing magma directly at Wald. "Humph," Wald sneered, raising his arm and grasping the mass of magma. "You brat, perish." Doubling 50 times. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, narrowly evading this lethal strike, yet Wald's figure bore down upon him relentlessly. "Not bad, brat." Borsalino, witnessing this, instantly coalesced into the sword of the heavenly cluster, timely intercepting the attack. The terrifying impact caused both to spew blood, and they tumbled into the sea. Meanwhile, Sengoku firmly restrained Wald, plunging both sides into a state of deadlock. Rosen shook his head, declaring that he had come to rescue the frail ones. With a flourish of his sleeve, he leaped into the sea, concentrating the pressure of the wind in his hand before striking the water with tremendous force. A spray of water erupted, and the surface of the ocean was suddenly transformed into towering waves. Sakazuki and Pagliusolino were swept up by the currents and carried onto the warship. As Sakazuki glanced back at Rosen, who stood resolutely at the bow, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, and an indescribable emotion surged within him. Rosen gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him to leave everything to him. Sakazuki nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, the battle between Garp and Sengoku against Wald intensified. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Don't move, Wald." Several men clad in black emerged, holding Wald's subordinates hostage, exuding an air of menace. Sengoku and Garp immediately ceased their conflict, their vigilance directed towards the black-clad figures, recognizing the gravity of the situation. One of the black-clad men stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Wald, stating matter-of-factly that otherwise they would all perish. His tone was disturbingly calm, as if he regarded death as merely a mundane occurrence. This caused Wald's expression to shift dramatically. "Who are you?" he demanded. "CP0. Upon hearing the name, Wald's pupils constricted. "You bastards!" he roared. "Release my men." A scream shattered the stillness of the air as Nico collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and trembling, with several bloodstains starkly visible on her torso. "Nico!" Wald cried out in anguish, his voice hoarse, his eyes reddened with fury. "You lunatics!" he bellowed, observing Nico gasping for breath on the ground. "We are merely upholding the world's justice," the leader of CP0 remarked coldly, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction. Rosen furrowed his brow, Realizing they had indeed made their move, he quietly retreated a few steps, seeking refuge behind Sengoku. Garp and Sengoku gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of CP0. How could they be here? What are your intentions? Wald's face twisted into a grotesque expression. His right hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. You shall face the judgment of the world government. The leader, wielding sea-stone handcuffs, leaped before Wald, urging, for the sake of your comrades, surrender quietly. Wald remained silent, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his icy gaze. Just as the sea stone was about to touch Wald's wrist, he abruptly pushed away the man in black before him. The marbles he had released scattered in all directions, darting towards the surrounding CP0. Almost simultaneously, his figure shifted, positioning himself protectively beside his comrades. Did you think I possess only this level of skill? A cruel smile crept upon his lips. How underestimated I am. You have underestimated us, the Navy. Rosen's figure materialized beside Wald, brandishing the sea stone shackles. You cannot escape this, you scoundrel. Wald's expression turned frigid, his reflexes sharp, as he lunged to the side, but it was a moment too late. Rosen clung tightly to Wald's form, forcibly shackling his hands, their bodies rolling tumultuously on the ship's deck before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Damn you! Wald cursed vehemently. Ha! Rosen laughed maniacally, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth down to his chest. You wretched pirate, I have finally captured you. He exerted all his strength to suppress Wald, who was compelled to lie beneath Rosen, struggling in vain. Damn it, Wald cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Rosen's ambush at the last moment, he would never have found himself in such a predicament. Wald's strength had significantly waned, and Rosen stood triumphantly. Come at me for a one-on-one, you scoundrel. I am waiting for you. Sengoku and Garp stared in disbelief. This kid is utterly insane. Sakazuki and Borsalino leaped to Rosen's side, inquiring, are you all right? No. Rosen's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. The sparring partner had arrived. Chapter 25, The Flawless Collaboration. Sakazuki patted Rosen on the shoulder and said, Hey, if we win this match, the treat is on me. Rosen nodded in agreement, indicating that there was no issue. Borsalino's mouth gaped wide in disbelief. Rosen turned to Wald, extending his right hand, requesting his favor. Wald snorted coldly, placing his hand in Rosen's palm and suddenly exerting force. Do not underestimate others, Navy. Despite the considerable decline in Wald's strength due to the absence of his devil fruit abilities and the exhaustion from previous battles, Rosen felt no fear, especially with Sakazuki and Borsalino at his side. Dogtooth, Crimson Lotus. Sakazuki uttered a low growl, his fists transforming into lethal claws as he charged towards Wald, while Borsalino remained nearby, searching for an opportune moment. Rosen's gaze was sharp as he fixed it upon Wald. With a slight push of his toes, he propelled himself forward like an arrow. Wald, exhibiting remarkable reflexes, immediately raised his arm to parry Sakazuki's assault, while his other hand lunged towards Rosen. With the swiftness of lightning, Rosen evaded Wald's strike, his form vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Wald, his sword aimed directly at Wald's throat. With astonishing agility, Wald spun around to block the attack, but Rosen unexpectedly released his longsword, delivering a powerful kick to Wald's chest, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Just as Wald regained his footing, he heard the ominous sound of rushing wind, a meteor volcano. Looking up, Wald saw a massive ball of molten rock plummeting from the sky towards him. As he attempted to evade, the voice of Borsalino echoed, Yada no Kagami. Empowered by Haki, Wald braced himself against Borsalino's Yada no Kagami, yet he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping him. With a thunderous crash, a wave of sword energy surged towards Wald from behind. He hurriedly attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The blade grazed his arm, causing blood to drip onto the ground, creating a cascade of crimson droplets. Rosen retracted his blade, standing in place with a beaming smile, awaiting Wald to catch his breath before resuming the battle. You bastard! Wald seethed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring furiously at Rosen. You little brats! Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted. Mr. Wald, have you ever been struck by light? Wald's pupils constricted sharply. Boom! Wald's massive frame was hurled backward, crashing with a thunderous sound into the remnants of a distant ship, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Wald rose to his feet, casting a glance at the dilapidated vessel behind him, a profound sense of humiliation swelling within him. The mighty Wald had been reduced to such a pitiful state by 3 mere children. Though he bore no significant injuries, the disgrace was sufficient to sting his pride. He fixed a fierce glare on Rosen, muttering, You damned little brat. I will never let you off the hook, you scoundrel. Rosen directly infused his armed Haki into the saber, a faint smile gracing his lips as he bared his pristine teeth. Well then, I shall await you. Vault inhaled deeply, and in an instant, every muscle in his body tensed, an overwhelming power radiating from his limbs. His garments erupted, and he swelled, veins bulging ominously across his form. His eyes burned crimson, as if on the verge of exploding, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. A flash of golden light erupted, exploding upon Vault. Boom. A resplendent mushroom cloud ascended, and a powerful shockwave swept across the entire sea. Indeed, Mr. Vault is formidable, Borsalino remarked, shielding his forehead as he surveyed the surrounding waters. Be cautious, Garp warned, furrowing his brow as he glanced around. In the next moment, Sakazuki and Rosen resolutely obstructed Vault's path. A metallic taste filled Rosen's throat, and he spat out a trickle of crimson, yet he maintained his smile, gazing at the completely frenzied Vault. Sakazuki's magma fist struck Vault's cheek with tremendous force. Despite the protection of his armed Haki, his eye began to swell. Nevertheless, Vault did not relent, launching a barrage of punches at Sakazuki and Rosen, who could only struggle to defend themselves. Borsalino observed the battlefield, seizing the opportunity to ambush Vault once more while he was momentarily restrained. A violent explosion erupted behind Vault, scorching a blackened mark upon his back. Sakazuki, hold fast. I shall deliver him to you, Rosen declared, leaping into the air, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword aura aimed at Vault's head. Vault tilted his head, narrowly evading Rosen's sword strike. However, a deep gash was still carved across his face, blood trickling down his cheek and splattering onto the deck. Damn it, this is not over yet. Sir Amaterasu's sword. Borsalino gripped his light sword with both hands and swung it toward Vault. In an instant, Vault was compelled to retreat, and Sakazuki seized the moment, enveloping Vault in searing magma. As Rosen maintained his swordsmanship, he attentively observed Vault's movements. While Sakazuki was entangled with Vault, he silently approached Vault from behind, delivering a swift, silvery slash that struck Vault's left flank. Vault grimaced in pain, turning to glare at Rosen. You bastard. Just as he was about to retaliate, Sakazuki tightly embraced him, leaving Vault to struggle futilely against Sakazuki's grip. You insolent brat, I will kill you. Vault roared in fury. Suddenly, a torrent of searing magma erupted forth, engulfing Vault. Chapter 26. Victory over adversity. The intense heat scorched him, causing Vault to grimace, yet he refused to concede. Ultimately, through sheer willpower, he broke free from the magma's grasp and forcefully shoved Sakazuki aside. Then, with a sudden pivot, he lunged towards Rosen. Rosen had long anticipated Wald's actions and swiftly withdrew. However, Wald was undeniably a legendary pirate. Although Rosen possessed formidable physical prowess, he was still significantly inferior to Wald. With a sudden thrust, Wald seized Rosen by the shoulder, his right hand driving forcefully into the scapula. A muffled groan escaped Rosen's lips as an excruciating pain radiated from his shoulder blade, permeating his entire being. His complexion instantly turned ghostly pale, yet, even in such agony, he refrained from uttering a word. You are finished. Fortunately, the presence of armament Haki and the iron block mitigated the blow. Otherwise, his body would have been pierced through completely. Rosen, a formidable character in his own right, recognized his inability to defeat Wald and resolutely embraced him with all his might. Aim the gun. Rosen exerted the last remnants of his formidable spirit, plunging a fierce finger jab into Wald's abdomen. Wald let out a piercing scream, releasing his grip on Rosen's arm. Staggering a few steps, Rosen expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed into the sea. Sakazuki bellowed furiously, dog-tooth, crimson lotus. With astonishing speed, he surged to Rosen's side, delivering a devastating blow to Wald's face. The impact sent Wald crashing to the ground, where he groaned in agony, clutching his head. At that moment, Sakazuki resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, his crimson eyes brimming with overwhelming murderous intent. Scalding magma erupted from his being, enveloping Wald entirely. Wald emitted a harrowing wail, desperately attempting to escape the dreadful heat. Yet Sakazuki offered him no reprieve. Smoke billowed from Wald's body, wisps of white vapor escaping through his pores, while Sakazuki stood coldly in place. As the torrent of magma finally subsided, a figure gradually emerged before the onlookers. It was a man, his body shrouded in smoke and his skin charred black. Wald, trembling, rose unsteadily, glaring malevolently at Sakazuki. His lips had turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes bulging as if they might fall from their sockets at any moment. Most of his injuries were inflicted by Rosen, and he harbored an intense desire to tear Rosen to shreds. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Wald's low, hoarse laughter echoed across the pirate ship. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, yet none dared to mock him, not even Borsalino. Do not underestimate me, Navy. Wald wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am Wald. How could I possibly be defeated so easily? Clenching his teeth, he glared furiously at Sakazuki. Oh, how unfortunate. Your body must be nearing its limits, is it not? You should be running on empty by now, Sakazuki remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on Wald. If I were you, I would consider surrendering. Rosen, navigating the swaying deck, regarded Wald with a warning. Don't do anything foolish. Wald glared malevolently at Rosen, who met his gaze unflinchingly. Do you think your eyes are attractive? Staring at me like that will make me want to gouge them out, Rosen said calmly. His tone laced with subtle mockery. Wald's fist clenched tightly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The next moment, Rosen felt a gust of wind rush past his ear, and in an instant, he dodged Wald's attack. However, Wald seemed to anticipate Rosen's movements, executing a swift turn in midair to reappear behind him. Rosen's forehead glistened with sweat as he propelled himself into the air with a swift kick. Yet, Wald pursued him relentlessly. Borsalino, with an air of nonchalance, unleashed his ability, the 8-foot mirror, utilizing the refraction of light. He manifested from Rosen's form and delivered a fierce kick to Wald. Wald's body was sent hurtling towards the deck, and Sakazuki let out a cold chuckle as magma erupted forth, enveloping Wald like an immense net. In the next moment, the magma completely encased Wald, continuing to thicken. Do you think such a meager amount of magma could vanquish me? Wald's words had scarcely left his lips when a short sword suddenly shot forth from the molten mass, piercing his chest with brutal force. With a gasp, Wald coughed up blood, his eyes wide with terror as he glanced down to find Rosen's sword embedded within him. Kapu and Sengoku exchanged bewildered glances at Rosen and his companions. Rosen had actually triumphed, although they had previously drained Wald of considerable stamina and Haki. The outcome was still astonishing, for Wald was a legend in his own right, renowned in the New World. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. Wald had been defeated. Sakazuki seized the gravely injured Wald and tossed him aside before delivering a resounding slap to Wald's face, causing one half of his cheek to swell dramatically. With another swift motion, Sakazuki struck the other half of Wald's face, knocking out several of his teeth. This is for Rosen, Sakazuki remarked coldly. Who do you think you are? Merely a pirate. Wald spat out a mouthful of blood, his visage grotesque with crimson, yet he defiantly met Sakazuki's gaze. Rosen exhaled deeply, wiping the blood from his face as he approached Sakazuki. Let us depart. The trio returned to the warship together, with Rosen leaning against the bow, gazing at the vast azure sea. His complexion was slightly pale. The recent battle with Wald had pushed him beyond his limits. Although Wald had been defeated, his strength was undeniably formidable. I am grateful to you both, Rosen said, glancing at Sakazuki and Borsalino. Without your assistance, I might have perished. Rosen's words were undeniably sincere. Wald's techniques were both simplistic and brutally lethal. Had it not been for Sakazuki and Borsalino, Rosen might have met his demise. Let there be no next time. Borsalino sighed. You two are my source of confidence, Sakazuki scoffed, rolling his eyes at the foolishness. Chapter 27, Reassignment. After Sakazuki finished speaking, he strode into the cabin, leaving behind a solitary silhouette, while Rosen merely shrugged with a smile before retreating to his room for rest. As for the agents from CP0, their hearts were already in turmoil. They had never anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner. After all, Wald was the world destroyer, a formidable figure among pirates. The fact that these three individuals could contest him to such a degree was utterly astonishing. Kapu and Sengoku cleared their throats, concealing their shock. For in their minds, Rosen was merely an anomaly, and the notion that Sakazuki and Borsalino could stand against Wald was equally surprising. These youngsters are quite remarkable, Sengoku remarked, shaking his head in awe. Indeed, they surpass us by a considerable margin, Kapu agreed, nodding in affirmation. The heavily injured Wald and his followers were apprehended and detained by CP0, bringing this farce to a temporary conclusion. Meanwhile, Rosen made his way to the infirmary. This time, he did not require bed rest. After a simple bandaging, he ascended to the deck, where the sea breeze caressed his face, prompting him to squint in comfort. The sunlight cascaded upon Rosen's visage, and as he extended his hand to embrace the rays, he felt a delightful warmth. Such splendid sunshine, Rosen murmured. Indeed. It is quite beautiful, came a familiar voice from nearby. Rosen turned his head to the side and saw Garp standing beside him. a cheerful smile adorning his face as he gazed at Rosen. What brings you here? Rosen inquired in astonishment. That question should be posed by me, Garp replied, scratching his nose and regarding Rosen with a puzzled expression. Rosen, you wouldn't think I've been seriously injured, would you? Rosen said, a mix of laughter and tears. Well, who knows? After all, you have a tendency to be less than forthright, Garp replied, stroking his chin. What do you mean by saying I'm not honest? I have always been quite sincere, Rosen remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Your behavior leads me to question your character, Garp said, gazing intently into Rosen's eyes. Rosen's lips twitched as he gazed at Garp, yet Garp seemed to take no real notice. He clapped Rosen on the shoulder and remarked, Take care of yourself, you little rascal, before striding away with great purpose, leaving Rosen standing alone, staring blankly into the distance. Rosen scratched his head, realizing he had no idea what Cap was selling. Within the naval base, he received an order appointing him as the commander of the 5th Unit. Glancing at the order in his hand, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, this was quite a promotion, given that G5 had only recently been established. It was not unusual for a rear admiral to assume command, yet for someone of his age to hold such a position was undoubtedly remarkable. I recall the troops there are quite unruly, Rosen murmured, stroking his chin. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted his thoughts. Ouch! At that moment, a young man in a naval uniform collided forcefully with Rosen, prompting him to rub his forehead and lift his gaze. Sorry about that, he said. As Rosen stood up and looked at the person who had bumped into him, he was taken aback. It was Kazan, with his head bowed. Kazan seemed to have noticed Rosen as well, abruptly lifting his head to reveal a bright smile. What brings you here? Rosen inquired, furrowing his brow. Kazan replied, Nothing much. Teacher Zephyr asked me to come over. Ah, you should go then. Rosen gestured with his hand. Kazan nodded and quickly departed. Once Kazan had left, Rosen's eyes fell on the departure date. Oh, today is October 2nd. I have only 2 days left before I leave. Is it really that urgent? Rosen murmured to himself. After packing his belongings, he made his way to the tavern within the headquarters, where he found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Clearly all new recruits who had recently joined the ranks. Rosen found an empty table and settled down, subsequently filling a cup with juice. At that moment, his spirits were relatively high. Just then, the voice of Sakazuki resonated, inquiring whether he was indulging in solitary drinking. Rosen lifted his head, and there sat Sakazuki beside him. Oh, Sakazuki, what a coincidence, Rosen remarked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Sakazuki replied, taking a sip from his wine glass. What brings you here? Have you been assigned to the 5th Division? Rosen nodded. Indeed, what about Porcellino? Over there, Sakazuki indicated with his chin towards the crowd. Following Sakazuki's gaze, Rosen spotted Porcellino, who was currently holding a glass and engaging in conversation with others. Although the content of their dialogue remained a mystery, the expressions on their faces suggested that Porcellino was enjoying himself immensely. Hey, Rosen, Sakazuki chuckled. You are the only one among us who has become a base commander. Eh? Rosen blinked in surprise. Are you jealous? Jealous? Not in the slightest. I've heard tales of how difficult those people can be to manage. As long as you possess strength, what is there to fear? Rosen proclaimed boldly as he downed a bottle of juice. Don't overestimate yourself, Sakazuki cautioned. I know. But honestly, where are you heading now? What else can we do, my deputy? Sakazuki sighed. With Admiral Garp around, what is there to fear? A battle is undoubtedly on the horizon, so you need not worry. Rosen gently patted Sakazuki on the shoulder and spoke. Sakazuki nodded. What about you? Enjoy the new world. By the time I return, I should be a rear admiral. Rosen yawned. My authority has only grown. You all must strive harder. Sakazuki, Chapter 28, Base Commander Rosen. G5 Naval Base, Training Ground. Hey, you cannot continue like this. You are truly lacking. Rosen exclaimed, glaring at the group of soldiers. The seasoned veterans shrank back, too intimidated to utter a word. Look at your training methods. How can you possibly improve like this? Rosen scolded, struggling to contain his temper, fearing that he might lose control and give these rascals a good thrashing. The officers below wore expressions of dismay, silently cursing these young rascals. When it comes to slacking off, they dart away like the wind, yet when it's time for training, they resemble wilted eggplants. We can't help it. After all, this is what you taught us yesterday, one of them remarked. Indeed, I hardly slept last night. I was utterly exhausted, Rosen retorted, momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing the Marine's inflammatory comments. The night before, upon arriving at the notoriously difficult-to-manage G5 fortress aboard a warship. He was warmly surrounded by the unruly Marines, who treated him with surprising deference, akin to dutiful spouses. However, once training commenced, their disorganization nearly drove Rosen to despair. Had it not been for his timely outburst, chaos might have ensued. Rosen opened his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained, concluding, "Let this be enough for today." "Yes, Major General." At that moment, Rosen sat in his office, leaning back in his chair, gazing out at the azure sea, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue. His aide knocked and entered. "Major General, I have just inquired. Everything you requested has been prepared. Has payment been made?" Rosen asked. "It has been settled. Please sign here." The aide replied, presenting a folder. Rosen took the folder, glanced briefly at its contents, confirmed the details, signed his name, and handed it back to the aide, instructing, "Deliver this to Major Ludwig." "Yes, Major General. By the way, let me see the training records, especially regarding team performance. The more detailed, the better." Rosen continued to issue commands, still unfamiliar with the individuals under his command and in need of further acquaintance. The aide responded affirmatively and turned to leave. Watching the aide's departing figure, Rosen stroked his chin, sensing that this officer named Brooks stood in stark contrast to the group of laid-back individuals. With a sigh, Rosen shook his head, stretched lazily, and rose to his feet, making his way outside. However, the moment he stepped out of the room, his ears twitched slightly. Narrowing his eyes, he listened intently. After a brief moment, a smirk tugged at his lips. "How intriguing. Someone wishes to follow me." Rosen murmured, "If you wish to pursue, then let us engage in a little game." With that, his figure vanished in an instant. The Marines who had intended to follow him were left bewildered, searching for any trace of Rosen, yet finding nothing. Truly a formidable individual, having faced the likes of the Golden Lion, Wald. Someone muttered, "Indeed. This fellow possesses far greater strength than we had anticipated." "Humph, merely a braggart. What makes him so formidable?" A young Marine retorted coldly. "You silence." The individual beside him rebuked sharply, stating that anyone capable of contending with such figures must possess combat capabilities equivalent to at least that of a fleet. "Do you comprehend the caliber of such a person?" "TCH, I don't believe it," scoffed the young Marine, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Just then, a voice rang out. "What are you rascals doing behind my office?" Turning around, they were taken aback to find Rosen standing there, clad in a sharply tailored uniform with red armbands, exuding an aura of utmost seriousness. The Marines fell silent, stammering, "Report, Major General, we. Rosen chuckled softly, having overheard your recent conversation. "What brings you lot here, with nothing better to do?" "You heard us?" inquired one of the bolder Marines, cautiously testing the waters. "Indeed, I did," Rosen replied with a shrug. "Why not join me for some practice?" The group of Marines exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of this unexpected turn. They had come to surveil. Yet now he was inviting them to engage directly in a contest? "Well, we do have training assignments," one of the slightly braver individuals hastily offered as an excuse. "Not a problem at all. It won't hinder your progress. What if you've improved?" Rosen remarked with a playful smile, as his words hung in the air. Several audacious Marines exchanged knowing looks before launching themselves at Rosen with fervor. Rosen's martial prowess is truly exceptional. He effortlessly tackled the few Marines, swiftly incapacitating 3 of them, leaving the remaining 2 trembling in fear. "You have lost. Now I can arrange for you to train with me," Rosen stated nonchalantly. "If you perform well this time, I shall refrain from punishing you." "Why yes, absolutely," the Marines hastily agreed, fully aware that incurring Rosen's wrath would be quite severe indeed. In the training ground, Rosen stood there holding a wooden stick. "How do you intend to confront me?" he inquired of the Marines. The group of Marines paused momentarily before scattering in a frenzy. "Oh, don't run away," Rosen exclaimed, feigning surprise. "Why are you all fleeing? What does this mean? Are you conceding?" Suddenly, one individual lunged at him from the side, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Rosen. Rosen felt a sudden gust of wind sweep past his right side, prompting him to raise his hand to shield against the assault. "Ah, quite impressive," he mused, raising an eyebrow. "Who might be the master that taught you the art of the shave?" This group feigned retreat, yet their true intention was a sneak attack. However, they did not anticipate Rosen's astonishing reflexes. They scarcely grazed his attire. "Nevertheless, this trick is futile against me," Rosen sneered, and with a swift motion, delivered a powerful kick that struck one of the attackers. Thud! The assailant was sent flying, but fortunately, Rosen tempered his strength, allowing the individual to land gently on the ground. Chapter 29. Intensive training, you all have a long way to go. Rosen scoffed. Another challenger surged forward, this one the brother of the unfortunate soul from before. The two siblings had always excelled at ambush tactics, yet they were unprepared for Rosen's extraordinary speed. Rosen wore a smile at the corners of his lips, his eyes fixed intently on the footsteps of that individual. Bang! Ah! With a swift sidekick, Rosen sent the man crashing to the ground. How about that move? I concede that you possess greater skill than I do. Yet let us not forget the advantage of our numbers. Together, I refuse to believe we cannot prevail against you. The man struggled to rise, while the others gathered closely around. Rosen shrugged his shoulders and said, "Come on, let's do this together." Rosen assumed a formidable stance, poised for the onslaught of the group. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Mere seconds later, apart from the two lamenting on the ground, the remaining three collapsed, clutching their abdomens and wailing in agony, their plight truly tragic. Are you serious? A smile played upon Rosen's lips. The five exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Rosen crouched down, lit a cigarette, and slowly inhaled before exhaling a ring of smoke. Do you know what I was just contemplating? He asked, to which the crowd shook their heads. I was reflecting on your collaborative abilities, which possess some merit, yet your fundamental strength remains woefully inadequate. Rosen sighed. The faces of the group flushed crimson, yet they found themselves unable to counter his words. After all, he spoke the undeniable truth. Very well, from now on, you must train diligently. Otherwise, when your brothers fall before you, will you be content to remain powerless for vengeance? Rosen stood, brushed off his trousers, and declared, "It's time for me to leave. You ought to devote yourselves to training." The five supported one another as they departed, leaving behind a scene of utter disarray. That fellow is truly formidable, one murmured. What can we do when our skills pale in comparison? Regardless, we must strive to improve. Rosen, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazed at the retreating figures of the Marines, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. A few days later, Major Ludwig gently tapped on Rosen's door. At that moment, Rosen was seated at his table, indulging in breakfast. "Major Ludwig, have you come to see me?" he inquired. "Indeed, I bring you the training report you requested," Ludwig replied, handing the document to Rosen. He accepted it and casually leafed through the pages, noting that the contents indeed held some valuable insights. However, it was evident that their standards fell significantly short of those at headquarters. Rosen set the documents aside and addressed Ludwig, stating, "Here is my newly drafted training plan. I urge you and your staff to study it thoroughly." With that, Rosen handed the folder to Ludwig. Ludwig received it and scrutinized the contents. After a considerable pause, he looked up, noting that the plan was remarkably comprehensive. If executed, it would undoubtedly enhance the combat capabilities of the soldiers. However, there was a caveat. The issue of discipline arose. Adhering to this training regimen would likely prove challenging for these men in terms of following orders. Ludwig furrowed his brow as he spoke. "I have considered this aspect as well," Rosen replied, stroking his chin. "Nonetheless, I believe they require an opportunity to cultivate their discipline, starting with their beds, attire, and formations. If they cannot achieve this, then we should not waste our time." "Understood," Ludwig nodded. "I will convey this to the others." "Thank you for your efforts," Rosen acknowledged. "It is my duty. I shall take my leave now." "Very well," Rosen responded. At the training ground, the Marines stood at attention, their bodies trembling from fatigue. Yet none displayed a willingness to falter. "Not enough effort." Rosen barked coldly. "You are on the verge of gasping for breath. Yet do you wish for me to assist you in expelling the phlegm from your lungs? Is standing at attention truly so difficult?" Rosen's voice intensified suddenly. "Stand tall. At attention, and take a breather." The Marines gasped for air, their chests heaving dramatically. "You should be utterly ashamed of yourselves," Rosen bellowed. "Let me be clear. If you cannot even maintain a proper military stance, then you might as well return home and tend to the fields." At the sound of Rosen's furious shout, nearly everyone shuddered in fear, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. "I warn you, if you do not exert yourselves, do not expect me to show mercy next week," Rosen stated coldly. "Do not think for a moment that I am deceiving you. I will make you endure a suffering beyond your imagination. You will come to understand the bitterness of a shattered spirit and the wounds that scatter the ground." Upon hearing Rosen's words, the group of Marines could not help but shudder. Images of Rosen wielding tyranny over them filled their minds. "Now we must undergo rigorous training. Do not presume that we are merely playing a game. You are racing against your very lives. Should you falter, I assure you, death awaits." Rosen intoned gravely. "Your adversaries are the pirates of the New World. They will annihilate your kin and dishonor your wives and daughters. if you cannot even stand firm? How can you speak of vengeance? After uttering this, a flush crept across Rosen's face. He found his own words repugnant. Let us consider that I never spoke those words. Understood? Understood, they replied. Very good. Now, take a moment to rest. Chapter 30. Moria. Not long after this training commenced, the G5 base was pierced by a chilling alarm. Pirates sighted on nearby islands. Pirates sighted on nearby islands. The announcement blared across all channels, enveloping the base in a tense and solemn atmosphere. Upon hearing the broadcast, soldiers rushed from their dormitories and training grounds to open areas, awaiting orders from the base. All personnel, prepare for battle. The warship will depart the base in 5 minutes. Rosen furrowed his brows as he approached the entrance of the base. Just a few steps outside, he was halted by his aide. Your Excellency, based on the flag and the characteristics of the pirate vessel, it appears to be the Maria pirate crew. Rosen halted his steps and turned back to inquire. Are you certain? The lieutenant nodded. It has been confirmed. It is indeed a vessel of the Maria pirates. Rosen wore an unusual expression. How did they manage to escape to our vicinity? The adjutant replied with a bitter smile. It's unclear. Upon boarding the warship, Rosen settled into a deck chair, resting his hand on the railing as he gazed contemplatively at the distant sea. At this moment, Moria was quite young, considered a promising figure. Yet this did not preclude him from becoming an extraordinary individual decades later, one even capable of challenging the formidable Luffy. After all, he was a force to be reckoned with, rivaling Kaido at this time. The target has been locked in and is approaching. Suddenly, the announcement echoed through the speakers, prompting Rosen to turn slightly. Indeed, a massive sailing vessel soon came into view. How dare they encroach upon our territory? Destroy that ship, by all that is holy. It truly is the Moria pirates. The soldiers buzzed with excitement, some even cracking their knuckles in eager anticipation, clearly brimming with confidence in their formidable strength. Rosen raised his hand to halt the restless soldiers, gazing intently at the approaching vessels. Open fire. With the command broadcasted, shells and bullets descended upon the pirate ship like a torrential downpour. Due to poor aim, aside from a few cannonballs striking the hull, the majority veered off course. Moria let out a cold snort and commanded, "Boys, take care of them." Immediately, the cannons aboard the pirate ship retaliated against the warship. Though the two vessels were separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, the sound of the projectiles slicing through the air was exceptionally jarring, as if they were exploding right beside one's ear. Despite the formidable power of the cannonballs, most fell harmlessly into the sea, sending up splashes of water. Was this the prelude to a boarding battle? Rosen raised an eyebrow, and upon spotting Moria through the telescope, his expression darkened instantly. Everyone took heed, immediately entering a state of combat readiness to face the impending confrontation. Moria's actions were nothing short of a blatant affront, and Rosen could hardly contain his indignation, promptly instructing his crew to prepare for battle. However, unbeknownst to Moria, Rosen's heart was already brimming with delight at this moment. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a blade of energy that shattered the incoming cannonball midair, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since he had delivered himself so readily, he could scarcely be blamed for his lack of civility. With that, Rosen leaped onto Moria's pirate ship, his right leg crashing heavily onto the deck. The resounding impact startled Moria, and before he could react, he was struck forcefully, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. With a chilling smile, Rosen slowly approached Moria, wielding his knife, intent on eliminating him. Upon hearing this, Moria's subordinates surged forward in unison, plunging the entire ship into chaos. Bang! Rosen executed a swift whip kick that struck the neck of the foremost male pirate, who let out a piercing scream before collapsing limply to the ground, blood cascading down from his forehead. Rosen squinted his eyes and hissed, "Get lost, you scoundrel." His voice dripped with palpable menace, causing the surrounding pirates to instinctively take a step back. Meanwhile, Moria had already risen to his feet, a sinister expression etched upon his face, revealing a flicker of anger. "You dare to harm my subordinate?" Rosen defiantly lifted his chin and retorted, "Who do you think you are, fool? You're courting death." Moria's eyes widened in disbelief as he tightened his grip on his weapon and swung it fiercely towards Rosen. Rosen stood his ground, unflinching, as he deftly parried Moria's assault with his blade. Subsequently, he executed a graceful spin to evade another strike aimed at his flank, countering with a swift whip of his leg. Moria, grimacing in pain, clutched his waist and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a sharp dagger launched a stealthy attack from behind. Without turning back, Rosen swiftly seized the wrist of the individual wielding the dagger. Then, with a deft twist, he snapped it with a resounding crack. What business do you have interfering? Rosen's tone was exceedingly high, causing a faint pain in the eardrums of those nearby. Truly, he is worthy of being the base commander. The Marines behind him applauded enthusiastically, their expressions toward Moria growing increasingly disdainful. Rosen released his grip, and the unfortunate pirate collapsed to the ground, clutching his wrist and wailing in agony. Useless, Rosen remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at him. The pirate instantly fell silent, too afraid to utter another word, bowing his head in submission. Meanwhile, Moria struggled to rise, glaring at Rosen with gritted teeth. Do not underestimate me, Marine, Moria declared icily. Behold my zombies. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth, and a multitude of zombies materialized around him. Simultaneously, his voice echoed ominously from all directions. He. Do you think your pitiful tricks can possibly contend with me? Rosen scoffed. Chapter 31. A New Beginning. What do you know? Moria bellowed. My zombies are invincible. You are no match for me. Moria's figure flickered erratically around Rosen, making it nearly impossible for him to discern his location. However, in the next instant, Rosen felt a sudden chill at his back as a shadow lunged at him from behind. Bang! Rosen was knocked to the side, yet quickly rose to his feet. Come on, pirates, continue. Moria's eyes widened, his face instantly flushed with anger. You scoundrel, how dare you underestimate me? Rosen shrugged. No, I do not underestimate you. Can't you tell? Moria's face turned ashen as he shouted, Shadow Corner Spear. In the next moment, a spear materialized out of thin air, and Moria hurled it fiercely towards Rosen. Rosen's pupils constricted momentarily as he wielded his blade, cleaving the spear into two segments. Yet, the force contained within the spear still struck him with considerable impact. Thud. A mouthful of blood erupted from Rosen, wiping the crimson stain from the corner of his mouth. He mused, TSK, this fellow. Rosen furrowed his brow. He had indeed underestimated Moria, not anticipating the astonishing lethality of this entity. Moria sneered, little brat. Your demise is inevitable. The expression on Rosen's face was peculiar. Did you misunderstand something? Moria disregarded Rosen, his arm muscles suddenly bulging as he charged at Rosen with a frenzied intensity, akin to a surge of adrenaline. The clash between the colossal blade and the scissors produced a jarring sound of metal striking metal. Moria's strength was extraordinary. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have faltered, but he was Rosen. With a resounding clang, the scissors in Moria's grasp were sent flying. How could this be? Moria was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Impossible? Rosen scoffed. Not only are you weak, but your zombies are also rather unimpressive. It baffles me why you pirates have an affinity for such bizarre contraptions. Moria, unusually enraged, shouted, Shut your mouth. Oh, are you embarrassed? Rosen chuckled mockingly. You lot are nothing but refuse. Drawing upon the essence of his swordsmanship, Rosen declared, one sword style, moon slash. A glint of icy determination flashed in his eyes as he struck at Moria. Moria hurriedly attempted to defend himself, yet his body was sent hurtling sideways. With a sharp sound, Rosen's blade, Zulu, cleaved through the face of the zombie that stood before Moria, blood splattering forth. Moria grunted, collapsing to the ground. Moria stared at Rosen, his eyes wide in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the fact that he had been so easily struck down. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Then allow me to continue my assault, Rosen said with a smile. Moria swallowed hard, trembling as he rose to his feet, seizing the fallen giant's scissors, and charged once more, consumed by a singular thought, to annihilate Rosen. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted, and suddenly Moria's vision darkened, as his blood surged. He couldn't suppress a spurt of blood from his mouth. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips, a profound sense of defeat swelling within him. Moria's strength was undoubtedly formidable, yet he was overshadowed by Rosen's overwhelming presence. Hey, you fools, don't you know to save me? Moria yelled in exasperation from the ground. The pirates exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Boss, we can't defeat him. Fortunately for Moria, he had summoned a substantial number of zombies. Even in his wounded state, he could still command them to fight. Tear him apart, Moria bellowed. Upon receiving the command, the zombies lunged at Rosen without hesitation. Devoid of sensation, these zombies feared not death, charging forward relentlessly, even as Rosen severed their limbs. Rosen could not help but raise an eyebrow. These zombies were indeed rather intriguing. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Rosen's eyes as he employed his swordsmanship, one sword style, flying snow, and withered blossoms. Accompanied by the resonating sound of the blade, a flurry of snowflakes danced into the air, swiftly annihilating all the zombies summoned by Moria. The swirling snowflakes encircled Moria, causing his pupils to constrict. "Captain!" The surrounding pirates cried out anxiously. Moria glared at Rosen with gritted teeth, his fist clenched. "You bastard." He abruptly swung his arm, unleashing a fierce gust that scattered the snowflakes. Moria, however, was left in disarray, his garments tattered beyond recognition. "Heh, it seems you are not as formidable as I imagined." Rosen scoffed, lightly tapping his toes to swiftly advance once more towards Moria. Moria reacted swiftly, raising his enormous scissors to strike at Rosen. And the two engaged in a fierce battle. Moria proved himself worthy of facing Kaido, exhibiting remarkable resilience and endurance, able to withstand considerable punishment even in such dire circumstances. However, Rosen was no ordinary opponent. His rapid and relentless strikes soon left Moria in a state of utter disarray. Terror gripped Moria as he gazed at Rosen, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within him. "Who on earth are you?" Moria inquired. Rosen retrieved his sword, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Me? I am merely a passerby." Rosen turned and took 2 steps before pausing. "Ah, make sure to apprehend them. After all, they are all pirates," he remarked. Then strode directly towards Moria. "Long-faced creature, let us see how you escape." Rosen chuckled. "Your countenance is truly dismal. Only the grand style of the underwater prison could possibly befit you." "Moria." Rosen approached Moria and gave a kick to his groin with his hard-soled shoe. "What will you do? I assume you are not accustomed to wearing iron triangle undergarments." Moria replied, "Yet, it seems you are in quite a predicament." Rosen pressed down on Moria's elongated head with force, forcing it back down. Moria opened his mouth, ready to curse, but Rosen interjected, "What's the matter? Have you lost your nerve? Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. What do you propose? Let us duel. After all, there is no escape for you. If you manage to defeat me, perhaps a chance at survival awaits you. If not, well, we shall see." Rosen's tone bore a hint of menace as he lifted his leg and pressed it against Moria's abdomen. "Well, since you're here, you might as well put on a good show. Don't just flee like before. Your silence indicates your consent. Now, let the game commence." Chapter 32 remained unchanged. Moria's eyes widened as he gazed at Rosen, incredulous at the prospect of battling such a formidable opponent. "What nonsense is this?" "Hey." Rosen frowned, fixating his gaze on Moria, visibly irritated by his demeanor. "My patience is not infinite." Moria swallowed hard, retorting, "You shouldn't underestimate others. Arise, colossal zombie." Moria sneered, invoking the shadowy mage. At Moria's command, a gigantic black zombie emerged from the ground, towering over the previous encounter, exuding a putrid stench of decay. Rosen squinted his eyes, indeed, as expected. "Humph." Moria proudly lifted his head. "Are you afraid? If it weren't for your sudden ambush, I would have dealt with you long ago. Now it is my turn." With Moria's words echoing, the black zombie abruptly leaped forward, lunging towards Rosen. Luo's son deftly sidestepped, and in an instant, the blade in his hand sliced through the air, aimed at Moria. However, before he could close the distance, he noticed a slight smirk at the corner of Moria's mouth. His gaze indifferent as he looked back at Luo's senator at the same time, Moria raised his right hand, assuming a defensive posture. How intriguing. Rosen swiftly retracted his blade and retreated, but it was too late. The zombie's speed was astonishing, and it lunged toward him. Simultaneously, Moria's eyes glimmered with an eerie purple light, drawing Rosen's gaze toward himself. The zombie let out an enraged roar, clawing its way toward Rosen with terrifying musculature. Even after being pierced in the abdomen by Rosen's blade, it continued to thrash its claws. A flurry of sword energy surged toward Moria. His pupils constricted as he dodged with agility. However, Rosen was determined not to grant him a moment's respite, pursuing relentlessly, his blade dancing through the air in a tempestuous assault on Moria. Moria's combat experience was indeed extensive. The bounty of over 300 million was no mere fluke. Despite his injuries, he managed to withstand several strikes with remarkable resilience. Noticing Rosen's attack begin to wane, Moria chuckled softly. Had a flaw finally revealed itself? He raised his right hand to deflect Rosen's assault while delivering a left hook aimed directly at Rosen's midsection. Rosen cast a scornful glance at him, stepping back with his left foot before launching a fierce knee strike. With a resounding thud, Moria was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, the zombie behind him lunged at Rosen, who swiftly pivoted to evade the attack, delivering a swift kick to the creature's face. With a sickening crunch, the zombie's skull shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Rosen turned his gaze back to Moria, who, Despite appearing unsteady on his feet, had managed to rise, gritting his teeth and suppressing any cries of pain. Rosen stepped forward, extending his right hand to firmly grasp Moria's shoulder. Indeed, quite resilient. Get lost. Moria roared, shoving him away before staggering towards the hatch. A smirk curled upon Rosen's lips. Do you truly believe you can escape? As he entered the cabin, Rosen was struck by the opulence of the interior, rivaling that of a presidential suite. The walls were adorned with an array of paintings, each a priceless work of art, and the overall arrangement exuded an air of comfort. How adept you are at indulging yourself, Rosen's voice echoed ominously throughout the room. Nevertheless, Moria dashed about, utterly disregarding his appearance. You cannot evade me. Do not waste your energy. With a resigned sigh, Rosen remarked, your attitude is unacceptable. With that, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, causing the vessel to erupt violently, sending Moria crashing to the ground. Scoundrel! Moria shouted in fury, yet he did not falter. Instead, he bolted away with even greater haste. Upon arriving at a concealed chamber, Rosen's face betrayed a hint of astonishment as he beheld the lifeless form of Longma, alongside the black blade, Xiao Shui. What a remarkable sight! Rosen tucked it away with a sigh, yet he shook his head, believing it far better to forge the black blade with his own hands. At this moment, a torrent of seawater surged into the cabin, instantly obstructing the already narrow passage. Rosen stood still, arms crossed over his chest, quietly observing, awaiting the opportune moment for escape. Moria, his countenance grim, stared at the frenzied influx of water, which soon engulfed his neck. He struggled desperately, attempting to rise to the surface, but it was utterly futile. Rosen leisurely extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips before flicking his lighter to ignite it with a sharp click. He inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke into the ocean's embrace. Moria's breathing quickened. You lunatic! He exclaimed. Rosen raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. You, a landlubber, dare to call me insane? Ha! Moria retorted. Don't blame me. I warned you that only the prison in Impel Down is suitable for you. With that, Rosen seized Moria by his elongated neck and emerged from the depths of the sea. Moria gasped for breath, violently coughing as Rosen produced handcuffs, securing Moria's wrists. Moria writhed, desperately attempting to free himself, but the sea prism's stone handcuffs were not so easily undone. Cease your struggles, Rosen remarked indifferently. Reunite with your subordinates. They must be in dire need of you. Moria's eyes widened in terror. With a resounding thud, the heavy door of the ship's makeshift prison creaked open, and Moria was unceremoniously tossed inside. Rosen settled into a chair, observing as Moria clumsily collapsed onto the floor. Moria struggled to rise, but before he could take a step, he heard Rosen's ominous words. This time, I do not intend to show mercy. Prepare yourself, Moria. Rosen's voice was deep and steady, the smoke rings he exhaled obscuring his features. A flicker of despair shone in Moria's gaze. Rosen rose to his feet and approached Moria, declaring, There is no need to kill you, but it is essential for you to experience the taste of imprisonment. It is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. What pirate would recklessly attack a warship? Have you lost your mind, Moria? Rosen stood up. The ship's defense system was entirely enclosed. Unless one could discover a means of escape, they would remain trapped here until being transported to the propulsion city. Watching Rosen depart into the distance, Moria sank despondently to the ground, his hands clenched into tight fists. Rosen sat in the cockpit, studying the nautical chart in his hands. He reported to headquarters, stating that they had captured the notorious pirate, Moria, with a bounty of 320 million. Understood. His first mate responded, standing at attention. Additionally, investigate whether there are any other pirates in the vicinity. Roger that. Rosen leaned against the back of his chair, the clock in the captain's cabin ticking rhythmically. He understood within himself that this war had not yet concluded. It was merely the beginning, and he must continue to seek suitable targets. Chapter 33. The Golden Pirate, 24 chapters revised. Amidst a vast expanse of ocean, a medium-sized merchant ship glided slowly across the water. On the deck of the vessel, a group of individuals gathered around a table adorned with a bottle of whiskey, several plates of roasted meats, and a few glasses of red wine. A man clad in a suit raised his glass, exclaiming, Cheers! The others followed suit, lifting their glasses and downing their drinks in unison. We've managed to acquire several £100 of gold recently. It's truly a windfall, remarked a man in a floral shirt with a grin. Shall we consider changing countries? Perhaps we can continue to reap profits. That's a splendid idea, the others nodded in agreement. I've heard there are numerous islands nearby. Should we explore them? Let us first find a safe place to dock, the leader frowned, If we leave hastily, it may arouse the Navy's suspicion. The man who had spoken earlier paused momentarily. I had forgotten about that, boss. At that moment, another slender young man interjected. I believe our greatest threat is not the Navy, but rather unanimous. The Golden Pirate. The leader furrowed his brow. I've heard he has also entered the New World. The young man stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given our current predicament, it's best we keep our distance. Isn't he in the Grand Line? The slender youth remained silent, casting a glance at his superior, who was also lost in contemplation. Boss. The slender young man called again. You're right. In that case, let us avoid him, the middle-aged man sighed. The slender youth breathed a sigh of relief and then inquired, where shall we go next? To the North Sea, the leader pondered for a moment. I recall hearing that a pirate named Nero Bach operates in that region. Let us seek him out for a discussion on collaboration. However, the slender youth hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts. That's all right, the middle-aged man reassured him, patting his shoulder. With him around, I feel secure. Meanwhile, aboard the warship escorting Moria, he was shackled by iron chains, sprawled on the deck, trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing his dismal state, Rosen chuckled. It seems your resolve is not as formidable as I had presumed. You torment me day after day. Are you not afraid of retribution? Moria glared at him fiercely. I fear not. You are a notoriously wicked pirate. Besides, my concern lies with the guards there. What if they cannot restrain you? What if you injure them? Rosen shrugged nonchalantly. What do you think? Moria longed to rend Rosen to pieces, yet reality dictated that such an action was evidently impossible. Just then, a sailor rushed over. Reporting, Commander. The headquarters transponder snail is calling. Rosen furrowed his brow slightly, impatiently waving his hand in acknowledgement. The Marine nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something and halted in his tracks. Commander, there is one more matter. What is it? Rosen inquired with a hint of perplexity in his gaze. Well, it has just come to our attention that the notorious Golden Pirate, Unanimous, has arrived in the New World, the Marine reported hastily before dashing away. Rosen stood in place, momentarily dazed, before regaining his composure. A cold smile crept across his lips as he murmured, went on. How fortuitous. At the New World, the Navy headquarters faced a disheartening setback in their recent mission, suffering substantial losses and requesting reinforcements. Upon receiving the report relayed by the transponder snail, Sengoku's expression darkened considerably. Who is the nearest unit? He inquired. It is Rosen, Akaina replied matter-of-factly. Rosen? Sengoku exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and gritted his teeth, instructing, immediately inform Rosen to intercept that Wenon character. Understood. After disconnecting the call, Sengoku rubbed his temples. His gaze fixated on the document strewn across the desk, unable to find solace. Hello, this is Akainu. What is the matter? Rosen yawned, rising from his bed. Admiral Sengoku has requested that you intercept Wenon, Akaina stated plainly. Wenon? Rosen raised an eyebrow. Ah, my fleet is less than 40 nautical miles from him. It won't be long before I capture him. The credit will belong to our unit. Suit yourself, Akaina huffed. But should you fail, do not blame me for not warning you. Oh, what do you mean by that? Rosen asked with a grin. Akaina shot him a glance. You are far too merciful. Merciful? Rosen shook his head. I do not believe such a quality resides within me. Do not misunderstand. I am not implying that you lack the capacity for slaughter. Akainu replied. Rosen shrugged. What I refer to as mercy is the notion that one does not need to annihilate their enemies entirely. Merely imprisoning them suffices. Akainu paused, processing the thought. Are you suggesting that Moria, whom I have captured and am currently torturing, will be the same fate for Wenon once I seize him? Rosen lazily stretched. In any case, I will ensure my own safety. After ending the communication device, Rosen strode to the foredeck, rallying his comrades. Brothers, we have a new target, Wenon. Let us annihilate them. The soldiers erupted in exuberant cheers, with wolves traversing 1,000 miles for meat and dogs traversing 1,000 miles for heads. Rosen grinned. We are a pack of wolves. We shall dominate these pirates. The soldiers howled in unison. Hearing the commotion outside, Moria shuddered, bewildered by their antics. Chapter 34. Wenon wears the gold. A man toyed with the wine glass in his hand, eyeing the man lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. I truly do not know about the gold. Please, spare me. I beg you. I genuinely do not know. The man pleaded desperately. Huh? Do you think I would believe you? The man scoffed, placing his glass upon the table and grasped the grip of the gun at his waist. Demanding I reveal the location of the gold, suggesting that perhaps I might be spared my life. The remaining gold is celestial. It was transported yesterday, the man hastily replied. Then it seems we have made this journey in vain. The man narrowed his eyes. He rose, drawing his handgun and aiming it at the man sprawled on the ground. In that case, you must meet your end. A series of gunshots echoed, and the man fell, eyes wide, into a pool of blood. The shooter holstered his weapon and turned to his companions, stating, "We should depart. This was a fruitless endeavor." Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to leave, a colossal warship sailed by not far off, its flag fluttering prominently at the stern. The man halted, his expression darkening. "The leader of Unanimous, the Navy, it's the Navy." A panicked voice cried out. "Damn it, it's the Navy again." Unanimous ground his teeth, fists clenched, exclaiming, "These relentless wretches. Move out." Meanwhile, aboard the G5 warship, Rosen observed the pirate fleet and their comrades near the shore, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It appears they have discovered our presence," he chuckled, preparing for the landing operation. Indeed, Rosen stood upon the foredeck, raising his right hand. In an instant, a barrage of cannon fire shattered the tranquility of the sea. Shells sliced through the water, hurtling towards the pirate fleet. Those of lesser strength were caught off guard, meeting a grim fate amidst the onslaught. "Do not let them escape aboard," Rosen commanded. The thunderous booms of cannonballs erupted around the pirate ships, sending many fleeing marauders flying as they attempted to seize a vessel for their escape. "Retreat. Take refuge within the island. Quickly," Yunan shouted. Upon hearing his words, some began to flee while others surged towards the island. Yet, a greater number chose to attempt their escape by commandeering a ship, for none wished to await their demise. "All of you, follow me." Rosen leaped with vigor, landing squarely on the deck of a pirate ship, surveying the pirates from his elevated position. "Navy, vacate our vessel at once." The pirates shouted. "Vacate." Rosen scoffed, his fist enveloped in the formidable aura of armament Haki, and he struck down with ferocity. Bang! One pirate was sent hurtling 10 meters away, blood gushing forth in a torrential spray. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosen unsheathed his sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that swept across the surroundings. Every pirate that dared to approach him was reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Despite their desperate attempts to flee, the pirates found themselves unable to escape under Rosen's relentless pursuit, helplessly watching as they and their comrades were annihilated. In a mere span of 5 or 6 seconds, over half of the pirates had perished, while the remaining ones, in a state of sheer panic, retreated into the depths of the island. The Navy swiftly landed and swiftly took control of all the pirate vessels. Rosen gazed upon the pirates brandishing a white flag, nodding in satisfaction. "Well done, you have performed admirably. The next task is entrusted to you." Indeed, Rosen turned and returned to the cabin. "Moria, how are you faring?" he inquired. Coughing, Moria struggled to rise. "What do you want?" "Nothing much, simply that you will soon have company, Golden Pirate Unanimous," Rosen replied with a smile. "Rest assured, it will not be long before you see them." Rosen returned to the port accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, his face illuminating with satisfaction as he beheld the mountainous pile of goods before him. Truly, he was a pirate who had seized a third of the gold. Indeed, it was a substantial bounty. "Bring me the Din Din Mushi," he commanded. At the Navy headquarters, he reported, "Admiral Kong, we have successfully besieged Unanimous on Charles Island." "Excellent." The Admiral replied, "I shall immediately dispatch warships for support." "Thank you, but I can handle them myself." "Do not be foolish," Admiral Kong admonished fiercely. "I will not tolerate any mistakes. Do you understand?" "Yes. I also do not wish to hear any news of your failure in this mission, otherwise you should be aware of the consequences." I understand. I will be cautious." Rosen was taken aback, unprepared for the Admiral's fiery temperament. "I will send Sakazuki to assist you, and you must ascertain the exact location of the gold he has plundered. Remember, at all costs." "Understood." Rosen hung up the phone, gazing at the distant town engulfed in flames, letting out a sigh. "These pirates truly have gone too far. Commander, you all take care of the supplies and the port first." Rosen lit a cigarette and took a drag. "As for that old pirate, Unanimous, I'll handle him myself." "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, within the confines of Charles Island, Unanimous was gathered with several crew members, deliberating their strategy. "It seems this group of Navy is coming for us," one crew member whispered. "Humph. So what if they are the Navy?" Unanimous scoffed. "While I may not be able to take on the entire Navy, dealing with these few is well within my capabilities." Unanimous stood up. "Let us lay an ambush and strike when they attack." "Excellent idea." We must eliminate them all. The pirates rubbed their fists in eager anticipation. Rosen's figure emerged upon the street. As he surveyed the surrounding edifices, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. At last, he had found you, pirates. Rosen slowly advanced, step by step, towards the pirates' lair. Upon seeing Rosen, the pirates froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Rosen? Wenon furrowed his brow at the sight of him. Indeed, it is I, Rosen nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Have you contemplated how you intend to be captured by me? Humph. Wenon scoffed. Are you certain you possess the ability to seize me? Oh. A mere trial shall reveal the truth, Rosen chuckled mischievously. Wenon regarded Rosen with a smirk. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. I advise you to reconsider, Rosen replied with a smile. At this, Wenon abruptly raised his hand. His arm enveloped in the fierce aura of Haki, and struck viciously towards Rosen, declaring, Perish, Navy. Chapter 35. The capture, however, Rosen showed no intent to evade. He allowed Wenon's attack to land squarely upon him. With a dull thud, Rosen was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree trunk before finally coming to a halt. Rosen stood up nonchalantly, brushing the dust off his clothes. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, Rosen squinted his eyes, fixating on Unanimous, whose strength was quite commendable. Upon hearing Rosen's words, Unanimous' expression shifted slightly. Rosen's lips curled slightly, revealing a cryptic smile. He then extended his right hand, unsheathing the blade from his waist, and slowly approached Unanimous. Wait. Who exactly are you? Unanimous asked, his expression somber as an unsettling feeling began to rise within him. Rosen shrugged his shoulders, offering no response to Unanimous, and instead approached him directly. Unanimous' pupils constricted as he swiftly summoned his domineering aura, enveloping his fist. The surrounding pirates, sensing the tension, hastily retreated. With a powerful push from his foot, Unanimous soared into the air, delivering a fierce punch towards Rosen, the air crackling with a sonic boom. Ah! How violently amusing, Rosen mused, but alas, you are up against me. He gently shook his head, then tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, vanishing from sight in an instant. Oh no, Unanimous thought, swiftly turning to evade the attack, but it was too late. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Rosen had materialized behind him, the blade of his knife mercilessly striking Unanimous' arm. Unanimous stifled a cry of pain, had it not been for his armed color Haki. His arm would surely have been rendered useless. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Rosen's lips. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Scoundrel. Wenon spat, turning abruptly to draw the firearm in his grasp, aiming it squarely at Rosen's forehead. Damn you. Die. With a resounding bang, the gun discharged. And an exhilaration washed over Wenon's face. He envisioned the gruesome spectacle of Rosen's brain matter splattering. Yet, the anticipated eruption of blood failed to materialize. A rigid expression settled on Wenon's visage as he glanced down in a daze, discovering a dagger embedded in his own chest, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Wenon, boss. The surrounding pirates gasped in shock, rushing towards Rosen. However, before they could reach him, Rosen wielded his blade with lethal precision, dispatching them effortlessly. What a nuisance, Rosen muttered, furrowing his brow as he turned his gaze back to Wenon. You're not cut out for this, pirate. Wenon's facial muscles twitched as he gripped the blade tightly. Taking a deep breath, he infused his sword with a surge of domineering energy and lunged fiercely at Rosen, shouting, Prepare to meet your end. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly wielded the blade in his hand, effectively countering all of Unanimous' assaults. The clash reverberated with a piercing roar as their weapons intertwined. With a resounding clang, the blades met, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated from their battleground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The ground around them fractured instantaneously, leaving behind a series of concave impressions, while some pirates, caught off guard, were thrown to the ground by the force. As the dust began to settle, the figures of Rosen and Unanimous emerged. Rosen remained firmly planted in place, his expression unchanged. In stark contrast, Unanimous was now drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly, gritting his teeth as if bearing an immense burden. Your strength is rather limited, Rosen remarked with a smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. This is the new world, not your trivial East Blue. Don't celebrate too soon. Unanimous shot a furious glare at Rosen. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Rosen thought to himself, I have numerous accomplishments to boast about. Suddenly, he lunged forward, and the blade in his hand glimmered with a dazzling light. In an instant, he swung with ferocity, unleashing a brilliant beam that cleaved through the void, striking against Unanimous' blade. The clash resounded as Unanimous' long knife shattered into pieces, the sharp edge threateningly directed at his throat. Alarmed, he instinctively recoiled. Yet it was a moment too late. The blade in Rosen's hand descended with force, piercing through Wunan's shoulder, eliciting an anguished cry as he collapsed to his knees. Rosen's right knee pressed against Unanimous' abdomen. Do not underestimate the Navy, O pirate. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Rosen's lips. Particularly towards someone like you who only knows how to bully ordinary civilians. Damn it. Unanimous' eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. Let go of me. Let go of me. I will send you to the gallows. TSK, what an utterly detestable individual. Rosen scoffed, releasing his toes. Then, with a sudden motion, he lifted his leg and delivered a brutal kick to Unanimous' abdomen. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, and a grimace of agony contorted Unanimous' face. It is you who should be sent to the gallows, you scoundrels. Unanimous curled up, clutching his stomach, the intense pain threatening to render him unconscious. Rosen gazed at him with indifference. Will you provide me with information about yourself and your other treasures? He inquired. Not a chance. Wunan gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and roared fiercely, I will not divulge any information to you. You shall never know. Ha ha. Rosen furrowed his brows, and suddenly he bent down sharply. His elbow colliding with Unanimous' chin, instantly rendering Unanimous unconscious. Rosen rose to his feet, dragging the unconscious Unanimous towards the exit. Meanwhile, the other bewildered pirates had long been encircled by furious villagers, who were engaged in a fray. Unanimous, how are you? Wake up. Boss Unanimous, please wake up. Hey, clear the way quickly. Unanimous subordinates called out anxiously, but as soon as they approached Unanimous, they found their path obstructed by Rosen's men. Rosen coughed lightly, inquiring about the situation. How much gold is there here? A naval officer reported with a hint of excitement. Good. Rosen nodded slightly if he managed to survive. He should still be alive. Yes, indeed. We are also hunting down the remaining pirates and assisting the locals in rebuilding their homes. Rosen pondered for a moment. Ah, that will suffice. Let them behave themselves. Understood. Chapter 36. Arrival at Push City. Before long, Sakazuki arrived, accompanied by numerous marines, completely surrounding the small island. Well, you certainly have quite the display here, Rosen remarked with a chuckle as he observed the armed soldiers. Sakazuki glanced at him sideways. Aren't you here to search for gold? Rosen stroked his chin, declaring that he had handled everything. Sakazuki's lips twitched slightly as he eventually remarked, You are quite confident, aren't you? Rosen chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. After observing him for a moment, Sakazuki finally continued. This batch of gold is meant to be submitted to the world government. Rosen feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh, what about these nautical charts? Does the world government not collect them? Sakazuki widened his eyes, fixating intently on Rosen. Nautical charts. Lausen chuckled, for this old rogue had pilfered a third of the world's gold. We have already seized several tons, yet the remainder is undoubtedly hidden away in some obscure location. If we were to unearth it all, one might wonder. What of the Ukrainians? Rosen curled his lip, having been confined aboard the vessel. As for the other pirates, they have either been captured by the populace or have fled, leaving the place nearly devoid of their presence. You have performed commendably. Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. Rosen rolled his eyes, deeming it necessary. Sakazuki cast a sidelong glance at him and deftly shifted the topic. When do you intend to return? Rosen turned and seated himself beside the table, retrieving a cigarette case and offering a cigarette to Sakazuki, along with a matchstick. Sakazuki shook his head, declining the gesture. Rosen shrugged, igniting a cigarette and taking a couple of puffs. Well, let us get the pirates aboard your ship. The people here are in need of us, G5. The credit can be attributed to you. Exhaling a gentle smoke ring, Rosen continued, You see, we have accomplished a great feat this time. He then tossed the nautical chart of Unanimous to Sakazuki. Here, everything is right here. I have packed the gold as well, just waiting for you to collect it. Sakazuki silently accepted the items thrown by Rosen, scrutinizing them carefully. After a deep breath, he solemnly replied, Thank you, Rosen. Rosen waved his hand dismissively, questioning, Who are we to each other? Sakazuki lowered his hat, concealing the expression on his face, and spoke slowly, although this statement may seem somewhat peculiar. I must express my gratitude. No trouble at all. Please arrange for those pirates to board. I yearn for a moment of tranquility, Rosen replied. Sakazuki nodded and swiftly departed. Once he left, Rosen leaned back in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling. He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket and chewed it leisurely. Really? Why must it all be handed over to the celestial dragons? Isn't the plundering sufficient? Aboard the warship en route to impel down, Rosen languidly rested against the railing, staring blankly at the azure sea. An unsettling premonition lingered in his mind, hinting that something significant might transpire in the future, though he could not quite grasp its nature. He merely hoped that this foreboding was nothing more than a figment of his imagination, as his current power afforded him a sense of security. As the outline of Impelled Down drew nearer, Rosen closed his eyes. Inhaling the briny scent carried by the sea breeze and savoring the sensation of the waves crashing against his skin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up at the horizon. Before him, a colossal shadow emerged from the horizon, gradually becoming distinct. This is my first time here as well. Sakazuki's voice resonated. Rosen turned around to gaze upon his icy visage. You mean this, he said, as he lightly tapped the railing. Rather than eliminate them, it would be more prudent to confine them. Sakazuki was taken aback. Why? Rosen continued. Pirates cherish their freedom, yet impelled down shackles that very liberty, imprisoning their very souls. Rosenthal paused momentarily before continuing. Isn't this undesirable? In this manner, they will eternally forfeit what they deem their dreams. Rosen gazed at the serious and solemn countenance of Sakazuki, a smile gracing his lips. All right, it is time to escort them to prison. Sakazuki nodded in agreement, turning to instruct his subordinates to bring Moria and Unanimous forth. Moria, groggily opening his eyes, caught sight of the advancing city in the distance and let out a terrified scream. The advancing city, it's you. Rosen approached Moria with an air of calm. Fear not, Mr. Moria, he gently assured. I promise I shall not harm you again. I merely require your assistance with a matter. What is it? Moria inquired. Cooperate with me in entering prison, Rosen declared, his arms outstretched. You might as well remain here for eternity. Does this not suit you far better than the outside world? Scoundrel. Moria spat furiously. That is not for you to decide. Rosen chuckled. Did I not mention that only a prison could truly match your countenance? The design of Impelled Down indeed seems tailor-made for you. Moria glared at Rosen. There is no need for that look. Rosen waved dismissively at the surrounding guards, signaling them to take him away. I have no desire to squander words with you. The gates of Impelled Down creaked open, sunlight spilling into the dim corridor, causing both Moria and Unanimous to involuntarily shudder. A throng of guards surged into the narrow passage, escorting them towards their cells. Moria struggled and shouted, while Unanimous remained silent, his head bowed. Thank you for your hard work, Magellan coughed discreetly. While Sakazuki nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It is only fitting, Rosen replied with a grin. Having witnessed the safe arrival of the prisoners at Impelled Down, Rosen exhaled in relief. Sakazuki nodded in agreement before commanding, return to headquarters. Chapter 37, The Nine-Tailed Fox, Katarina Devon Naval Headquarters. Report, Marshal, Sakazuki saluted as he delivered his briefing. The pirates have been dispatched to Impelled Down, and the gold along with the navigation charts has been retrieved. Steelbone Kong nodded. Well done, everyone. Rosen stood behind him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing an expression of knowing. Steelbone cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd, ultimately resting his gaze upon Rosen. Rosen's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ponder whether he was to be interrogated. Major General Rosen, Steelbone Kong spoke. Indeed, in light of your accomplishments during this period, you have been promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General. I hope you will continue your diligent efforts. The steady tone of Steelbone Kong relieved Rosen, who slightly bowed and replied, Thank you, Marshal. Steelbone Kong pursed his lips and continued, Sakazuki. Due to your and Borsellino's recent performances, you have both been granted the rank of Rear Admiral. I trust you will strive for further excellence. Yes. Sakazuki straightened his back and responded. Well then, since the mission has concluded, you are all dismissed. What do you think, Sakazuki? Rosen inquired with a smile. That's enough. Sakazuki replied coolly. You may return now. A promotion is not necessarily a blessing. Rosen clicked his tongue and remarked, Be cautious around Borsellino lately, all right? You need not concern yourself with that. Rosen pursed his lips, silencing himself as he turned to walk in the opposite direction. After taking just a few steps, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Wait a moment. Rosen halted his steps, turning back in confusion. Is there something else? Sakazuki hesitated for a moment, ultimately waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Rosen raised an eyebrow, observing the retreating figure before him, a sigh escaping his lips. For it was indeed the man's character at play. By the time Rosen returned to the G5 fortress, it was already midnight. The night had fallen. Yet the fortress remained ablaze with light, countless soldiers patrolling with heightened vigilance, seemingly more rigorous than usual. Who goes there? As Rosen's warship approached, the loudspeaker blared to life. Rosen. He seized the ship's megaphone and called out. Major General Rosen. The incredulous exclamations echoed back through the speaker. What is happening? What has occurred? Upon his arrival at the fortress, Rosen furrowed his brow and inquired. It is the nine-tailed fox, Katarina Dopping. Katarina Dopping? She had disguised herself as a distressed civilian and subsequently launched a surprise attack on our warship. At this revelation, Rosen narrowed his eyes. The nine-tailed fox, Katarina Dopping, was one of the few formidable female pirates. She had once masqueraded as a man to serve in the army of a certain kingdom. But due to rampant corruption within the ranks, she grew increasingly impatient during her time in that decaying military. After a fierce battle with pirates, she betrayed her comrades and fled, eventually becoming a pirate herself. Years later, she had infiltrated the harbor near the northern islands, establishing her own dominion. This woman was exceptionally astute, particularly adept at disguise and deception, and exceedingly perilous. Once she set her sights on a target, escaping her grasp was no trivial matter. Do we have any leads on her whereabouts? Not at the moment, but it is said she is heading towards Punk Hazard Island. Punk Hazard Island? Rosen chuckled softly. Leave it to me. Commander, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall apprehend her, Rosen replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Such a delectable prey is not one I could ever afford to let slip away. But there are no buts. Rosen interrupted the individual, stating, I shall personally proceed towards the direction of Punkarsa Island to apprehend Diping. Remember to bring along the Haishang stone weapons. Yes. Rosen gazed indifferently at the nautical charts within the ship's operations room, tracing the route of her escape with a furrowed brow. What a troublesome woman, he murmured, his fingers drumming on the table. Soon, the staff of the base hurried over, and Rosen composed his expression, adopting a demeanor of icy resolve. Ladies and gentlemen, he surveyed the room. We find ourselves faced with a rather formidable adversary. Rosen unfurled the nautical chart. According to the latest intelligence, Dapeng was advancing towards Punk Hazard Island. However, given her devil fruit abilities, it was certain that she would head towards towns with a significant population. Therefore, we must enlist the assistance of the nearby naval bases and the government to facilitate her capture. Understood. Several officers responded in unison. Rosen nodded, her gaze sweeping slowly over the assembly of senior officials. Let us refrain from dispersing. She is neither Molian nor unanimous, but her cunning far exceeds our expectations. We must unite our strength to capture her. Understood. Let us proceed. Rosen waved his hand, and the crowd swiftly dispersed, leaving him alone in the room. Hello. Is this Master Zephyr? He inquired. What is it, kid? Zephyr responded. I request the assistance of all naval forces in the allied nations of the world government within a radius of 500 nautical miles centered around Punk Hazard to apprehend Katarina Devon. Is it her? Zephyr exhaled a puff of smoke, asking, when was her trail discovered? It was when I returned. I see, I understand. Zephyr's voice sounded heavy. I will contact them. You must also ensure your safety. I will, Rosen replied. After hanging up the call, he gazed out at the pitch-black night, took a deep breath, and then closed his eyes. The following morning, when Rosen awoke, naval soldiers were already waiting at the door with his toiletries. Base commander, breakfast is ready. Do you require hot water? Rosen rubbed his temples. No need. He gazed at the distant island, pondering, what lies there? Pengsaha Island. Rosen nodded and stepped out of the cabin, the refreshing sea breeze that greeted him eliciting a soft groan. Notify me immediately upon receiving any intelligence, Rosen stated indifferently. Understood. After dinner, Rosen stood on the deck, quietly gazing at the distant horizon until dawn broke and the sun ascended. This woman is indeed formidable, he murmured, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the information in his hand, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Although he was not well acquainted with the capabilities of Katarina Dupont, her audacity to infiltrate the encirclement of numerous naval forces alone and emerge unscathed was substantial proof of her prowess. To deal with someone like her, one must act swiftly. Rosen muttered to himself. Since I have decided to take action, I shall not hesitate. I will eliminate her decisively. As he gazed at the shimmering surface of the sea, an enigmatic smile crept across Rosen's face. Let me see your strength, Katarina Dupont. He slowly pronounced her name. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 38. The operation commences soon. According to reports from the world government's espionage organization and intelligence personnel, Katarina Dupont had been sighted on the Jersen Islands. Have they clashed? Rosen furrowed his brow. She indeed appeared on the Jersen Islands and engaged in combat with one of our forces, but she is cunning. Before long, she slipped away amidst the chaos. We attempted to trace her whereabouts, but she changed her disguise multiple times during her escape, and thus we could not ascertain her precise location. Let us proceed to the Jersen Islands, Rosen declared. I wish to see if Dupont is truly as formidable as they say. At this moment, Katerina Dupont had distanced herself from the port where she had docked earlier, stealthily weaving through the woods, with the Navy having blockaded the entire port and seized her vessel. She had no choice but to lie low and wait for the storm to pass. Around the dock, several warships circled the area. "You lot are insufferable," shouted an irate villager. "Look at the mess you've caused." "Silence." A soldier stationed at the dock barked. "What do you know? She is the most notorious female pirate in the world, Katerina Dupont." "I care not who she is," another villager retorted loudly, "but you have destroyed my home." "That is not our concern. We are merely following orders," the soldier replied. "If you have grievances, feel free to lodge a complaint." Hearing the soldier's words, the villagers angrily walked away. At that moment, Weasel and Stalaberry were present. "What do you think?" Weasel inquired. "I believe we should seal off this area and control the dock," Stalaberry suggested. "I concur," Weasel nodded in agreement. "Furthermore, Katerina Dupont should still be trapped on the Jersen Islands. We have no other course of action." As the two deliberated on how to thwart Katerina Dupont, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside, suggesting a dispute was unfolding. "What is happening?" The Weasel inquired of the soldiers nearby. "It is the villagers from the island." Rosenthal was immediately overwhelmed, as it was evident that addressing the multitude of complaints from the villagers would not be a simple task. "You must compensate us." "Indeed. You have destroyed our home," several villagers shouted, quickly garnering the agreement of others. With a resigned sigh, Rosen declared, "Rest assured, we shall take responsibility for any losses you have incurred, but I must insist on silence. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to resort to force, I assure you." Upon hearing his words, the villagers fell silent. "First and foremost, let me clarify that our objective is to apprehend Katerina Dupont. As for you, we mean you no harm." Rosen continued, "And I also require your cooperation." "Humph, don't think your good looks can deceive us," the villagers retorted in a cacophony of voices. Rosen raised his hand to calm them. "Very well, if you insist, I am left with no alternative. However, I earnestly hope you will place your trust in us. After all, we do not wish for you to be entangled in this matter." He persisted, "We now need your assistance in our endeavors. Will you oblige?" Despite Rosen's earnest tone, the villagers remained skeptical, as their previous impressions of the Navy were far from favorable. At that moment, Weasel and Stalaberry emerged from the tent, surveying the villagers. "Greetings," Stalaberry addressed them. "Do you have any concerns?" One elder hesitated before inquiring, "Can you truly capture Katerina Dupont?" "We are absolutely capable of apprehending her." Rosen replied with a confident grin, "Just wait and see." The elder pressed on, "What shall we do then?" "Simply follow us, and we will instruct you on the next steps," Rosen responded, beckoning a nearby soldier. "Please assist in arranging these villagers." "Very well, Your Excellency," the soldier promptly replied. "Rest assured, this task is in capable hands." Rosen turned to face the Weasel and Stalaberry, suggesting, "Let us deliberate and explore the best approach to manage this situation." Rosen gazed at the two individuals before him, pondering the situation. They had discovered her whereabouts, leading to this chaotic scene at the dock. With a resigned sigh, Rosen decided to set aside the matter for the moment. "What are your plans?" "Major General Sakazuki will arrive to assist us in capturing her," Stalaberg replied. "Our intention is to seal off the port to prevent her escape." After a moment of careful consideration, Rosen nodded. "Then let us proceed with that course of action. Rest assured, with my presence, we shall not fail to apprehend her." Rosen's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smirk. "Allow me to personally take her into custody." "Indeed." Major General Rosen. On the vast sea, Sakazuki took the phone bug, his deep voice resonating. "What is the situation?" "Major General Rosen has arrived." A Weasel replied with a wry smile. "Moreover, he has already commenced his actions." "Oh, his speed is remarkable," Sakazuki expressed with surprise. "Indeed. He has charged straight into the town," the Weasel continued with a bittersweet smile. "This works to our advantage, saving us from wasting too much time." After a brief silence, Sakazuki added, "I shall be there shortly." "Understood." Upon hanging up the phone bug, Sakazuki remained seated in the cabin, his expression peculiar. Truly, Rosen lives up to his reputation. Chapter 39. The confrontation. Meanwhile, in the dock area, Rosen, accompanied by 50 men, disembarked and employed his observation Haki to seek the whereabouts of Katerina Dupont. Yet he could not uncover a trace of her presence. "Excuse me, where are the government troops?" he inquired. A soldier responded, "They have cordoned off the forest, utilizing military dogs to search for that woman." Is that so? Rosen remarked, furrowing his brow. I see. Within a forest, Katerina Dupont lifted her gaze, only to witness a man descending from the sky. You are Katerina Dupont, he stated, his tone direct. Indeed, she replied, regarding him with caution. Greetings, Katerina Dupont. Rosen said with a sly grin. A naval officer? Katerina Dupont swiftly deduced. To be precise, I am the base commander of Fortress G5, Rosen responded, his demeanor jovial. I represent our navy to extend an invitation for you to visit Push City. Katerina Dupont scrutinized Rosen intently, and after a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter. I see. It is you, Admiral Rosen, she said with a smile. Indeed, Rosen nodded in affirmation. You do not intend to kill me, do you? Katerina Dupont whispered, her tone suggestive of her intuition. Rosen was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, not necessarily. Oh, did I misjudge? Katerina Dupont tilted her head, regarding Rosen with curiosity. No. Rosen waved his finger. It's not that I wouldn't kill you. Rather, we shall make your existence a living hell before tossing you into the Push City. Do you comprehend? Katerina Dupont raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused by Rosen's dark sense of humor. It must be said, the young Katerina Dupont was a stunning beauty. Though she appeared harmless, she was, in truth, an exceedingly perilous individual. It was precisely this enigma that piqued Rosen's interest. She was an embodiment of mystery and intrigue. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Katerina Dupont lunged at Rosen, her rapier thrusting forth, its icy glint flashing menacingly as it aimed directly at Rosen's face. The terrifying aura radiated from the dagger at his waist, clashing against Katerina Dupont's blade. Clang! Sparks erupted. Katerina Dupont was forced to retreat 3 steps. Ha! Rosen could not contain his laughter. This woman was indeed fascinating. The smile of Rosen momentarily startled Katerina Dupont, who then gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Cursed be this. Without hesitation, she lunged forward again, brandishing her rapier towards Rosen. Yet, within the brief skirmish, she quickly discerned Rosen's formidable prowess, finding it nearly impossible to even graze the hem of his garment. Gritting her teeth, Katerina stamped her feet against the ground, using the momentum to leap back and roll away from Rosen's descending blade. Just as she regained her footing, an overwhelming force bore down upon her, forcing her to prostrate herself upon the earth. What's the meaning of this? Are you merely relying on brute strength? Katerina furrowed her brow. Huh? Do you truly believe I revel in your petty tricks? Rosen retorted with a derisive chuckle, raising his blade with intent to strike Katerina. She quickly raised her sword to parry. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated, causing the ground to fracture and dust to scatter. Humph! Katerina grunted, her body trembling slightly, as if she had felt the sting of pain. It seems you are not such a formidable opponent after all, Rosen remarked with a grin, twisting his wrist to sweep his blade horizontally towards Katerina. She dared not meet the blow head-on and was compelled to retreat a few paces. In that moment, a pistol materialized in Katerina's hand as she aimed it at Rosen. Yet, he appeared to have anticipated her move, sidestepping to evade her assault. Gritting her teeth, Katerina squeezed the trigger once more. Bang! This time, the bullet grazed past Rosen's ear, embedding itself into the rock behind him, leaving a deep scar. Rosen chuckled. Is this the only trick you possess? Humph! Katerina Dupont snorted coldly and continued to fire. Bang, 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 after a rapid succession of gunshots. The chamber was empty of bullets. Yet, Katerina Dupont showed no signs of ceasing, still frantically shooting. Enough! With a thunderous roar, Rosen unleashed his formidable presence, causing Katerina Dupont to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. A streak of sword energy sliced through the air, shielded by the protective aura of armament Haki. Katerina emerged unscathed. However, the muddy ground nearby bore the marks of devastation, with a gaping chasm several meters wide emerging from the impact. Impressive indeed, Katerina remarked with a cheerful smile as she gazed at Rosen. You are far more exceptional than I had anticipated. Rosen shrugged and remarked, Do not extol my virtues, Miss Katerina Dupont. The fervor of their battle surged as their figures once again entwined, shaking the very mountains and tilting the great trees, while the surrounding flora shattered in disarray. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust that ascended into the sky. When the smoke cleared, an enormous crater, nearly 100 meters in diameter, lay starkly on the ground. Panting heavily, Katerina Dupont leaned against a tree stump, her entire being drenched. Yet Rosen pressed on relentlessly with his sword energy. It is time to conclude this, Rosen stated slowly. Indeed, it is time to conclude. Katerina Dupont replied with a faint smile. Once more, their sword energies clashed, unleashing a devastating force that swept in all directions. The gust of wind causing Katarina Dapon's garments to flutter audibly. Then, an immense and unmatched aura erupted from her being, radiating an indomitable strength. Suddenly, Katarina Dapon's body tensed, and arcs of turquoise electricity surged forth from her form, rapidly enveloping the western sword in her grasp. "My dear child, do not forget the bold proclamations you made earlier," she said with a smile, her expression abruptly transforming into a fierce snarl as violet blue currents gushed from the blade. Rosen broke into a grin, his eyes betraying a glimmer of surprise. In the next instant, a surge of violet blue lightning erupted, enveloping Katarina Dapon entirely. The crackling sound of electricity resonated vividly across the desolate wilderness. Rosen squinted his eyes, and with a swift motion, his waist knife sliced forward, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow that darted before Katarina Dapon. Gale step. Whoosh. The knife cleaved through the air, landing instantly upon Katarina Dapon. And with a soft sound, she was sent flying. Rosen did not pursue. Instead, he quietly observed Katarina Dapon rise in the distance. It was truly astonishing. Such a level of power, Katarina whispered, then lifted her gaze towards Rosen, her eyes gradually sharpening. "It seems you are indeed a worthy adversary whom I must take seriously." Upon hearing this, Rosen offered a non-committal smile. "I concede your strength, yet you must remain here." Chapter 40. The Slaying of Katarina Dapon. Katarina's expression gradually shifted to one of indifference as she fixed her gaze on Rosen, slowly articulating, "It seems there is no way to escape. Is there?" "Indeed," Rosen nodded, a chilling glint flickering in his icy eyes. "Therefore, I strongly advise you to surrender. Enough of your prattle, Navy brat." Katarina Dapon's gaze darkened. "In that case, I shall deal with you personally." Suddenly, her arm elongated, 5 slender fingers resembling claws, lunging fiercely toward Rosen's chest. Rosen's body suddenly lowered, narrowly evading the deadly strike. A deafening explosion erupted between the two, a tremendous shockwave uprooting nearby trees and cracking the ground as grains of sand cascaded down. With the aftermath of the shockwave, Katarina Dapon's rapier emitted dazzling arcs of electricity. Following this, she leaped high into the air, rapier in hand, and struck down towards Rosen with a fierce blow. Rosen similarly leaped into the air, his legs propelling him forcefully off the ground. With both hands grasping his waist knife, he swung it fiercely, causing a thunderous clash as it met the western sword. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as the two weapons intertwined, sending Katarina Dapon's figure hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the depths of the forest. Rosen stood firmly, gazing at the thicket that had been crushed, and let out a soft sigh, shaking his head. "Alas, it appears I still fall short." Despite the recent confrontation, where he had not held a decisive advantage, Rosen felt little despondency. Instead, a sense of anticipation began to stir within him. He understood that Katarina Dapon still had cards yet to play. Indeed, mere moments later, Katarina Dapon re-emerged in Rosen's line of sight, albeit looking somewhat disheveled. A charred wound marred the flesh at the base of her right thumb, and half of her cheek had become swollen and red. Yet, her gaze had grown increasingly piercing, and the aura of lethal intent surrounding her intensified. "I told you. I will prevail," Katarina Dapon scoffed with a disdainful smile. Rosen raised an eyebrow, gazing at Katarina Dapon. "Is that so? I wonder how long you can endure." Katarina Dapon offered no reply. Instead, she lunged directly towards Rosen. The distance between them closed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, their blades had already grazed each other's garments. With a sharp sound, a tearing noise resonated in Rosen's ears as Katarina Dapon's attire suddenly burst apart. Layers of fabric scattered through the air, unveiling her flawless, pearlescent skin. Rosen furrowed his brow as he observed the peculiar patterns on Katarina Dapon's skin, reminiscent of mercury, emanating a subtle luminescence. Unfazed, Katarina continued her movements. Behind her, prominent veins surged, the blood vessel swelling, vaguely resembling the shape of a fox. With a resounding thud, she forcefully stepped forward, her body suddenly leaping into the air, as her right fist struck down fiercely towards Rosen. Rosen's pupils constricted, feeling as if he were ensnared. With no means of escape, the only recourse was to parry with his dagger. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated, and an overwhelming force surged forth, causing Rosen to involuntarily grunt and retreat 2 steps. Katarina Dapon's gaze sharpened further, and she lunged forward with fierce intent. Rosen scoffed. "Is that all you've got? Fool." With a swift motion, his dagger spun, slicing through the air towards Katarina's throat. Katarina's expression shifted dramatically, she deftly evaded by a mere inch, the blade grazing her shoulder and cutting through flesh. Your reflexes are impressive. It seems your strength has significantly increased, Rosen mused. A sense of dread creeping in as he realized this encounter was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Katarina's prowess exceeded his initial estimations. Gritting her teeth, Katarina accelerated with alarming speed, wielding her rapier with ferocity. Death slash. Her voice pierced the air, imbued with an eerie quality that instilled fear. Great fire, came Sakazuki's commanding voice, and Rosen was suddenly enveloped by a wave of searing heat. Katarina's assault faltered momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, Rosen leapt away, narrowly avoiding the strike. He landed beside Sakazuki, marveling at his swiftness. Why are you everywhere? Sakazuki shot him a glance before turning his attention to Katarina. Pirate, you are doomed. Katarina's fury intensified, flames of wrath blazing in her eyes. Do you think this will defeat me? You foolish Marines. Sakazuki snorted, and molten magma erupted from his palm, transforming into a roaring beast that lunged towards Katarina. Canine Red Lotus. With a fierce cry, Katarina brought her rapier down in a powerful arc, causing the searing magma to cascade along the blade and morph into a ferocious fireball that collided violently with the raging flame beast. The ensuing explosion sent dust swirling into the air, shrouding the figures of the two combatants in a veil of smoke. The silhouette of Rosen vanished into the haze. Moments later, he re-emerged behind Katarina Deppen. With a swift motion, the dagger pierced through her spine, instantly staining her garments with crimson blood. Katarina staggered slightly, gritting her teeth as she grasped Rosen's left arm with fervor. With a cold snort, Rosen enveloped himself in the formidable Haki of armament, challenging, "Come, test my three-sword style." Gale kick. Several waves of slashing energy erupted from Rosen's legs, toppling Katarina Deppen to the ground. Immediately, he raised his arm and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Katarina's abdomen. She coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, her eyes fixated on Rosen, filled with a frenzied rage. Despicable. The voices of Rosen and Sakazuki echoed simultaneously, declaring that mercy is unwarranted for a pirate as heinous as you. Rosen gazed coldly at Katarina Deppen, his waist knife suddenly sweeping through the air, leaving a trail of icy brilliance. In that moment, Katarina Deppen found herself unable to evade. She braced herself against the impending strike. Clang! The blade plunged forcefully into Katarina Deppen's body, blood gushing forth. Rosen's expression darkened slightly as he unsheathed his dagger, instantly inflicting a long gash across Katarina Deppen's neck, from which crimson blood gushed forth incessantly. Katarina Deppen's head drooped down, and Rosen exhaled in relief, finally having dealt with this troublesome woman. Could you have killed her without my intervention? Sakazuki shot Rosen a glare, expressing his dissatisfaction. What a disgrace. Rosen absent-mindedly picked his nose. Astonishingly, I had only exerted 60% of my strength, yet compelled her to give her all. How do you mock me? Do you believe I won't deliver such a blow that you'll lose your bearings? Sakazuki curled his lip, suggesting it would be wise to first dispose of her body. What is the status of her accomplices now? Rosen inquired, directing his gaze towards Sakazuki. Chapter 41, Transfer Orders. After a brief silence, Sakazuki responded. Her companions have largely been apprehended. Rosen cleared his throat, pondering how to handle the corpse. The credit belongs to you. I am merely a bystander, he remarked, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. Sakazuki cast a disdainful glance at Rosen. As he observed Rosen's retreating figure, Sakazuki rubbed his eyes, but his expression twitched involuntarily upon catching sight of the nearby collapsed hill. This fellow. A few hours later, the body of Katarina Deppen was cremated, while the remaining pirates were naturally dispatched back to impelled down by the warships sent by Sakazuki. Meanwhile, the G5 Marines gathered around, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they regarded Rosen as if he were a hero. What are you all doing? Rosen coughed lightly. The Marines whispered amongst themselves, inquiring, who took down that female pirate? Rosen scratched his head, exclaiming, well, I merely seized an opportunity. He then patted Sakazuki on the shoulder, acknowledging that without him, he would truly have struggled against that woman. Sakazuki remained silent, lowering his hat, seemingly indifferent to Rosen's words, and directly boarded the returning warship. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Marines erupted into a flurry of discussions. What was that fellow's name again? It seemed to be Sakazuki. The Marines chattered away, while Rosen found himself in a bemused state, pondering the absurdity of it all. All right, enough noise, Rosen declared, tapping the table. By the way, tally the losses. We must compensate where due. We indeed owe the people here quite a bit. Gazing at the distant, mottled peaks from the deck, Rosen sighed, fearing he would soon find himself once again receiving the people's gratitude. Within the naval headquarters, Garp scrutinized a report he had just received for a prolonged period before casting it aside. Sengoku, seated in his chair, murmured, "How could there be a complaint call?" Report. Admiral Sengoku. A Marine entered briskly, his expression grave. Admiral Sengoku, you must be aware of the news regarding Katarina Devon's demise? Sengoku lifted his head, frowning as he inquired. What happened? Rear Admiral Rosen destroyed a mining site on the Jersen Islands. What? Sengoku exclaimed, astonished. How could he act in such a manner? It must have been collateral damage during a skirmish with pirates. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. What are their demands? Compensation. And a prohibition on him landing on the Jersen Islands, the Marine replied. Sengoku contemplated, his expression fluctuating, before saying, I understand. You may leave now. I need time to think. Yes. Sengoku rubbed his temples, then rose and approached the window, gazing out at the distant scenery. That troublesome brat? Sengoku sighed, observing the view outside. Perhaps I should have him return as an instructor. Zephyr, I have something to discuss with you. Oh? Zephyr felt a tinge of confusion upon receiving Sengoku's call. That young lad, Rosen. I am planning to have him return and appoint him as a special training instructor at the Naval Academy. Zephyr paused momentarily before responding. Isn't he serving as a fortress rear admiral now? What is the matter? He has caused some trouble, Sengoku replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Our Navy must maintain a stance. Huh? Zephyr scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by the implications of Sengoku's words. Sengoku cleared his throat and succinctly recounted the sequence of events to Zephyr. After absorbing Sengoku's explanation, Zephyr stood in stunned silence, eventually shaking his head with a bemused expression, reflecting on the audacity of that mischievous lad. So, what are your thoughts on this matter? Sengoku inquired tentatively. Zephyr hesitated for a moment before responding, in truth. Lawson possesses sufficient capability to fulfill the role of instructor, and he indeed has relevant experience. That is true, Sengoku acknowledged, well aware of Lawson's prowess. However, perhaps we should temper the boy's temperament first, he continued after taking a deep breath. After all, this is a matter of great significance for the Navy's reputation. Oh, let him come, Zephyr replied slowly. As night fell, Lawson emerged from his room, stretching lazily and gazing up at the pitch-black sky. A sense of inexplicable solitude washing over him. The telegram he held slipped from his grasp and fluttered to the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, he glanced at its contents. So soon? Lawson murmured, the complaint hotline is truly formidable. Silently puffing on his pipe, Lawson exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze sharpening significantly. Why not complain about that wretched woman? Rosen murmured to himself. Though he harbored no fear, he was reluctant to invite unnecessary troubles upon himself. Since he was permitted to return, he would do so. After all, there was little here to hold him back. Rosen gazed at the distant horizon, a smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, I have fulfilled my obligations. A few days later, a warship from headquarters arrived at the G5 fortress, and shortly thereafter, it set sail back to headquarters. Aboard the warship, Rosen gazed out of the window, lost in thoughts that transported him back to the days when he first joined the Navy. He reminisced fondly about his time at naval school, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Ah, how I yearn for those days, Rosen sighed. What? Sakazuki's voice suddenly broke through his reverie, startling Rosen, who spun around to find Sakazuki staring intently at him. Why is it always you? Rosen rolled his eyes. I have no fondness for remaining confined within the office. Sakazuki replied with an air of indifference. Rosen shrugged his shoulders and said, All right, you know now, I am heading to Marineford. Oh, Sakazuki remarked indifferently, seemingly unconcerned. We three can be together again. Hey, Rosen replied awkwardly, what do you mean by that? With those thick eyebrows and big eyes of yours. What's up? You solitary fellow, like a wolf. A wolf is a social animal, Rosen immediately countered. Oh, Sakazuki nodded. Don't you have any other thoughts? Rosen looked at Sakazuki oddly. Is there nothing beyond battling pirates? Nothing else on my mind, Sakazuki maintained his expressionless demeanor. Ah, as cold as ever, Rosen scoffed, then shifted the topic. How is the headquarters doing? I don't know, came the curt reply, and the two fell into silence. After a long pause, Sakazuki suddenly spoke up. You are such a fool. Hey, what do you mean by that? Rosen retorted angrily. Why are you insulting me? What do you think? Sakazuki shot a glance at Rosen. Do you believe I should praise you? It's merely your lone wolf behavior. Rosen was rendered speechless. Do not be too willful, or you will inevitably fall victim to your own actions, Sakazuki murmured. Ah, understood. Chapter 42. The Instructor. Rosen found himself in a rather absurd predicament. Being reprimanded by a virtual character despite being a modern man. Sakazuki, indifferent to Rosen's presence, leaned back against his chair, eyes closed, seemingly lost in slumber. Unable to restrain himself, Rosen gave Sakazuki a gentle nudge. Sakazuki opened his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at Rosen, and inquired, "What is it? Do you have something to say? Aren't you concerned about my well-being?" Rosen looked at Sakazuki in confusion. "What could possibly happen to you?" Sakazuki replied with a hint of disdain, before once again shutting his eyes. Rosen's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Feeling somewhat humiliated as a modern individual mocked by such a rigid NPC. Humph. Without further ado, Rosen turned on his heel and departed. As he watched Rosen's silhouette fade away, Sakazuki's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if anticipating something. It was only when Rosen set foot on the land of Marineford that he felt a sense of relief. The colossal fortress loomed over this vast expanse, emanating an overwhelming aura of power and a chilling atmosphere. Rosen. As Rosen firmly established his footing, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from beside him. Rosen followed the sound and found Borsalino grinning mischievously at him. "What's the matter? Why is it just you welcoming me?" he inquired. Borsalino tilted his head slightly and replied, "Oh, I wouldn't say that. You have quite the infamous reputation, you know. They have suffered quite a loss, several 100 million berries. It seems they've even lost their social security benefits." He teased with a chuckle. Rosen smiled broadly, realizing the extent of the losses. "Your attitude is rather atrocious." Sakazuki interjected coldly. "You wouldn't happen to be a pirate, would you?" Rosen shot Sakazuki a glare. "You, of all people," he muttered before deciding to take his leave. Sakazuki looked at Rosen and said, "Good luck, Rear Admiral Rosen." Humph. At the Naval Academy, in Zephyr's office, Zephyr and Rosen exchanged glances. After taking a sip of tea, Zephyr spoke first. "This is your evaluation." "Oh, aren't you going to say anything else?" "I know, and I will strive to improve," Rosen replied calmly. A hint of determination in his tone. Zephyr scoffed lightly. "Well, I shall await your progress. Oh, and don't focus too much on yourself. First, assist me in training the recruits." Suddenly, a thought struck Zephyr, and he asked with a playful expression, "By the way, why is your temperament so erratic?" "I hadn't noticed before." Rosen scratched his head helplessly, chuckling at the irony that his proactive approach had inadvertently led to a collapse at a local mine. After sipping more tea, Zephyr slowly stood up. "Well, I've said what needs to be said. The rest is up to you." "Yes, Master Zephyr." Rosen nodded solemnly. "All right. I want to see you off. I hope you remember my words." "Understood," Rosen replied. "I shall report in now." Zephyr raised a hand to halt Rosen's further remarks. "Very well." Rosen bowed deeply and exited Zephyr's office. Once Rosen had left, Zephyr set down his cup, glanced at his palm, and frowned, muttering to himself. "This child is indeed too young. It seems excessive nurturing won't do either. Ultimately, he must be given opportunities to grow." In the training grounds of the naval headquarters, Rosen stood on the steps, looking down at the naval recruits below. "Attention!" At the sound of the command, the recruits sprang to their feet, standing in perfect formation, their eyes fixed eagerly on the young man atop the highest step. At ease, Rosen raised his right arm and instructed, "Reporting. May I ask for your directives?" A young lieutenant approached with a question. "You have performed admirably during this period," Rosen said with a slight smile, "but you must exert even greater effort." "Understood." The second lieutenant snapped a salute and promptly returned to his original position. "Next, I shall impart to you some tactical techniques," Rosen remarked. "For it is through strategy that battles are resolved." "Who will be the first to step forward?" he inquired. "I will." "So will I." In an instant, the steps were filled with eager naval soldiers, each one brimming with enthusiasm and readiness. Observing this scene, a subtle smile graced Rosen's lips as he extended his hand. "Very well, please form an orderly line." As each naval cadet approached in turn, Rosen meticulously scrutinized their stances and movements, offering numerous suggestions. Although this was Rosen's inaugural experience as an instructor, he was remarkably adept at the art of training. Rosen's training methods are straightforward and unyielding, directly addressing the matter at hand. With a subtle smile, Rosen commanded a naval officer, "You come and attack me." "Yes." The officer responded, charging forward with fervor. He threw a punch aimed at Rosen's cheek, but Rosen deftly sidestepped, subsequently seizing the officer's arm. In a swift motion, he clenched his fist and thrust it towards the officer's face. Startled, the officer attempted to evade. Yet Rosen quickly retracted his fist and delivered an elbow strike to the officer's abdomen. There are far too many openings, Rosen remarked, shaking his head. However, such tactics suffice against novices. They are utterly ineffective against someone of my caliber. Continue training. Yes. Chapter 43, a new mission for over a month. Rosen's life at the naval headquarters remained strikingly regular and monotonous. Aside from the occasional indulgence in drinks with Sakazuki Borsalino, he dedicated the remainder of his time entirely to training. During this period, both his Haki and swordsmanship exhibited remarkable progress. Rosen has now reached the level of a star. Yet he still has a considerable journey ahead to attain the status of a great swordsman. What is the matter, Sakazuki? Borsalino observed Sakazuki, who stood by the window gazing into the distance. I have heard that your training intensity has been increasing of late. Sakazuki turned to Borsalino. For Rosen's strength has been growing, and I certainly do not wish to be outdone by him. Is that so? Borsalino raised an eyebrow. Finding it amusing that you seem to be rather apprehensive of that little rascal, Rosen. Ha ha ha. Sakazuki turned his head away, dismissing the notion. How could I possibly fear him? Indeed, indeed. With a creak, the door swung open, and Rosen strolled in. Oh, have you started drinking without me? Rosen jested. What brings you here? Sakazuki glanced at Rosen, inquiring, You aren't here to stir up trouble, are you? You scoundrel. Rosen shot a glare at Sakazuki. Hee. Sakazuki grinned. Have you recovered from your injuries? Rosen asked with concern. I am well now, Sakazuki replied. A few days ago, the two faced off again. Although Sakazuki had developed a new application of his fruit abilities, he was still unable to withstand Rosen's fierce and cunning attacks. After a fierce battle, Sakazuki ultimately succumbed. If you wish to fight again, I shall accompany you. Indeed, I will prove that my approach is correct, unequivocally so. Do not be too merciful. Your actions tarnish the Navy's reputation. Rosen, picking his nose, wore a nonchalant expression, claiming that eliminating all the pirates in the world solely through the Navy may not be as easy as you think. Sakazuki paused in silence before responding. Can you guarantee that? If pirates are a disease, then the world government is the patient, requiring both symptomatic and root treatment. Rosen remarked indifferently. Sakazuki scoffed, speaking as if you truly possess some profound knowledge. You ought to trust me. Rosen shrugged, stating that as long as you learn from me, you too shall eventually become like me. Otherwise, the distance between us will only grow. Ha ha ha. Sakazuki's face flushed. You bastard, I shall not be defeated by you again. Rosen shrugged, poured himself a glass of wine, and tilted his head back to drink. I am not so easily vanquished. Wouldn't you agree, Borsalino? Borsalino raised his glass and downed it in one go, a flicker of discontent crossing his brow as he caught sight of Rosen. What now? Is there trouble brewing? Nothing of the sort, Rosen replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the bottle of red wine on the table. Suddenly, he chuckled, however, my appetite has certainly increased. Surely it's acceptable to indulge in something else? Sakazuki cast a disdainful glance at Rosen, while Borsalino appeared quite at ease. Forget it. I can't be bothered with your trivial matters. Borsalino waved his hand dismissively. We've been in the Navy together for 2 years. Don't you have anything novel to share? Something fresh? Rosen chuckled mischievously. Isn't the fact that I gave Sakazuki a good thrashing fresh enough? Ha ha. You rascal. Sakazuki shot a glare at Rosen. Don't go looking for trouble, you scheming fiend. Rosen touched his nose and looked at Borsalino, saying, By the way, do take me along if there's a mission. A mission? Sakazuki furrowed his brow, questioning the nature of this task. With those prominent brows of yours. I've heard all about it, Rosen replied, tilting his head. After ensuring there were no omissions, he continued, Isn't it merely transporting goods to Wano country? Wano is renowned for its abundant sea stone, a vital resource for the Navy. Sea stone is essential for weapons, handcuffs, prisons, and is placed on warships to guard against Sea King attacks. This undoubtedly requires a substantial quantity of sea stone. The sea stone resources within Wano account for a significant portion of the world's supply. A peculiar expression crossed Rosen's face as he contemplated Kaido's later dominion over Onigashima. Controlling all of Wano. Could it be that Don Quixote Doflamingo is transporting sea stone from Wano to sell on the black market to the world government? What's wrong, Rosen? Sakazuki noticed the change in Rosen's expression and inquired. Nothing. May I go? I'm willing to follow your orders. After a brief silence, Sakazuki finally replied. You should apply to the higher-ups. To Rosen's astonishment, the higher authorities actually approved his request, granting him a position to embark on a mission to Wano. Well, That is quite fortunate, he mused. Rosen squinted as he observed Sakazuki and Porcellino before breaking into a smile. Sakazuki shook his head, yet refrained from contradicting Rosen's words. He remained steadfast in his loyalty to the decisions made by the naval hierarchy. As for Rosen, although he recognized that his strength had been advancing at an alarming pace, he had not truly contemplated the extent of his capabilities. This upcoming mission to Wano country afforded him an opportunity to gauge his progress. With this thought in mind, Rosen allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his gaze softening significantly, as if he were eagerly anticipating a reunion with someone special. The trio boarded the vessel bound for the port of Wano country. They were not alone, as the ship was manned by a considerable number of soldiers, with Sakazuki leading the charge. Sensing the impure thoughts swirling in Rosen's mind, Sakazuki spoke sternly, "Don't even think about disembarking." "Eh?" Rosen exclaimed, astonished at Sakazuki's uncanny foresight. "Since when did you become a soothsayer?" "Humph, don't even think about escaping," Sakazuki retorted. "We won't be docked for long, you brat, so spare me your wild imaginings." Rosen, with a sense of resignation, shrugged his shoulders, realizing that he could only patiently await on the deck. Suddenly, Porcellino approached him. Rosen turned his head to regard Porcellino, inquiring, "What is it?" "Nothing, just don't act too impulsively," Porcellino responded. "As if you were not impulsive yourself." Rosen shot him a glare, stating, "I'm going back to the cabin to sleep." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Porcellino in a state of bewilderment. "What is up with this guy?" Porcellino muttered to himself. Sakazuki observed Rosen's return to the cabin, his expression complex. Chapter 44. The deal. The night passed without incident. And around 6 in the morning, Rosen awoke. The cold sea breeze brushed against his cheeks as he stretched his limbs and made his way outside. Sakazuki cast a detached glance at him but remained silent. "Can you share your thoughts with me?" Rosen approached Sakazuki, speaking softly. Sakazuki looked at Rosen, asking, "About what?" "Our mission to Wano country." Rosen pressed his lips together. "Are we heading to the black market to procure sea prism stones? I suspect the risks are considerable." "With the assistance of the world government spies, the danger should be minimal," Sakazuki replied calmly. "However, it is prudent to prevent such items from falling into the hands of other nations. Our journey to Wano is not solely for the sea prism stones," Rosen noted. Glancing at Sakazuki, "We also require a substantial number of craftsmen, as no one is more adept at processing sea prism stones than the people of Wano." "Oh." Sakazuki sighed deeply, "But the situation has changed." Rosen raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the implication behind Sakazuki's words. "The 100 Beasts pirate crew has taken control of the black market transactions in Wano, which means if we wish to acquire a large quantity of sea prism stones, we must purchase them directly in Wano. The 100 Beasts pirate crew is a notorious group in the New World, led by Kaido, who was once an apprentice in the Rocks Pirates. Despite this, he forged a formidable reputation through sheer ferocity and strength. Few crews can surpass his might, and even fewer bounty hunters can stand against him. Isn't it peculiar that a pirate crew can dominate a nation's black market?" Rosen shook his head, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. They say a man named Orochi has secretly colluded with Kaido, enabling him to wield power over the black market." "Oh." Rosen exhaled a plume of smoke. "Should we not consider dealing with this pirate crew? With the three of us here, who could possibly stand in our way?" Sakazuki shook his head. "Our mission does not involve that. And what if they dare to monopolize the trade of sea prism stones?" Rosen continued. Sakazuki cast a complex glance towards Rosen, acknowledging, "Indeed, the place we are heading to is rife with both the good and the bad. It would be prudent for you to refrain from stirring up trouble. Rest assured, I am not foolish," Rosen shrugged. "If necessary, you should discuss this with headquarters. The Navy's vital resources are under the control of pirates, and if this situation persists, the Navy is destined for decline." Rosen's tone was laden with concern, and Sakazuki's eyelids flickered. "You are not mistaken. However, our foremost priority is to consume the sea prism stone before us. Subsequently, I shall confer with headquarters." Rosen nodded in agreement. "If we are indeed permitted to act, what are your plans?" Sakazuki inquired, gazing at him. "Naturally, infiltration is the course of action, should the opportunity arise." "I may offer some assistance," Rosen mused, stroking his chin. "Yet, Wano is not a member of the world government, which complicates our operations." Sakazuki contemplated this, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed. A direct military assault on Wano would likely incite political turmoil, a scenario no one desires to witness." He continued, "Moreover, the entities we are negotiating with are merely a band of petty pirates. Even reaching the shore proves to be a formidable challenge, let alone entering Wano. At that moment, Borsalino emerged from the cabin, casting a glance at both Rosen and Sakazuki. Furthermore, there are formidable swordsmen present here. Without an admiral leading the charge, our chances of success are rather slim. Hearing Borsalino's words, Rosen could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging the reality of their situation. The warship was cleverly disguised, rendering it unrecognizable as a military vessel. Crucially, there were no naval bases in proximity to Wano. Should the pirates discover them, a swift retreat would be impossible. Thus, their operation must remain shrouded in secrecy. A commotion arose in the distance as a pirate ship approached. Signal them. Respond accordingly, Sakazuki commanded, his gaze impassive. Several signal flares illuminated the dark sea. Soon enough, the pirate vessel replied in kind. Approach the nearby island and engage in trade, Sakazuki instructed in a hushed tone. Understood. Upon reaching the island, Sakazuki delegated the task of trading to Rosen and Borsalino. Disliking pirates, he preferred that the two of them handle the negotiations. A substantial number of boxes filled with berries were unloaded from the warship, while the pirates presented a considerable quantity of sea prism stone for exchange. Thank you for your patronage. Several pirates sporting handlebar mustaches chuckled as they accepted the payment, eagerly beginning to tally the berries. Meanwhile, Sakazuki stood on the dock. Observing the pirates unloading the boxes, his disdain growing ever more palpable. All is in order. The quality of the sea prism stone is quite commendable. A naval officer responsible for inspection informed Borsalino in a low voice. There are no issues. Borsalino nodded, expressing hope for continued cooperation. Ha ha ha, naturally. The pirates replied with grins. Now that the goods are entrusted to you, we shall take our leave. Rosen smiled faintly, urging them to return. After witnessing the group depart, he turned around, only to meet the icy gaze of Sakazuki. Shall we proceed? Rosen rolled his eyes. You don't intend to linger here all night, do you? Sakazuki suppressed a hint of chill in his demeanor and replied coolly, It's nothing. Borsalino shrugged, acknowledging Sakazuki's disdain for pirates. Indeed, Rosen replied with a slight smirk. Let us move. It would be unfortunate if anything were to transpire. Chapter 45. Kaido as they prepared to head back, a formidable presence swept past them. It felt as though a mountain bore down upon them, suffocating their breath. It's members of the beast pirates, Rosen coughed softly. It seems they have detected our presence. The group instantly became alert, drawing their blades and assuming a combat-ready stance. You all should return with the sea stone. You want to be of assistance in this level of battle, Rosen called out to the sailors behind him. Upon hearing this, the sailors who had eagerly wished to join Rosen on the front lines wilted in disappointment. After all, they were merely ordinary soldiers. Although there were variations in strength, they were still far inferior to true powerhouses. Sakazuki approached. Listen to him. This cargo must be safely returned. Yes, Commander, the sailors responded. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the city, the distant sky thick with gloom, as if a colossal net enveloped the heavens. The sea breeze stirred up swirling dust, obscuring their vision. The atmosphere was somber, resembling an apocalyptic scene. A dragon-like figure sliced through the sky, hurtling towards Rosen and his companions. Roar! A furious bellow shattered the surrounding gravel, conjuring a tempest of sand in midair. Thunder rumbled, illuminating the sky in an instant. The newcomer was none other than Kaido. The churning black clouds obscured the sunlight, plunging the entire island into darkness. Hand over the sea stone. Kaido's voice resonated like rolling thunder. A dragon? The sailors instinctively recoiled at the sight of Kaido's colossal form, their faces paling in terror. How terrifying! Borsalino murmured to himself. Seeing that the individuals below showed no response, Kaido snorted disdainfully. Deep breath. A massive fireball soared towards them. Rosen scoffed and darted towards the flaming projectile. Moon slice. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp moon slice cleaved the fireball in two, continuing its momentum to carve a deep fissure into the ground. Canine tooth, red lotus. Sakazuki let out a furious roar, crimson patterns emerging upon his arm, followed closely by the emergence of several sharp fangs sprouting from it. With a resounding explosion, a colossal eruption of magma blossomed in the air, creating an inferno, yet Kaido stood unscathed amidst the flames. Impressive, Borsalino couldn't help but exclaim, though it likely bore little relevance to him. The searing magma inflicted no harm upon Kaido, who suddenly stomped his foot, transforming into a shadow that lunged forward. Moonslash. A brilliant beam of white light flashed as a fierce sword aura clashed against Kaido's might. The violent collision generated a tremendous shockwave, uprooting trees and curling the grass, revealing scorched earth. Crack, crack, crack. Rosen's legs sank into the ground, the soil beneath him cracking in a spiderweb-like pattern, fissures radiating outward. Kaido, taking on his human form and wielding a spiked club, stood beside Rosen, looking down upon him from a position of dominance. Indeed, he is still too weak, Kaido remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. Rosen gritted his teeth, his arm muscle swelling as he braced himself against Kaido's onslaught. Delivering a powerful punch to his chest, Kaido erupted in laughter, scoffing at the audacity of such feeble strength to challenge him. Rumbling 8 trigrams, he bellowed, swinging his kanabo towards Rosen. With swift reflexes, Rosen dodged, then seized Kaido's weapon, gripping it tightly before driving his knee forcefully into Kaido's abdomen. Yet, Kaido's defenses were formidable. Even after enduring Rosen's assault, he merely let out a muffled grunt. With a fierce grip on the handle of the kanabo, Kaido brought it crashing down, sending Rosen sprawling to the ground. What is happening? How can his body be so resilient? Pain coursed through Rosen. His physical prowess was already formidable within the Navy. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer terror of Kaido's constitution, which was nothing short of monstrous. Kaido grinned wickedly. Do you know what I excel at the most? What? Rosen inquired. Power, Kaido sneered, raising the kanabo and preparing to strike down with all his might. Thud. Rosen was forcefully slammed to the ground, causing the earth to collapse 3 meters beneath him. At that moment, Sakazuki and Porcelino arrived. Fiery magma and piercing lightsabers simultaneously surged from both directions, completely engulfing Kaido. Bang! 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 Kaido let out a muffled groan, his body slightly curling in response. Seizing the opportunity, Rosen drew his Zilu from his waist and thrust it towards Kaido's shoulder. Ha ha! Kaido laughed maniacally, his right fist aimed to strike Rosen's head. Rosen swiftly released Kaido, his body sliding to the side just in time to evade the ferocious punch. With a thunderous impact, Kaido's fist struck the ground, instantly creating a deep crater in the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Rosen approached Kaido once more, swinging his blade towards his neck. Get lost! Kaido roared, slamming his kanabo onto the ground. The earth trembled beneath him, creating a deep crater, and a fierce gust of wind surged forth, forcing Rosen to retreat. Ha ha ha! Your attacks are utterly ineffective against me, Kaido sneered. You shall all perish. Enough of your arrogance. Akainu bellowed, resembling a volatile volcano, radiating searing magma from every pore. Great eruption, Akainu shouted, as the magma erupted violently, hurtling towards Kaido. Damnable Logia user. Kaido spat furiously, raising his kanabo to meet the assault. Boom. Sparks flew as the magma was dispersed, but Kaido was not without his own injuries. His garments were singed, leaving behind severe burn marks. You bastard! Kaido roared in fury when suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Watch your back. A laser beam shot towards him from behind, and Kaido swiftly turned, shattering the beam with a punch. Who dares? Porcelino chuckled. What a fearsome expression you have. Kaido's face twisted with murderous intent. You seek death. Porcelino laughed, swiftly evading the confrontation. Just as Kaido intended to pursue, he heard a slicing sound behind him. Bang! Kaido turned around to see Rosen leaping towards him, a sharp sword aura aimed directly at him. The corner of Kaido's mouth curled into a smirk as he swept his kanabo horizontally. Rosen deftly dodged, the sword's edge barely grazing Kaido's nose and leaving a thin trail of blood on his cheek. Bastard! With a swift motion, another razor-sharp sword beam flashed, cutting a gash into Kaido's left cheek. Gritting his teeth, Kaido clutched his face, his eyes icy as he glared at Rosen. You have thoroughly enraged me. Akainu struck Kaido's chest with a powerful punch, but Kaido retaliated, sending him flying with a swing of his kanabo. Due to his prior elemental transformation, Akainu suffered minimal damage. Observing the situation, Porcelino rushed in to deliver the final blow. Boom! Kaido's body was launched into the air, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact. Struggling to rise, he glared at Porcelino. You all. Chapter 46. The fierce battle. Rosen chuckled with a mischievous grin. How does it feel? Quite delightful, isn't it? Bastard! Kaido roared, his voice laced with fury. I will surely end your lives. How unfortunate! Rosen smirked. It seems you may never have that chance in your lifetime. Kaido rose to his feet, a maniacal glint flashing across his grim visage. I shall never accept defeat. Rosen let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Then come forth. Rosen raised Zilu and then leaped towards Kaido with remarkable speed, his figure resembling a flash of lightning, leaving a fleeting shadow upon the ground. He struck fiercely against Kaido's spiked club. With a resounding clash of metal, a powerful shockwave radiated outward. Rosen was pushed back several paces, while Kaido staggered a few steps in retreat. Rosen furrowed his brow, astonished within. Although he had not exerted his full strength, he had still unleashed 40% of it. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that his opponent could force him back. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, gripping his spiked club tightly. I care not who you are. Surrender the Sea Prism Stone, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, I will ensure you all perish here. Upon hearing Kaido utter the word Sea Prism Stone, Rosen's pupils contracted suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his gaze. Humph. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant any longer. With a derisive smile, Rosen lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, ready to confront Kaido head-on. Simultaneously, he swung his sword, Zhe Lu, channeling all his power into the blade, preparing for a fierce clash. However, at that moment, a searing hand gripped Rosen's arm. It was Sakazuki. Hold on, let me handle him, Sakazuki said. Casting a calm glance at Kaido, Rosen gazed at Sakazuki in astonishment, utterly surprised that Sakazuki would take the initiative to assist him. How should we proceed? Rosen furrowed his brow, still grappling with the situation. Before he could fully comprehend, Akina bellowed, and torrents of molten lava erupted from within him, swiftly engulfing the entire area. The searing heat compelled Rosen to retreat a few steps, just as Sakazuki launched himself forward. Sakazuki! Rosen exclaimed in shock. Ignoring him, Akina charged directly at Kaido. Unfazed, Kaido met him head-on, and their fists collided with tremendous force. The ensuing explosion echoed like thunder, as the scorching air turned the ground a fiery red, prompting Rosen to step back once more. Could he perish? Pirates! Akina roared, his eyes bloodshot, a layer of magma encasing his fists, rendering his already formidable arms even more robust. As Kaido's fist met Akinu's with a resounding impact, Kaido staggered slightly, while Akina was sent flying several meters back. Kaido then shouted, Thunder Bagua! A dazzling surge of electricity crackled around him, transforming his form into a striking blend of blue and white lightning as he charged toward Akinu. Rosen let out a cold snort, and Zealous suddenly swept across. The resounding crash echoed through the heavens as Rosen's body was hurled away, stumbling forward for several steps upon hitting the ground. Humph! Kaido sneered dismissively, then swung the spiked club in his hand, striking down fiercely at Rosen. Rosen supported himself with one hand, his body spinning gracefully to evade the assault of the spiked club. Utilizing the force of his momentum, he leapt into the air, his sword piercing the forehead of Kaido. What a formidable physique! Rosen marveled inwardly, astonished that his blade could not penetrate Kaido's skin. Kaido grinned, reaching up to touch the wound on his forehead, before shifting his focus towards Borsalino, intent on eliminating this bothersome insect first. However, at that moment, Rosen leaped again, positioning himself in front of Borsalino. Kaido let out a cold chuckle, declaring that if Rosen was so eager to meet his demise, he would gladly oblige. He raised his spiked club and brought it crashing down towards Rosen's head. Boom! To his astonishment, it was Kaido's own body that was sent hurtling backward, violently slamming into a tree before crashing into the ground. Rosen swayed slightly, struggling to steady himself, and then gently descended to the ground. He cast a glance into the distance, where he beheld a cloud of dust gradually drifting away. Cough, cough, breathe. Rosen rose to his feet, coughing, as though the recent blow had displaced his very innards. Are you all right? Borsalino inquired with concern. I won't die. Rosen spat out a mouthful of blood, managing a bitter smile. But it truly hurts. Rosen now feels as though his bones have shattered, lying helplessly on the ground. Borsalino crouches down to examine Rosen's injuries, his brow furrowing with increasing concern. You are injured, Borsalino observes, gazing at the wound on Rosen's chest, and sighs. We must attend to this without delay. It's nothing. Rosen gestures dismissively. Do not worry about me. Borsalino hesitates for a moment. Are you certain? Rosen gasped for breath, assuring, rest assured, I am fine. Very well then. Borsalino nodded. Rosen took a deep breath, striving to regulate his chaotic breath. Kaido rose unsteadily from the abyss, his trembling figure appearing on the verge of collapse. Damn that bastard. Kaido's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of resentment, as the turbulent energy within him nearly caused him to spit blood. You truly are formidable. Kaido glared at Rosen, gritting his teeth. Rosen smiled softly likewise. The menacing Kaido, wielding his spiked club, slowly approached Rosen, his expression grotesque and terrifying. Sakazuki and Borsalino hurriedly intervened, blocking Kaido's path. Kaido cast a disdainful glance at the duo and coldly admonished, "Don't interfere." "Humph," Sakazuki retorted, determined to prevent Kaido from getting near Rosen. Kaido, in a fit of rage, mocked, "You worthless fool." He swung his club towards Sakazuki, who responded with a fierce grunt. Cerberus. His arm swelled dramatically before colliding forcefully with the club, causing Kaido to stagger back with a grunt. Suddenly, Borsalino appeared beside Kaido, unleashing a barrage of light bullets that rained down upon him. The explosions erupted relentlessly, leaving Kaido reeling, enveloped in clouds of white smoke, appearing utterly wretched. "This cannot continue," Borsalino remarked. "Great eruption," Sakazuki shouted, as searing magma erupted from his hands, crashing violently into Kaido. The latter howled in agony, consumed by the molten flow. "Get away," Kaido bellowed, transforming into his dragon form, his massive tail sweeping through the air as he ascended. "You bunch of bastards," Kaido roared, radiating a crimson glow, as he lashed out with his claws at Borsalino. The latter, with a cold scoff, suddenly became ethereal, vanishing into a cascade of starlight. "Don't look around aimlessly, Kaido," a melodious voice rang out. Kaido abruptly looked up, only to find a wave of sword energy hurtling towards him. Roar. In fury, Kaido unleashed a torrent of scorching flames that incinerated the incoming attack into nothingness. Chapter 47. Beast Human Formulat, perish? Kaido roared, his muscles swelling, his physique transforming into a formidable tower of strength. "Oh," Borsalino gasped as he was lifted off the ground by the force. "Haha," Kaido laughed maniacally, his massive form twisting in the air, creating a buzzing sound as the surrounding atmosphere compressed. Boom. Borsalino's laser beam struck Kaido again, yet it failed to pierce his resilient skin. "That stings a bit," Kaido remarked with a chilling laugh, his gaze fixed on Borsalino. "Now, it's my turn." Kaido spoke indifferently, then slightly bent his body, unleashing a radiant golden orb from his mouth. Borsalino's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately dodged to a nearby mound, as the ground beneath him crumbled away, revealing a vast pit ignited by roaring flames. What a close call. Borsalino wiped the sweat from his brow and cast a glance at Rosen. Rosen stood up and addressed Kaido. "Has no one informed you that your immense physique makes you vulnerable to flaws?" He stretched his limbs. Despite sustaining minor injuries, he felt relatively well. "Haha," Kaido laughed heartily. "How foolish for such trifling debris to speak of flaws." "Is that so?" Rosen narrowed his eyes, then leaped into the air, his curved blade tracing a graceful arc as it descended upon Kaido. Seeing Rosen initiate the attack, Kaido sneered, twisting his body to confront the onslaught. Boom. A shockwave erupted, scattering debris from the ground in all directions. Boom. A prolonged rumble resonated, causing the entire mountain range to tremble, and a deep chasm formed beneath Kaido's feet. In the air, Rosen's silhouette traced a fleeting shadow as his right leg struck fiercely against Kaido's abdomen, while his left fist landed heavily upon Kaido's waist. Kaido's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the mountainside. Boom. The mountain erupted in a cloud of dust, burying Kaido beneath the earth. Could he truly be buried? Sakazuki pondered with uncertainty. "He should survive," Pausalino replied coolly. Indeed, Kaido emerged, struggling from the soil, his entire form caked in mud yet entirely unscathed. Sakazuki gazed at him in astonishment. Kaido grinned widely. "Did you really think I was that weak?" His body gradually revealed scales, releasing the ominous aura of a black dragon. "Is this your power?" Rosen scoffed, his eyes shimmering with crimson light. "Truly the strongest creature," he murmured, as the domineering energy within him surged fervently. "Roar," Kaido bellowed, charging toward Rosen. "Thunder Bagua." Rosen's expression sharpened, his wrist flicking as his curved blade swept horizontally, producing a piercing sound of friction as the razor-sharp edge met Kaido's spiked club. Boom. Crimson-black lightning intertwined with silvery blue sword light. Boom, 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 boom. Each clash reverberated through the ground, waves of force radiating outward, stirring up layer upon layer of dust. Haha. Rosen was violently flung away by Kaido, leaving several trails in the air. Coughing, Rosen exerted all his strength to stabilize his body. Aside from a slight numbness in his arm, he suffered no significant injury, though his chest felt somewhat constricted. "You bastards dare to bury me in the mud," Kaido roared, his fur bristling with fury. Meteor Volcano. 8th Sun Yata Mirror. Sakazuki and Borsalino unleashed their lethal moves once more. A tremendous explosion erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground within 100 meters, while Kaido's body swayed mid-air. Yet he remained steadfast in his position. "It hurts like hell, you two bastards." Kaido, enraged, felt an increase in the crimson-black aura surrounding him. Borsalino's expression shifted slightly. Sakazuki, be careful. What a joke. Sakazuki bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames. Scorching magma, infused with destructive power, surged forth. Kaido roared as his body was instantly enveloped by the molten flow, followed by the sound of crackling. You two worthless fools. Kaido cursed vehemently as the lava on his body began to recede gradually. Borsellino furrowed his brow. Regardless of the circumstances, he seemed to have become more formidable. Indeed. Rosen remarked. Borsellino remained silent for a moment before nodding. At that moment, Kaido appeared to embody a beastly form, covered in blue scales. With a pair of sharp horns atop his head and his robust arms adorned with scales. Roar. Kaido bellowed, raising his spiked club and striking again. This time with increased speed, generating a fierce wind. Borsellino and Sakazuki exchanged a glance and charged forward together. Boom. The terrifying wind blades rampaged indiscriminately, toppling trees around them. Their location had transformed into a vast pit, and the once lush island had become a barren wasteland. Panting, Borsellino caught his breath. This guy. Rosen murmured, his strength has grown even greater than before. This level is still far from his limit. Borsellino chuckled lightly. Is that so? Humph. You are indeed strong. But only to this extent, Kaido snorted. Die. No sooner had he spoken than Kaido vanished from their sight, reappearing before Rosen, swinging his spiked club down ferociously. Rosen hastily raised his blade to defend himself, only to hear a crisp clang as the spiked club, propelled by a gust of wind, sent both him and his weapon flying. Kaido, too, was not spared. His massive form collided with several towering trees, shattering them effortlessly. Yet, he paid no heed to the destruction, instead letting out an exhilarated roar of delight. This suits me perfectly, ha 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 ha. Rosen gritted his teeth and approached slowly, his eyes filled with a palpable intent to kill. Sakazuki and Borsellino swiftly closed in, their expressions dark and menacing. Chapter 48. Retreats suddenly. Rosen leaped into the air, his sharp blade glinting with a flash of white light as it hurtled toward Kaido. You bastard! Kaido roared, swinging his kanabo to block his chest, bracing himself against Rosen's assault. Boom! Tengaku no Kiba. Borsellino's figure suddenly materialized behind Kaido, swinging his sword toward his back. Kaido hesitated for a moment. And then Sakazuki's form erupted from beneath Kaido, growling, Hellhound. Get lost. Kaido bellowed in rage, his massive frame twisting violently, sending Sakazuki sprawling to the ground, where he crashed heavily, spitting out blood. You bastards! Is it really just fear of sea stone? With a sly grin, Rosen lunged forward once more, wielding the sword of Nakazawa with a fierce downward strike. However, Kaido did not flinch, allowing Rosen's blade to crash upon his shoulder. A sharp sound pierced the air. Rosen sensed a resistance emanating from the tip of the blade, and then he beheld a menacing fang protruding from Kaido's flesh. Do you truly believe you know who I am? Kaido bellowed, causing Rosen's weapon, Zilu, to become immovable. He pushed forward with all his might. Yet Zilu felt as though it were ensnared in a quagmire. No matter how hard Rosen exerted himself, he could not advance an inch, and his body lurched forward as a consequence. Ha! Rosen roared, launching himself into the air. The currents of the sea flickered. Whoosh! Ripples surged through the air as Rosen harnessed this force, leaping high. His body spun twice in midair, and with a mighty flourish, he raised Zilu, tracing an arc as he struck downward toward Kaido. Kaido squinted, his right fist clenched tightly, and he unleashed a devastating punch that erupted with a thunderous crack. The massive fist collided with the long blade, and the violent shockwave radiated outward. Rosen stifled a grunt as he was propelled backward, while Kaido remained steadfast and unmoved. Ha! Kaido grinned, his legs slightly bent, and then he surged forward with explosive power, resembling a cannonball. Rosen hastily withdrew his sword to parry. Clang! Another deafening sound reverberated, and Rosen felt a numbing sensation in his hands, nearly losing his grip. Damn it! Rosen gritted his teeth. Finger gun! With a sharp reprimand, Rosen thrust his left index finger forward, unleashing a streak of blue lightning that hurtled toward Kaido's forehead. Bang! Kaido staggered momentarily, allowing Rosen to capitalize on the opportunity with a swift elbow strike to Kaido's ribs. A pained expression surfaced on Kaido's face. Seizing the moment, Rosen executed a swift turn, sending a blade of energy slicing toward Kaido, simultaneously retreating a few paces to create distance. Ha! Kaido roared, muscles taut, as he swung his spiked club forcefully toward the incoming energy. Boom! The two forces collided with a resounding impact. Kaido was propelled back another 2 steps, the ground beneath him cracking under the strain. Taking advantage of the moment, Borsellino and Sakazuki launched their coordinated assault from either side. Fire! Sakazuki growled, his body radiating molten magma that erupted explosively from his arm. Borsalino, with a mischievous grin, unleashed a lightning-fast kick, leaving a deep indentation in Kaido's abdomen. Sakazuki's onslaught was the most ferocious, as he relentlessly assaulted Kaido, as if intent on tearing him asunder. Bang! Bang! The ground shattered, and seawater surged forth from the fissures, engulfing Kaido's feet. In an instant, Rosen lunged toward Kaido, their bodies plummeting into the dark abyss along with the rushing seawater. Puff the seawater, accompanied by bubbles, completely submerged the two figures, leaving only Borsalino and Sakazuki standing on the surface. That was perilous, Sakazuki remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Borsalino chuckled ruefully, regrettably. We are both devil fruit users, unable to assist. Kaido is in the same predicament, Sakazuki huffed disdainfully. Beneath the waves, Kaido, weakened by the sea due to his devil fruit powers, found himself at a disadvantage against the fully armored Rosen. However, Rosen was not without his own challenges. Noticing Kaido's inactivity, Rosen surfaced, and upon seeing him emerge unscathed from the water, Borsalino exhaled in relief. I'm glad you're all right. I'm fine, Rosen nodded, urging a hasty retreat. If we don't leave now, we're finished. Aren't we going to defeat him? Sakazuki inquired, his brow furrowing. His body is too resilient. My blade is damaged and full of nicks, Rosen replied, shaking his head. We should retreat for now. Venturing deeper into enemy territory surrounded by pirates could lead to dire consequences if a battleship carrying sea stone encounters trouble. Very well, Sakazuki acquiesced. Sakazuki sighed, feeling a pang of reluctance, yet he had no choice but to concede defeat. Remaining here would yield no benefits. The trio utilized their moonwalk technique to ascend into the air, swiftly making their escape into the distance. Shortly after their departure, Kaido's pirates began to disembark, their faces contorted with horror as they beheld the ravaged dock and the battlefield resembling a desolate ruin. Where is Lord Kaido? A trembling minion inquired. How would I know? You ask me, and I ask whom? Another responded. Hey, what's with the massive crater on the ground? How should I know? I'm not a super scion. Don't pin this on me. As they bickered amongst themselves, a thunderous crash echoed, drawing their attention to a colossal arm emerging from the pit, crashing down onto the ground. Lord Kaido. Panic-stricken, they realized that Kaido had survived. He was nothing short of a monster. Kaido crawled ashore, drenched and seething, glaring at his subordinates. Pursue them. They've long since vanished, Lord Kaido, one pirate timidly replied. Kaido narrowed his eyes at the pirate. What did you say? The pirate gulped. We've searched diligently, but we cannot locate that band of pirates. Who provided them with such a substantial amount of sea prism stone in secret? Kaido's tone grew increasingly ominous. I do not know, the pirate muttered softly. Once I seize control of the entire black market, I shall see who dares oppose me. Chapter 49. Dr. Vegapunk, what is the status? A deep voice emanated from the transponder snail. Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki responded, taking the call. The cargo has been safely evacuated. That is good to hear, Sengoku replied with a smile. What of Rosen? Without his presence, our safe withdrawal might have been uncertain. Is that so? Sengoku's brow furrowed at this revelation. What happened? The beast pirates have essentially monopolized the sea prism stone trade, thus our covert operation has been compromised. Sengoku's frown deepened. As long as you are unharmed, leave the rest to the world government. We cannot intervene too deeply under these circumstances. Sakazuki nodded. Yes. Now, head to Punk Hazard Island and meet with Dr. Vegapunk. You three should familiarize yourselves with our legendary doctor. Understood. After ending the call, Sakazuki turned to gaze out the window. The weather was overcast, dark clouds looming as if rain were imminent. Meanwhile, in another location, Dr. Vegapunk stood in a laboratory, clutching several photographs, his eyes glinting with intrigue. After days of navigation, the ship finally docked near Punk Hazard Island. At last, we have arrived. Rosen cleared his throat. The incessant rain over the past few days had left him feeling quite uncomfortable, and the crew exhibited signs of fatigue. Fortunately, this situation had passed, and upon landing, they headed directly to Dr. Vegapunk's research facility. Thank you all, Vegapunk smiled. In stark contrast to Rosen's expectations, he appeared quite loquacious. I appreciate your efforts once again. No need for gratitude. You have aided us immensely, Sakazuki replied, and we genuinely require Dr. Vegapunk's assistance to expedite the resolution of our own issues. That is quite simple, Vegapunk said, patting his chest with a smile. We have made significant progress in processing sea stone. At the very least, we can refine it, though it remains quite troublesome. I am confident that you will succeed, Doctor, Rosen affirmed. Vegapunk chuckled heartily. I owe you my thanks. When the nine-tailed fox, Katarina Devon, approached my island, I was ready to retreat. However, your swift actions forced her to alter her course. Otherwise, I cannot say whether my laboratory would have survived. I myself was uncertain. Rosen scratched his head and laughed. But at least they are your subordinates. That is sufficient. Vegapunk smiled and then turned to Sakazuki. I shall not keep you any longer. You must be weary. Rest well. Indeed, Sakazuki nodded and subsequently took his leave. Punk Hazard Island was not far from the G1 fortress, only a half-day's journey away. Moreover, not only was the distance short, but there were also numerous eyes of the world government in the vicinity, and Dr. Vegapunk was overseeing a mysterious project, the Scientific Forces. Although it was uncertain when it would be operational, Vegapunk had never abandoned his research and was continuously expanding, with vague signs of breakthroughs emerging. This was also the reason why Sengoku had dispatched Sakazuki and the others to this location. Do you think that once this is operational, the pirates of the world will be doomed? Sakazuki chuckled. Perhaps, Paulusolino remarked with an unusual seriousness. However, such advanced technology is only in its infancy. Indeed, Rosen yawned, rubbing his eyes. Yet, since it is proposed by Dr. Vegapunk, it should be reliable. Once this technology is deployed, I suspect the pirates will be in dire straits. I eagerly awaited, Sakazuki said, shaking his head with a smile, pondering when it would finally be operational. Rosen silently chuckled to himself, realizing that it would likely be over 20 years before he could engage in actual combat. It would take nearly 30 years to completely replace the 7 warlords, by which time he would be approaching 50. However, this was of little concern to him. As long as he could survive until then, that was enough. With a sigh, Rosen stretched his limbs. The night sky was adorned with countless stars. Sakazuki sat on the deck, gazing at the heavens. His heart stirred with a tumultuous rhythm that compelled him to clench his fists and strike the railing with force. Careful not to damage the railing, Rosen remarked, observing the vast ocean. The urgency of our return truly shows they do not regard us as people. Sakazuki's expression darkened. Stop with the banter and get some sleep. Ah, I can't sleep. Aren't you tired? Rosen reclined on the deck, his legs draped over the railing, tilting his head back to admire the sky. Do you think we can defeat the pirates? No, we cannot, Sakazuki replied. Rosen rolled his eyes, though I harbor a strong disdain for pirates in their world. There are no absolutes of victory or defeat. Strength alone dictates the outcome. That's nonsense, Sakazuki grumbled. You're being utterly unreliable. Then consider my words mere folly. Rosen retorted with a smirk. Don't get too worked up. I am simply overly enthusiastic about the mission. Being thrust into the role of commander has left me somewhat bewildered. Chapter 50, A New Era. What time is it? Rosen sat up, bleary-eyed and momentarily forgetting the hour. In just a few minutes, it will be 1494. The new year is about to commence, Sakazuki informed him. Really? Is it already 1494? Rosen mused, stroking his chin. Has 3 years truly passed? How nostalgic. Nostalgic for what? Sakazuki inquired, studying Rosen. From cadet to admiral, it has been 3 years, Rosen replied, igniting a cigarette and chuckling softly. Time indeed flies. Sakazuki fell silent, recalling his own early days in the Navy when Rosen was merely an inconspicuous boy who has since blossomed into the formidable figure he was today. Enough of this, Sakazuki said, glancing at his watch. In a few hours, we must return to G1 Fortress. Indeed, it's time to visit and catch up with the old comrades, Rosen shrugged. This mission has proceeded quite smoothly. When Rosen and Sakazuki arrived at G1 Fortress, it was around 3 in the morning, yet the fortress remained brilliantly illuminated. Garp stood atop the lookout tower at the port, observing several warships gradually entering the harbor. Ah, they have returned, Garp murmured, as the weasel beside him approached with a cheerful demeanor. Admiral Garp, I have heard about that incident. Garp nodded. That little brat performed commendably. If it weren't for him, I wonder if they could have escaped safely. Regardless, our plan has commenced, Admiral Garp. Indeed, Garp laughed heartily. Let us go welcome that little rascal. He has achieved something remarkable this time. We cannot afford to neglect him. As the two made their way to the dock, they found Rosen standing at the edge, gazing outward, his expression turning to one of surprise upon seeing them. Oh, gentlemen, what brings you here at such an hour? Rosen greeted with a broad smile. Aren't you here for the same reason? Garp retorted. I have been waiting for you all night. Really? Rosen blinked in astonishment. Tonight? It is my shift. Garp chuckled. You all have accomplished such great feats. I must personally welcome you. With such significant achievements, shouldn't we be promoted? Ah. Garp patted Rosen on the shoulder. That is indeed the case, but not for you. Eh? Rosen blinked. How could I not be included? We three participated in this mission together. You little rascal, Garp shot him a glare. I am an admiral too. What, do you wish to become a general? Never mind. I shall content myself with being a mere admiral. I have no ambitions for high rank, Rosen shrugged. That is not something to be decided lightly. Garp regarded Rosen with a knowing look. No, you little scoundrel, you aren't plotting some scheme again, are you? No way, how could I? I am merely concerned about you being taken advantage of. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. Garp snorted, turning towards the bridge, while Rosen chuckled and followed in his footsteps. Sakazuki walked alongside Borsalino, heading towards the interior of the base. Hey, Borsalino, what do you think those two are up to? Not sure. I don't understand such things. Borsalino yawned. It can't be anything good, can it? Can't you say something optimistic? Sakazuki rolled his eyes. Borsalino scratched his head. Oh, fine, actually. I suspect they are just having a chat. Are you kidding me? No. I believe my deduction is quite accurate, Borsalino asserted, though you may not dare to confirm. I believe we shall receive unexpected rewards. Perhaps tomorrow we will be admirals. Admirals? That's still far off. Sakazuki remarked softly, acknowledging that some time was still required. One could discern their expressions. Indeed, as the two engaged in conversation, they abruptly halted in their tracks. Rosen intercepted the two. What is the matter? Sakazuki inquired. Rosen chuckled softly. You two are about to be promoted to the rank of lieutenant general. What? Sakazuki furrowed his brow slightly. Rosen approached mysteriously, lowering his voice as he spoke. I did not converse with Admiral Garp for no reason. What did you say? Akainu inquired. I merely asked if you both desire a promotion to vice admiral, Rosen replied nonchalantly. Akainu's expression immediately turned peculiar. Are you two not interested in the rank of vice admiral? Surely not. Rosen exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Such a significant matter, and you show no interest? This is a historic moment. Ahem. Borsalino cleared his throat. Rosen, what do you mean by a historic moment? Isn't it a historic moment that you two are being promoted to vice admiral before the new year? Rosen tilted his head, questioning whether he was mistaken. Borsalino raised his hands in surprise. This news is indeed quite astonishing. Enough with the chatter. What exactly is happening? Akainu maintained a serious demeanor. Are we truly set for a promotion? Yes, Rosen nodded, but the exact timing remains uncertain. It should not be long now. Observing Rosen's distracted demeanor, Akainu could not help but scoff. Could it be a hoax? How could the promotion occur so swiftly? Wouldn't that mean my promotion would be even faster? Rosen rolled his eyes. Yet, I feel the speed of promotion is rather exaggerated. Akainu shook his head. I sense you are concealing something. Borsalino leaned in closer. Rosen, if what you say is true, are you not obliged to share more with us? What transpired with Admiral Garp? Do you genuinely wish to know? Rosen squinted, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. Indeed, the two responded in unison. Then I shall tell you, but I must confess, I know not what awaits. All I understand is that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Rosen leisurely remarked, I do not concern myself with your current thoughts. But I sincerely hope that neither of you falters when the time comes. In fact, it would be prudent for you both to fervently hope that we do not engage in battle. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Borsalino furrowed his brow. Nor do I, Sakazuki scoffed. It is all mere rhetoric. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Rosen sighed. He would not divulge to them that this year Roger set sail from Twin Cape, heralding the commencement of the era of the Pirate King. Chapter 51. Influence in the Office of the Fleet Admiral. Steelbone Kong regarded Sakazuki and Borsalino, who stood before him, their expressions somber. Sakazuki, Borsalino, congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. Thank you, Admiral. Sakazuki nodded in gratitude. However, I must first remind you that although you now hold the rank of Rear Admiral, I expect you to remain vigilant, especially you, Rear Admiral Borsalino. The Rear Admirals are the backbone of the entire Navy. Complacency is not an option. Yes, Admiral. Borsalino responded promptly. The reporters from the press presented the two with flowers. Congratulations, and of course, photographs. Sakazuki restrained his smile, merely nodding towards the camera. In contrast, Borsalino cheerfully waved at the lens. In this promotional endeavor, the Navy spared no effort. Besides the announcement of the success of this operation, there was also a commendation for Rosen, elevating him to the rank of Rear Admiral for apprehending several high-profile pirates. The Navy was certainly generous with its rewards. This accolade indeed brought prolonged joy to Rosen. Yet on the other hand, it also thrust him into the spotlight. The foremost swordsman of the new generation? Roger mused as he perused the newspaper. Raising an eyebrow in intrigue, Rayleigh leaned in curiously. Is he a pirate? No, he is with the Navy, along with 2 rear admirals in their 20s. Look. They are quite young. Roger shook his head. How amusing. Rayleigh frowned. Isn't the Navy's approach rather blatant? Roger glanced at him momentarily, remarking, this doesn't concern us. When we encounter them, we can simply deal with them effortlessly. It hardly requires any exertion. The Whitebeard pirates. Edward Newgate sat quietly, perusing the newspaper. A cup of tea before him, yet he felt no inclination to indulge in it. Swordmaster? Monster? What nonsense is the Navy concocting? Edward rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of vexation. Old man? The door swung open unexpectedly. Marco entered with a smile, noticing Whitebeard seated at the table engrossed in the newspaper, and immediately approached him. What is going on? Is this news from the Navy? Marco's expression turned to one of astonishment upon seeing the paper. Nothing much. Just a bunch of immature brats, Whitebeard replied nonchalantly. They have a long way to go. Meanwhile, Garp burst into laughter, exclaiming, Look at that. I didn't expect such exceptional newcomers so soon. Why are you laughing? Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled softly. Ha ha. Steelbone Kong won't be pestering me to get promoted to Admiral anymore. Garp grinned, adding, that kid Rosen will surely become an Admiral someday. As long as he trains diligently, there'll be no issue. Don't celebrate too prematurely. That child Rosen still has a long journey ahead of him, Tsuru remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. However, his achievements are indeed commendable, having dealt with quite a few troublesome characters. Indeed, Tsuru smiled slightly, but Rosen possesses remarkable talent, given time. He may truly surpass us. Rosen, that fellow. Akainu felt exceedingly frustrated, staring at the newspaper in his hands, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. What is wrong, Akainu? Why is that guy on the front page when it's us 2 who are being promoted to Vice Admiral? Is that fair? Akainu's face flushed with anger, as if he were ready to pummel Rosen at any moment. Borsellino quietly patted his shoulder, urging, calm down, Akainu. Pulling his hat down, Akainu rose, stating, by the way, don't we have a patrol mission? I must set out immediately to capture a few pirates. Hey, wait for me. Akainu and Borsellino hurriedly departed the naval fortress. In a tavern. It's Kazan. How have you been? Rosen smiled faintly at Kazan before him. I hear you've also been dubbed a monster. Monster? Kazan paused, then shrugged. I don't mind being called that, but is this a tradition? Kind of, since 3 individuals were referred to as monsters in the first issue, Rosen said, scratching his nose. You're about to embark on your practical training, right? Yes, we'll be setting sail for our internship in 3 months, Kazan nodded. How swiftly time passes, Rosen sighed. And you? Kazan inquired. Rosen blinked, merely stating that he was assisting teacher Zephyr in managing the school. Upon hearing Rosen's words, Kazan paused momentarily, then let out a faint, wry smile, remarking that it shouldn't be so. After all, you are now also a vice admiral in the headquarters. So there is no substantial difference. Rosen waved his hand dismissively, asserting that it was essentially the same, with no real distinction. Rosen remarked, indeed, there is no difference. Kazan chuckled softly. We, in the end, shall depart from here to pursue our own dreams. Rosen smiled faintly, adding, moreover, the era of pirates will eventually come to an end. Indeed, but what dreams do you hold? Kazan inquired. Rosen squinted slightly, pondering my dream, which perhaps resembles that of the most formidable man in the world, standing at the pinnacle and basking in glory. As Rosen's words fell, a melodious and enchanting female voice resonated. I believe you would prefer to preserve your life. A woman clad in a pink coat approached gracefully, her figure curvaceous and her skin delicate, clearly a beauty. Oh, exclamations filled the tavern. Miss Guillaume. Rosen turned to Guillaume and inquired, what is it, Guillaume? I merely wish to express that you ought not to be so overly confident, Guillaume replied, arms crossed, gazing down at Rosen from a superior vantage point. The sea is exceedingly complex, and without the prowess of a general or above, one cannot possibly survive. What are your thoughts on this? If you are concerned for me, there is no need. Rosen gently shook his head. I hold a great deal of confidence in my swordsmanship. Is that so? Guillaume scoffed. Then let us await the outcome. Rosen shrugged his shoulders, unperturbed. How should one respond? The 4th batch of trainees, Guillaume, requested to challenge Instructor Rosen. Rosen gazed upon the Guillaume before him, his pupils narrowing momentarily. The young female naval officer exuded a palpable aura of intensity, though she appeared to be merely in her teenage years. The commanding presence she emanated was truly remarkable. Chapter 52, The Female Swordsman. In the training grounds, a fierce duel unfolded between two swordsmen, each strike infused with a lethal intent. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing the impressive prowess of his classmate Guillaume. "Thank you for your kind words," Guillaume replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I have been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. I wonder if your weapon is prepared?" "Of course." Rosen elegantly drew the newly acquired dagger, Zilu. The blade of Zila shimmered with a silvery brilliance under the sunlight. "If you intend to use the sword, please do not hold back," Instructor Rosen, Ji-Yuan advised. "Oh? Is it truly that formidable?" Rosen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "In that case, let us put it to the test." Rosen's toes lightly tapped the ground, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting toward Guillaume. In his hand, the Zilu traced a graceful arc aimed at Guillaume's neck. A hint of gravity appeared on Guillaume's face as he sidestepped Rosen's assault. His hand wielding the Kenpira swept toward Rosen's waist. However, with the foresight granted by observation Haki, Rosen had already perceived everything. He swiftly pivoted and evaded to the side. A sudden tremor rippled through Guillaume's arm as his form accelerated abruptly. Clang! Rosen raised his Zilu to block Jinbira's assault, the two weapons clashing together and igniting a dazzling array of sparks. As they passed each other, Rosen swung his Zilu, narrowly missing Guillaume. The sound of clashing steel resonated as they engaged once more, their battle escalating into a fervent intensity. The surrounding soldiers gasped in astonishment, the prowess displayed by Rosen and Guillaume leaving them in awe. Truly, Rosen was a remarkable instructor. Indeed, such swiftness. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing both combatants to come to an abrupt halt, their justice cloaks billowing dramatically behind them, accentuating the gravity of their expressions. Rosen narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the female naval officer before him, feeling a quiet astonishment within. Truly, she was worthy of being a future admiral's substitute. However, it would take decades for her to reach such a level. "Instructor Rosen, are you all right?" Guillaume asked, her expression one of bewilderment. She had not anticipated that Rosen would be lost in thought. "What expression is that?" Apologies. Rosen composed his features, turning his attention back to the young woman before him and revealing an exceptionally radiant smile. "I simply haven't encountered someone as intriguing in a long time. I feel compelled to take this seriously, otherwise, I would be quite disappointed." "Is that so?" Guillaume observed the brilliance of Rosen's face and suddenly burst into laughter. "Indeed." Rosen nodded slightly. "Thus, there is no need for you to hold back. I also hope that I do not suffer an embarrassing defeat." Guillaume gazed deeply into Rosen's eyes, her beautiful irises brimming with vibrant excitement. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed forth, rushing towards Rosen under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Rosen, refusing to yield, brandished his blade in defense. The clash between Zila and Jinbira resonated with a dull thud. Their movements grew increasingly rapid, and gradually, a profound sense of oppression enveloped the surrounding air, rendering even the act of breathing laborious. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. In that moment, the training ground was dominated by the fleeting silhouettes of the two combatants, their motions too swift for the naked eye to perceive, leaving only the sound of slicing wind in their wake. "Mooncleave," Rosen called out, as Zilu erupted in blinding radiance, a stream of sword energy hurtling toward Guillaume's chest. Yet it found only empty air. Guillaume leaped into the air, her right leg bending in a swift kick. A series of cutting waves erupted from her foot, compelling Rosen to retreat hastily, the waves crashing down where he had stood, stirring up a cloud of dust. Raging gale, Guillaume soared through the air, her wrist flicking as numerous cutting waves shot forth, sweeping towards Rosen. Shave. Rosen's foot drove into the ground, propelling him backward like an arrow. "Little girl. Enough of this play. Let us finish it," Rosen remarked with a cheerful grin. "Who is playing with you, Instructor Rosen?" Guillaume's gaze turned steely. "Sakuragi, Peach Source." The light of Jinbira's blade flashed, a faint crimson mist accompanying the sharp sword light as it cleaved downward toward Rosen. So swift. Rosen furrowed his brow, his grip tightening around Zilu as he slid to the side to evade the strike. Aye, flying dragon. The blade of Zila shimmered with a chilling azure glint. Clang. The swords met, and Rosen felt a jolt reverberate through his hands, causing a faint ache in his grip. "Your swordsmanship is indeed commendable. However, this is a sentiment I wish to express. Instructor Rosen, your swordplay is hardly elite." "Is that so? But what if we factor in the willpower?" Rosen grinned widely. "Willpower determines the ceiling, my dear." Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending Guillaume staggering backwards several paces. Is this the willpower? The onlookers were rendered speechless, awestruck by the sheer magnitude of this man's presence. Though Rosen's swordsmanship may not be unparalleled, his commanding presence surpasses that of the vast majority of individuals in the world, making him a rare entity even at his age. It appears that my control over this presence is quite satisfactory. Lighting a cigarette, Rosen exhaled a puff of smoke rings. Just now, I did not exert my full strength. I wonder, if you were to unleash your full potential, how long could you endure? I do not know. Perhaps 5 seconds. Prologue to Chapter 53. Rosen extended 5 fingers, his tone resolute. What? 5. Accompanied by the countdown, Rosen's figure vanished from the spot. Whoosh. Rosen appeared abruptly behind Guillaume. Guillaume turned to thwart Rosen's assault, yet her response was ultimately a fraction too late. The armament Haki enveloped Zilu, exuding a fierce intent as it cleaved down upon Jinbira. A sharp, resonant sound pierced the air, causing a momentary sting in the ears of all present. Guillaume's complexion turned pale as the overwhelming force sent her soaring away. Rosen smiled faintly, grasping Guillaume's wrist and drawing her into his embrace. Guillaume struggled against him. Zilu, gently leaning against Guillaume's shoulder, deftly dismantled all her defenses and whispered in her ear, I concede. With that, Rosen released his grip. Guillaume plummeted to the ground, clutching her arm, and glared up at Rosen. Hey, how could you treat a girl so harshly? Guillaume exclaimed, rubbing her shoulder. Is that so? Rosen shrugged. But I am a man. After all, there is a distinction between genders. At this point, Rosen's voice abruptly halted. Guillaume cast a disdainful look at Rosen. I admit I cannot match you. You actually admitted it? Rosen gazed at Guillaume in astonishment. Yes, I acknowledge it. After all, I cannot defeat you. Guillaume waved her hand dismissively. Your name is Rosen, right? I shall remember it. Rosen picked his nose while gazing at her. Do not pick your nose. It is utterly filthy. Rosen shook his head in resignation. Since there was nothing else, I shall take my leave. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. TCH. Rosen turned to leave, leaving only Guillaume standing in place, muttering softly to herself. A lady ought to be polite. You little brat, do you wish to challenge me? Zephyr gazed at Rosen, utterly astonished. What do you intend to do? Isn't challenging the strong the quickest and best way to enhance one's abilities? Zephyr, amused by his audacity, replied, Let me enlighten you. You are mistaken. Rosen was taken aback. Oh, what is the mistake? Zephyr tossed the folder he held towards Rosen. If you genuinely wish to grow stronger, you must first learn the virtue of patience, both towards your adversaries and yourself. Besides, I am rather pressed for time. You should seek out Sakazuki instead. I understand, but I still believe you are more suited to teach me, Rosen replied, cradling the folder and smiling brightly at him. Zephyr rolled his eyes. No, I am far too busy. Then it must be this way. What are you planning? Zephyr eyed Rosen warily. Nothing much. You are right, teacher. I shall take my leave, Rosen chuckled mischievously. A yawn escaped Zephyr, who had just rushed out from the library, and he suddenly sneezed, rubbing the tip of his nose in bewilderment. Could it be that someone is missing me? Meanwhile, in a distant sea region, Sir Shiki, your plan is about to come to fruition. A silver-haired man respectfully bowed his head before a massive pirate ship. Indeed, Shiki nodded, but we require one individual. Who is it? You will know in due time. Shiki's lips curled into a slight smile. Understood, my lord. Once this matter is resolved, you may have me by your side. After following you for so long, it is time for you to enjoy the riches and glory. My subordinate is grateful, my lord. On another front, within Sakazuki's fleet, fire. Sakazuki calmly commanded from the deck. Boom. The cannonballs tore through the air with a spine-chilling whistle, hurtling towards the distant pirate ship, sending towering waves crashing onto the sea surface. The pirates aboard the vessel, upon seeing the solitary warship, instinctively surrounded it. Brothers, let's take down the navy before us. Charge. The pirates maneuvered several ships towards Sakazuki's fleet, leading to a fierce clash on the ocean, smoke billowing and flames soaring. Bang! A cannonball struck Sakazuki's ship, exploding and generating colossal waves. The soldiers visibly paled, anxiously watching the direction of the pirate ships. Sakazuki's indifferent gaze fell upon the pirate vessel. Do not panic. Yes. The soldiers gritted their teeth, holding their ground. Bang! Another cannonball landed near the fleet, causing monstrous waves to rise. Sakazuki glanced towards the trajectory of the falling shell, furrowing his brow as he removed his gloves, his expression one of disdain. Meteor volcano. As his words left his lips, the sky suddenly darkened, as if meteors were about to descend. Thud. Innumerable fireballs descended from the heavens, crashing upon the pirate ship and swiftly engulfing it. The surrounding seawater evaporated almost entirely, giving rise to a towering mushroom cloud. Choking cries and desperate pleas filled the vast ocean. "Help me. Mother, I am dying." Sakazuki withdrew his gaze, coldly surveying the distant horizon. Communications officer. "Sir." The officer stepped forward without hesitation. "Inform headquarters that our unit has annihilated the Tajik pirate fleet and request instructions for the next course of action." "Understood. Also, send a copy to Rosen." "Affirmative." Chapter 54. The calm before the storm within the office of Rosen. A strikingly beautiful secretary hurriedly entered, clutching a bundle of documents. "General Rosen, this is a telegram from General Sakazuki," she announced. "Oh." Rosen set down his pen and reached out to take the telegram she offered, scrutinizing its contents. "This fellow." Rosen shook his head in bemusement, pondering what he was trying to boast about. He picked up a cup from his desk and took a sip of coffee. Casually inquiring, "By the way, how are those individuals faring?" "They have all regained consciousness and are currently undergoing training." "Oh." Rosen nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. "Yes, Admiral Rosen." Rosen set down the cup in his hand and said, "By the way, inform them that I wish to increase the training regimen for those trainees." "Eh? Well, let them deliberate thoroughly and then submit a report for my review." The female secretary hesitated for a moment. "General Rosen, are you certain?" "If we augment the training intensity, I fear they may not be able to cope," she cautiously remarked. Rosen leaned back in his chair and sighed softly, assuring himself, "It's all right. I will handle everything." "Indeed." The female secretary nodded and withdrew. Rosen sat silently in his chair. Having been assigned a new task by Zephyr to train and supervise the naval cadets, his primary responsibility was to oversee their training and provide recommendations or formulate relevant regulations. Although this task appeared straightforward, the paperwork was exceedingly cumbersome. He had to consider the psychological well-being of the students while ensuring that none became complacent, all the while adhering to strict enforcement of various rules. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a telephone pierced the silence. Rosen looked up to see the phone on the nearby desk ringing. "Hello?" he answered, lifting the receiver. "How is it going?" Zephyr sighed. "I imagine the workload is quite substantial." "Not really. I rather enjoy this feeling," Rosen replied. "Ha. I am fortunate to have your assistance, otherwise my old bones would truly struggle." Zephyr chuckled lightly. "That is quite unnecessary," Rosen laughed. "Zephyr, you should take care to stay active. Spending too much time in the office can lead to stagnation." "You cheeky brat," Zephyr retorted playfully. "I've lived long enough to not need your lessons." "Oh, but I worry as you age, you see. At your age, you shouldn't be exerting yourself so vigorously." "Enough of this chatter. I'm hanging up now. TSK." Rosen helplessly shrugged and tossed the telephone bug onto the table. "Honestly," he muttered, rubbing his forehead as he gazed out the window, "for the past few months." Rosen had been confined to the office. Although students occasionally stirred up trouble, the majority of his time was spent reviewing documents. Suddenly, the door swung open with a crash. "What is it?" "General Rosen, General Sakazuki has returned." "He has returned? Very well. Lead me to him." At once, Rosen donned his military uniform and approached the port, where he beheld a throng of pirates kneeling before him, their faces etched with terror and despair. "You seem quite busy," he remarked, his eyes widening at the sight. "That should be my line," Sakazuki replied, stretching lazily. "Isn't it nice to be here with Teacher Zephyr?" "Indeed," Rosen said, absent-mindedly picking his nose. "You weren't idle before." "Were you?" Sakazuki rolled his eyes. "You fool. What do you intend to do with these pirates?" Rosen inquired, glancing at the swarm of pirates with a frown. "They are merely insignificant figures." Sakazuki shot him a sidelong glance. "That's none of your concern." "Oh." Rosen tilted his head and smiled at the approaching Weasel. "You've worked hard this time." Weasel slightly bowed, a smile gracing his lips. "It's no trouble at all. How is your Haki training progressing?" "Quite well. Though I need to solidify it further," Weasel replied, rubbing his nose. "And you?" "I'm doing fine." Rosen raised an eyebrow with a smile. "After all, I'm an old hand at this. My Haki has naturally improved quickly, at least enough to handle Sakazuki." Sakazuki let out a scoff. "Just listen to him boast. Why don't you give it a try?" Rosen quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Forget it," Sakazuki retorted, pouting. "I'm tired. I'll rest now. As for how to deal with this batch of pirates, I leave that to you." "Understood." After Sakazuki departed, Rosen gazed after his retreating figure, a glimmer of profound insight crossing his eyes. He turned to Weasel and said, "You all should rest. I will handle things here." Yes, sir. Once everyone had dispersed, Rosen looked at the group of pirates with a sense of resignation. To be honest, I would very much like to eliminate you all. But the Navy cannot simply kill at will. With that, he waved to the station Marines. Take them away and confine them. Await further instructions. Yes, sir. Additionally, Rosen instructed them to report the situation to Admiral Steelbone Kong. Yes, sir. Chapter 55, The Battle of Ever New World. Previously, Roger had attracted the attention of the world government due to his overwhelming presence. As for the Golden Lion Shiki, he was regarded as the Navy's most formidable adversary. Self-proclaimed as an admiral and the most ambitious pirate following rocks, Roger was well-versed in historical texts, which, according to the world government's propaganda, held immense secrets regarding ancient weapons. Legends spoke of these ancient weapons possessing the power to annihilate the entire world, which is why even the world government took this small yet formidable force so seriously. However, the Golden Lion had recognized Roger's strength and the secrets of the ancient weapons noted in the historical texts. Thus, he resolved to ally with Roger to jointly dominate this world. What? Steelbone Kong's expression turned exceedingly grim upon hearing the news. Indeed, Marshal. Our intelligence organization has discovered that the Golden Lion wishes to form an alliance with Roger. The aide let out a helpless sigh. An alliance? Steelbone Kong's countenance darkened further. These scoundrels. What are they plotting? Just then, Garp burst in. Kong, do we have news about Roger? Ah, you must promptly notify everyone. The entire army must be on alert. An extraordinary event is imminent. Steelbone Kong's demeanor was serious. Do you comprehend what it signifies that the Golden Lion seeks to ally with Roger? Garp nodded and swiftly departed. Kong's eyes remained fixed on the contents of the note, unable to tear himself away for a long while. Has the day finally arrived? Steelbone Kong murmured to himself. In the corridor, Garp's newly appointed aide, Kazan, hurriedly approached as he turned the corner, immediately drawing near upon spotting Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, are we about to confront Roger? Oh, Garp laughed heartily, patting Kazan on the shoulder. Indeed, we are heading there shortly. Garp waved his hand. There is another formidable individual. You must exercise caution. Understood. Kazan nodded solemnly. Then I shall go inform the others to prepare. Go, go. Garp waved him off and entered the dock. Upon entering the dock, he encountered Vice Admiral Tsuru. Ah, Tsuru. Hiki, I didn't expect you to be mobilized as well. Vice Admiral Tsuru cast him a sidelong glance. The world's two most dangerous pirates wish to unite. This is a matter of great magnitude that must be handled with care. Rest assured, Garp replied with a grin, they wouldn't dare create too much of a commotion. Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's voice rang out. Garp, what are you doing here? Garp turned to smile at him. Guess. Sengoku paused. Fool, don't focus solely on Roger. Shiki is formidable too. Do not underestimate him. Understood, Garp nodded. If it comes to that, I can always credit you with the achievement, haha. Sengoku shot him a glare. All right. Garp chuckled heartily, then spotted Rosen, Sakazuki, and Borsalino approaching. Hey, kids, have you been slacking off during this time? Of course not, Rosen replied indifferently, shaking his head. I feel I possess the battle capability of a vice admiral now. As for the two of them, they aren't far behind me. That's good to hear, Garp nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, the entire G1 fortress, aside from Marshal Kong and Admiral Zephyr, had mobilized its elite forces. A campaign against the Golden Lion Shiki and Roger was officially underway. You've worked hard, kid. It's no trouble. G2 and G3 have dispatched 5 warships each to assist G1 in this operation. A myriad of intelligence has been relayed through the telephone bugs, indicating that the scale of this mission is exceedingly vast, encompassing the pinnacle of naval strength. What an impressive display. Garp, puffing on his cigar, mused aloud, wondering if such a formidable fleet was truly necessary merely to capture them. Admiral Sengoku shook his head, revealing that many more warships were to join this endeavor. The Golden Lion has assembled an extraordinarily large fleet, and his pirate crew is far from weak, comprising renowned formidable figures. Hence, the need for such a considerable force. Garp grinned, contemplating the prospect of 20 warships and nearly 10,000 troops. If a confrontation ensued, it would certainly be entertaining. Garp. Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow, directing a stern gaze at him. Oh, my apologies, Garp quickly interjected. I was merely jesting. With 2 admirals of such caliber, 15 vice admirals, and nearly 100 rear admirals, how could over 10,000 men possibly subdue them? Rosen pondered as he scrutinized the intelligence before him, wondering what manner of monsters they truly were. Why the long faces? Akainu approached and inquired, casting a glance at him. Are you worried about our potential failure? Rosen lifted his head to gaze at him, silently nodding. One could say that achieving half of the plan is quite an accomplishment. Sakazuki placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him not to be so pessimistic. After all, there is Garp, Admiral Sengoku, and, of course, you. Rosen raised an eyebrow. We will prevail, Sakazuki assured him. Trust me. Rosen gazed at Sakazuki, an enigmatic smile suddenly gracing his lips. Sakazuki. Yes? Rest assured, I shall not hold back. Rosen narrowed his eyes, for after all these years, someone must validate my prowess, mustn't they? What are you rambling about, you fool? Sakazuki chuckled, albeit with a hint of reproach. You mustn't perish, do you understand? Since our initial cohort, countless others from the subsequent groups have met their demise. You had already proven your exceptionalism back then, even that monster Kazan is no match for you. Upon hearing this, Rosen chuckled, patting Sakazuki on the shoulder. Fear not. After all these years, I value my life more than anyone else could. You needn't worry. Should you perish, I shall eliminate every one of your relatives. Sakazuki declared fiercely. Rosen, with a hint of exasperation, spread his hands and remarked, Come on, I haven't done anything to provoke you. Why do you keep fixating on me? I simply dislike you, came the retort. Laughter escaped from Rosen as he shook his head in amusement. Suddenly, an order crackled over the intercom. Summoning officers of the rank of Major General and above to the office of Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 56. The curtain Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Rosen disembarked from the warship. Directly leaping onto Sengoku's flagship, Garp yawned and, upon spotting the trio, greeted them with a jovial smile. Well, you all have arrived. So, how's your confidence holding up? Rosen rolled his eyes, disregarding Garp, while Sakazuki turned to Garp and stated, We are confident. That is good, Garp nodded. However, you must exercise caution. This mission is far from simple. Although you are my most outstanding students, Mr. Garp. Rosen interjected suddenly, speaking earnestly, we are all aware that this mission is formidable. Yet we must approach it with an unwavering resolve. Garp paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Well said, Rosen. Sakazuki regarded Rosen with a profound and resolute gaze. In this war, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Sengoku stood by the window, gazing into the distance, his sight traversing the glass to the far-off horizon. Report. Sengoku withdrew his gaze and looked towards the throng of vice admirals outside. Their expressions were solemn, their demeanor serious. Sengoku scanned them briefly before striding forward. Is everyone present? He inquired. Yes, Marshal. They replied in unison. Excellent. Please come in. Once inside the ship's cabin, Sengoku surveyed the surroundings and noted the formidable presence of the individuals before him, nodding in satisfaction. I believe I need not elaborate further on this operation. Sengoku lightly tapped the table. Your targets are the Golden Lion and Roger. Our vanguard consists of 10,000 men. Sengoku snorted disdainfully, moreover. The naval bases throughout the New World are similarly reinforced. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a formidable force was sufficient to obliterate any pirate crew. Yet we must remain vigilant, Sengoku continued, to prevent any rash individuals from jeopardizing the mission. I expect you all to exercise utmost caution. Failure is not an option. Understood. The group murmured in response. Everyone comprehended the gravity of Sengoku's words. This operation was of paramount importance, and their adversaries were none other than the Golden Lion, who possessed cataclysmic power. Should this mission fail, opportunities to confront them again would be scarce. Garp, feeling a twinge of guilt, rubbed his nose. He often acted impulsively in battle, which was why Tsuru was reluctant to allow him aboard her ship, though he recognized he could not alter this flaw. Garp's achievements in combat were undeniable. The pirates along the route were taken aback by the immense naval fleet, particularly when they glimpsed the unique warships of Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, prompting widespread panic and flight. However, the Navy paid little heed to these minor threats, swiftly heading towards the waters where the Golden Lion and Roger were expected to clash. Report. Speak. According to intelligence, the Golden Lion's crew is anticipated to encounter Roger in the Edver Sea. Any additional information? They intend to force Roger to submit to the Golden Lion. Huh. The voice of Garp echoed yield. Roger would never submit to anyone. Silence. Garp, Sengoku commanded sternly. Garp merely scoffed and fell silent. How far are we? Sengoku inquired, turning his head. The vanguard will take at least an hour to arrive. Whose troops are they? They are led by Rear Admiral Rosen. Them. Sengoku paused for a moment. Well, their level of training is relatively high, Perhaps they will prove to be of greater utility. Do not underestimate that lad, Rosen, Garp muttered. He is no ordinary individual. His capability in reconnaissance is quite formidable. Sengoku furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent thereafter. Rosen stood upon the deck, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, under a gloomy sky and amidst an oppressive storm. Seagulls circled around them, soaring as if to vent their own fury. This season marked the onset of the rainy period. A report indicated that the general of the warring states commanded us to hasten towards the adverse sea. Rosen nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Borsalino stepped forward and inquired, "Tell me, Rosen, do you truly believe we can triumph this time?" "I do not know," came the reply. "What do you mean by I do not know?" Borsalino's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you estimate our chances of victory to be?" Rosen countered. Borsalino scratched his head, pondering. "I think we might still have a chance. Facing ordinary pirates is absolutely manageable. However, when confronted by formidable foes like Roger or the Golden Lion, we possess no chance whatsoever," Sakazuki interjected with a dry cough. "You need not worry about that," Rosen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. "I assure you, we still have a fighting chance." Sakazuki raised an eyebrow, observing the subtle confidence etched upon Rosen's face. He seemed to grasp something, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. "Oh, you mean?" "Of course, I refer to the weather," Rosen declared, discarding his cigarette and quickening his pace. "We must reach the Edwall Sea as soon as possible. This battle will determine the future landscape." "Indeed. The Golden Lion, I reject your demands." On the ominous surface of the sea, Roger's pirate ship launched the first barrage against the Golden Lion's fleet. Boom! The cannonballs sliced through the air, crashing into the water and erupting into colossal splashes. The Golden Lion stood on the foredeck, grimly surveying Roger's vessel ahead. "I warned you, you will regret this. Men, eliminate him." Countless cannonballs detonated within the Golden Lion's fleet, flames igniting instantly, thick black smoke enveloping the sky. The pirates roared in frenzy, many suffering injuries or being submerged beneath the waves. Yet a greater number retaliated with the ship's cannons, plunging both sides into a fierce clash. A thunderous storm swept across the ocean, monstrous waves surging violently. "Is there no way to approach?" Rosen furrowed his brow, gazing ahead. In such conditions, they could not draw near unless they wished to send their warship to the depths. The navigator shook his head. Under these circumstances, it is utterly impossible to advance, unless one looks skyward to see a dark cloud gradually forming, rumbling and flashing with lightning, as if a dragon lurked within. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, striking the sea with ferocity. The terrifying storm erupted, unleashing a deluge of rain, each droplet the size of hail. This was a torrential downpour, an extreme tempest that rendered the navigator incapable of controlling the sailboat, forcing him to helplessly watch as it veered from its intended course. "What should we do?" "We must halt our advance," Rosen squinted, realizing the peril. "We cannot gamble with the lives of our naval soldiers." Sakazuki's expression darkened, the sudden storm severely impeding the fleet's movements. "Damn it." Chapter 57, a frantic plan. As the storm loomed ahead, Sengoku furrowed his brow, cursing the wretched weather. The navigator sighed, acknowledging that under such conditions, even we are unable to advance. Sengoku clenched his fists, gazing into the distance. Is there truly no way forward? There must be, mustn't there? In this moment, even the sagacious strategist began to feel the stirrings of impatience. Regrettably, if we force our way through, we cannot guarantee what dangers may arise. Even with your formidable strength, you could sustain injuries. The navigator hesitated, casting a wary glance toward the distant tempest. This is merely the beginning. Garp approached, stating that if this continues, our operation is likely doomed. Such is the nature of things, Sengoku sighed, uncertain how long this rain will persist. However, I believe there is no need for excessive concern. Garp reassured him, patting his shoulder. Sengoku inhaled deeply, observing the relentless waves ahead. Some impetuous rear admirals posited that perhaps we could annihilate them in one fell swoop. "Did you not hear? If we press forward, it is likely that we shall lose all 10,000 of our men here," a more rational admiral promptly countered. "How can we know without attempting?" One admiral retorted defiantly. "We are not solitary heroes. We are an army. Yet, if we proceed in such a manner, it would still be preferable to total annihilation." "Enough," Sengoku barked, silencing the chatter. At that moment, a messenger rushed in. "Admiral, Vice Admiral Rosen is requesting the transfer of a personnel." "What?" Sengoku was taken aback. "A transfer?" The messenger nodded affirmatively. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku inquired. Who is it? Kazan, the messenger replied, lowering his head. Kazan. Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly. Garp was momentarily stunned. Is it really Kazan? Sengoku turned to Garp. What do you think? Garp rubbed his smooth head. The lad is quite capable. After a brief hesitation, Sengoku decided, let Kazan go then. When Kazan arrived aboard Rosen's warship, he found Rosen, Akainu, and Kazara gathered around a table. You're here. Rosen chuckled. You were the last to arrive. What are you planning? Kazan raised an eyebrow. Are you really considering a direct confrontation with the Golden Lion? I would relish a confrontation, Rosen admitted with a smirk, but in this weather, I have no desire to gamble with my life. Kazan glanced out at the increasingly torrential rain, his expression growing more serious. How do you intend to get in? I consulted the navigator, Rosen explained. Although the storm is fierce, we still have a chance. This operation will strictly be a capture mission, and we can only take a minimal number of personnel. Why don't you address him as Admiral Garp? Rosen inquired. Because he won't freeze, Kazan replied with a shrug. The storm is fierce, but as long as we have a foothold, we shall manage. You all are quite a nuisance. Kazan couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, I wouldn't mind lending you a hand. Really? Rosen's eyes widened with excitement. Are you willing to join us? Indeed. Please elaborate on the specifics. Freeze the sea surface. The thicker, the better. As for Sakazuki, kindly provide a lava pit as a warm shelter. Rosen chuckled. As long as we utilize shave, we will swiftly approach our objective. This is the simplest method. Are you certain this will resolve the issue? Kazan gazed at the increasingly ferocious downpour outside, expressing his concerns. Remember, we are monsters. And quite young at that, Rosen reassured him, patting his shoulder. Our task is to close in on the flagship with utmost speed. That is our only chance. Sakazuki stated calmly, execute the orders. Commander, relay the plan. We are commencing our actions. Under the cover of the ice age and volcanic eruptions, they hastened towards their goal. Despite the terrifying storm rendering their path treacherous, they finally found a refuge from the howling winds and torrential rain. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku perused the report sent by Rosen. These kids, Garp remarked from beside him. These little rascals are truly brilliant. Vice Admiral Tsuru stood nearby, her expression evidently complicated. Sengoku asked, Chief Advisor, what is your opinion? Indeed, they are the cream of the Navy's new generation, Tsuru replied calmly, but they are gambling. Yes, they are indeed gambling. Sengoku sighed, hoping for their survival. Meanwhile, Rosen and his companions sheltered in a lava pit encased in solid ice, evading the sudden storm. This storm is rather peculiar. Borsalino sneezed, watching the fierce winds whistle past him, unable to suppress his murmurs. Rosen paid him no heed and simply found a spot to sit cross-legged. Aren't you concerned? Murmured Borsalino. Not at all. We are nearing our destination. Rosen's observation Haki swept across the surroundings, and he soon detected the presence of the Golden Lion Shiki. However, at this moment, the Golden Lion seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Why was his aura so chaotic? Rosen chuckled softly, realizing the truth of the matter. What are you laughing at? Kazan remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation as he gazed at Rosen. Let us not forget that we can no longer afford to delay. Rosen waved his hand reassuringly, assuring everyone that there would be no delay. Once the storm subsided, they continued their advance. Borsalino ahead. The Golden Ship. They intend to rescue the Golden Lion. Understood, Borsalino replied coolly. 8-foot mirror. With his arms outstretched, he swiftly ascended into the air, utilizing the remnants of the fleet. He then shouted, 8-foot jade hook. In an instant, the entire ship fell within Borsalino's bombardment range, and the deafening sound of countless shells detonating filled the air. At that moment, the Golden Lion had a ship's rudder embedded in his forehead, blood streaming relentlessly as his chest heaved violently, his face contorted in agony. They are the Navy, he gritted out through clenched teeth. His subordinates were in a state of panic, with some already in tears. Rosen's figure quietly emerged as he gazed at Mr. Golden Lion, fastening the sea stone handcuffs around his neck. Greetings, Mr. Golden Lion, Rosen smiled at him. The Golden Lion lifted his head, coldly staring at Rosen, recognizing the man from that fateful night. Do not flaunt your dominance. You cannot kill me, Rosen replied with a grin. This level of assault is something I can still endure. You would do well to conserve your strength. The Golden Lion scoffed, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the deck, falling silent. Chapter 58. A new beginning. At this moment, he was gravely injured. Even speaking was a struggle. In such dire circumstances, any thought of resistance was futile. Beside him, Kazan held a din mushi, transmitting real-time updates to Sengoku and Garp. The Golden Lion is severely wounded and unconscious. Garp clicked his tongue. Things are getting lively now, Sengoku. Sengoku suppressed his excitement. Inform headquarters of this news. Tsuru shook her head. It would be difficult for them to come here. We shall see, Sengoku sighed. With a clang, Sakazuki anchored the ship on the icy surface, pulling Rosen and the others aboard. Ugh, this dreadful weather, Kizaru complained, but it is rather exhilarating. Should we remove the things on our heads? Kizaru inquired. Doing so would mean his demise, Rosen responded as the five of them sheltered behind the ship, quietly awaiting the storm's cessation. I wonder where Roger has gone, Sakazuki sighed. If we could capture him, wouldn't that be? Upon hearing his words, Rosen's cheeks twitched twice. Roger is not so easily captured. And it seems he has long since fled. Roger the Golden Lion, he murmured. Where are you? Are you still alive? The storm has finally subsided, and the sea is littered with scattered debris, leaving behind a haunting tableau of floating corpses. Before long, the sound of a warship approached, growing ever nearer until it came into view. Garp leaped from the vessel to join them. How is it? Well, at least we're still alive, Rosen replied with a smile. Who would have thought that a legendary tyrant would meet such a fate? Garp mused, gazing at the Golden Lion, whose head was impaled by a ship's helm. Hurry. Confine him aboard the ship, Garp. Sengoku's voice rang out. Understood, Garp chuckled, reaching down to hoist the Golden Lion and carry him back to the ship. Rosen and his companions returned to the warship, observing the fallen Golden Lion on the ground as a throng of Marines gathered around. He is not dead, is he? Crane approached to take a look and inquired. No, he is alive, Garp replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the other ships began to recover the pirates floating on the sea. And Rosen, along with Borsalino and others, joined in the cleanup efforts. The events were also transmitted to Fort G1, where Zephyr and Steelbone Kong watched the footage with an air of detachment. I never expected this, Steelbone Kong remarked with a rueful smile, reflecting on how the war concluded without a single shot being fired. Indeed, Zephyr chuckled lightly. These youngsters. Steelbone Kong smiled faintly, lamenting that Roger had escaped. One day, he will fall into our hands, Zephyr asserted. It is time to notify the undersea prison. The 6th level has remained closed for far too long. Haha. I wonder who will be next. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, the Edver Marine Fleet achieved an unprecedented victory, capturing the pirate Admiral Golden Lion along with a multitude of pirates. The 4 principal figures of this incident garnered immense honor for the Navy. Apprehending the Golden Lion held profound significance, while for the pirates, it spelled catastrophic consequences, given the Golden Lion's absolute deterrent power within the pirate realm. You all did well. Steelbone Kong coughed lightly, acknowledging their exceptional performance, particularly that of Rosen. It is our duty, Rosen replied, standing tall. We vow to defend the honor of the Navy to the death, Sakazuki asserted, straightening his posture. Yes, that sentiment befits a soldier of the Navy, Steelbone Kong nodded. Then turned his gaze to the silent Kazan and Borsalino nearby. You both performed admirably as well, he remarked. Thank you, Marshal, they replied in unison, bowing their heads. Although you have achieved merit, do remain cautious, Steelbone Kong cautioned with a frown. Pirates do not abide by notions of mercy. We understand, Sakazuki nodded, briefly glancing at Rosen standing aside. All right, you may go and rest now. In the New World, on a certain island, Captain Roger, the Golden Lion, has been captured. Buggy rushed in, flustered. He was caught by the Navy. I'm aware, Roger said languidly, perusing the newspaper in his hands. I never imagined that old geezer would find himself in such a predicament. Buggy scoffed. If it weren't for that storm, we might have perished long ago, Captain. Haha. Luck is indeed a part of strength, Roger chuckled as he set down the newspaper. However, we must hasten our departure from this island. Buggy nodded, ready to speak, when suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Shanks burst into hearty laughter, clapping Buggy on the shoulder. What is the matter? Shanks. I have just heard the news about the Golden Lion. Buggy exclaimed hurriedly. He has been captured. Well, we already knew that, Shanks shrugged, with the ship's will protruding from his head, likely beyond saving. Buggy swallowed hard. Is that formidable individual truly dead? What else could it be? Shanks retorted. Buggy fell silent, aware of the Golden Lion's prowess, yet this time he had succumbed to the tempest. We are indeed fortunate, he thought. Chapter 59. I have something to announce, Father. Marco burst in, clutching a newspaper. He presented it to Whitebeard. Father, take a look. Whitebeard accepted the newspaper and scanned it quickly, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. That fellow actually. I never expected it, Father. Ha ha. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. That guy has finally met his match. He then clenched his fists tightly. Is this true? Jozu approached, glancing at the newspaper. The Golden Lion has actually fallen into the hands of the Navy. It appears so. Whitebeard chuckled lightly. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Pirates have their own adventures. We must focus on our own affairs. Indeed. 3 years later, the tranquil sea shimmered under the moonlight, casting a silvery glow upon its surface. In the New World, on an uninhabited island, a great fire blazed fiercely. In the darkness, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by the excited shouts of pirates. Within the dense thicket, several injured Marines gazed at the distant flames, their faces etched with pain and fury. The colonel is dead. But we must not relinquish our resistance. A young Marine gritted his teeth. The distress signal must have been sent out. Yes, it has been sent. A burly man beside him nodded, but we might not see it through. The enemy is simply too formidable. The young Marine sighed. If the colonel were still alive, perhaps he could have thwarted them, but those civilians. Silence. The commanding officer interjected sharply. We are the Navy. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, we must attempt it. We cannot allow those pirates to harm the civilians, can we? The young Marine remained silent for a moment before finally sighing. I understand now. It is not too late. The officer patted the young Marine on the shoulder, then turned to the others. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed. In the sky, less than 300 meters from the island, Rosen surveyed the brightly lit dock. He observed a throng of pirates gathered there, a dark mass. Goodness. There are so many. Could they be celebrating the Golden Lion's birthday? The threads of conversation among the pirates were momentarily interrupted when one of them bellowed. Hand over all your valuables. Hey there. Rosen approached the pirates with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring, Are you in search of the Golden Lion? The pirates paused, turning their gazes in unison towards Rosen. Quite perceptive, Rosen remarked with a smile. The Golden Lion was just captured, and you lot have already decided to stir up trouble. Haven't you seen the news? Who is this young dandy? The pirates scoffed. You little brat, you haven't even grown your first hair yet. What are you doing here making a fuss? I am no mere child, Rosen replied with a calm smile, gripping the iron sword at his back. Since you have come, I shall treat you to a delightful tour of Impel Down. TCH, just a punk, the pirates mocked, surrounding Rosen. I could take on 5 of you without breaking a sweat. Oh, is that so? Yang Jin taunted, beckoning with his finger. You're all so tall. Yet you're nothing but braggarts. Just a kid. Let me teach you a lesson. With that, one of the pirates charged forward with a knife. Swish. Blood sprayed forth as Rosen's iron sword effortlessly sliced through the pirate's throat. The crimson blood stained the blade, dripping onto the ground before Rosen. Rosen stepped slowly over the blood, inching closer to the pirates. You shouldn't have come at this time, he remarked, scratching his head. Suddenly, he leapt into the air. With a swift movement, he teleported to the center of the pirates, his longsword slicing through the air, causing heads to roll. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots erupted. Bullets flying in all directions. Damn it, I was clearly aiming. The pirate who fired couldn't help but curse under his breath. Rosen let out a cold laugh, his arm trembling as the sword's light transformed into a fleeting shadow. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the chest of the pirate who had fired at him. Blood spraying forth as the pirate's pupils gradually faded, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. The remaining pirates gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Where's your captain? Rosen withdrew his sword from the pirate's body, wiping it clean with a cloth. Bring him out. I wish to speak with him. No matter who you are. Our captain will not waste words with you, the small pirate leader scoffed, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging at Rosen. Oh. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin, Rosen retorted, curling his lip as he swept his right leg, delivering a brutal kick to the pirate's abdomen, sending him tumbling into the sea. I hope to convey my message clearly. Did you not hear me? Summon your captain. You scoundrel. How dare you kill our brother? The pirates shouted, trembling. I have no desire to repeat myself, Rosen stated coldly. I did not come here to jest. Before his words had fully settled, Rosen vanished from sight. A chorus of screams ensued, leaving the surroundings in eerie silence for a prolonged moment. Eventually, the pirates quaked in fear, their voices quivering. Our captain is coming. You will meet your end. Millions, you say? Rosen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What did you say? A pirate inquired. I merely meant, Rosen shrugged. I eagerly anticipated. The pirates failed to grasp his meaning, yet it was now of little consequence. Who has slain my beloved subordinate? Suddenly, a heavily armored man wielding a naginata approached slowly from the distance. Are you the father of Crick? Yang Jin could not help but ask upon observing his attire. Crick's father? The armored man paused momentarily, then erupted with fury, bellowing, I am Nyx, captain of the Nile Pirates, with a bounty of 90 million berries. 90 million? Rosen clicked his tongue in disappointment. What a pity. My life is rather precious. Nyx grinned menacingly. Many seek my life, but I am the one who has survived. Thus, you will not succeed. Enough with the chatter. Let us begin. Rosen gestured dismissively, inviting his opponent to strike. I shall see you dead. Nyx roared, swinging his naginata fiercely toward Yang Jin. Rosen gently lifted his head, his gaze calmly fixed upon the naginata. Only as it drew near did he gradually extend his left hand. With a decisive motion, he seized the naginata, rendering it immobile. Its speed noticeably diminished. Damn it! Nyx struggled with all his might, only to realize that the naginata could not escape from Rosen's grasp. Finger spear. Rosen extended his finger and decisively struck the target's head, shattering the heavy helmet with a single blow, crimson blood gushing forth. The pirates collectively gasped, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of dread as they gazed upon Rosen. Rosen grinned widely and said, Do not rush away. I have an announcement to make. Chapter 60, A Significant Event. What is it? A pirate bravely inquired. You are all under arrest, Rosen replied with a smile. You have violated the law, and thus, you must face the consequences. As the sound of a foghorn echoed, several warships emerged from all directions, encircling the island completely. A voice from a megaphone announced, Pirates ahead. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, or face lethal force. The shrill alarm, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the warships, sent the pirates into a state of utter panic. Rosen slightly tilted his head to cast a fleeting glance at the fleeing pirates, letting out a soft sigh as he raised his longsword. An overwhelming aura surged forth, and a silver streak of sword light sliced through the air, causing the pirates to abruptly halt in their tracks. The entire island seemed to fall into a profound silence, their bodies frozen in place, each one standing in a daze. Rosen reigned in his formidable presence and turned to face the trembling pirates nearby, advising them to surrender and lay down their arms if they wished to avoid death. Subsequently, the sword light swept across the night sky, blossoming at a stronghold teeming with pirates, instantly saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. Rosen gazed at the terrified pirates and spoke gently, I do not wish to squander time. Suddenly, his voice turned frigid. If you do not wish to meet your demise now, surrender your weapons swiftly. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to assist you personally. How fares the battle on your end? He inquired. The Marine Admiral has been dealt with, Rosen replied nonchalantly. I have dispatched personnel to transport the captives to Impel Down. That is good, came the voice of Sengoku, commanding the fleets to return. The war against the remnants of the Golden Lion has come to a definitive conclusion. Yes. After terminating the call, Rosen settled into his chair, enveloped in silence, his brows knit tightly. For nearly 3 years, the pursuit of the Golden Lion's remnants and the hunt for Roger had been relentless, marked by tumultuous ups and downs. Just as success seemed imminent, unforeseen obstacles would invariably arise, be it storms or large-scale sea beast assaults, depleting countless resources and manpower. Damn it! Across the vast ocean of the New World, Sakazuki's visage twisted with rage. The officers at his side remained eerily silent, none daring to utter a word. Magma Fist. Sakazuki unleashed a powerful blow, the molten lava engulfing a nearby pirate ship, the inferno illuminating his fierce countenance. Admiral, the operation has concluded, a soldier rushed over to report. Sakazuki furrowed his brow. Concluded? Headquarters has ordered our return. The soldier swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. What? Sakazuki's voice rose sharply. Why? Roger has been captured, the soldier murmured, his head bowed. Sakazuki stood frozen, his eyes glazed as he stared into the distance, seemingly questioning whether he had misheard. What? Roger has been apprehended, the soldier repeated. Headquarters orders are for us to return immediately. After a lengthy pause, Sakazuki's emotions gradually stabilized. Then let us retreat, he said, closing his eyes and exhaling a heavy sigh. His tone tinged with weariness and resignation. It would be several days before they returned to headquarters. Rosen caught sight of Sakazuki in the distance, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement before turning away. Sakazuki remained rooted in place, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to ponder the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. What a lively scene it was. Upon returning to the long-absent headquarters, Borsellino, yawning, could not help but marvel at the spectacle before him. Over the years, the prowess of the new generation of vice admirals had grown increasingly formidable, subtly influencing the dynamics of the sea. Consequently, for the past 3 years, various vice admirals had led their fleets in frequent campaigns against nearby pirates, systematically eliminating them to instill fear in those who might harbor nefarious intentions. However, in the year 1498, following the surrender of the pirate king Roger, the world government believed the time had come to combat pirates worldwide. Indeed, this was true, as the frequency of large pirate activities had noticeably diminished, both in the New World and along the Grand Line. Within the main conference hall, a multitude of high-ranking naval officers had gathered, prominently featuring Admiral Sengoku, while the presence of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was conspicuously absent. As Rosen, Sakazuki, and others made their entrance, many eyes were drawn to their figures. Rosen cast a sweeping glance around the room and spotted Gion making faces behind Tsuru. Unfazed by the scrutiny of all present, Rosen composedly took his seat beside Sakazuki. Sengoku cleared his throat, attempting to quell the commotion. Is everyone here? Beside him, Zephyr, Garp, Tsuru, and others encircled him, clearly indicating that a coalition under Sengoku's leadership had formed. I have an important announcement to make. GOLD. Roger has been captured. As Sengoku's words resonated through the hall, a momentary silence ensued, followed by an eruption of astonishment. Roger has been captured? Is this true? Garp cleared his throat, confirming, indeed. It is I who escorted him to Impel Down. This is splendid news, exclaimed a vice admiral, his excitement palpable. Our efforts have not been in vain. Sengoku nodded slightly. Yes, the greatest source of unrest in this world has finally been apprehended. However, we must deliberate on the trial of Roger, for, he added, rubbing his temples, his status among pirates holds significant weight. An impassioned captain rose to his feet, declaring, of course, he must be executed. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku, Roger is the pirate king. Executing him would serve as a tremendous deterrent to pirates across the globe. He must be put to death. Sengoku then turned his gaze towards the silent Rosen, inquiring, What is your opinion, Rosen? Rosen rose from his seat and calmly stated, Given my limited knowledge, it would be more appropriate to heed the wisdom of my esteemed predecessors. Sengoku smiled and nodded, then surveyed the surroundings. The stance of the world government was unequivocal. Roger must be executed, and the event should be visible to all. Thus the location was chosen to be Logtown. Why Logtown? Paulicelino inquired, What if Roger's companions come to his rescue? Therefore, we must be well prepared. Sengoku paused before continuing. If we could indeed capture Roger's allies, that would be even better. At this point, a cold glint flickered in Sengoku's eyes. Chapter 61. The curtain falls on an era in Impel Down. Within the dimly lit cell, Roger's face bore no trace of panic. It is time to set forth, Roger, came Garp's voice from outside. Roger chuckled softly. Indeed, it is time to set forth. At this moment, he appeared remarkably composed, evoking the impression of a guest preparing to attend a grand banquet rather than that of a condemned prisoner. The two walked in silence until they reached the prison gates, where they beheld a substantial gathering of naval officers. What a grand spectacle, Roger remarked with a hint of mockery. Huh, this is indeed arranged according to the standards of the Demon Slayer Order, Garp shrugged. Humph, Roger smiled broadly, raising an eyebrow upon spotting Rear Admiral Rosen. Rear Admiral Rosen. You are here as well, Roger chuckled softly, the foremost swordsman of the Navy, truly impressive. Rosen's lips twitched slightly. Roger, please show some respect. Respect? A peculiar expression crossed Roger's face. The Navy does not require the approval of pirates. Rosen's demeanor grew serious. Pirates are malevolent and unworthy of the Navy's recognition. Since you have chosen the path of piracy, you shall forever bear the sins that accompany it. Sakazuki furrowed his brow, interrupting their quarrel. Enough, let us not squander time. We must depart swiftly. Roger erupted into hearty laughter, allowing them to escort him aboard the warship en route to the execution site in Loguetown. At that moment, Loguetown was in a state of heightened alert, with armed Navy personnel patrolling the streets and numerous plainclothes officers wandering both within and outside the town. How long until the convoy escorting Roger arrives? In the base commander's office, Commander Allen stood by the window, gazing out while clutching several cigars. It will take at least 3 hours, replied Captain Carlo of the mobile unit. 3 hours, you say? Allen murmured. A plethora of formidable pirates has already descended upon us. With our current strength, we may not endure for long. But we have done our utmost, Carlo replied with a wry smile. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation they faced, yet at this moment, there was naught he could do but submit to the whims of fate. Roger sat in a chair with his eyes closed, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. while around him stood a group of armed Marines. Despite their fierce and brutal appearance, they unconsciously kept their distance from Roger, wary of provoking this formidable man. With a furrowed brow, Rosen cast a worried glance towards the sea. As someone who had traversed into this world, he eagerly anticipated the iconic moment of Roger's execution. However, his demise would herald the onset of the Great Pirate Era. In that epoch, the seas, whether in the New World or along the Grand Line, would be teeming with pirates. A harbinger of ill fate for the ordinary folk. What is the matter? That Marine seems to wear his displeasure quite openly, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh resonated, and Rosen lifted his gaze to behold Roger's gentle yet radiant smile. Mind your own business. Rosen shot a glare at Roger, exasperated. Oh, really? Roger narrowed his eyes, studying Rosen intently. Enough with the chatter. You are on the brink of death, Rosen retorted coldly, fixing Roger with a steely stare. You better behave, or else do not think of pulling any tricks. Roger chuckled mischievously, his gaze towards Rosen brimming with mockery. Rosen exclaimed with indignation, he's merely a pirate. What is there to be so proud of? Roger responded with a smile, pirates are the freest individuals of all. Indeed. Becoming a pirate allows one to engage in heinous acts with a sense of liberty. However, the unfortunate truth remains that regardless of one's actions, a pirate is forever tainted by that label. Rosen scoffed, shut his mouth. As soon as his words fell, several soldiers lunged at Roger, covering his mouth with a cloth. Amidst the chorus, Roger finally set foot on the land of Roguetown, his hometown, where many gathered spontaneously along the streets to behold the world's most formidable pirate. Roger surveyed his surroundings with a smile, greeted by a sea of eager admiration and respect in the gazes that enveloped him. Unable to contain his amusement, he chuckled softly, clearly delighted by the fervor of the moment. Under the escort of the executioners, Roger strode deliberately toward the square of Roguetown. As he stepped into the square, the once raucous clamor fell into an abrupt silence, so profound that even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Countless eyes fixated intently on Roger, who, in turn, regarded the crowd with intrigue. To him, these individuals resembled kindling, ready to ignite their ambitions with even the faintest spark, despite the overcast weather. Their eyes glimmered with a fervent flame. A multitude of high-ranking Navy officials and spies from the world government observed the execution platform from various vantage points. Their purpose extended beyond mere observation of the execution. They were also vigilant to prevent any attempts by Roger's comrades to rescue him. Pirate King, GOLD. Roger, you have been sentenced to death. With the judge's declaration of Roger's crimes, the imposing gate behind the execution platform swung open, accompanied by two executioners. Roger ascended the towering platform with a measured pace. Kneeling upon the ground, his eyes betrayed no emotional upheaval, merely gazing calmly at the crowd below. Observing the array of emotions, anger, anticipation, elation, and confusion, etched upon the faces of the onlookers, a defiant smile re-emerged on Roger's lips. His indomitable spirit seemed to transcend the gloom of the rain and the specter of death. After a moment of profound silence in the square, a thunderous roar erupted. Roger, Pirate King, where have you hidden your treasure? Is it in the Grand Line? Have you discovered the legendary Great Treasure, One Piece? Roger slightly raised his head, leaving behind that famous last utterance. Do you seek my treasures? If so, I shall bestow them all upon you. Go and seek. I have placed everything there. Upon hearing Roger's final words, Judge Go erupted in fury. Execute him. Execute him at once. As the executioner swung his blade, Roger's body was pierced, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the stone slab beneath the scaffold. Simultaneously, the crowd below erupted in a frenzy, their minds consumed by a singular thought. The long-rumored treasure is indeed real. In a dimly lit alleyway, Rosen emerged, poised for action. At your command. Chapter 62. The Red-Nosed One. To avert a large-scale military confrontation, the Navy dispatched small elite contingents to establish watch posts at critical locations. Meanwhile, the majority of the Marines had sealed off the entire maritime area aboard their warships. This time, we must surpass that rascal Rosen. Sakazuki clenched his fists and declared to the soldiers behind him. Although they did not fully comprehend Sakazuki's desire to outdo Rosen, a near-instinctive respect and obedience towards strength compelled the soldiers around him to nod in agreement. The Red-Nosed One. Clad in casual attire, Rosen walked through a secluded alley, casting his gaze toward a cloaked figure in the distance. Suddenly, that figure instinctively turned around, and upon recognizing the visage of the person before him, Rosen was momentarily taken aback. Hey, who the hell are you? Buggy shrieked. Who are you calling the Red-Nosed One? Rosen blinked, gazing at Buggy, and indeed it was him. "What? Do you know who I am?" Buggy inquired with a hint of confusion, but he quickly regained his composure. Brandishing the short knife in his hand and pointing it at Rosen. "You aren't one of those pirates seeking my treasure, are you?" Rosen raised an eyebrow, indeed. But he swiftly grasped the dagger, the overwhelming aura of his Haki enveloping the space around him, causing the very air to become dense and still. "Oh my!" Buggy exclaimed, startled, as he hastily retreated a few steps. As a member of the Roger Pirates, Buggy's reflexes were remarkably quick. After all, he had endured much. And Roger had never regarded him as an ordinary child, imparting valuable lessons along the way. "Who are you?" Buggy inquired, brandishing the dagger at Rosen. Rosen grinned widely, stepping forward as his entire body surged upwards, legs bending as he executed a series of fierce slashes directed at Buggy. Raging foot, slash. Buggy, witnessing this scene, hastily fragmented himself into dozens of replicas to evade Rosen's assault. However, Buggy's hands were not idle. As the crisp sound of explosions echoed, his figure swiftly vanished from sight. "Oh, roar!" Rosen exclaimed softly, his right hand morphing into a dragon's claw, instantly chasing after Buggy's recently vanished form. "You cannot escape, member of the Roger Pirates." As the words fell, Rosen delivered a powerful hook that struck Buggy squarely on the cheek, sending him hurtling away. In that fleeting moment, Buggy attempted to stabilize himself using the force of inertia, yet Rosen offered him no respite. With his left fist clenched, he unleashed a formidable punch towards Buggy's chest, producing a resounding thud as Buggy's ribcage fractured and caved in. Rosen withdrew his hand, and a few droplets of blood trickled down from Buggy's mouth, a truly pitiable sight. As he listened to Rosen's taunts, Buggy clenched his teeth and raised his head, glaring at Rosen with eyes brimming with rage and murderous intent. "What is this? Anger born of humiliation?" Rosen scoffed, mocking the pitiful pirate for possessing only this level of strength. Buggy's face flushed crimson, having grown up surrounded by praise and concern. He now found himself subjected to verbal humiliation by Rosen, igniting a fierce anger within him. "You bastard!" Buggy roared, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. "Don't look down on me." With a furious shout, he hurled his dagger towards Rosen's throat. Rosen smirked disdainfully, his body shifting slightly to the side as the swiftly flying dagger whizzed past him. Buggy gazed at Rosen in astonishment. His knife-throwing skills were undeniably formidable. Yet Rosen had effortlessly evaded it with such ease. Rosen gazed coldly at Buggy, leaping forward to deliver a forceful strike to his abdomen. Buggy was sent flying, toppling several trash bins before ultimately crashing to the ground. Coughing painfully, he clutched his stomach. The Marines surged forward, swiftly fastening sea-stone handcuffs around Buggy's wrists. Rosen approached slowly, crouching before Buggy. "Is this the extent of your prowess, crew member of the pirate King Joel D. Roger? Or are you merely a comedic figure?" Buggy's eyes widened as he gazed at Rosen, his heart sinking into despair. He realized he had lost, utterly and decisively. Struggling to lift his head to meet Rosen's gaze, he asked, "What do you want from me?" "I am with the Navy. What can I do?" Rosen rolled his eyes, taken back. Rosen harbored a deep-seated fear of this future emperor of the sea, for Buggy's thought processes and fortune were extraordinarily unpredictable. Should he grow stronger, it would spell significant trouble. As for Shank's whereabouts, Rosen had yet to ascertain them, but upon hearing the distant sounds of sand stirring and the intense heat of the winds, he surmised that Sakazuki and Crocodile were engaged in combat. "Truly a dog, having found such a formidable prey," Rosen muttered, gazing in the direction of the ruckus. Bound within the prison cart, Buggy observed the unfolding scene on the street, unable to restrain himself from shouting, "Bastard, release me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Rosen delivered a punch that knocked him unconscious. "What a nuisance," Rosen scoffed. "You all take him back. I shall go assist Sakazuki." "Yes, sir." On his way to support Sakazuki, Rosen suddenly recalled something. Could Buggy's devil fruit ability evade blades imbued with armament Haki? Chapter 63. Sand and Lava. Meanwhile, the clash between Sakazuki and Crocodile raged on. Despite Crocodile's formidable strength, Sakazuki remained composed, his rationality intact. "You cannot escape, pirate," Sakazuki declared gravely. "You would do well to surrender." Crocodile let out a derisive laugh. "Are you suggesting that you alone can stop me and force me to capitulate?" "Try and see for yourself," Sakazuki retorted coldly. "Dog-toothed Crimson Lotus." Sakazuki howled, his arm transforming into molten lava, coalescing into an enormous canine head that lunged toward Crocodile with bared fangs. Sandstorm. Crocodile brought his hands together, summoning a tempest that whipped the ground into a frenzy. The grains danced wildly in the gale, colliding with the canine visage, resulting in a violent storm that made their attire flutter ominously. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes as he surveyed Crocodile, who stood unyielding amidst the sandstorm, the ground beneath him littered with debris. A user of the sand fruit, is it? Sakazuki remarked coldly. A troublesome opponent indeed. At that moment, Sakazuki's subordinates had long since disengaged from the battle, each bearing wounds that indicated their combat effectiveness had been severely compromised. Crocodile smirked. You should now comprehend your predicament, Navy. Is that so? Sakazuki replied, brow furrowed slightly. Then let us see. Underworld dog. Sakazuki let out a low growl, propelling himself into the air before lunging fiercely at Crocodile. Simultaneously, a colossal hand of molten lava descended upon Crocodile. A sinister chuckle escaped Crocodile's lips as a layer of yellow luminescence enveloped his form. The explosive force stirred up clouds of dust, creating a massive pit at the center of the chaos. Sakazuki landed firmly, and across from him, the yellow glow gradually dissipated, revealing Crocodile, who emerged with a subtle smile, seemingly unscathed. Unbelievable. Sakazuki furrowed his brow. Even a formidable opponent would have been gravely injured by such an assault. Yet Crocodile appeared entirely unharmed, his skin unbroken. A mocking grin curled at the corners of Crocodile's mouth. So, in this state, what do you intend to use against me? Do you genuinely believe I possess only this much power? Sakazuki advanced slowly, the lava surrounding him thickening, his aura becoming increasingly terrifying. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Crocodile's face. Sand waterfall. Crocodile swiftly waved his hands, and a torrent of quicksand surged from all directions, enveloping him and allowing him to evade Sakazuki's lethal strike. Boom. Sakazuki's fist shattered a nearby building, and the quicksand swiftly engulfed him. A smile crept onto Crocodile's face. Ha ha ha, foolish brat. Do you truly think I am trapped? Crack. A sharp sound resonated as a sand spear pierced through Sakazuki's body. However, due to his prior elemental transformation and his formidable physique, this minor injury had no significant effect on him. Do not underestimate the justice of this world, you scoundrel. Sakazuki glared at Crocodile, his face darkened. Suddenly, a sword aura sliced through the air, aimed directly at Crocodile's head. Crocodile's expression shifted slightly as he sidestepped the attack. But Sakazuki was relentless, delivering another devastating punch. Boom. The magma engulfed Crocodile, and with a muffled grunt, he was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. How is this possible? Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of astonishment, utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Hey, Sakazuki. You've encountered quite a formidable opponent. Rosen approached, a fleeting glimmer of cunning crossing his otherwise indifferent expression. Is this person a man or a woman? Rosen's gaze was fixed upon Crocodile, who, at this moment, stood approximately 2 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and handsome features, though his somber demeanor rendered him somewhat unapproachable. Are you also a member of the Navy? Crocodile inquired as he rose, his eyes filled with apprehension. And what of it? Whether I am or not is of little consequence, Rosen replied with a wry smile. Your identity as a pirate is indeed shrouded in mystery. Enough of the chatter. Akainu bellowed, his body igniting with molten lava, flames roaring fiercely around him. A pirate is a pirate. There is no need for such frivolous dialogue. If you must speak, let it be your last words. Great fire eruption. Akainu shouted, his arm swelling with magma before erupting forth like a cannonball aimed directly at Crocodile, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings and swiftly advancing toward him. Crocodile's pupils constricted as his body quickly transformed into sand. A deluge of quicksand succumbed to Akainu's molten hand. Yet at that moment, Akainu sensed a murderous intent from behind. He turned abruptly, a golden flash slicing through the air, aimed at his neck. Reacting with remarkable speed, Akainu raised his hand to block the attack, though his palm was cut, blood flowing profusely. Your defense is commendable, Crocodile remarked, licking his lips, but alas, my hook is laced with venom. As he spoke, Rosen activated a nearby fire hydrant, unleashing a torrent of water toward Crocodile. What? Crocodile was momentarily taken aback. And before he could react, the powerful stream drenched him, causing the previously loose sand to compact tightly. Crocodile felt his agility diminish significantly, and his skin began to smoke as if doused in acid. Akainu, I shall assist you no further. The rest is in your hands, Rosen yawned, deeming this contribution a gift for him. Akainu inhaled deeply, you scoundrel, and then erupted with molten lava. Crocodile intended to evade swiftly, but Rosen's interference dulled his movements, leaving him to endure the onslaught. With a resounding impact, Crocodile was propelled away by the force of Akainu's lava. Coughing and spluttering, he struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You wretches! How utterly despicable! Rosen curled his lips in disdain. Sakazuki let out a cold chuckle, questioning the foolishness of treating pirates with principles of morality. He charged at Crocodile once more, who, despite his injuries, could only resist with all his might. Sakazuki swiftly closed the distance, delivering a fierce kick to Crocodile's chest, sending him crashing against the wall, which shattered under the impact, creating a massive hole. Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as parchment. Sakazuki sneered, darting in front of Crocodile like a flash of lightning, grasping his shoulder with one hand while the other fastened sea-stone handcuffs onto him, ensuring a profound silence. Crocodile struggled momentarily, yet found himself powerless against Sakazuki's control. I strongly advise you to cooperate. Otherwise, I assure you, you will wish for death, Sakazuki threatened menacingly. Crocodile chuckled softly, incredulous at his defeat. He shook his head and closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. You might as well kill me. Sakazuki frowned, retorting, enough of your nonsense. It's time for you to serve your sentence and impel down. Chapter 64. Who is the savior? In Wano, Kaido laughed heartily upon hearing of Roger's demise, subsequently smashing his wine jug to the ground, the liquid spilling everywhere. Hey, tell that fellow Orochi to prepare himself. By the way, that guy Kazuki Oden is still in Wano, right? Yes. The man standing nearby nodded affirmatively. He accompanied Roger to Raftel, that legendary place. Since Roger is dead, we must extract that information from him, Kaido mused, stroking his chin, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. After a significant pause, he raised his head and instructed those behind him. Send someone to inform Orochi. He knows what he must do. Understood. At Whole Cake Island, the headquarters of the Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Linlin furrowed her brow upon reading the newspaper about Roger's execution in Roguetown and the capture of numerous pirates. Perispero. Yes, mother, the man addressed responded respectfully. What are your orders? Let everyone keep an eye on Rosen's movements. I don't understand why that fellow seems intent on opposing us at every turn. Our encounters with him have become increasingly frequent in recent years. Rest assured, mother, Perispero nodded. That guy has eliminated several of our subordinate crews. I will ensure he pays for it in due time. On the Crimson Earth, the 5 elders convened, their brows furrowed as they scrutinized the latest intelligence. What an unpredictable individual, one remarked. Indeed, I never anticipated that Roger's demise would yield such consequences. Regardless, the Navy must now respond appropriately. Yet, will that clan resurface? This question plunged the remaining 4 into a contemplative silence. Although Vegapunk had made significant advancements in his experiments, the prospect of dismantling such a formidable pirate force appeared daunting under the current circumstances. Amidst their fervent debate, a man cloaked in black entered, accompanied by several CP-0 guards. Lord Im, the 5 elders murmured in unison, bowing their heads respectfully. Indeed, the situation is quite dire, Im stated, his voice neither masculine nor feminine, possessing an oddly unsettling quality. I believe it is imperative to convene an urgent world conference. What are your thoughts? Agreed, they responded. We harbor no objections. Excellent. Let us prepare for the meeting promptly, replied with a slight smile and a nod. As for the specifics, you may deliberate amongst yourselves. Furthermore, there is one more matter. Roger's bloodline still exists in this world. It would be prudent for you to locate him. Understood. The countenances of the 5 elders shifted dramatically as they bowed their heads, concealing their inner turmoil. Rosen gazed at the documents in his hand, his brow furrowed, astounded by the considerable influence that Roger wielded. Roger's last words rippled through the tranquil surface of the world like a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Presently, the world is inundated with pirates. A relentless stream of distress signals pours in, and pirates emerge like spring shoots after a rain. Despite the Navy's utmost efforts to thwart them, their insufficient manpower is utterly incapable of controlling the situation. In addition to the pirates, numerous clandestine organizations have quietly emerged, their hidden dangers more profound than those posed by the pirates themselves. What a chaotic world, Rosen murmured, crumpling the document in his grasp. What news of the Beast Pirates? The Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates? No updates, replied the intelligence officer. These factions seem to have withdrawn for the time being. That is reassuring, Rosen exhaled, a hint of relief washing over him. For reasons unknown, his instincts warned him that these 3 formidable pirate crews might conspire together. Their temporary retreat would indeed be beneficial for the prevailing circumstances. After all, their withdrawal would diminish the new pirates' opportunities for interaction with them, thereby granting Rosen additional time to strategize. Rosen's mind raced as he contemplated the tasks ahead of him. Although the pirates of the New World were formidable, it was well understood that the true stronghold of piracy lay within the Grand Line. Thus, as long as the stability of the Grand Line could be assured, it would not be so simple for those great pirates of the New World to establish the Four Emperors' domain 2 decades hence. As time passed, Rosen gradually regained his composure. There was no rush. Over 20 years remained, and he could afford to take his time. Gently tapping his forehead, he pondered the implications of allowing the pirates to unveil the secrets of the great treasure. Would this not render them saviors? How, then, would their political stature be arranged? The thought gave Rosen a headache. The New World Order should not be pinned by pirates, even if they were, in the truest sense, saviors. Suddenly, the ringing of a din mushy interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, this is Rosen," he answered, pressing the receive button as Sengoku's voice echoed from the other end. "Where are you now? Is there something amiss?" Rosen inquired, puzzled. "I order you to monitor O'Hara," Sengoku's voice commanded. "What?" Rosen paused, bewildered by the request. "What is the situation regarding O'Hara? It is said that scholars from O'Hara have had interactions with Roger and seem to possess an extraordinary interest in historical texts. I trust you understand what this implies." "Ah, I see," Rosen replied. "I will send you the information shortly." "Understood? Thank you." After hanging up, Rosen's expression became inscrutable. Lost in thought. After a long moment, he shook his head. "There is an abundance of injustice in this world, yet what can I do?" Gazing at the clouds above, Rosen sighed deeply. Ultimately, this world is one of survival of the fittest, and the only means to alter this reality rests in sheer power. Rosen closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 65, O'Hara, Part 1, Naval Headquarters. The world government had no intention of sparing those who aided Roger. As a consequence, Tom from Water City lost his freedom. Had it not been for the sea train, he would have likely faced immediate execution. O'Hara Island, on the other hand, found itself under the watchful eye of the world government. Roger's wife, Port Gasti, Rouge, was safeguarded by Garp until Ace's birth. Observing the bustling scene at headquarters, Rosen lowered the brim of his hat and made his way towards the office of Admiral Sengoku. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. "Come in, Admiral Sengoku. Rosen has arrived to report." Rosen stepped inside. "Have a seat." Sengoku glanced at him. "Are you well informed about the situation in O'Hara?" "I am, Admiral Sengoku." Rosen replied with a detached tone. "But why am I being tasked with this? You are the most suitable candidate. I trust you will not decline this assignment." Sengoku said with a smile. "I will not," Rosen nodded. "I will do my utmost to fulfill this duty." "That's good to hear." Sengoku turned his gaze towards the window. "Roger's influence is undeniably vast. The scale and number of pirates are increasing. If this continues, the world will inevitably face collapse." Rosen remained silent. He was no saint, and he held a certain degree of agreement with Sengoku's views. However, Rosen placed greater emphasis on how to methodically address the threats posed by the pirates. "By the way, do I have any assistants?" Rosen inquired. "None," came Sengoku's indifferent voice. "Your only potential ally may be CP0. Our Navy merely provides support to them. Yet, I hope you can play a pivotal role in this matter." "So, what now?" Rosen asked, furrowing his brow. "The confidential special unit, Sword," Sengoku replied, resting his chin on his hand, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Upon hearing Sword, Rosen's eyes widened in surprise, and his expression shifted slightly. But he quickly regained his composure. "Understood," Rosen nodded in acknowledgement. Sengoku rose with a smile, approached Rosen, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I have faith in you." Rosen raised her gaze to stare intently at Warring States, her eyes sharp as if she sought to penetrate his very being. Warring States truly is a complex individual. On O'Hara Beach, a dark-haired girl sat upon a stone, her arms laden with heavy tomes, her expression somewhat vacant. Having consumed the Hana no Mi, any part of her body could bloom and extend upon any tangible object. Consequently, her peers and the adults around her kept their distance, terrified to approach. Later, she found solace in the company of Dr. Clover and the scholars of O'Hara, who embraced her as they delved into the study of archaeology. Her astonishing talent led Dr. Clover to perceive her as a flawless gem awaiting refinement. He recognized Robin's insatiable curiosity about the ancient texts. However, aware that investigating such historical documents was deemed illegal and could potentially endanger her life. He resolutely forbade her from pursuing any inquiries related to them. Disheartened, she sat on the beach, appearing aimless and despondent. Suddenly, Robin froze. Her attention captured by the sight of a drowning person drifting in the distance upon the sea. Robin's pupils constricted suddenly, and she immediately sprang to her feet, rushing towards the drowning individual. Utilizing the powers of the Hana no Mi, the struggling figure was swiftly rescued. Upon confirming the victim's safety, Robin exhaled in relief. The drowning person regained consciousness. "How are you?" Robin inquired anxiously. Before her lay Rosen, who had orchestrated this entire scenario after waiting patiently to approach Robin. "I'm fine," Rosen replied, shaking his head. Although he had escaped peril, he feigned weakness, collapsing onto the sand, lying on his back, occasionally coughing, his face ashen and appearing in great distress. Robin promptly assisted Rosen to his feet and handed him the water pouch he carried. "Thank you, I am Rosen. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" he asked weakly. "Oh, my name is Nico, Robin," she replied. "Where is this place?" O'Hara." Noticing Rosen's pale complexion, Robin remarked, "You need to rest. Shall I take you to the hospital?" "It's all right, young lady. A brief rest will suffice." Rosen shook his head, expressing his gratitude. "I owe my life to you." "You're welcome. I was merely passing by." Curiously, Robin inquired, "What do you do?" I'm an adventurer," Rosen answered, rubbing his nose. "An adventurer?" Robin's eyes widened in amazement. "You must have encountered many fascinating things." Unsure how to respond, Rosen replied, "Yes, I have traveled to various places around the world." "You must have met many remarkable individuals?" Robin asked eagerly. "Indeed," he pondered, "for instance, a stone tablet inscribed with bizarre ancient script." "What?" A look of surprise crossed Robin's face. "What kind of script?" "It should be an exceedingly ancient form of writing." Rosen animatedly described his experiences, captivating Robin, who was deeply engrossed in archaeology. His tales were like a revelation to her, akin to discovering a new world. Consequently, they quickly became familiar with one another, and Rosen gradually acclimated to O'Hara. Rather than harboring disdain for the scholars, who were unwavering in their pursuit of knowledge, he found himself admiring them. These individuals faced hardships without fear, risking their lives in the relentless quest for truth. Unfortunately, their dreams were destined for destruction with the emergence of the Demon Slayer Order. Viewed from one perspective, these individuals might be seen as heroes, yet for the celestial dragons, their existence was nothing short of a calamity. Their values were fundamentally opposed to those of the celestial dragons, ensuring they would never receive their recognition, often meeting a cruel fate of abandonment or even slaughter. For Rosen, the only thing he could do was ensure Robin's survival. Rather than allowing the Kazuki family of Wano to unravel the mysteries, he preferred to safeguard Robin. Chapter 66, O'Hara, Part 2. During his months in O'Hara, Rosen had thoroughly grasped the specific circumstances surrounding the place. Naturally, he reported the scholar's activities truthfully. "You've done quite well." The voice of Sengoku emanated from the transponder snail. A detached voice emerged from Rosen, expressing gratitude for the assistance of CP0. Without them, he might not have acquired such a wealth of evidence. Those individuals. The mere mention of CP0 invoked a palpable unease in Sengoku. "You better return swiftly. The world government has devised a plan to eradicate O'Hara." "How much time do we have?" "That remains uncertain," Sengoku replied, shaking his head. "The battle orders have yet to be officially issued, but given Solo's disappearance, you shall assume his position." "Understood." Rosen terminated the call. He had had previous encounters with Solo and held a certain admiration for this figure, who had significantly influenced the subsequent history of the Pirate King. Otherwise, Rosen would have had to seek collaboration with the Kazuki clan, a prospect that he found quite uninspiring. Exiting the woods, the sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, enveloped him as he surveyed his surroundings, yet not a single soul was in sight. Robin has also vanished without a trace, yet chronologically, Sol should currently be on this island. Utilizing his observation Haki, which enveloped a significant portion of the island, Rosen discerned Sol's location and proceeded in his direction. Not sensing Robin's presence, he resolved to first investigate Sol. "Hello, who is it?" Upon hearing a knock at the door, Sol opened it to find Rosen standing on the threshold, momentarily taken aback. The sight of Rosen left Sol flustered. "Do not be anxious, Sol," Rosen smiled, extending his hand. "However, your act of defection has brought shame upon the entire Navy." "Is that so?" Sol lowered his gaze, his tone calm. "I believe you are well aware of what the Navy has been involved in over the past year." For Roger's son, is it?" Rosen sighed softly. You cannot possibly argue that the child is innocent. Of course. Saul clenched his fist tightly. You cannot remain here any longer. Rosen smirked. The world government is about to issue an extermination order for O'Hara. I came merely to warn you to leave this place. How could you possibly know this? Saul looked up in surprise at Rosen. You need not concern yourself with that. In any case, this place has been under surveillance for quite some time. With that, Rosen turned to depart, leaving Saul in a state of shock as he gazed at Rosen's receding figure. The order for the extermination had been officially issued. As Sengoku could not attend in person, the execution of the order fell to Admiral Spandane of the CP organization. The headquarters swiftly organized 5 vice admirals. A plethora of seasoned officers and 10 warships. Their combined might would unleash catastrophic devastation. The principal participants in this operation included Akainu, Rosen, Kazan, among others. 10 warships sailed forth from headquarters, heading towards O'Hara. Amidst the barrage of cannon fire, the structures of O'Hara were reduced to rubble. Upon witnessing Kazan's figure vanish aboard the warship, Rosen surmised he was in pursuit of Sauron. The illustrious archaeological museum, the all-knowing tree, was reduced to ashes amidst the relentless cannon fire, countless treasures entombed beneath the ruins. Scholar Dr. Kloba met a tragic fate, perishing within the museum, his remains obliterated. Rosen stood at the edge of the coast, gazing at the distant silhouettes of several figures, Sauron, Kazan, and Robin. Sauron, who are they? Robin, trembling with fear. Hid behind Sauron. Robin, flee. Sauron urged quietly, we must leave this place. Why do this? Kazan's voice pierced through the air. Why betray the Navy, betray your beliefs? I have not, Sauron retorted through clenched teeth. I am fully aware of my actions. But do you not find this treatment of those scholars utterly unjust? There is no injustice. They have violated the law, Rosen interjected, stepping closer and casting a glance at Sauron before shifting his gaze to Robin. You both ought to depart from here. The cold gleam of Kazan's glasses shimmered ominously in the glow of the flames. Admiral Rosen, do you comprehend the implications of this? I do, Rosen replied, and with a swift motion, he swung his sword, summoning a towering column of water from the distant sea, amidst which the cannons erupted in a cacophony of explosions. The figure of Rosen mysteriously vanished from the beach, only to reappear aboard Sakazuki's ship. Who are you? The Marines were startled by Rosen's sudden appearance, but once they recognized him, they regained their composure. Vice Admiral Rosen, who ordered you to bombard? Rosen's face was stern. Sakazuki. You are indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. What are you talking about? Sakazuki barked. What if there are scholars aboard that ship? I assure you, there are no scholars. Rosen asserted resolutely. You must trust my judgment. There is absolutely no scholar present. How can you be certain? Sakazuki scoffed. Observation Haki, Rosen replied with a cold smile. I would not make such a claim without absolute certainty. A hint of hesitation crossed Sakazuki's face. Are you sure? Without a doubt, Rosen nodded. You rely too heavily on your devil fruit abilities, which is not wise. Sakazuki, his expression darkened, fell silent. While he had immense confidence in his power, he understood that he was not truly infallible, at least not in the presence of Rosen. Sakazuki, one must possess wisdom. Mere slaughter will not resolve issues. Do you understand? You insolent fiend. Sakazuki roared in anger. What gives you the right to lecture me? Rosen raised an eyebrow. Is this not a predicament of your own making? Rosen turned away, expressing his desire for such an incident to never occur again. After uttering these words, Rosen soared into the air, heading towards the horizon. Sakazuki remained fixated on Rosen's departing figure, his gaze lingering for an extended period. He then turned his attention to the now frozen statue of sorrow. Rosen's expression was intricate. You ultimately took his life. This is a stance, Kazan remarked with a hint of indifference. Rosen took a deep breath, watching Robin fade into the distance. Sigh. Let us depart. Kazan cleared his throat and patted his shoulder, leaving the future to her own devices. Chapter 67, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Is that so? Listening to Spandane's report, Sengoku furrowed his brow. Rosen had a confrontation with Sakazuki? Not quite, Spandane shrugged. It was merely a verbal disagreement. We have secretly sunk that suspicious vessel, just to be on the safe side. Sengoku waved his hand, signaling him to cease further explanations. All right, I am weary now. Please take good care of yourself. Spandane respectfully exited the room. Sengoku, fatigued, sank into his chair, massaging his temples. Sengoku Admiral. At that moment, a secretary stepped in. This is a letter from Rear Admiral Rosen. Oh. Sengoku took the document and perused it. He wishes to return to the East Blue? Makes sense, after all. He is from the East Blue. Indeed, the secretary replied. Shall we ask him to wait? Sengoku closed the document. Considering that he would still grant him the title of Rear Admiral in advance, codenamed White Eagle. As you command, I will arrange it promptly. Sengoku nodded, gesturing for the secretary to leave. What is this young man up to? Sengoku mused aloud once alone in his office. He actually wants to go there. Rising from his seat, he gazed out the window, letting out a sigh. Garp had consistently refused promotion to admiral, remaining at the rank of vice admiral. And now it seemed Rosen might inherit the admiral's responsibilities, yet he wishes to go to the East Blue. After much contemplation, it was decided to seek out Fleet Admiral Kong. Kong, upon hearing, was somewhat astonished. Rosen? Indeed, Sengoku replied with a wry smile. How am I to discern the intentions of that boy? Truly perplexing. Since he desires to go, let him, Kong stated casually. I am rather curious to see what this young man can accomplish. You are rather nonchalant, Sengoku observed with resignation. Times have changed, Kong chuckled. The Navy now boasts an abundance of exceptional talent. We have at least 4 candidates for admiral. Of course, Akainu and Gion also possess the potential. What is there to worry about? Sengoku opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. In any case, Rosen's wish to go to the East Blue is not without merit. Given his strength, it would be more prudent to appoint him as commander for the first half of the Grand Line. Kong spoke slowly. After all, his current capabilities are sufficient for such a role, and then we shall observe his skills and discern what this young man truly aspires to achieve. By the way, do you wish to assign him a code name in advance? Indeed, Sengoku replied earnestly. Then let us bestow upon him a code name. It will facilitate the execution of duties. What? Sakazuki widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be that Rosen actually had a code name? Within the confines of Base G3. Upon hearing his aide's report, Sakazuki was so taken aback that he nearly crushed the cup in his hand. Indeed, the aide coughed lightly. Headquarters inquired whether you would attend his promotion ceremony. Attend? Sakazuki's expression fluctuated between contemplation and discontent. Let him be promoted. What purpose would my presence serve? The aide scratched his head, uncertain. Really? At this, Sakazuki fell silent. In truth, he harbored no significant animosity towards Rosen. Rather, he acknowledged his talent and capabilities. However, as their paths had progressed, their relationship had become increasingly intricate. Reflecting on their shared history, Sakazuki felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Very well, I shall attend. It would be rather inappropriate not to. The aide breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. Upon receiving the call from Admiral Sengoku, Rosen was somewhat taken aback. A promotion to Vice Admiral? He set down the phone, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Indeed, your code name is White Eagle, and regarding your transfer orders, I have conferred with the Naval High Command and approved your request. Sengoku paused momentarily before continuing. I trust you will not forget your mission. I will not. Rosen replied with a slight nod. I shall not bring shame upon the Navy. Excellent. I have faith in you, Sengoku remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Furthermore, your promotion ceremony is scheduled to take place at headquarters tonight at 8 o'clock. I hope you will attend. Certainly, Rosen affirmed. I will arrive on time. After hanging up, he took several deep breaths, methodically arranging his attire to ensure his appearance was impeccable before leaving his room. Upon arriving at the headquarters entrance, he was astonished to find a multitude of individuals already gathered there. He surveyed the crowd and quickly spotted a familiar figure. Hey, Captain Garp, he called with a smile, waving at him enthusiastically. Vice Admiral Garp. Rosen approached swiftly, expressing his surprise. You are here as well. Garp, munching on a rice cracker, replied with a muffled, Rosen chuckled softly, then let us proceed. It's not yet time. Garp replied with a grin. Allow me to introduce you to Gion and Cake. Cake glanced at Rosen and nodded in acknowledgement. As for Gion, Rosen had encountered her a few years prior. It must be said that Gion had become increasingly enchanting. Even in her naval uniform, she exuded an irresistible allure. Hello, Gion said, pursing her lips. Congratulations to you. Haki, your capabilities are impressive. It won't be long before you reach my level, Rosen responded with a smile. That is only to be expected. Gion shook her head. However, your progress far surpasses mine. Rosen smiled softly, choosing not to respond. As for Sakazuki, Paulusolino, and Kazan, they were also present. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the door to the venue was pushed open. Sengoku, Zephyr, and other seasoned Marines gestured for the attendees to enter, and then everyone followed their lead into the conference hall. After a yawn, Garp joined them. And upon seeing Sengoku, he could not help but voice his grievances. Hey, how could you not involve me in such a significant matter? Sengoku let out a cold snort. Isn't it because you went home? My apologies, Sengoku, Garp replied, scratching his nose. I just returned from a brief visit. Sengoku nodded. Regardless, Rosen now requires your assistance. I understand that, Garp grinned, baring his teeth. I had anticipated this day long ago. Rosen gazed at the familiar faces before him. A surge of excitement stirring within, yet he maintained an air of composure. The purpose of this gathering was primarily centered around Rosen's affairs. Sengoku surveyed the surroundings. Firstly, to congratulate Rosen on his promotion to the rank of Vice Admiral, and secondly, to wish him tremendous success in his endeavors on the Grand Line. Rosen quietly listened from the side, and only after Sengoku finished his narration did he lift his gaze towards the assembly. Despite his youth, Rosen's prowess and credentials commanded respect, prompting the group to approach him and extend their hands in greeting. Congratulations, Rosen, Zephyr remarked, a warm smile gracing his face. You shall undoubtedly become a competent commander in the future. Thank you, Instructor Zephyr, Rosen replied with a smile. After shaking hands with everyone present, he turned to face Sengoku. Sengoku took in the scene before him, inwardly marveling at the depth of this young man's character. Perhaps he truly would achieve great things on this path. Adorned with the shoulder insignia of a rear admiral, Rosen bowed to all in attendance and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, I, Rosen, shall not betray the Navy. Following his speech, the banquet commenced. Chapter 1. Subduing the dragon. The vessel destined for the Grand Line was set to depart from the Navy. At the dock, Rosen waved farewell to the well-wishers. Do your best, kid, Garp said, patting Rosen on the shoulder. Don't disappoint our expectations. Rest assured, Rosen replied with a grin. When I return, drinks are on me. Absolutely, Garp laughed heartily. With the thunder of the warship's engines and the sound of the whistle, Rosen finally boarded the ship bound for the Grand Line. As the warship set sail, Rosen stood on the deck, gazing out at the vast, azure ocean, a thrill bubbling within him. Although he was uncertain of the extent of his progress on this journey, he knew it would all be worthwhile. He was determined to shatter the pirate era. After traversing Reverse Mountain and entering the Grand Line, Rosen encountered numerous reckless pirates. However, most were novices, which gave Rosen a sense of exhilaration in overpowering the weak. Admiral Rosen, we are approaching the kingdom of Goa, the intelligence officer reminded him. Indeed, Rosen nodded. Let us press on and seek a secure harbor. His purpose for visiting Goa was singular, to locate Monkey D. Dragon. The nobles of Goa seemed remarkably enthusiastic about Rosen's arrival, with a multitude of officials gathering at the dock to welcome him. Welcome, esteemed Lord Rosen. The king bowed his head, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. If it pleases you, please rest in the palace. We shall promptly arrange accommodations for you. Yet, Rosen did not appear before them. Just as the officials began to ponder this, Rosen's aide, Colonel Anderson, stepped forward. I sincerely apologize, esteemed gentlemen, but Lord Rosen is unwell and regrettably cannot receive you at this time, Anderson explained with a serious demeanor. However, he has instructed that once he recovers, he will visit you. Shall we send a physician to attend to him? A suggestion was put forth, but Anderson shook his head, declining their offer. We shall take full responsibility for His Excellency's injuries. There is no need for your assistance. In that case, we shall not intrude upon your recovery. The king replied with a forced smile, hoping that Lord Rosen would grace the palace with his presence once he regained his health. Anderson nodded and subsequently withdrew. After their departure, the nobles of the Goya kingdom began to murmur among themselves. Before long, the crowd at the port dispersed, yet rumors of Rosen's illness swiftly spread. On a small hill in Windmill Village, the figure of Rosen appeared abruptly. What a nuisance, he muttered to himself. The dragon was now visibly approaching. And if this delay continued, it was likely that Garp would leave a profound mark on his face with his sandal. The dragon's strength was formidable. Over the course of more than a decade, his revolutionary army had spread across over 100 nations, traversing the seas. Yet at this age, he still required honing. Who are you? The dragon inquired, turning to face Rosen, his gaze shadowy. Have you reached adulthood? Rosen retorted, if you have, you should possess some understanding. What do you mean? The dragon frowned, finding Rosen's words perplexing and difficult to grasp. To put it simply, Rosen paused, then continued. You should have a preliminary understanding of the world, thus you ought to attend to your responsibilities. What does that have to do with my maturity? The dragon scoffed. Moreover, who are you? I am Rosen, and I am quite familiar with your father, Garp. Upon hearing this, the dragon hesitated. He had indeed heard of Rosen's name from his father. What do you want me to do? He asked, his brow furrowing, feeling a sense of wariness towards the unclear intentions of the man before him. To set this chaotic world on the right path, Rosen declared solemnly. I wish to transform this world, and I require your assistance. I believe that together, we can expedite the restoration of true peace. The dragon narrowed his eyes slightly. Over the years, he had joined the Navy, but after gaining a deeper understanding, he ultimately realized that the Navy could not save the world, leading him to resign and aspire to create a new organization, the Revolutionary Army. The Navy cannot save the world, he scoffed. That is because you do not understand the principle of proximity, Rosen replied with a smile, and you lack the means. What means? The dragon challenged. The current world requires stability, not turmoil. Radical changes benefit only a select few, while the vast majority remain mired in suffering. What do you propose to do? The dragon demanded, his fists clenched. Rejoin the Navy, Rosen stated, crossing his arms. You must be mad. Dragon widened his eyes. I am not insane. I am more acutely aware of the Navy's future than anyone else, he asserted. Rosen replied calmly, what you currently lack is resources. And the Navy can provide you with ample resources. What resources? Dragon scoffed. The Navy is hardly a monolith, most importantly, with its current scale. It cannot withstand the impending era of great pirates. Where will the Navy's troops and funding come from? Furthermore, the world government comprises over 170 member nations. Do you truly believe they can be restrained? That is nothing short of absurd. The real issue lies with those incompetent leaders who cannot govern their citizens. Aside from those who genuinely cherish adventure, how many would willingly choose the life of a pirate? They merely seek a convenient excuse, ultimately losing themselves in the process. You certainly seem to understand, Dragon sneered. It is not my understanding, but rather, it is the stark reality. The uncertainty of the destination is precisely the issue, is it not? You must surely be more aware of the chaos there than I. Why have you sought me? Dragon felt a flicker of doubt. Yet his inner skepticism lingered. Because you are the most suitable candidate. As the son of Vice Admiral Garp, you should possess considerable strength and charisma. Rosen replied with a subtle smile. So, what do you say? Will you consider it? What makes you think I would agree? Simply because you have traveled extensively and understand what those people need and desire. I require such an ally, and I can offer you a platform to showcase your abilities. How do you intend to achieve this? Through the globalization of trade. Trade? Indeed. This world is awash with seas and islands. Unless we unite them, enrich them, and empower them, how can we possibly eradicate piracy? Have you heard of peaceful evolution? Though Dragon had maintained a stance of observation, Rosen believed that, with his assistance, Dragon would gradually alter his preconceived notions and methods. However, Dragon's character dictated that he would not easily submit to another. So transforming the Goa kingdom was the best way to prove his capabilities. When Anderson saw Rosen again, it was already evening. Vice Admiral Rosen, you have finally returned. Anderson exclaimed, visibly excited. You cannot imagine how outrageous the rumors surrounding you have become. Rosen smirked slightly at the corners of his mouth. It's nothing. Anderson turned his gaze toward Long, who stood behind Rosen. Who is he? He's my assistant, named Long, the son of Admiral Garp, Rosen replied. Anderson gasped. How can this be? He is the son of Admiral Garp. This seems rather inappropriate. You are a lieutenant colonel at headquarters, while he is merely a private, and his previous rank was only that of a major. His position and experience are beneath yours, hence it is quite reasonable for you to oversee him. The trust of General Sia is well placed, Rosen stated. Anderson chuckled, his admiration for Long evident in his eyes. With a vivid imagination, Anderson was keen to explore the matter further, yet Rosen preferred not to linger on it. Will you accompany me to a certain location tomorrow? Which one? The gray area of the Kingdom of Goya. Chapter 2. Fishing the following day, the destination remained uncertain. Rosen gazed at the immaculate and uncertain terminus, a slight twitch of his lips betraying his unease. King Otluk, too, though an elderly man, remained adorned in his resplendent regalia, his steps faltering, as if he might collapse at any moment. Are you truly unwell? Rosen could not help but inquire with concern. Rest assured, I am quite fine, the king replied, waving his hand dismissively. You all ought to take your leave from here. The king smiled. We understand the burdens you bear, so it would be best to return to the palace and rest. Thank you, but the Navy adheres to its own protocols. I shall personally deliver gifts tonight. Then I shall graciously acquiesce, the king laughed heartily. Once the king departed, Rosen turned to the dragon and exchanged a knowing glance. The latter immediately understood and led Rosen towards the naval base of the Goya kingdom. As they traversed the path to the naval base, Rosen's countenance darkened. His movements had been compromised, revealing an underestimation of the local powers. I suppose you've witnessed the bureaucratic nature of this place, the dragon side, not only the king. But even the other nobles exhibit the same disposition. Rosen nodded gently, indicating his approval. So, what are you prepared to do now? Long inquired, puzzled. Of course. I plan to integrate myself into the situation, Rosen replied with a sly smile. Isn't there a fortress nearby? It would be ideal to establish our headquarters there. What do you think? Are you referring to that location? Long raised an eyebrow. Precisely, Rosen affirmed, nodding. We should gradually dismantle their clandestine dealings with the pirates. Where do you think their trading location is most likely to be? Naturally, it would be at Donjon. Long pondered for a moment. That should be the most suitable site for secret transactions. All right, I understand. The naval base. Admiral Rosen, I am Colonel Obi, the commanding officer of the Goya Kingdom base. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon seeing Rosen approach, Obi hurried forward to greet him. Greetings, Colonel. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Rosen extended his right hand and shook Obi's. I will be relying on your support going forward. You are too kind, Obi replied with a slight bow. Are you here to? Of course, to eradicate the pirates. The number of pirates in the East Sea has been increasingly frequent, and their strength has significantly augmented. Rosen shrugged. Instead of living properly, these fellows choose to be pirates. It seems they are quite fond of courting danger. Oh, I see, Obi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So, I intend to establish a temporary headquarters here, and I hope you do not mind. Not at all. We would welcome it, Obi said cheerfully. We shall be at your service. Then I shall trouble you, Colonel, with the specifics, Rosen nodded. Certainly. In the following 2 to 3 days. The Goya Kingdom base was taken over by Rosen. Although this was not the entirety of his plan, it marked a significant step into the Goya Kingdom. Additionally, he dispatched 10 ships to the western port for the purpose of transporting goods while gathering intelligence. After all, the Goya Kingdom has a history spanning a century, and its ports are bustling with personnel. Pirates, bandits, law enforcers, and even bounty hunters are known to frequent the area. Surely, there must be a pirate haven or an illicit territory nearby. Rosen's primary objective this time was to locate the pirate stronghold. While he was preoccupied with his endeavors, a colossal column of water suddenly erupted in a nearby sea, accompanied by splashes as a massive, pitch-black creature broke through the ice. A sea king. Gasps echoed around. This was a gigantic sea king, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, its back adorned with sharp, bony spikes, and its tail trailing a massive tentacle. Fire the cannons! With a roar, the cannons aboard the pirate ship thundered, unleashing torrents of searing flames that struck the Sea King's flank. Boom! The violent explosion sent countless droplets of water flying, revealing a horrific wound on the Sea King's abdomen, blood gushing forth. A furious roar erupted from the creature as it bared its enormous jaws and charged towards the pirate ship. Stay calm, continue, the captain of the pirate ship bellowed. Quickly, aim for its head. At such close quarters, the Sea King had no chance to evade. The fierce cannon fire pierced directly through its neck. With a sickening thud, the Sea King's head severed and plummeted to the ground, creating a spray of water. We won, Captain Ollie. The pirates erupted in cheers. Ha! We taken down a Sea King. As they beheld the fallen beast, the crew was engulfed in exhilaration. Captain Ollie's cold voice cut through the jubilation. Hurry. We cannot delay our transaction with the employer. Yes, Captain Ollie, they replied in unison. In a corner of the port, Rosen gradually emerged, accompanied by Dragon, who had been by his side throughout. Ollie, do you recognize him? Rosen smirked, as if suggesting a long-standing connection with the local nobility. Yes, I've heard of him. Dragon nodded. This individual previously served in the Goya Kingdom's army but left due to certain circumstances to become a pirate, secretly engaging in unsavory dealings for the nobility of Goya. Indeed, the history of this world remains unaltered, Rosen mused, stroking his chin. Then let us await their bait. Chapter 3. The intriguing maneuver Donjon. As the region with the highest population of refugees from the Goya Kingdom, teemed with countless exiles and housed a notably famous tavern. Captain Ollie and his crew arrived at a private room where several burly men sat, exuding an intimidating presence. Captain Ollie, one of the leading men, spoke first, his tone demanding. How did it go? Did you secure it? Of course, Ollie replied with a grin, rest assured. With a swift motion, he gestured to his companions, who produced a wooden box from their garments and presented it to the leader. Is this the item? The man furrowed his brow as he opened the box, revealing a pale yellow crystal within. This crystal is quite exquisite. The journey has indeed been fraught with difficulties, my brothers. Arakan chuckled, nearly falling prey to the aquatic monarch. Fear not. I shall fulfill my financial obligations, remarked the man who appeared to be their leader with a grin. As they were engrossed in their discussion, a contingent of naval officers entered the modest establishment. The proprietor, rather than feeling trepidation, greeted them with warmth. Colonel Obi. The owner's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the base commander among the visitors, only to quickly don a sycophantic demeanor. What brings you here? The proprietor was well acquainted with Colonel Obi, as the port served as the largest gray area, frequently providing him with offerings. Obi cleared his throat and gestured towards Rosen beside him. I've met General Rosen. What? The owner's eyes widened in astonishment. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, the personal presence of General Rosen in such a venue could only signal impending trouble. There's no need to be so anxious, Rosen reassured, patting the owner's shoulder. I'm merely passing through. Oh, the proprietor sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he poured drinks for the general. Wait, Rosen interjected, shaking his head to halt the owner. I am here to discuss a collaboration and require your assistance. At this moment, Obi rose to his feet, instructing all bystanders to vacate the premises. The barflies grumbled a few complaints but ultimately exited the tavern, aware that provoking the Navy was a perilous endeavor. What sort of collaboration? The owner wiped his sweat, anxious to know what was required of him. Hold on. Rosen stood up, noticing that there were still patrons present in the tavern. The owner quickly replied. I believe it's best not to incite conflict with them. After all, humph? Rosen scoffed. Make your move. As Rosen concluded his statement, the surrounding naval officers swiftly encircled the booth where Arakan was seated, hearing the commotion outside. Several pirates attempted to open the door only to be met with a row of ominously pointed firearms. Arakan and the nobleman he was conferring with stared blankly at the naval forces outside. What is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do? The nobleman stood, bewildered. Did I grant you permission to question? Rosen, donning sunglasses, strode in. We have been keeping a close watch on you, Arakan of the Redneck Pirates. With a bounty of 6,800,000 berries, the blood debts of your crew are numerous. Arakan's lips twitched in disbelief. Do not jest. How did you come by this information? We are privy to far more than you can imagine, Rosen shrugged. You should be aware of the current situation. The pirates have taken members of the royal family from the Kingdom of Goya hostage, and we, the Navy, have an obligation to ensure the safety of the royal household. Is that true? The assembly was instantly struck dumb, particularly the royals, whose expressions were as radiant as the sun. Arakan bellowed in fury. You scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? Having spoken, Ollie raised his hands, yet in the following moment, a cold dagger pierced through his throat. Blood splattered across the table. Rosen unsheathed his dagger and turned to face Ali's subordinates. Now that your leader has met his demise, let us discuss the matters at hand, he declared. What? Naturally. It involves your impending incarceration. With a snap of his fingers, he signaled the Marines to apprehend them. As for the noble, beads of perspiration cascaded down his cheeks, a clear indication of his fright. The prince was taken aback, astonished that they intended to extort money, an unforgivable offense. He stammered his gratitude. Thank you. In that moment, he felt utterly despondent. If word of this incident spread, how could he ever maintain his standing? Your Highness, it would be prudent for you to return to your quarters and rest. Allow me to handle the remaining affairs, Rosen said with a slight bow, his tone respectful. The noble nodded and hastily exited the private room, almost fleeing. Once assured that the hotel was devoid of outsiders, Rosen sighed. Innkeeper, what is your name? My name is Afu, the innkeeper replied promptly. Ah, Rosen remarked, crossing his legs with a playful glint in his eye. Are you aware of your transgressions? I do not comprehend your meaning, Afu stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Those individuals frequent this establishment, do they not? Rosen inquired lightly. Afu swallowed hard, hesitating. Obi, with a commanding tone, shouted, Speak quickly. Who sent them? They are. Afu faltered for a moment, ultimately refraining from revealing the truth. After all, this was a murky territory, and under normal circumstances, the Navy also stood to gain. The newly arrived Vice Admiral found himself momentarily uncertain of where his loyalties lay. Rosen remarked nonchalantly, Fear not, our Navy stands as your pillar of support. Perhaps the individual behind you is merely a bait, not the mastermind, is it not? Observing Rosen's willingness to ease the tension, Afu hastily ascended the metaphorical ladder. Indeed. Those fellows were a band of pirates. Thus, it seems this matter does not pertain to you after all. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Afu, with a wry smile, confessed. They are coercing me. As you are aware, there are numerous refugees here. With just a little intimidation, my humble shop could. I understand. I comprehend, Rosen chuckled. Obi, since the refugees have severely impacted Mr. Afu's business, should we not take measures to rectify this? Obi promptly concurred. Yes, it was my oversight. I shall attend to it immediately. Rosen stroked his nose thoughtfully. There is yet another matter. The shopkeeper trembled as he stammered. What do you wish to say? I am at your service. Collaborate with me, and I assure you greater profits. Do you comprehend? Rosen blinked. What say you? Yes. The shopkeeper nodded fervently. Then it is settled, Rosen yawned. Obi, organize the case. When we visit His Majesty the King, we must articulate the gravity of the situation. It is utterly outrageous that pirates dare to abduct royalty. Understood. Moreover, the issue of the refugees must also be addressed. Their presence is morally degrading. What if a celestial dragon were to visit and be repulsed? What then? Rest assured, I shall ensure that these pirates are brought to justice. Precisely. However, pirates are but one facet of the problem. Mountain bandits pose a similar threat. Do you grasp this? Indeed. Chapter 4. The arrival of the Vice Admiral nearby. Long could not suppress a roll of his eyes, utterly unprepared for such circumstances. Afu, being pragmatic, swiftly entered into a contract with Rosen. As for the contents of the agreement, Long remained oblivious, exiting the tavern in a daze. Outside, the refugees glared menacingly at the royal figure, as if eager to dismantle him limb from limb. Hey, what are you doing? The royal stammered, swallowing hard. Are you plotting a rebellion? Pa. Enough. The royal shouted in fury. What is the meaning of this? What do you think? You have seized our possessions, our wives and daughters. It is you who have reduced us to this state, a burly man sneered. Faced with the overwhelming tide of public sentiment, the royal found himself momentarily speechless. Rosen sauntered out slowly, exclaiming, what a dismal sight. Moreover, this royal figure is entirely innocent. With a sigh of resignation, Rosen reflected on the ordeal of being abducted by pirates, nearly losing his life. Had it not been for us, he would likely have perished. Better off dead. The citizens gritted their teeth in response. Why must you be so unreasonable? The royal figure nearly broke into tears. Realizing that neither he nor his bodyguards could take a single step forward, with their only hope resting on Rosen's navy. Please, show us some mercy, he implored softly. You must make a statement then, Rosen replied leisurely. Upon hearing this, the royal nearly collapsed in despair, lamenting, how am I supposed to make such a statement? Well, Rosen pondered for a moment, then suggested, promise everyone that their circumstances will change. That should suffice. The royal figure immediately grasped the implication, reassuring, rest assured. I will provide everyone with an explanation. We are all struggling, and I believe, how should I put it, that this town will certainly transform into the most prosperous and flourishing place. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd softened considerably, although many remained skeptical. After all, the previous events had been too traumatic for them to easily trust again. In that case, let us, the Navy, act as overseers, as this town falls under our jurisdiction. Rosen remarked with a smile. No objections here. Naturally, the displaced citizens accepted this, while the royal figure appeared hesitant to speak further. Ahem, Rosen cleared his throat, rest assured. We will ensure that the funds are invested back into the town. After all, you are all citizens of the world government. Indeed. The displaced citizens responded in unison before dispersing, leaving only the royal figure and Rosen's party behind. What were you about to say? Rosen inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Feel free to share any difficulties. I am always eager to help. The royal figure stammered. Thank you, truly. I would be lost without your assistance. No worries. Rosen waved dismissively. We are, after all, partners in this endeavor, aren't we? The royal's lips twitched slightly. Well, you all should return now. Wait. We must take a statement before you leave. Such a significant matter cannot go unrecorded. What should we write? Of course, the details of your abduction. Upon hearing this, the royal figure was left utterly speechless, wondering how he had found himself in such an absurd situation. That night, King Ataluk II of the Goya Kingdom emerged from the palace to meet Rosen and his entourage. Greetings, Lord Rosen. Ataluk warmly grasped Rosen's hands. Rosen politely returned the gesture. Greetings, Your Majesty. Please, take a seat, Lord Rosen. Ataluk II smiled. Had it not been for you, the crown prince might have faced dire consequences. Oh, not at all. Rosen humbly waved his hand. though his heart sank slightly upon realizing that this man was indeed the father of Sabo. "Please come in. The banquet is ready." Upon entering the hall, Lord Rosen and his companions discovered that tables, chairs, and dining utensils had already been elegantly arranged, and dishes were being served. "My Lord Rosen, this banquet has been prepared especially for you. We hope you find it to your satisfaction," said Otluk warmly, as he took Lord Rosen's hand and gestured for everyone to take their seats. It must be said that the nobility style of hospitality indeed surpasses that of commoners by several degrees. Merely the array of dishes was enough to tantalize one's appetite. After a few rounds of wine, Otluk kindly inquired, "I wonder, Lord Rosen, what are your thoughts on the future?" Rosen sipped from his glass of red wine, expressing his belief that the kingdom of Goya must be transformed into a formidable power. "Oh?" Otluk raised an eyebrow, inquiring further, "By the way, how did you come to know about the prince's abduction?" "Ah, that," Rosen chuckled lightly, "is rather simple. I possess my own intelligence network." "Really?" Otluk was taken aback. "You actually have your own intelligence network?" "Indeed," Rosen replied with a composed demeanor, "my authority is quite substantial." Otluk, too, fell silent, harboring skepticism towards Rosen's claims, believing not even a single punctuation mark of what he said. Despite being a king, he understood the limitations of his power, recognizing that enlisting the aid of pirates was the most pragmatic approach to achieving his goals, albeit at the cost of incurring hidden losses. "Your Excellency Rosen, let us discuss how to elevate the kingdom of Goya into a great power." Otluk too tactfully shifted the conversation. "I believe we must not rush into this matter." Rosen shook his head, as it requires a significant amount of funds to revamp the port town and the uncertain terminus. "As for the financial issue, I shall leave that to you, Your Excellency Rosen." Otluk too chuckled, adding, "If necessary, we are willing to provide some material assistance. I trust you would not decline." "Of course not," Rosen replied with a hearty laugh. "I have faith in the sincerity of the royal family." "Then it is settled," Otluk too said warmly, patting Rosen on the shoulder. "By the way, how much funding do you have?" Otluk too suddenly inquired. Rosen paused momentarily. Indeed, his funds were limited. However, he contemplated the vastness of the ocean and assured himself that, within a month, the necessary capital would be secured, though he would require the support of everyone present. "Of course, no problem," chuckled Otluk too, raising his goblet in acknowledgement before downing its contents in one swift motion. Long observed the interaction between the two, sensing an underlying peculiarity. Chapter 5. Turning Point. Although Rosen lacked financial resources, he was capable of mobilizing surplus supplies from the major bases in the East Sea, and these provisions were sufficient to sustain Duntown for a considerable duration. In the realm of gray areas, the clandestine resources far exceeded those on the surface, and few dared to covet these assets. However, Rosen was different, adhering to the principle of making the most of what is available. He commanded the local powers to expand their scale and innovatively instituted military governance in Duntown. Consequently, a bewildering scene unfolded as Duntown transformed into a bustling trade hub, with a significant number of refugees becoming sailors, sailing alongside trade fleets to distant shores. On the boundless ocean, a pirate ship leisurely drifted. As night fell, dark canvas dropped from the bow, rustling in the sea breeze. At that moment, the deck was illuminated by a bonfire, while the captain's quarters remained dimly lit, with the faint sounds of clinking bottles and raucous laughter suggesting that the pirates were engaged in a lively feast. Thanks to the captain, the pirates erupted in hearty laughter. They had acquired a treasure map without a single shot fired, which was simply splendid. "I've seen the treasure map. The island marked on it should be quite close to us, right?" inquired a heavily tattooed man. "Certainly. If it weren't close, it wouldn't be called a treasure map." Another chimed in, slamming his hand on the table and bellowing, "Brothers, cheers! Cheers!" The crowd echoed in unison, raising their bottles in jubilation. At that moment, a towering figure, 2 meters tall and robustly built, emerged from the cabin, his arms thick as pillars. "Hey, keep it down," the man grunted, casting a piercing glare at the assembly, which immediately fell into a hushed silence. "Captain." The previously boisterous pirates stood up, bowing their heads respectfully. This man was their captain, named Buck, a formidable figure renowned throughout the East Sea, with a bounty of an astonishing 19 million berry. "This operation has yielded splendid results. We have discovered an ancient relic containing a wealth of precious materials, including several veins of gold. This venture has been immensely profitable." Buck grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of gleaming teeth. This news lifted the spirits of the crew. "As long as we unearth the gold, our later years will be filled with indulgence and luxury." "Indeed," With this newfound wealth, who could possibly fear remaining unmarried? One exclaimed, laughter erupting as they envisioned seizing the most beautiful women in the entire city. As the pirates freely discussed their aspirations for the future, Captain Buck wore a look of contentment. The festivities soon reached a crescendo, with most aboard the ship in a state of inebriation, save for those on guard. For pirates, reveling in the joys of life amidst the perils of battle was the finest form of leisure. After a prolonged period of heightened tension, this rare opportunity for relaxation led many pirates to succumb to the allure of alcohol. In that moment, a vigilant man stationed for watch caught sight of a shadow approaching across the water. Hey, what is going on over there? He shouted to a nearby drunken fellow. Can you see it clearly? The man squinted for an extended moment, then replied, I don't know. Could it be a fish? Scratching his head, the vigilant man dismissed it, thinking it was of no consequence. However, as the shadow drew nearer, he sensed that the situation was escalating beyond the ordinary. The shadow revealed itself to be a humanoid figure, and by the time they called for help, it was too late. With a resounding thud, the screams of two men pierced the air, startling the others on deck from their stupor. What is happening? We're under attack. Someone is assaulting us. Quickly, grab your weapons. Chaos erupted aboard the ship as bottles in the captain's quarters crashed to the floor. Outside the door stood a man clad in diving gear. Wielding a knife, his expression devoid of emotion, as if merely executing a mundane task. Who are you? A pirate charged forward, aiming his weapon at him. The man cast an indifferent glance at the assailant, effortlessly slicing through the air with his knife, instantly claiming the man's life. He advanced slowly, making his way deeper into the ship's hold. Help! Kill him! Get rid of him! One after another, pirates fell into pools of blood. Who are you? Roared a burly figure, bursting forth. It was Captain Buck of the pirate crew. The man halted momentarily, turning his head to size up the captain. Buck, ensnared by the man's gaze, trembled uncontrollably. Who are you? Buck stammered, forcing himself to remain composed. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? The man chuckled at this, his smile so radiant that it compelled Buck to retreat a couple of steps. Is that so? Unfortunately, I am unaware, the man replied, shaking his head. I merely chanced upon this ship. You bastard! Buck seethed, glaring at him. Who do you think you are? The man tilted his head, as if genuinely pondering the question for a moment. What do you think? With a cold snort, Buck swung his great sword without hesitation. The man merely smiled faintly, effortlessly evading the blade, and then delivered a swift kick that sent the captain flying, crashing heavily onto the deck and spitting out a mouthful of blood. You dare to harm me? The captain roared in fury, struggling to rise again. I will never forgive you. The man raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Before he could finish speaking, a multitude of pirates surged forth from the cabin, armed and swiftly surrounding him. I see you want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Buck wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking with deadly intent. The man surveyed his surroundings, seemingly unperturbed, and simply smiled. In that case, I invite you all to meet your end. The clash of blades illuminated the air as pirates fell one after another, the scent of blood saturating the atmosphere. Who are you? Buck, lying on the ground, finally panicked. Please don't kill me. I am willing to pay you. The man shook his head. Your head must be quite valuable, but I think it's unnecessary. As he spoke, he lifted his foot and pressed it against Buck's chest, smiling, I shall take your head. A dagger pierced Buck's throat, blood splattering forth as he clutched his neck, gasping in agony. He struggled to utter a word before collapsing heavily onto the deck. The man glanced at the corpse and turned toward the cabin, effortlessly dispatching any pirate that stood in his way. He kicked open a heavy wooden door, and under the glow of the light, his face was revealed. This man was Rosen. Spotting the blueprints not far away, he picked them up, soon echoing with excitement from the cabin. What a treasure this is. Chapter 6. The Miser. The next morning, as the sunlight bathed the sea, a merchant ship escorted by the Navy departed the port, watched by numerous nobles. Obi, the escort mission is entrusted to you. I hope you can lead them safely to Alabasta. Looking at the note left by Rosen, Obi rubbed his forehead, wondering what this was all about. However, since the admiral had given such orders, he could only comply. Meanwhile, on another front, Rosen and Dragon boarded a speedboat, heading towards the anticipated island with the treasure map they had acquired the previous night. Are you certain the treasure is there? Dragon inquired. Of course, I excel in adventures. Rosen replied with a cheerful nod. Dragon sighed. I can't shake the feeling that your intentions are not pure. Don't be like that, Dragon, Rosen said earnestly. Everything requires a method. Learning to take shortcuts is the best choice. Dragon cleared his throat. I don't wish to discuss such matters with you. I can only say that the Navy is unreliable. I truly don't know how Garp raised you. Rosen rolled his eyes. It feels like your family is betting everywhere. Like a speculator. Dragon was taken aback, clearly perplexed by Rosen's words. However, if he were to learn that his son had become the Pirate King, he would likely be left speechless in astonishment. Enough of that. Rosen swiftly shifted the topic, for they were nearing their destination. In the distance, beneath a canopy of lush greenery, the silhouette of an island abruptly emerged on the horizon. Have we arrived? Dragon squinted slightly. Indeed, Rosen nodded. Let us ascertain the value of this gold mine. I sincerely hope it holds some worth. What if it yields little? Dragon inquired ominously. Then we shall resort to plundering pirates, Rosen shrugged. Where do you think I acquired the funds and vessels? Although it was early spring, the biting cold wind still blew fiercely, lacerating their faces as it passed. Dragon squinted, glancing at Rosen beside him. Is the gold mine truly located in such a place? Absolutely, Rosen chuckled, glancing at the map in his hands. Once the location was confirmed, the two proceeded towards the gold mine. As they approached within several dozen meters of the source, Rosen drew his sword and plunged the blade into the earth before yanking it out with a swift motion. At the moment he withdrew the sword, a brilliant flash of light erupted, soaring skyward. Immediately thereafter, a tremendous tremor resonated, causing the ground to shake violently. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by a cacophony of shattering sounds, the once solid rocky surface suddenly fissured, gradually forming a deep pit. Subsequently, chunks of rock began to peel away, revealing the interior. As the dust settled, the once sturdy rocky ground had transformed into a heap of rubble, with some fragments glimmering faintly with a golden hue, unmistakably indicating the presence of a gold vein. Rosen retracted his sword and turned to Long, inquiring, "What do you think?" Long fell into deep contemplation and, after a considerable pause, finally asked, "What do you intend to do?" "We need to recruit a sufficient number of individuals for the mining operations, and it would be ideal to enlist the assistance of engineers," Rosen replied, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. "Indeed," Long nodded. "However, such matters are unlikely to remain concealed. Nor can we hope to suppress the news." Rosen smirked. "So what? Do they dare to confront me? Regardless, the advantage lies with me." And nodded. Seemingly in tacit agreement with Rosen's approach, however, he promptly cautioned, "The kingdom of Goya will undoubtedly notify someone. A considerable portion of their navy consists of locals. It would be quite challenging to keep this matter under wraps." "You are correct," Rosen acknowledged with a nod. "They will certainly inform others. It was my oversight." The recording pointer was nearly full, and cleared his throat. "When shall we return?" "Well, we will depart once it is filled," Rosen replied. Several days later, Rosen arrived on the island with a substantial contingent of personnel and supplies, the scale of which astonished the neighboring island nations. Even officials from some countries dispatched representatives to assess the situation. Naturally, Rosen and his reticent naval commanders revealed little, merely announcing that this operation was a routine patrol to investigate nearby pirate activities. The outsiders were skeptical of such an explanation, but Rosen was disinclined to elaborate further. These nations could not openly obstruct the Navy, lest they provoke a conflict, so they chose to turn a blind eye and officially cease their inquiries. However, just days later, news spread across various countries. General Rosen had established a base on an unknown island and declared it a permanent stronghold. Governments were taken aback. They could not fathom why the general would choose such an obscure location for a base. Was there something amiss? On the island, Colonel Anderson gazed in bewilderment at the mine. "My lord, what is this?" "Ah, it is a treasure trove," Rosen replied. Anderson chuckled. "How did you manage to unearth this gold mine?" "That is of no concern to you." Rosen waved a hand dismissively. "First, ensure the security of this site. No unauthorized personnel must approach. This fortune must not be lost. Do you understand?" "Rest assured, my lord, we will guarantee the safe transport of this cargo. We possess ample expertise and resources in this area," Anderson declared confidently. "Very well," Rosen nodded in satisfaction. "There is one more matter. I leave this in your capable hands. I must return to the kingdom of Goya to negotiate. If all goes well, we shall commence extraction immediately." Upon hearing this, Anderson swallowed hard and nodded, understanding the gravity of the task. Chapter 7. Frostmoon Village. King Otluk II was equally astonished by Rosen's visit. To him, Rosen was an enigma. One could never predict his next move. Although he claimed to be strengthening his nation, something always felt amiss. "It has been a while, Your Majesty." Rosen greeted with a calm smile. King Otluk II returned the smile. "Then allow me to congratulate you on establishing your new stronghold." Thank you, thank you." However, I have come to discuss a significant business venture. And how substantial is this venture? A gold mine. Duke Luck too nearly stumbled, exclaiming that the quantity was indeed exaggerated. Your Excellency, such jesting is inappropriate. How could this be a jest? Rosen chuckled. And why do you think I established a fortress there? Duke Luck too paused momentarily. Do you see its feasibility? Given your nation's strength, I believe seizing it should be quite effortless. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Certainly. However, since the gold mine was discovered by us, it would be prudent for your nation to adhere to the operational rules we have established for its protection. Naturally, Duke Luck too nodded. And since you are willing to collaborate with us, it could not be better. Then, Your Majesty, please draft a proposal in due course. Rosen nodded. We require a detailed contractual agreement. That is certainly not a problem. Duke Luck too affirmed. Years later, in Frostmoon Village, within a secluded farmhouse, a man sat in a chair, while a group of small figures stood respectfully behind him, their heads bowed. It is indeed Lord Rosen. What an honor. Frostmoon Saburo said with a beaming smile, Your esteemed presence has brought vitality to our dojo. I am flattered. Rosen humbly clasped his hands. This is my assistant, Long. Ah, he appears quite formidable. Frostmoon Saburo squinted at Long, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from him, yet unable to discern its true extent. You have come for the strongest, I presume? Rosen unsheathed his sword. The surname Frostmoon is rather uncommon. Haha, is it? A hint of embarrassment crossed Frostmoon Saburo's face, but I am merely an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Rosen smiled slightly. I merely wish to point out that the surname Frostmoon hails from the distant land of Wa, the homeland of samurai. A secluded nation where one might not expect to find someone in the far-off Eastern Sea. This matter is quite lengthy to discuss. Frostmoon Saburo cleared his throat. Our dojo's primary goal is to instruct children in their training, and beyond that, at that moment, a green-haired boy stepped forward, demanding, Hey, who are you? The world's current foremost swordsman. Rosen positioned his sword across his chest, nodding slightly. Humph, anyone can boast. The green-haired boy scoffed. Even if you are the world's greatest swordsman, what of it? I shall undoubtedly become the world's greatest swordsman. Zaro. Frostmoon Saburo frowned and called out, Teacher. I cannot allow this fellow to disrespect you. Hey, do you dare accept my challenge, world's greatest swordsman? Of course. Rosen grinned slightly. Do you dare to challenge me? Absolutely. Zaro stood tall and proud. I must become the world's greatest swordsman. Then, await your turn. Rosen waved his knife and turned to leave. Wait a moment. A cold female voice echoed. I too wish to challenge you. Rosen turned back to see a girl clad in black, her hair tied in a ponytail, wielding a long sword in her hand. Her expression was grave, and she exuded an aura of lethal determination. I am Guyaina, she stated, fixing her gaze upon Rosen. I have heard that you are the world's foremost swordsman, and I wish to test my skills against yours. Rosen let out a soft sigh, finding the situation rather troublesome. How about this? He suggested. What? Are you afraid? Guyaina provoked. Rosen smiled. You two should join forces. The prowess of the world's foremost swordsman extends far beyond this. Guyaina and Zoro exchanged a glance. Then let us commence. The two young warriors grasped each other's hands, their fighting spirit ignited in an instant. Rosen shook his head, then drew the long blade from his waist. A surge of formidable power emanated from the sword, causing the entire room to tremble. The two individuals looked up at Rosen in astonishment. The title of the world's greatest swordsman is merely a hollow accolade, regardless of gender. Anyone has the potential to ascend to that esteemed position. Rosen charged forward, wielding his blade with formidable force, delivering a powerful downward strike. Guyaina and Zoro hastily raised their swords in defense. The clash resonated with a metallic ring as sparks flew. Zoro staggered back a few paces before tumbling onto the ground. Meanwhile, Guyaina steadied herself, gripping the wad ikemanji tightly as she thrust it towards Rosen. With a clang, their blades met in a swift exchange, followed by a fierce collision. Guyaina summoned all her strength to swing her sword at Rosen once more, but he deftly evaded her attack, countering with a downward slash of his own. Guyaina, her body taut and tense, braced herself, holding the wad ikemanji in front of her. The sound of clashing metal rang out as she was sent flying, clutching her right arm, only to be caught by Rosen in a fleeting moment and gently placed on the ground. I sincerely apologize, but you have lost. Guyaina gazed at the bruise on her arm in silence. Zoro rose to his feet, dual swords in hand, his expression resolute. Let us go again. Very well, continue. Rosen replied with a slight smile. Zoro charged towards Rosen, blades at the ready. Rosen deftly sidestepped Zoro's assault, delivering a swift kick to his chest that sent him hurtling backward to the ground. You have lost, Rosen remarked with a smile. Zoro, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet and declared, I have not lost yet. Come at me again. You leave too many openings, your speed is insufficient, and your reflexes are lacking. Rosen replied, becoming the world's greatest swordsman cannot be achieved merely through brute strength. Clang. Zoro's sword was forcefully knocked from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Rosen smiled faintly and said, do you truly believe that your own efforts are sufficient to vanquish me? How infuriating. Zoro glared at Rosen. I will never concede defeat. Oh. Rosen raised an eyebrow. It seems you are prepared to fight with all your might. Take this. Zoro shouted in rage, leaping fiercely towards Rosen. Bang. Zoro's figure was sent flying, crashing directly into the wall. Rosen smiled apologetically at Shuang Yue Jiangxinlang, expressing his regret. It's all right. Youth is often brimming with ambition. Shuang Yue waved his hand dismissively, aware that Rosen had held back, rendering Zoro utterly devoid of any chance of victory. Chapter 8. The duel enrollment. Guena stood up unsteadily, her youthful face adorned with a determination uncommon for her age. Guena, Shuang Yue called out, stop fooling around. Guena stubbornly shook her head. You said that anyone, regardless of gender, can become the world's greatest swordsman. That was indeed my assertion, Rosen replied with a slight smile. There are female swordsmen, but it is a fact that a girl's physical strength cannot, at a certain age, compete with that of a boy. You must acknowledge this. Rosen spoke with a calm demeanor. However, physical strength is not the sole determining factor. As he spoke, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, crashing onto the distant sea. With a thunderous explosion, towering waves surged 100 meters high. This is not merely the result of brute strength, Rosen grinned. Remember, being a girl does not equate to being weak. If strength alone defines success, women would have long been obsolete in this era. Upon hearing this, Guena fell silent for a moment, her eyes gradually regaining their luster. She looked at Rosen and replied with a calm tone, I understand, Mr. Rosen. Later that night, in the dojo, Guena knelt on the ground, resolute. Father, I have made my decision. I wish to set sail and explore the world beyond. Shuang Yue gazed at his daughter in surprise. Have you truly thought this through? Yes, Guena nodded earnestly. You know my greatest dream has always been to become a swordsman. And now that I have this opportunity, I absolutely do not wish to let it slip away. But you must understand that the outside world is not as tranquil as our hometown, especially the seas, where one frequently encounters various dangers, often facing life and death situations. Shuang Yue sighed. While I hope for you to become a true swordsman, I still worry for your safety. Yet Guena's resolve was unwavering. As the descendant of a samurai family, the spirit of the warrior within her compelled her to seize this opportunity for growth, even if it meant facing perilous circumstances. If I fail, it will simply mean I was outmatched, but I will never regret my choice. Shuang Yue shook his head in resignation. Very well, then. Proceed as you wish. But remember to stay safe on your journey. Outside the dojo's training room, Guena turned to deeply bow to Shuang Yue before departing. At the port, upon seeing Rosen and Long Air, Guena quickened her pace, approaching them with a hint of shyness. Mr. Rosen, I wish to join you. Are you certain? Rosen inquired. Absolutely. Guena affirmed. Guena responded affirmatively. Why? I wish to see the world beyond. Remaining here holds little promise of becoming a sword master. Since this is your choice, let it be as you wish, Rosen remarked lightly. But you must understand, becoming a sword master is no simple endeavor. I am aware, Guena replied earnestly. Having embarked on this path, one must possess the resolve. I will strive diligently. Long smiled. Very well. If you are prepared, we shall set forth. Let us prepare for departure. Rosen clapped his hands, signaling the others to board the ship. At that moment, a voice called from the distance, Guena. Following the sound, they saw Zoro running breathlessly toward them. Upon seeing Zoro, Guena's eyes sparkled with delight, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Zoro! Guena exclaimed, astonished by his arrival. What brings you here? Hey, that's not fair. I want to join you too. Rosen, I wish to learn the art of swordsmanship. Zoro panted. Guena stood there, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Ah, what a delightful coincidence. Long observed the two youths with a smile. It seems this journey is destined to become quite lively. Rosen smiled faintly. Are you also striving to become the greatest swordsman in the world? Zoro replied without hesitation, of course. Very well, then follow me, Rosen said calmly. However, I must caution you that the journey ahead will be fraught with challenges. If you wish to retreat, Now is still your opportunity. Enough with the chatter. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Very well. Let us wait and see if your abilities can match your ambitions. Beneath the inky night sky, stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the vast expanse, while a small boat glided languidly over the sea, creating ripples that danced upon the surface. Guena took a deep breath, closing her eyes. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, but were swiftly wiped away. Guena, why are you crying? Suddenly, Zaro's voice broke the silence. Guena opened her eyes to find Zaro offering her a towel. Thank you. It's nothing. This is my first time leaving home, Guena admitted, her eyes reddening once more. After drying her tears, a newfound determination replaced her sorrow. This is a rare opportunity. I must seize it. For our dreams. I will give it my all. Is that so? Zaro clenched his fists. You better be careful. I intend to challenge you every day. Guena paused for a moment, then smiled. I look forward to it. Meanwhile, Xuanyue Jingsenlang stared at the note left by Zoro with a pained expression. What a troublesome kid. With a sigh, he hoped they would manage to survive and fulfill their respective dreams. A few days later, their small boat arrived at the naval fortress. As the four disembarked, Colonel Anderson hurried over. Admiral, we've discovered pirates from the New World. Who are they? Shanks. No way. Rosen was quite familiar with Shanks, after all. He would eventually become one of the four emperors. Moreover, according to the timeline, they had lingered in Fusha village for quite a while. Most importantly, Shanks possessed the Nika fruit, which would be essential for Luffy's rise to power. With this thought, Rosen furrowed his brow. Where are they now? They've already reached the vicinity of the Goa Kingdom, but our men are in pursuit. They should find them soon, Anderson reported. Then let them hurry and bring the person back, Rosen scoffed. In the East Blue, who else can rival me? Chapter 9, The First Encounter with Shanks. This was no exaggeration, aside from the occasional visits from Garp, who could truly stand against Rosen. Yes, there is one more matter. Please, go on. Rosen lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, mobilizing all available warships to head towards the Kingdom of Goya, ensuring they would not return. Understood? Understood. What is this place? Zaro surveyed the surroundings. This is the naval base. Rosen chuckled slyly. How cool is it? It is indeed cool, but Zaro grimaced. I can't shake the feeling that you don't quite fit the naval persona. Why? You are simply too flamboyant. Fool. Rosen's fist struck Zaro's head with force. I am your teacher. Show some respect. Zaro rubbed his aching head. Then follow me. That kid Shanks is also a swordsman, though young. He possesses formidable strength. You two should observe him and learn a thing or two. Oh, Zaro replied. Hey, Beckman, have you found a place to dock? Shanks leaned against the edge of the ship's cabin, gazing out at the vast sea. Yes, I found a place called Windmill Village. It can serve as a temporary refuge. Shanks replied, but suddenly he sensed something approaching swiftly. He abruptly lifted his head and spotted several dark figures on the distant horizon. Jesus Burgess, do you see that? I do. Jesus Burgess squinted, directing his gaze toward the figures, 3 individuals, 1 adult and 2 children. What? Just as the group was puzzled, a flash of sword light swept across the distant waters. Shanks' expression turned grim. He propelled himself into the air with great force. Boom. The sword light was intercepted amidst the explosive sound. Who are you? Shanks bellowed. What brings such a powerful pirate to the East Blue? Rosen leapt forward, landing before Shanks. You seem to be quite aware. Shanks frowned. Indeed. Rosen shrugged lightly, and Shanks' companions quickly surrounded them. Beckman quietly puffed on his pipe, saying nothing. Who are you, really? Shanks fixed his gaze on Rosen. We are hunters of pirates. Rosen's cold voice resonated. If you are unwilling to surrender, I would not mind assisting you in making that choice. A powerful sense of pressure emanated from Rosen. Crack. The sound of splintering would echoed from the pirate ship as cracks began to spread across the deck. Rosen grasped the hilt of his sword with one hand and slowly drew it out. Are you coming at me all together, or one by one? He taunted. The conqueror's Haki. Shanks gasped in astonishment, followed by a hint of a smile. If you wish to fight, let it be on the island. In an instant, both figures vanished, leaving behind a chaotic scene in the ship's hold. Boom. The sound of a tremendous collision reverberated through the sky. The heavy clouds surged violently, as if the heavens themselves were splitting open, revealing unfathomable chasms. Zaro and Kuina stared blankly at the tumultuous clouds above, their faces pale. Gulp. Zaro swallowed hard, murmuring. How impressive. I wish I could become like that someday. Kuina's eyes sparkled with envy, so powerful. She pressed her lips together. striving to suppress the tumult within her heart. This man, Kuina's heart raced. She could hardly fathom the strength she would possess if she wielded such power. Simultaneously, the clash of their conquerors' Haki unleashed a tremendous force, instilling a profound sense of dread in all living beings nearby. It was a power potent enough to make any creature tremble in fear. Boom. The two forces of conquerors' Haki clashed against each other, ultimately forming a colossal vortex that spread outward. Boom, boom, boom. Massive boulders were dislodged, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Shatter! Shanks bellowed, his right arm swelling with muscle as the sword in his hand transformed into a silver flash, piercing the heavens and aimed directly at Rosen. Rosen let out a sinister laugh, remarking that the swordsmanship was commendable, yet regrettably still fell short by a fraction. The sleeve of Rosen's left arm instantaneously shattered, revealing bulging veins beneath his skin. With Zhe Lu horizontally positioned in his hand, he deflected Shanks' attack and, leveraging the rebound force, soared into the sky. Shanks leapt upward, only to witness Rosen executing a downward slash, the sword tip emanating a faint blue ripple, carving a crescent-shaped gash aimed directly at Shanks' chest. How swift! Shanks' pupils contracted as he swiftly sidestepped to evade the lethal strike. A deep cut, several meters long, marred the ground, continuing to extend further. In that moment, however, Rosen abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing behind Shanks, having narrowly escaped the previous slash. Shanks barely had time to catch his breath before feeling a chilling sensation at his neck. Bastard! Shanks cursed under his breath and unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, instead of retreating, Rosen advanced, bracing himself against Shanks' blow. With a flick of his wrist, Zhe Lu glided along Shanks' throat. Shanks emitted a muffled groan as he staggered back a few steps before regaining his composure. That was close. Shanks exhaled in relief, while Rosen swayed slightly, his complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. I didn't expect you to be this formidable, Rosen remarked solemnly. Shanks touched his neck, a faint trace of blood seeping from the wound. You were quite impressive as well, but let us conclude this battle swiftly. A smile spread across Rosen's face as his form transformed into a myriad of illusions. Shanks, swift as a leopard, charged forward. The two engaged in an intense aerial clash, countless afterimages flickering in the air. How remarkable! Guena's beautiful eyes widened in admiration as she gazed at the two figures above. Indeed, they are not weak, Zaro concurred. The sharp clashing of blades resonated throughout the arena, as Shanks and Rosen collided countless times, their swords nearly melding together, sparks flying, rendering it impossible for either to gain the upper hand. Riki Lu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to assist the captain. Do not interfere, Beckman replied coldly. Shanks would never allow it. Jesus Burgess observed the two combatants with a frigid expression, sensing that one of them was not taking the fight seriously. Huh! Shanks roared, a tremendous oppressive force suddenly descending upon Rosen. With a smirk, Rosen grit his teeth and retaliated. The ground visibly caved in, as both men staggered backward, their bodies now near a rocky cliff. Boom! The two swords clashed with explosive force, causing the towering mountain, over 100 meters high, to tremble. A massive fissure extending from beneath their feet all the way to the summit. Boom! The mountainside crumbled, and a vast expanse of earth cascaded downward. Shanks and Rosen stood amidst the ruins, gazing at one another. Chapter 10. The Confrontation. This fellow, Shanks exhaled a deep breath, casting a serious glance at Rosen. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that last maneuver, he had not anticipated that Rosen could withstand it head-on, even forcing him to retreat. What an impressive individual, Shanks murmured. Rosen raised his head slightly, and I must admit, you are more formidable than I had anticipated, at least stronger than Buggy. Buggy? How is he faring? Oh, it's nothing. He's merely advancing through the city. Rosen shrugged, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, I have not taken his life. Upon hearing this, Shanks's expression relaxed somewhat. However, with narrowed eyes, Rosen's tone suddenly intensified. I will ensure your reunion with him. Upon finishing his words, Rosen erupted with an overwhelming surge of chaotic energy, advancing with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, lunging towards Shanks. A chilling voice resonated from Shanks. Is it merely based on your arrogance? Dark Crimson Conqueror's Haki surged from within him, enveloping the surface of his sword, emanating an oppressive aura that met Rosen head-on. At the moment of their collision, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the two, leaving deep impressions on the ground, while shards of luminous stone bricks scattered in every direction. As smoke billowed, Rosen's visage became obscured, shrouded in mist. In stark contrast, Shanks maintained his stance, though blood subtly trickled from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a painful groan emanating from his chest. Gasping heavily, Shanks remarked, "I never anticipated this. Ah, even I can wield Haki to some extent." Subsequently, Rosen swung his blade downward, a glimmering arc slicing through the air like a falling star, sending ripples of energy in its wake. The sharp clang of metal resonated throughout the mountain peak as their swords clashed violently, igniting fierce sparks. Shanks's body trembled violently, his footing faltering as he staggered backward, veins bulging on his right hand gripping the hilt, betraying the intensity of his exertion. What an overwhelming force, he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I shall never concede to you." With an aura as fierce as a raging torrent, and accompanied by a low growl, Shanks raised his sword, unleashing a sharp blade of energy that surged forth, aimed directly at Rosen. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. Rosen remained undaunted. Accompanied by a low growl, a blue waterspout surged skyward, spiraling and roaring in midair. Instantly, a deafening explosion echoed across the entire sea, and invisible shockwaves surged outward, raising towering waves upon the surface. Interesting. Shanks grinned, finding this fellow named Rosen increasingly intriguing. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a human capable of challenging him. Even the recently renowned Mihawk was not on par. "You are formidable," Shanks suddenly bellowed, his body trembling as the Crimson Conqueror's Haki enveloping his blade intensified dramatically. "This is my true power." With his words, the already fierce assault grew even more ferocious. The sword transformed into a venomous serpent, weaving through the void, striking at Rosen time and again. With a thunderous boom, accompanied by a tremendous tremor, a formidable wave of energy burst forth in all directions. The figures of the two combatants swiftly retreated from the battlefield. A colossal crater materialized on the ground, with billowing smoke and numerous trees on the beach reduced to ruins, sand and debris flying about. Breathing heavily, Shanks gazed at Rosen, an unshakable feeling rising within him. Rosen's condition was not much better. Beside him lay a towering tree, uprooted and its leaves scattered, the trunk splintered in two. Panting, Rosen slowly lifted his gaze to meet Shanks, his expression tranquil. "Your name?" "Rosen." "Rosen, you say? I remember you. Your existence has caused quite a headache for that group." "Who?" "Certainly the great pirates of the New World. Their territories are continuously shrinking, and the Navy is gaining the upper hand in the New World. Truly fascinating." "Not surprising." Rosen chuckled. "The New World is not vast. The Grand Line is far more expansive, as pirates are unable to traverse the Grand Line. Their living space will inevitably be constricted over time, leaving them little energy to vie for other possessions." "Oh, is that so?" Shanks raised an eyebrow. "You truly are remarkable." "Enough chatter, pirate." Rosen interrupted Shanks. "I have no interest in conversing with you." Suddenly stepping forward, his right knee bent, he propelled himself into the air, his long blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound, striking down towards Shanks like a bolt of lightning. Shanks' pupils dilated, his body instinctively reacting to evade the impending strike. Clang! Rosen's strike missed its mark, yet he did not cease his onslaught. In an instant, he closed the distance to Shanks, his long blade twisting in his grip, a brilliant silver gleam slicing through the air as it aimed for Shanks' neck. A resounding clash echoed as a wave of Crimson Conqueror's Haki surged forth from Shanks, enveloping the space beside him. Rosen felt an immediate heaviness wash over him, his arm succumbing to a numbing paralysis. But what of it? With a sharp sound, the keen edge of his blade successfully tore through Shanks' clothing, leaving behind a shallow wound. Shanks' expression darkened, and in a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Suddenly, a fleeting white shadow darted past, and Shanks reappeared behind Rosen. Rosen's gaze was sharp as he swung his left fist towards the rear. Shanks, twisting his body, thrust his rapier towards Rosen's lower back. With a thud, Shanks' blade struck Rosen's abdomen. However, due to the protection of his Haki, it merely left a faint scar upon his skin. Hey, we should assist him." Locky Lou's stout figure leaned over the ship's railing. "Captain, cease the fighting. What nonsense are you spouting?" Shanks glared fiercely at Locky Lou. Beckman quietly puffed on his pipe, observing the tense standoff between the two combatants with a slight frown. However, he refrained from intervening, continuing to smoke in silence. "Jesus, those two brats are with him. Should we not capture them at a critical moment?" Beckman shook his head. "No need." Locky Lou pursed his lips, remaining silent, yet his gaze remained fixed on the duel. Chapter 11. Spiral Sphere Whoosh. Two blades of light flickered as Rosen and Shanks simultaneously retreated, dust swirling around them. They gazed at each other, both awaiting the other's offensive move. At that moment, a melodious whistle and a rumbling sound echoed from afar. This is bad. It's the Navy. A pirate atop the lookout tower shouted, noting the absence of the two brats. Damn it. Lucky Lou cursed. Captain, the Navy is here. We must retreat. Beckman immediately leaped off the ship. Jesus, Lucky Lou, organized the retreat swiftly. Understood. Everyone, it's time to leave. Shanks inhaled deeply. Though displeased with the interruption of his battle, he recognized that the lives of his comrades took precedence. Faced with these two formidable adversaries, despite his determination, he felt powerless. The military might of the Grand Line rendered the prospect of defeating them nearly impossible. He was but one man, and overcoming them all at once posed a significant challenge. You both must leave something behind. Rosen sneered, his legs suddenly propelling him off the ground, cracks spreading beneath him as he charged towards Shanks. Beckman stepped forward to intercept Rosen. You should give up. Rosen cast a fleeting glance at him, his footsteps slightly shifting. However, Beckman swiftly interposed himself in front of him. His eyes narrowing, body tensed, muscles bulging, and his gun aimed directly at Rosen, pulling the trigger. The bullet sped forth, and with a disdainful snort, Rosen evaded the projectile, which pierced through the trunk of a massive tree. Bang! Seizing this brief moment, Shanks deftly maneuvered his wrist, wielding his rapier to create several arcs, compelling Rosen to retreat. Naval officer, we shall meet again. Shanks scoffed, just as Beckman's figure descended from above, a glint of cold light flashing, causing Rosen to stiffen abruptly. Boom! The ground erupted into a deep chasm, an unruly tempest swirling violently, engulfing Rosen's figure entirely. The pirate ship unleashed a barrage of smoke grenades, obscuring the vision of all present. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the pirate ship of Shanks and his crew was already devoid of life. Cough, cough, cough. Rosen coughed violently, pondering whether this was a spiral bullet. Gazing at the craters on the ground, a flicker of doubt emerged in his mind. To think that such primitive firearms could produce such effects was indeed an eye-opener. Are you all right? Gwenna asked, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Rosen. I'm fine. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. Did you see what just happened? See what? Gwenna replied, momentarily taken aback. I drove off the pirates, Rosen grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, and laughed heartily. The two youngsters exchanged awkward glances, questioning whether this man could truly serve as their mentor. At that moment, the distant sound of cannon fire echoed across the sea, accompanied by the shouts of naval soldiers. Those Navy scoundrels! Shanks snorted, as several red slashes caused incoming cannonballs to explode. Beckman stood silently beside him, his gaze fixed on the ocean surface. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something, turning his head towards another direction. There, on the horizon, loomed a massive silhouette of a sea beast, strikingly apparent under the sunlight. A sea king, Beckman murmured. Both Beckman and Shanks turned simultaneously to regard the gigantic outline of the sea creature, a colossal sea serpent coiling upon the water, its stout body measuring nearly 10 meters. Its mouth opened and closed, exhaling a fetid breath. With a thunderous roar, the Sea King leapt from the depths, its speed astonishing, appearing before the onlookers in the blink of an eye, before slowly descending back onto the surface, creating tumultuous waves. With a powerful flick of its tail, the enormous serpent whipped up the surrounding waters, shattering nearby rocks. What a nuisance, came a voice as Jezeb fired a lead bullet from his rifle. The bullet streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing the creature's scales and burrowing into its insides, wreaking havoc upon its abdomen. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and the serpent writhed in agony, thrashing about on the surface, staining the nearby waters crimson. Warships advanced steadily, following the command to fire, several naval vessels sailing closer. Beckman observed the unfolding scene with a furrowed brow. The Navy was approaching with great intensity. This beast is yours, Shanks said, patting Jezeb on the shoulder. I'll handle those warships. Understood. Jezeb grinned, a specialist in long-range shooting. Utilizing the navigator's exceptional skills, he evaded numerous incoming cannonballs, positioning himself atop the pirate ship. With a single shot, a dazzling trajectory followed, obliterating a turret on one of the warships, yet Jezeb did not cease. He continued firing. A series of explosions erupting in succession, and plumes of black smoke ascended from the naval vessels. Damn it! Cursed scoundrels! You wretched things! The soldiers aboard the warship seethed with ire, cursing vehemently. A ship stripped of its turrets resembled a toothless tiger, significantly diminished in its threat. Yet, they were acutely aware that at such proximity, they were utterly powerless against their adversaries. Do not panic, continue the assault, cried the ensign, raising his flag vigorously. Instantly, the warship pivoted its cannons, and a barrage of cannonballs sliced through the sea towards them. Shanks let out a cold chuckle as he deftly swung his blade, slicing through the incoming projectiles with precision. Those scoundrels. The Navy personnel were consumed with rage, their futile assault rendering them profoundly humiliated. As if they were the subjects of a cruel jest. This will not suffice. We must devise a different strategy. Dragon stood quietly at the bow, his eyes narrowed. Have you conceived a plan? Anderson replied with a wry smile. We are on the verge of surrounding them. How infuriating. If only a storm would brew, Dragon mused. A peculiar smile gracing his lips. A storm? Anderson furrowed his brow, puzzled. You need not concern yourself with that. Dragon lifted his gaze to the heavens. His arms outstretched as if in reverence. With the expansion of his limbs, the clouds above thickened rapidly, dark, swirling masses of gloom gathering ominously. Heralding the approach of a tempest. Anderson was taken aback. At that moment, torrential rain descended, large droplets hammering against the sea's surface, sending splashes skyward. The storm is upon us, Shanks murmured. A thunderous roar erupted as a hurricane swept in unexpectedly, causing the pirate vessel's sails to flap violently. Truly remarkable, Dragon, Rosen chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief at how one could manipulate the elements to alter the course of events. What a splendid spectacle indeed. Chapter 12. Injured. The torrential raindrops struck the deck with a crackling sound, the ocean roiling as though it were boiling, waves surging violently. And the pirate ship rocked perilously as if it might be torn asunder at any moment. Snake, Shanks bellowed, our lives rest in your hands. Rest assured. Snake replied through gritted teeth. As the finest navigator of the red-haired pirates, his seamanship was unparalleled, though the storm was fierce. He had faith in his ability to master the tumultuous waves. Shanks nodded, turning back to the deck, while the others diligently attended to their duties. For in the face of the tempest, no one dared to falter. This storm feels peculiar, Shanks remarked, stroking his chin. Something seems amiss. You've noticed it too? Beckman raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I too sense something off. This tempest does not resemble a naturally occurring storm. After all, the East Blue is not the New World. No sooner had he spoken than a violent lurch rocked the ship, water pooling upon the shattered deck. That scoundrel. Upon witnessing the red force beginning to take on water, Shanks could not contain his curses. What had that fellow done? Dragon's demeanor remained impassive, merely stating that they must have a remarkably skilled navigator on their side. Anderson murmured that if things continued this way, they might have to retreat. Do not fret, for Rosen is here, Dragon replied with a faint smile. It must be noted that this storm was causing turmoil not only for the pirates, but also for the station marines, who were encountering significant peril. Brothers. At 4 o'clock ahead, charge forth. Shanks bellowed from the deck. The storm had created numerous vulnerabilities in the Navy's tight formation, and they must seize this opportunity to break through. Aye, Captain. Let's charge. Just then, a shadow silently approached the red force, drawing closer with alarming speed. Hey. Look over there. What is that? Someone shouted. Shanks furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance. Why has that fellow returned? The shadow emerged from the sea, moving with incredible swiftness, nearly reaching the ship's side in the blink of an eye. I will handle him. A figure leaped from the vessel, donning a skull cap. With long hair cascading over his shoulders, rushing towards the shadow with a staff in hand. However, the shadow suddenly halted, pivoting sharply to brandish a long knife. With a clang, a surge of lightning erupted from the staff, instantly sending the shadow's weapon flying. The shadow, seemingly taken aback, lifted its gaze to fixate on the long-haired man wielding the staff. Another thunder-wielding fellow, it sneered, Gatling 6 Kings. The shadow lunged forward, fist striking out, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The man's pupils constricted as he swiftly swung the staff to defend himself. Clang. The immense force sent him hurtling backward, landing on the deck. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating he was gravely injured. Zeus. Lucky Lou roared, his body suddenly swelling, expanding like a balloon. With his imposing physique, he lifted a nearby iron rod and swung it fiercely. The shadow executed a slick maneuver to evade the iron rod, then seized the staff, hurling Lucky Lou away. His body crashed against the ship's hull, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently, and countless shards of glass shattered around them. Damn it! Lucky Lou spat blood, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise. This foe was formidable indeed. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Shanks' icy gaze. You dare to harm my comrade, Rosen. With a decisive step forward, the rapier in hand traced a circle, unleashing a crimson light that surged into the heavens, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap that echoed across the sky. Almost instantaneously, a cataclysmic force erupted from Rosen's vicinity, radiating a destructive aura as it hurtled towards Shanks. In a fleeting moment, blood splattered amidst the cacophony of anguished cries that reverberated throughout the pirate ship. Shanks clutched his arm, one limb having vanished. The crimson staining half of his sleeve, rendering him a ghastly specter reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. Rosen, Shanks seethed, his teeth clenched. You wretched fiend. Perish. Jesus Burgess bellowed, unleashing a torrential hail of bullets that assailed Rosen like a tempest. The metallic clatter pierced the air as Rosen emitted a muted groan before plunging into the sea. Shanks stood momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this turn of events. The ship's doctor, Beckman, urgently called out, and upon arrival, the ship's physician assessed Shanks' wounds. Captain, your arm is severed. Is that so? Shanks replied with a bitter grimace. What a dreadful journey this has turned out to be. The clash had transpired in the blink of an eye, by the time the crew comprehended the situation. The battle had concluded. Lying on the deck, Shanks cast a defiant gaze towards the ocean. No more fighting. Let everyone survive. But Captain, silence. I know what must be done. The storm rages fiercely. If this continues, our ship will surely sink, Shanks growled. The crew exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing to Shanks' command. Ceasing their hostilities. Amidst the tumult aboard the pirate vessel, the Red Force slowly navigated away from the perilous waters. Meanwhile, Rosen surfaced, clutching his abdomen. The excruciating pain rendering his complexion ashen, each breath a Herculean effort. Though the skirmish was brief, it exacted a tremendous toll on him. Both Shanks and Jesus Burgess were formidable adversaries, particularly Shanks, whose mastery of Haki, both armament and conquerors, formed an impeccable synergy. Even with his observation Haki, Rosen dared not recklessly withstand such an onslaught. Yet fortune seemed to favor him. All his limbs remained intact, spared from severe injury. As the storm gradually abated, Rosen was rescued by a naval vessel. A fracture? He inquired of the ship's doctor. Is it serious? A fracture is not overly concerning, but I recommend visiting a specialized hospital. The physician sighed. Delaying treatment could lead to lingering repercussions. Rosen nodded, reassuringly proclaiming that ahead lay the kingdom of Goya, and suggested they first seek out a medical facility in the village. Upon Rosen's arrival on the island, he noticed an additional presence along the coast. That battle was amazing. Big brother, exclaimed Luffy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You were incredible. Rosen's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a hint of amusement. Oh, my brother is indeed in the Navy. Huh? Luffy tilted his head in confusion, and then, with a sudden epiphany, clapped his hands and exclaimed, Oh, so you are in the Navy? How wonderful. Chapter 13. Seeds. The Navy's medical personnel swiftly located a neat and tidy little cottage within the village. However, Rosen was rather indifferent to such matters. He was acutely aware of his own physical constitution, and he knew that this injury would not claim his life. Upon hearing that a fleet of warships was anchored near the village chief, Upposlap, hurried over. When he learned that the pirate in question was a former crew member of the pirate King Roger, his expression grew exceedingly grim. What? How could such a ruthless pirate have entered the East Sea? Upposlap's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, but the older brother is truly impressive. The young Luffy clapped his hands excitedly, having driven off the pirates. Luffy, what are you doing here? Upposlap exclaimed, his eyes widening further as he spotted two other little rascals. These two are. Oh, they are my disciples, Zoro and Kuina. Rosen chuckled softly, though he knew he couldn't teach them much in the short term. Can I join you? Luffy's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gazed hopefully at Rosen. I will work very hard. Luffy, stop fooling around. Upposlap sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Lord Rosen needs to rest. Village chief. Luffy said with a look of deep dismay, please just agree to my request. All right, I will train you to become an excellent sailor. Rosen scratched his nose, feeling that this would suffice. Really? Luffy's eyes gleamed with joy as he looked at Rosen. Of course. Luffy giggled. I will strive to be an outstanding sailor. Upposlap chuckled awkwardly, realizing that since it was Mr. Rosen's decision, he could hardly oppose it. Rosen chuckled in disbelief. He knew he must keep a close watch on that rascal Luffy, for the future of the world remained an uncertain enigma. Deep within Rosen's heart, a profound sense of helplessness lingered. After all, the failure to acquire the Nika fruit was indeed a monumental loss. Had he succeeded, it could have potentially altered the course of history itself. However, possessing it might not have been a blessing either. Regardless, the fact that Shanks had not set foot in Windmill Village was a considerable triumph. Nonetheless, Mr. Rosen, mused Upposlap, if you truly intend to take them on as disciples, it may be prudent to consult that boy's grandfather. Understood, Rosen replied with a chuckle. Days later, in a training ground, Zoro admonished, Luffy, this won't do. He stood firm, wielding two bamboo swords, his expression grave as he faced Luffy. Wiping his nose, Luffy retorted, "It's not over yet, Zoro." With youthful determination, he launched a punch imbued with fervor toward Zoro, his movements noticeably more refined than before, even resembling a semblance of skill. Though still young, Luffy's innate talent shone brightly. Under Rosen's meticulous guidance, he had begun to grasp the six styles, albeit with inconsistent execution and far from optimal power. Easily evading Luffy's strike, Zoro swiftly pivoted, thrusting both bamboo swords towards Luffy's chest. Luffy sidestepped and scrambled away, only for Zoro to pursue him relentlessly, swinging his dual swords. In a moment of panic, Luffy grasped a nearby water pipe to defend against Zoro's onslaught. Zoro raised an eyebrow, surprised that Luffy had successfully parried his attack. Yet, he charged forward anew, prompting Luffy to retreat hastily. Unyielding, Zoro pressed on, and with gritted teeth, Luffy swung the water pipe towards Zoro's head. Zoro countered with his bamboo sword, undeterred by Luffy's aggression. With a fierce shout, he flicked his wrist, creating a flurry of afterimages as he aimed to strike at Luffy's head. Luffy managed to deflect the blow but was met with a swift kick to his abdomen from Zoro. In a hurry, Luffy raised the stick in defense, but the force of Zoro's kick sent him tumbling to the ground. "Ouch!" Luffy cried out in pain. "That's enough, Zoro," Rosen interjected, rising to his feet and fixing a cold gaze upon the two. "Luffy, remember to practice diligently. You're on the verge of mastering Sara. Do not give up." "Yes, Master," Luffy replied earnestly. "I aim to become the Fleet Admiral, after all." Zoro scoffed. "Oh, Fleet Admiral? You'd better defeat me first." "I will defeat you, Zoro, and then I'll become the Fleet Admiral," Luffy declared, clenching his fist with resolve. Guena sighed in exasperation. All right. Luffy, Zoro, stop bickering. Mealtime is approaching." Upon hearing the mealtime call, Luffy's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Meat, I want to eat meat." Zoro cast a sidelong glance at him, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I would truly fear for your survival." With that, Zoro dashed out of the playground, and Luffy, pouting slightly, followed suit, scampering eagerly towards the dining hall. Luffy's exuberant personality was indeed infectious. Kuina smiled fondly at Luffy as he departed, while Rosen merely yawned, knowing that they would not be partaking in the meal. "Why not?" Kuina blinked, her face a canvas of confusion. "Because they are simply too short," Rosen replied, shaking his head. "There is no place here for those of such diminutive stature." Inside the office, the long-awaited phone bug began to ring. "Hello, Rosen." "Kazan. What brings you here?" Rosen replied languidly, reclining on the sofa. "I just woke up. There are 3 vacancies for the new generation of Marine Admirals. Are you coming?" No way, Rosen stammered, momentarily taken aback. "So soon? How long have you been a substitute admiral?" 6 or 7 years. Rosen tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. "Your qualifications are quite sufficient. I want to go," Rosen waved dismissively. "I prefer to train a little longer. The Grand Line cannot do without me." "What? Is the new world in chaos?" "Not particularly. The workload has increased, but they are mostly old adversaries. There are new pirates, but they are merely minor characters." "Well, then my efforts have not been in vain," Rosen chuckled. "The state of the new world depends on the Grand Line. The new world is not vast. It is the Grand Line that is. As long as we manage the Grand Line well, we shall be fine." "That is a valid point," Kazan nodded thoughtfully. "All right, it's time to prepare for the soldiers' training." Rosen rose from his chair. "If there is nothing else, I shall end this call." "Ah, understood." After hanging up, Rosen yawned, gazing out at the overcast sky. He murmured, "What on earth is Dragon up to?" Chapter 14 Dragon. "What are you playing at?" "Attention, this is not a drill. Attention, this is not a drill." As the blaring announcement echoed across the island, the soldiers stationed at the fortress erupted in fervor. Thud, 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 accompanied by the synchronized sound of marching feet. The soldiers clad in military uniforms rushed to the flood defense zone, an area fortified to withstand the might of colossal waves and also serving as a training ground. Dragon truly means what he says, Rosen thought, bemused as he surveyed the soldiers standing at the ready. Climbing atop the flood barrier, he spotted a warship not far away, with Dragon standing at its highest point. The sky was thick with clouds, a storm looming ominously, and Dragon stood on the deck, gazing into the distance with a grave expression. "Dragon, what level of storm are you conjuring?" Anderson stood at the bow of the ship, calling out with a commanding voice. "I shall act according to the circumstances." As he spoke, ripples began to form upon the surface of the sea. Before long, under the immense fury of the storm, The waves swelled larger and larger, and under such a tremendous tempest, it was unlikely for any vessel to maintain its equilibrium. Hey, you are the Marines from headquarters. Hold steady. Do not let the wind scatter you. You are the elite from headquarters. Rosen rolled his eyes and glanced at Obi, who was commanding the troops in the distance, letting out a helpless sigh. These bastards, he thought, unable to restrain himself as he rubbed his forehead. Hey, Obi. What are you all doing? Reporting to you, Lord Rosen. We are making temporary adjustments based on the actual conditions of the troops, aiming to enhance their overall capabilities. This entails less laziness, more pursuit of excellence, less personal sentiment, more loyalty, less taking, more contribution. Stop, stop, stop. Rosen interjected, shaking his hand in exasperation at Obi's words. Get to the point. Increasing our maritime combat capabilities. What? Rosen shook his head in disbelief. I wasn't even aware that such a training program existed. The storm raged on, with torrential raindrops pelting the faces of the onlookers like blades, yet at that moment, no one cared about such trivialities. For the sense of oppression brought by the tempest had engulfed the entire seawall. Rosen turned his head to face Long, his expression revealing little change. Yet a flicker of expectation glimmered within his indifferent gaze. Obi, immediately inform everyone to prepare for the impending new wave. At your command, Lord Rosen, Obi replied, turning to depart. Meanwhile, Anderson and his companions were struggling to navigate through the swirling tempest. It must be said that this group of Marines from headquarters exhibited remarkable resilience. Despite their current state being far from ideal, they persevered with gritted teeth, coordinating seamlessly with one another. However, as the surging waves and the immense whirlpool intensified, their movements became increasingly arduous. Damn it, not again. I can hardly hold on. Me too, me too. Anderson observed his colleagues collapsing onto the deck, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated, causing the deck to tremble violently. What is happening? Just as Anderson regained his footing, he was astonished to see the whirlpool surrounding the vessel expanding ominously. They had previously managed to stabilize themselves by clutching the railing, but now, they had completely lost their balance. Quickly, steady yourselves. Everyone, hold on tight. Anderson shouted, prompting the others to react in haste. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupted on the deck. What is going on? Apologies, I lost my footing, a flustered colleague nearby explained. It was unintentional. No need to explain. Just get steady and don't fall. Anderson bellowed. Although he was exceedingly displeased with the situation, it was evidently not the time to dwell on grievances. Long. What in the world are you doing? Rosen roared. Stop this at once. The deck was now filled with cries of distress. Not only due to the fierce winds, but also because the vessel was swaying uncontrollably, akin to a drunken man, with some individuals already sliding to the ground. Fortunately, the storm had lessened significantly, and at that moment, Long finally leaped down from the mast. My apologies, it was my fault. Good grief. Do you have any sense at all? Rosen exclaimed in exasperation. You'll be the death of me. Long looked sheepish. At this moment, Rosen was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Wasn't he had said that both Garp and Luffy had bestowed their intelligence upon Long? How could it have come to this? You should focus on practicing the moonwalk in the future. There are better ways to foster cohesion than this, Rosen remarked, pressing a hand to his forehead. Feeling on the verge of fainting. All right, I understand. Long scratched his head, clearly not wishing for things to unfold this way. However, gazing at the surrounding whirlpool, Rosen scoffed. And the formidable Haki he possessed gradually calmed the once turbulent sea. Looking at the surviving Marines, Rosen snorted, Dare there be a next time? No, I dare not, General. The Marines hurriedly lowered their heads. All right, quickly return to your rest. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Kingdom of Goya, a multitude of nobles had gathered. Their faces illuminated with joy, albeit tinged with a hint of inexplicable excitement. Sir Rosen approached, the son of King Autoluck II, and inquired, Where is His Majesty? My father is inside, came the calm response from Rosen as he made his way into the palace. King Autoluck II appeared even more aged than a few years prior. After all, he was a man in his 70s, now seemingly in the twilight of his years. Rosen approached the entrance with a slight bow, paying his respects to His Majesty. Please, come in and take a seat. King Autoluck II gestured for him to sit, then raised his gaze to meet Rosen's. All of this is owed to you, Rosen, he remarked with a warm smile. Without your efforts, the Kingdom of Goya would not hold its current stature. Not at all. Rosen replied modestly. You may not realize it, but compared to other seas, the number of pirates in our eastern sea, and indeed throughout the first half of the Grand Line has significantly dwindled. Naturally, if ordinary people can lead a decent life, what reason would they have to turn to piracy? Oh. By the way, I wish to entrust you with a matter, King Autoluck II said, his expression turning serious. What is it? My sons have been expanding their influence over the years, and I fear they might harbor ulterior motives. The king fixed a steadfast gaze upon Rosen. Such matters require careful consideration. After all, we are merely the navy, not the world government, and we lack the authority, Rosen responded cautiously. But you possess the right to choose to protect the civilians here, do you not? King Autoluck II interjected. Then I shall give it due thought. Rosen conceded after a moment of reflection. Thank you, my child, King Autoluck II said, his voice filled with gratitude. You're most welcome, Rosen replied with a slight bow. I shall take my leave now. Wait, let Lord Rosen join us in the front hall for dinner. King Autoluck II smiled at his son. Yes, father. Chapter 15, A Dreadful Banquet, Part 1. The prince bowed before leading Rosen to the front hall, while behind them, King Autoluck II fell into deep contemplation. After you. The king's eldest son, the future Lord III, personally opened the door for Rosen and guided him towards the banquet hall. Upon entering, the nobles present regarded Rosen with expressions of respect, for they all understood that without him, their current standing would not exist. Our esteemed leader of commerce has arrived, proclaimed a noblewoman, elegantly raising her goblet, her face radiating with a soft glow. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, filling the air with a sense of merriment. The arrival of Rosen elevated the atmosphere of the banquet to its zenith, with radiant smiles illuminating the faces of all present. Not far away, a young boy stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently on Rosen, his eyes glimmering with disdain. Beside him stood a young noblewoman, exuding a gentle smile as she observed Rosen engaging with the crowd, while simultaneously noting her son's expression of dissatisfaction. She leaned down and softly admonished, Sabo, do not forget your father's instructions. The boy, known as Sabo, curled his lip and, raising a glass, strode towards Rosen. At this moment, Rosen had concluded his conversations with the other guests. He raised a glass of wine and turned to the direction from which a small boy was approaching. A look of perplexity appeared on the boy's face. Could this be Sabo? He seems rather young. Hello. The boy halted about 5 meters away from Rosen, tilting his head proudly as he greeted him. Hello. Rosen responded coolly, sensing a hint of hostility from the little fellow. What is your name? The boy continued to inquire. Rosen. I know you, the admiral who is fond of business, Sabo scoffed. Upon hearing his words, Rosen furrowed his brow but soon broke into a smile, retorting. Although I am indeed a rear admiral, I have no fondness for trade. Business is merely a means to an end. Sob, taken aback by Rosen's response, then spoke with a mocking tone. Ah, I see. You must be implying that your dealings are secured through bribery of government officials or business magnates, correct? You are nothing but a despicable and shameless fraud. Sob. His mother suddenly interjected with a sharp reprimand. Rosen shrugged, dismissing Sabo's words. For what could be expected from an immature child? Sabo's mother merely smiled and said, I beg your pardon, but I must excuse myself for a moment. With that, she departed from the banquet hall. Sabo turned to Rosen, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled, yet he soon recalled his father's admonition, suppressing the anger and resentment within him as he returned to his seat, awaiting the commencement of the festivities. Autoluck III offered a faint smile, expressing his regrets. Rosen hastily shook his head and replied, Please do not say that. Sabo is merely a child, and I believe he has simply misunderstood my intentions for the moment. T-like 3 let out a sigh of relief and continued, Regardless, Sabo is still a child. Please do not hold him accountable. Ah, I understand. Rosen gestured dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. T-like 3 relaxed further and added, I have some matters to attend to. I must go greet the guests. Please enjoy yourself. Indeed, Rosen politely nodded, watching as T-like 3's figure disappeared down the corridor. As he quietly sipped his drink and observed the dancers at a distance, a sudden wave of confusion washed over Rosen, a sensation that felt entirely foreign to him. What could this feeling be? He pondered, touching the tip of his nose, convinced that his steps were correct. Yet, that young Sabo was excessively idealistic, and his understanding of the societal landscape was evidently lacking. If he were to truly adhere to Sabo's logic, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in this nation. It was no wonder a foster son had suddenly appeared, otherwise their standing would have indeed been jeopardized. Would you care to dance? Just as Rosen was lost in thought, a melodic female voice reached his ears. He raised his gaze to see a slender young woman, adorned in a blue dress with white floral patterns and a white bow. Her ponytail swaying as she smiled brightly at him. "No, thank you," Rosen promptly declined. At that moment, the lights in the grand hall abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire banquet into darkness, prompting a chorus of startled gasps, with some even toppling over. "What is happening?" Rosen quickly steadied himself against a nearby chair, confusion swirling in his mind. Suddenly, the windows of the hall creaked open, and a cold breeze swept in, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds as if something had fallen to the ground. "Brothers, seize them all. Once we have the ransom, we shall set sail." A gruff voice reverberated throughout the hall. With the echo of that command, gunfire erupted amidst the screams, accompanied by the explosive sounds of chaos, and in an instant, the grand hall descended into utter pandemonium. With a disdainful snort, Rosen scoffed at the fool daring to disturb the tranquility of the sovereign. "Perish!" A pirate brandished his sword and charged towards Rosen. Rosen's pupils constricted sharply as he extended his right hand to grasp the blade, then swiftly used his left hand to seize his opponent by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and crashing him against the wall. The wall shuddered, instantly fracturing upon impact, and the pirate crumpled to the ground at Rosen's feet. Lighting a cigarette, Rosen offered a nonchalant smile, declaring, "Pirates, your navy grandfather is here." Upon hearing Rosen's voice, the surrounding pirates converged, and in the flickering candlelight, Rosen discerned their features. Some wielded weapons, others bared their arms, while a few donned the garb of savages, their muscles bulging, each exuding an air of fierce ferocity. Rosen cast a sweeping glance over the individuals present, noting that their garments were all clad in black, adorned with skull insignias, unmistakably marking them as a band of pirates. "Kid, I strongly advise you to surrender without resistance," boomed a burly man with a shaved head, his voice gravelly and commanding. Rosen let out a derisive snort, then without a moment's hesitation, he wielded his wine glass and struck it against the man's head. With a sound reminiscent of cracking bone, the skull shattered like a watermelon, witnessing the brutal demise of their comrade. The remaining pirates immediately lunged at Rosen in a frenzied assault. Rosen remained silent. In the instant the onslaught of their attack commenced, his form transcended into an ethereal apparition, weaving deftly amidst them. Accompanied by the sounds of bloodshed and anguished cries, one pirate after another was sent hurtling away, meeting a tragic demise on the spot. As these pirates crumpled to the ground, Rosen straightened himself, delicately wiping the blood that had stained his hands with a tissue. Upon noticing the leading pirate, he offered a wry smile and inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" Chapter 16, A Dreadful Banquet, Part 2. "What did you say?" The pirate's eyes were filled with palpable terror. Rosen's lips curled into a smirk as he inquired, "Why are you here?" The pirate's face betrayed a struggle, clearly indicating he was desperately concealing something. Rosen narrowed his eyes, fixating on the pirate's gaze, before suddenly extending his arms and delivering a resounding slap to the pirate's cheek. The pirate staggered several steps back and fell to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. "I have granted you a chance. Now tell me, why are you here?" Rosen continued to press him. The pirate's face turned ashen, yet he remained resolute, declaring, "Do not waste your efforts. I shall not divulge anything." "Very well," Rosen chuckled. "I shall have to sever your tendons." "Wait." The pirate hastily interrupted, "I will speak. I was sent by a noble with the task of assassinating the royal family." "Oh, a noble? Who dispatched you?" Rosen inquired with keen interest. "I do not know his full name," the pirate replied, "but he promised a bounty of 100 million berries for their demise." "Huh, 100 million berries, and they resort to hiring a rabble like you," Rosen scoffed, squatting down to pat the pirate's cheek. "No wonder the old emperor wanted me to assist them. His insight is truly remarkable." "What are you saying? I do not understand." The pirate gasped, clutching his throat as a violent cough erupted. "Do not worry. You shall not perish," Rosen remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the pirate. "As long as you cooperate, you will certainly survive. I do not wish to die. I beg of you, save me." "Silence," Rosen snapped, delivering another slap that rendered the pirate unconscious. "Is someone attempting to kill me?" Suddenly, Sabo's voice emerged from behind, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the lifeless body on the ground. "These scoundrels." Rosen turned to look at Sabo, offering a faint smile. "It's nothing, just a pirate." Sighing, Sabo sat up, his expression appearing somewhat forlorn under the dim candlelight. "I truly am quite unlikable, always stumbling into trouble for no apparent reason." "Don't say such things, Sabo," Rosen replied. "You are still young and need to learn to disguise yourself." Sabo managed a bitter smile. "What are you talking about?" Your actions should reflect those of a genuine child, Rosen stated, reaching out to ruffle Sabo's hair. Do not worry too much. Everything will eventually turn out well. Sabo nodded in response. Oh. Before long, the lights flickered back to life as guards pushed open the door. Halting in shock at the sight of a multitude of pirates sprawled on the ground. What has happened here, General? These individuals attempted to assassinate His Majesty the Emperor. Rosen replied coldly, casting a stern glance at them. And there should be traitors among them. The soldiers gasped. General, do you mean? Rosen stood up, taking full responsibility for the matter at hand. You may take these individuals down for interrogation, he instructed. Understood, replied Sabo. Rosen turned to Sabo. I require your assistance. What is it? The witness has been lingering here, has he not? Very well, I shall take care of it. It must be said that Rosen moved with remarkable swiftness. With gentle persuasion, he quickly identified a pivotal figure, Prince Nicus. Rosen harbored little fondness for this prince. After all, his voracious appetite for business ventures was rather distasteful. Were it not for his egregious behavior, Rosen would have long sought to rid himself of this bothersome individual. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed into Colonel Obi's office. Knock, knock, knock. The incessant ringing of the phone heralded the start of the day's operations. Hello, this is the Navy. Who is this? Rosen. Admiral Rosen. Colonel Obi instantly sharpened his focus, gripping the receiver tightly as he listened intently. Dispatch sailors immediately. We have a major operation underway. Understood. Half an hour later, a significant naval presence gathered near the palace. Upon seeing the esteemed Admiral Rosen, spirits lifted. Admiral, what brings you to us? Rosen nodded. Our target is the residence of Prince Nicus. Move out. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, following closely behind Rosen. At that moment, Prince Nicus was lost in indulgence. In the living room, women's garments lay strewn about. The table was laden with fine wines, and he savored red wine while the lovely maidens danced in celebration. Prince Nicus. There is an urgent matter. In the midst of enjoying his wine and the maidens' massages, Nicus was suddenly roused by the shout. His irritation flared, and he lifted his head. What is the meaning of this? Did I not command that I be left undisturbed without my permission? It's Lord Rosen. The attendant bowed respectfully. Lord Rosen has arrived. Rosen? Nicus frowned slightly. What brings him here? He has brought a substantial contingent of sailors, Your Highness. At that moment, his wine glass shattered on the floor, and his expression darkened. What does he intend? Summon my guard at once. Nicus exclaimed with indignation. And inform George that I am on my way. As you command. After the attendant departed, Nicus hastily composed himself and made his way outside the castle. Upon stepping out, he beheld Rosen seated in a pitch-black carriage, surrounded by an imposing number of sailors, all poised for action. What is the meaning of this? Prince Nicus and George approached the Rosen carriage, furrowing their brows as they inquired. Prince Nicus, it would be prudent for you to elucidate the origins of these individuals. Rosen's demeanor was frigid. Are you aware of what this signifies? I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Nicus replied, shaking his head. These are your people, are they not? I have apprehended them. These pirates were procured by you, correct? Indeed, and I have mobilized an additional 100 million in reserves, Nicus said with a smile. What are you insinuating? Is that so? Very well then. Rosen waved his hand dismissively, seemingly disinterested in further discourse. He turned to the surrounding sailors and commanded, seize them. Hold on, George interjected coldly. You cannot simply arrest individuals without cause. Why not? He is a nobleman. Ah, you are indeed correct. But would it not be an honor for me to apprehend him personally? What? I was attacked last night, and I have uncovered evidence linking this matter to the prince. Surely, it would not be too much to ask for his cooperation? Chapter 17. The youngsters, however, there are no howevers in this matter. The evidence is irrefutable. And I believe he would not wish to resist, would he? George fell silent for a few moments, glancing at Nicus. I am unaware of what you are discussing. Rosen cast a glance at the surrounding Marines, instructing them to take him away and put handcuffs on him, urging his cooperation with the investigation. Nicus's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled and shouted, On what grounds do you act thus? I tell you, without me, your business would collapse entirely. Rosen cast a sidelong glance at him, questioning his audacity to threaten him. With a slight smirk, he remarked, Since you have such an affinity for money, shall I burn paper money for you every day? Upon hearing Rosen's words, Nicus was left speechless, helplessly watching as he was shackled. Wait, release me, you scoundrels. You wretched bastards, I shall not let you off easily. Nicus shouted in fury, yet his cries were in vain. During the transport, Rosen turned to George, asking George, As the prosecutor, you must possess some secrets. Do you not? George glanced at Rosen and replied, I'm afraid, General Rosen, I am not privy to such matters. Is that so? Rosen scoffed, falling silent thereafter. Although Rosen chose not to pursue the matter further, Nico was unwilling to relent, vociferously clamoring for attention. Quiet him down. Rosen instructed. A few Marines stepped forward to muffle Nico, leaving him to emit only indistinct sounds. The news of the prince's assassination of the general spread throughout the entire kingdom of Goya, yet no one could fathom the reasons behind such an occurrence. It was likely that only a select few were privy to the truth. Sabo, a youthful voice called out. Come and play. Luffy waved his arms enthusiastically in Sabo's direction. Only children play. Sabo rolled his eyes, disdain evident on his face. So childish. I don't care. You must come and play with me, Luffy insisted, pouting. Hurry up, or I'll beat you. I've already said, I want to play with you. Just as Luffy was about to charge forward, he abruptly halted. Huh? Luffy looked bewilderedly at Rosen, who was staring at him with an impassive expression. Hey? Hello. Luffy scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I just wanted to invite him to play a game. Focus on your training, Rosen frowned. Your recent training has been insufficient. You need to double your efforts. Why? Luffy inquired. Because your strength is still lacking, Rosen sighed. If your abilities could reach my level, then you would be free to play with me at will. How could I possibly reach your level? Luffy shook his head. Even training takes time. Rosen chuckled softly and patted Luffy on the shoulder. There is still much for you to learn, he remarked. But for now, focus on reaching Kuina's level. All right, Luffy replied with a hint of disappointment. Hurry up, Rosen urged, giving him a gentle kick. Once you finish your training, we shall dine together. Luffy's eyes sparkled at the mention of food. Great. I want to eat meat. Very well. I will prepare it. Now, off you go to train, Rosen encouraged, as Luffy instantly bounced away with enthusiasm. Rosen gazed at the retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation before turning to leave. Kuina, upon encountering the three young men before her, couldn't help but furrow her brow. How could it be a woman? Sabo remarked, unable to contain his surprise. Enough of that. Zoro interrupted Sabo, unless you wish to face the consequences. Just as Sabo was about to speak again, Rosen interjected. Kuina, today you shall instruct them. Understood, Kuina nodded, casting a glance towards Luffy. You come forward. Luffy hesitated momentarily before stepping up, grinning. Hey, I'm quite strong. You know. Shave. Kuina swiftly drew her sword, but Luffy's reflexes were quick enough to evade the attack. Shave? Kuina exclaimed in astonishment. You've actually learned shave? Luffy chuckled sheepishly. Well, it's not that difficult, really. Just a simple technique. Ignoring his comment, Kuina urged, Come on, Luffy, use your best move to attack me. All right. Luffy declared, assuming a fighting stance and charging towards Kuina. Kuina smiled slightly, sidestepping gracefully and countering with a slash. Luffy defended himself while attempting to find an opening in Kuina's defenses to land a solid blow. However, it became evident that Kuina was far more formidable than he had anticipated. As the strongest among the four of them, her prowess was indeed formidable. And Luffy's techniques were rather straightforward, easily discernible to her with just a glance. Your movements are too predictable, Luffy, Kuina observed, with such a style. Victory will forever elude you. As she spoke, her sword shifted direction, catching Luffy off guard and nearly striking him. Fortunately, a hand grasped the blade, and Kuina looked up to find that it was Rosen who had intervened. Luffy exhaled in relief, but before he could speak, Rosen admonished him, Luffy, do not underestimate her. Otherwise, it will be your demise. Luffy clenched his jaw and nodded, glaring fiercely at Kuina. Meanwhile, Sabo stood nearby, reveling in the spectacle, chuckling, ha ha ha, foolish Luffy. Luffy rubbed his nose in frustration. Damn it, Sabo. Rosen turned to Sabo, calling out, What is it? Sabo looked at him quizzically. Are you worried I can't handle her? You are not her match, Rosen stated calmly. Sabo raised an eyebrow. I don't believe that. He then retrieved a water pipe from behind his waist, grinning at Kuina. Kuina's icy gaze swept over him, causing Sabo to involuntarily shiver. So you're backing down? Luffy taunted. Sabo, you're not thinking of ambushing, are you? Sabo shot him an exasperated look. You're overthinking it, Luffy. Here it comes. He bellowed, raising the water pipe and swinging it fiercely towards Kuina's face. Kuina deftly sidestepped, the pipe narrowly grazing her ear, and retaliated with a sweeping strike of her longsword directed at Sabo. Startled, Sabo quickly retreated, only to heft the water pipe again with a desperate ferocity. Kuina effortlessly evaded Sabo's attack, countering with the flat of her blade, sending Sabo tumbling to the ground. Hee hee, Luffy chuckled, Is this how you concede? It was merely a momentary lapse on my part, Sabo replied as he rose, declaring that once he regulated his breathing, he would surely defeat her. Then I shall see how long you can maintain your composure, Guena retorted, advancing with her sword in a swift arc, a technique known as Saru. What a close call. Sabo gasped, taken aback by her astonishing speed. He reacted swiftly, evading the tip of Guena's blade with a sidestep. Saru. Guena's form blurred, striking down towards Sabo with a fierce swing. Impressive, Sabo thought, his expression growing serious as he pushed off the ground to retreat a few paces. Yet before he could fully grasp the situation, Guena closed in once more. Bang! A muffled grunt escaped Sabo as he crashed into the wall. Chapter 18, Ace. The man who would become a pirate, wow! Luffy exclaimed at the spectacle before him. Sabo, clutching his abdomen, slowly rose to his feet. This guy is remarkable. While he may not be able to defeat Guena, he is certainly exceptional, Rosen remarked with a slight smile. Sabo merely snorted in response, remaining silent. I have yet to take this seriously. Zoro smirked slightly, but said nothing. After 2,900 failures, they understood that Guena was not an opponent to be easily overcome. Just then, a figure resembling dragon appeared on the scene. Upon seeing the dragon's appearance, Rosen instinctively scratched the back of his head. What's the matter? He inquired. Garp has arrived, the dragon replied in a somber tone. Oh, Rosen nodded, I understand. I'll leave this group of youngsters in your capable hands. Understood, the dragon acknowledged with a slight nod. Suddenly, Garp's boisterous laughter caused Rosen's expression to darken. Admiral Garp. What brings you here? Rosen asked. Well, Garp chuckled, I have entrusted a little rascal to your care. Rosen's lips twitched slightly. Hey, this is not a kindergarten, he remarked. I know, Garp shrugged. So, Ace is in your hands now, Rosen. All right, I'm off, Rosen replied. Garp patted Rosen on the shoulder. Remember to take good care of him. Rosen, fear not, my esteemed elder, I shall not disappoint. Observing Ace before him, Rosen sighed. This young lad was indeed a source of vexation. He reached out and gently ruffled Ace's hair. What are you doing? Ace replied, eyeing him warily. What do you intend? Nothing much, Rosen remarked with a casual air. I merely find you strikingly similar to certain individuals. I, too, hope he does not meet his demise prematurely. Wouldn't you agree? What are you talking about? Ace furrowed his brow. Who are you? Rosen, he said with a beaming smile. I am his mentor. Mentor? Ace regarded him with suspicion. How do you know my name? It's not difficult to deduce. Rosen chuckled lightly. Old man Garp informed me in advance. Ace's expression soured. So you're a Marine? Huh. TCH, I'm destined to become a pirate. What? Rosen's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. Ace stood tall and declared, I aspire to become a pirate and seek out the great treasure left behind by Roger. Hey, did you hear me clearly? Rosen took a deep breath, pondering the predicament he faced with Cap. He gazed at the confident young man before him and suddenly realized he might be dealing with an exceedingly troublesome situation. I understand, Rosen nodded, lifting his gaze. Now, let me take you for training. With that, he grasped Ace's arm and headed towards the door. I can train myself, Ace protested, breaking free from Rosen's grasp. And I am quite strong. Is that so? Rosen chuckled lightly. If you choose not to train with everyone, you may find yourself being bullied. Who would dare to bully me? Ace huffed dismissively. Rosen raised his eyebrows, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and with a cheerful smile, he remarked, in any case, come with me. I am surrounded by many skilled individuals of similar age. At this point, Rosen felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing how unreasonable it was to expect someone destined to become a pirate to serve in the Navy. Ace curled his lip, resolutely declaring, regardless, I will never concede to anyone. With that, Ace strode away, brimming with unwavering confidence in his potential, firmly believing that one day he would surpass those who were stronger than himself. Rosen shook his head and forcibly led him to the small training ground. Rosen, who is that? Guena approached from a distance, clad in athletic attire, exuding a vibrant and healthy aura. I just received him. Ace, Rosen replied nonchalantly. Then turned to introduce Ace to Guena. This is Ace. Ace? Guena tilted her head, observing Ace with a hint of surprise. Hey, woman. Don't look at me like that. I am quite formidable. Ace frowned, his expression one of disdain. Eh? Guena paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Apologies. Humph. Ace scoffed, turning away. What are you doing? Luffy approached, a piece of meat in his mouth. Who are you? Ace glanced at Luffy, scoffing. Humph. Hello. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the king of the pirates. Luffy grinned. revealing a row of pearly white teeth. D. Ace blinked, the letter flashing through his mind for a brief moment, and he suddenly recalled that his own name also bore a D. I am Ace. I aspire to be a pirate, Ace declared proudly, lifting his chin defiantly. Well, this guy is surprisingly arrogant, Rosen remarked, clicking his tongue. I'll leave this fellow to you, Guena. With that, he turned and departed. Ace regarded Guena with a frosty gaze. Hey, who exactly are you? I am Guena, she blinked. Ace, let us have a spar. A spar? Ace scoffed, not interested. I refuse to engage with weaklings. Eh? How am I weak? Guena's eyes widened in disbelief. Everywhere is weak, Ace retorted disdainfully. Just look at how frail you are. Hey. Sabo chuckled. Ace, she is a woman. A woman? Ace seemed momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Sabo inquired, observing Ace's dazed expression. No, it's nothing, Ace muttered, lowering his gaze in annoyance and gesturing dismissively. Boring. TCH, I can't be bothered with you. Sabo rolled his eyes. Guena drew her sword. I am the strongest here. If that is the case, then you shall challenge me first. If you lose, you will join me as a pirate. Why? Pirates need companions, and of course, they require funds. Chapter 19. Freedom. Ace's naturally haughty temperament made Guena indifferent to him. Then come at me, Guena unsheathed her blade. I am eager to see what skills you possess. Humph. Ace let out a soft grunt and tightened his grip on the iron rod. His mastery of hand-to-hand combat had reached an unparalleled level. Having lived for years amidst the wilderness, he wielded his physical skills with remarkable finesse. However, his opponent was Guena, whose remarkable command of swordsmanship, honed through thousands of battles, positioned her at the pinnacle among her peers. Watch this, Ace shouted as he lunged forward, weapon in hand. Guena deftly sidestepped his assault and, seizing the moment, thrust her sword towards his waist. Ace swiftly evaded, his agile form earning a nod of admiration from Guena, who remarked, It seems you possess some skill after all. Let us see who is truly formidable, Ace retorted, intensifying his onslaught as he rapidly closed the distance to Guena. She promptly retreated, parrying with her sword. Clang. The clash of Ace's weapon against Guena's blade resonated through the air. Though Guena staggered slightly, her sword remained unwavering. Ace was taken aback. He had practiced this move extensively, and it should have been more than sufficient even against a formidable opponent like a tiger. Yet, it had proven ineffective against this girl. You are strong, but not strong enough, Guena stated. You have a long way to go. Huh. Ace was momentarily stunned. After her remark, Guena spun her sword with fierce momentum, aiming directly for Ace's throat. This time, Ace reacted just in time, retreating rapidly. With remarkable speed, Guena swept her sword horizontally from behind, targeting his neck. Ace hastily raised his iron rod to defend himself. Clang. The rod was sent flying from his grasp, causing him to stumble. Guena's eyes gleamed with icy determination as she propelled herself into the air, her right leg slicing downwards with a fierce gust aimed at Ace. Damn it, Ace gritted his teeth in resistance. Bang. Her powerful kick struck Ace squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball until he crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. Coughing violently, Ace knelt on the ground, struggling for breath. At that moment, Guena stood before him, her expression indifferent, leaving Ace momentarily speechless. Why do you want to be a pirate? She inquired. Freedom, of course, Ace replied as he rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Pirates are the freest people in the world. Is that so? Guena's lips curled into a sweet smile. Freedom? Were you not free before? Upon hearing her words, Ace fell silent, then lifted his gaze. I don't know. The only thing I desire now is to acquire treasure, to amass enough before setting sail. No sooner had he spoken than Sabo tossed him a mop. Hey, if you want treasure, you'd better start working. If you want to amass a fortune, it's better to stick with Rosen. Why should I follow him? Ace asked, picking his nose. Following Rosen is much safer. Sabo shrugged nonchalantly. Ace pursed his lips, remaining silent, though it was evident he did not concur with Sabo's words. So, Guena, what brings you to this place? Ace inquired, having already acknowledged Guena's formidable prowess. To become the world's greatest swordsman, Guena sheathed her sword, alongside Zaro. Huh? Ace widened his eyes in astonishment. Indeed, Sabo interjected, therefore, Ace, you must strive harder. Ace replied, I truly find myself at a loss for words. Regardless, I will assist you in becoming even stronger, Ace, Sabo assured him. That fellow Luffy aspires to be an admiral, and as for me, I shan't divulge. Ace responded, Rosen? Dayton gazed at Rosen before her in surprise. Since serving his sentence, she and her subordinates had become lumberjacks, and life had been rather agreeable. Rosen replied languidly, perched upon a branch. What brings you here? We are no longer mountain bandits, Dayton remarked with a hint of bitterness. Rosen cast a glance at the individuals laboring beneath the tree, asserting, I am not here to cause trouble. Huh? Dayton inquired, puzzled. I require your assistance. It is of utmost importance to me. What? Dayton's demeanor shifted to one of tension. You, a distinguished rear admiral, need our help? Why not? Rosen raised an eyebrow. Am I not permitted to seek assistance from others? Of course not. Dayton shook her head. A lingering suspicion that Rosen would not utter such words without cause. Why not act as kindergarten teachers? I believe it's feasible. Dayton nearly dropped the axe in her hand. What do you mean? Literally. Rosen stretched leisurely. Are you not bored here? It is merely a matter of tending to a few children's lives. I shall handle the training. Upon hearing this proposal, Dayton exhaled in relief, yet soon furrowed her brows. Is it possible to avoid being kindergarten teachers? We hail from a background of mountain bandits. And so what? It is merely caring for a few children. Rosen rolled her eyes. After much hesitation, Dayton ultimately acquiesced. Fine. But can you ensure these little rascals will not cause any trouble? Rest assured, they absolutely will not. Rosen replied confidently. After all, we are the Navy. As for you, it shall be as such. With that, Rosen turned and departed. Wait. At that moment, Dayton hurried after her. What is it? Rosen turned back. Since you invited us to join, we certainly cannot refuse, Dayton smiled. There is compensation, indeed, Rosen said, producing a coin pouch and handing it to Dayton. Here is 100 berries for starters. I will continue to settle accounts in the future. Huh? Only 100? Dayton grimaced. It will multiply many times over. You shall not suffer a loss, Rosen winked. Although I have a penchant for small gains, I never engage in wrongdoing. In our collaboration, you need not worry. I assure you will not face danger. With that, Rosen turned and descended the mountain. Dayton stood frozen, contemplating the berries cradled in her arms. Captain, our subordinates behind us seem hesitant, one remarked. Dayton sighed. Let us place our trust in this man for now. Perhaps this truly is our best choice. Indeed. Several bandits nodded in agreement. Chapter 20. Departure from the naval base. Hey, Rosen, why are there so many little ones? Dayton asked in astonishment, staring at the 5 children before her. Huh, were there more? Rosen rolled her eyes. Oh, and there will be support. Oh, that is reassuring, Dayton sighed in relief. Yet could not help but nag. I truly do not understand what the Navy is doing, allowing these children to roam about aimlessly. Upon hearing this, Guyana hastily declared, I have come here to become the world's greatest swordsman, certainly not to wander aimlessly. Dayton, taken aback by Guyana's stubbornness, had merely intended to voice a casual complaint, without any further implications. It seems these young ones are not to be underestimated, Dayton mused silently. Guyana's words resonated with the other 4, who eagerly expressed their similar aspirations. At that moment, Dayton and his subordinates could not help but glance at Rosen. Rosen. Dayton hesitated before asking, what should we do? A tinge of regret washed over her. How could she manage so many ambitious youths on her own? Their daily lives will be entrusted to you. I have rented a courtyard near the military camp. This task is not arduous, Rosen replied. Then why gather so many children? Those with grand dreams are inherently drawn to one another, Rosen said earnestly. These children represent the future. In this chaotic era, they will reshape the world. And I must seize the opportunity to nurture them. Is it truly that significant? Dayton regarded them with skepticism. In any case, your responsibility is to care for them. Rosen reassured her, patting Dayton's shoulder. Remember, if anything goes awry, you will face dire consequences. At the Navy headquarters, Sakazuki could not help but twitch his lips as he gazed at the newspaper in his hands. What was Rosen up to? The searing magma radiating from him scorched the surrounding air. What was his intent? Sengoku chuckled. What is going on? Take a look, Sakazuki sneered as he passed the newspaper. This fellow has become some sort of protector. Our Navy is certainly not a charitable organization. So this is the matter at hand. Sengoku remarked as he glanced at the paper. Pirate sightings in the East Sea have dwindled. Rosen's contributions are commendable. Furthermore, the majority of vessels traversing the seas now are merchant ships. His actions, whether motivated by altruism or self-interest, deserve encouragement. He truly is benevolent. Since he is so fond of maritime merchant fleets, why not cast him into the latter half of the Grand Line? Sakazuki scoffed. He would surely be grateful. Upon hearing this, Sengoku grasped the underlying meaning of Sakazuki's words. The turmoil within the New World and the latter half of the Grand Line had reached unprecedented levels. With a multitude of pirates congregating in those waters, the immense pressure on the Navy was palpable. I agree in principle, Sengoku nodded. As for whether Rosen is willing to go, that is his choice to make. He will undoubtedly go, Sakazuki stood, coldly asserting, for he is a man of ambition. Equipped with the strength to match. The warring state shook his head slightly, saying nothing. Beep, beep, beep. As the phone bug rang, Rosen answered the call. Hello. Is this Rosen? It is I, Sakazuki. Rosen squinted and inquired, what is it that you need? The latter half of the Grand Line is currently in utter chaos. You should understand what this implies, Sakazuki replied. You are an ambitious individual, and I cannot help but respect that. Indeed, Admiral, Rosen replied lazily. But what is it you wish for me to do? Do as you see fit. The situation is exceedingly tumultuous, and we cannot offer you much assistance, Sakazuki stated coolly. I see, Rosen murmured softly, then I comprehend. As long as you know what to do, Sakazuki remarked, I await your good news. Good news? Rosen raised an eyebrow before promptly ending the call. That fellow is becoming increasingly insufferable. Rosen exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of frustration. Not far away, Anderson approached. Observing his demeanor. What troubles you? Anderson inquired. What has transpired? Nothing of great consequence, Rosen replied calmly. Sakazuki has assigned me to the latter half of the Grand Line. While I would prefer to remain here, circumstances dictate that I must depart in a few days. Very well, then. You shall leave this place in the capable hands of yourself and Dragon. Inform Dragon to maintain decorum. If any significant matters arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Rest assured, Lord Rosen, Anderson responded earnestly. We shall endeavor to enhance our capabilities. Rosen nodded in satisfaction, turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something and glanced back at Anderson. Ah, Anderson. What is it, my lord? Anderson inquired, puzzled. Do your utmost to ensure that life here remains pleasant. The regulations must not deteriorate simply because I am departing. Rosen admonished after a brief silence. Anderson smiled and resolutely nodded in agreement. At that moment, the naval base was enveloped in a profound tranquility. Much like the calm before a storm, save for the birds circling overhead. This bunch of rascals, Dadong remarked, exasperated, as he looked at the three brothers. Ace. Could you possibly be a bit more considerate? Such a loud noise will disturb the others. However, the three youngsters displayed no intention of quieting down. Armed with their iron rods, they prepared to charge outside. Suddenly, Guena's figure obstructed their path. Wait a moment. What is it? Ace asked. Rosen's figure abruptly appeared before the crowd, his indifferent expression rendering him even colder. Ace, Sabo, do you wish to set sail with me? Huh, set sail? Ace was momentarily taken aback. Yes, do you wish to accompany me? Sure. After a brief silence, Ace regained his composure and exclaimed with excitement. Dayton couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hey, you haven't informed me yet. Why the sudden decision to set sail? I'm about to be transferred. Rosen sighed helplessly, lamenting the troublesome pirates. When did this happen? Ace asked, astonished. Just now, Rosen replied, lighting a cigarette. There are some issues over there that need resolution. So when do we depart? In a few days, Rosen sighed softly. If all went smoothly, it should be around this time. I see, Ace pondered, scratching his nose. Do you still wish to be a pirate? Of course, and a great pirate at that. Ace retorted defiantly. Let us see if you can defeat Kuina first. Rosen remarked lightly, casting a glance at Ace. If you can't even handle her, what are you playing at? Being a pirate is not a child's game. Chapter 21. Mihawk on the vast ocean, a small wooden raft, lit by candles, floated solitary. Atop this raft stood a man, the newly acclaimed legendary swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. His purpose for venturing to the East Blue was to seek out a man, a formidable swordsman. He had heard tales of this individual who once fought alongside Garp and Sengoku, but shortly after Roger's execution, he vanished into the New World. Yet, Mihawk remained steadfast in his belief that the man was still alive. Mihawk stood at the bow of the raft, gazing vacantly at the distant night sky. He had been adrift for quite some time. Though he encountered no danger, the monotony was unbearable. He yearned to reach the other side of the East Blue swiftly and find that man. Just then, several warships crossed his line of sight. Mihawk frowned, suddenly sensing a formidable presence. A blade of light shot forth from the deck, instantly traversing several dozen meters, creating towering waves on the surface of the sea. Following that, another blade of light transformed into a streak, striking the ocean beneath. Boom. The deafening explosion echoed, colossal waves radiating outward. Mihawk's pupils constricted sharply, What powerful sword intent. At that very moment, the one unleashing this sword energy on the warships was none other than Rosen. You lot. This is the standard now. Rosen gazed at the long sword in his hand and remarked nonchalantly, Teacher, we still have a long way to go. Zoro replied with a wry smile. Then why exert such effort in naming your techniques so intricately? Wouldn't it suffice to keep them simple and straightforward? Rosen cast a fleeting glance at Zoro and remarked nonchalantly, Oh, by the way, I shall gift you a sword when the time comes. What do you think? Zoro appeared momentarily taken aback. The two swords you currently possess lack strength. It would be prudent to acquire a more formidable weapon. When will this happen? Zoro inquired. We shall discuss it further upon our arrival at Roguetown. Rosen patted Zoro on the shoulder and turned back toward the cabin, leaving Zoro with a look of bewilderment. At that moment, the lookout shouted that an unidentified vessel was approaching. Hearing this, several young crew members rushed to the lookout point to assess the situation. While Rosen activated his observation Haki, meticulously scanning the surrounding waters. Someone? Rosen narrowed his eyes slightly, observing a cluster of dark shapes drawing near. Teacher, is it pirates? Kua hastily inquired as she approached Rosen. It is Dracul Mihawk, Rosen replied calmly. Who is he? A swordsman. Kuina's mouth fell open in astonishment, quickly replaced by an expression of excitement. Teacher, can we fight him? Her eagerness was palpable. No, Rosen shook his head. He is exceedingly strong, and you are not yet his match. If you truly wish to engage, it is best to hone your Haki first. Otherwise, you stand no chance. I come seeking Lord Rosen, with no ill intent. Mihawk, facing the imposing marine soldiers, appeared remarkably composed. However, his demeanor did little to alleviate the soldiers' hostility. Rather, it heightened their vigilance. Let him come aboard. Rosen gestured for the soldiers to stand down, then turned to Mihawk. Please, come up. Mihawk's indifferent gaze settled on Rosen. And after a moment, he boarded the warship, taking a seat beside him. I know why you are here. Rosen poured a glass of water for Mihawk and asked. Are you here to challenge me? Indeed. Since you possess such resolve, I admire that. But what if you lose? Mihawk fell silent for a moment before responding earnestly. I simply enjoy a tranquil life. Enjoying a tranquil life is fine, but you must first become the world's greatest swordsman, no? Rosen smiled. Only then can your peaceful existence be truly secure. And if I win? Mihawk fixed his gaze on Rosen. Then your wish will be realized, Rosen shrugged. Mihawk inhaled deeply, his eyes sharpening with determination. I can remain by your side until I prevail, Rosen stated coolly, his tone brimming with unwavering confidence. This confidence momentarily disoriented Mihawk, but he quickly regained his composure. Then it is settled, Mihawk said slowly and resolutely. As a man aspiring to be the world's greatest swordsman, he possessed his own will and pride. I look forward to our battle. Rosen raised a glass and took a sip of his drink, smiling. An uninhabited island lay before them. Rosen and Mihawk stood facing each other. This island was not a desolate wasteland. Rather, it boasted picturesque scenery. The essence of their swords permeated the entire island, enveloping it in an oppressive atmosphere, as if with merely a slight exertion, everything could be obliterated. Now, let us commence. Rosen drew Zilu, and a sharp glint of cold light burst forth. Simultaneously, Mihawk unsheathed his black blade, Night, from his back. The obsidian blade shimmered with a sinister glow, refracting shadows under the sun, as if it were a creature poised to devour its prey. In the next moment, the two swords collided with a resounding clash. Sparks erupted, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, causing dense cracks to form on the ground. The entire island trembled from this singular assault, and the vegetation was instantaneously shredded. Your swordsmanship is impressive, Rosen remarked in admiration. He was indeed astonished, not expecting Mihawk to possess such skill. Although neither had exerted their full strength, Mihawk was no exception. Crack, crack, crack. Rosen's arm was entwined with red and black lightning, an aura of terrifying dominance enveloping his blade, and in an instant, his speed surged dramatically. Mihawk, equally unwilling to be outdone, planted his foot firmly on the ground and leaped into the air, a dazzling beam of sword light erupting forth, infused with a fearsome momentum as it struck fiercely towards Rosen. Humph! Rosen scoffed, his left fist, shrouded in the conqueror's Haki, met the attack head-on. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated through the skies, the chaotic and rampant shockwaves spreading outward, uprooting nearby trees as if they were mere twigs. Mihawk swiftly retreated, gripping his black blade, Yoru, to stabilize himself. However, before he could fully regain his footing, Rosen would not grant him such an opportunity. Thunderstrike! With a deep, resonant voice, Rosen's zealous sword erupted with blinding arcs of red electricity, appearing before Mihawk in the blink of an eye. Mihawk's pupils constricted slightly as he twisted his wrist, positioning his blade across his chest. Ding! The tip of the sword met the long blade, erupting in a shower of brilliant sparks. The intense Conqueror's Haki and sword intent violently clashing, reducing the grass within hundreds of meters to mere dust, while Rosen and Mihawk remained locked in a fierce gaze, neither yielding an inch. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted suddenly, followed by a deafening crash. The sky churned with dark clouds, and ferocious bolts of lightning slithered around them, circling like dragons and tigers in a fierce display. Chapter 22. Garbage, what is happening? Zoro looked up at the sky, bewildered by the weather. It must be Haki. It should be Haki, Kuina explained. As long as the Conqueror's Haki is powerful enough, such phenomena are not difficult to manifest. But to what extent has his Haki reached? Ace pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Zoro stood there, stunned. On the island, Mihawk's expression was grave. The immense pressure emanating from Rosen made his breathing slightly labored. He vowed that he had never encountered a being more formidable than Rosen. This is extraordinary, Mihawk thought. Rosen remarked casually, at your age. Possessing such remarkable swordsmanship is truly rare. Mihawk replied indifferently, you are quite formidable as well. It is no wonder that you are regarded as the strongest swordsman within the Navy. Yet, I ponder, what brings you to this humble corner of the East Blue? Rosen was rendered speechless. Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Line is the largest expanse on Earth, encompassing hundreds of member nations of the world government. Yet, it is primarily from this very realm that the majority of pirates emerge, is it not? So it is. Mihawk nodded thoughtfully. Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? No. The pirates of the world will eventually be eradicated. There are myriad tasks I must attend to, and time is of the essence. Thus, I find myself in need of assistance. Rosen smiled faintly. So, how about joining my ranks? Apologies, but I have no interest in your ambitions. Mihawk replied with a shake of his head. However, I shall continuously challenge you. Upon hearing this, Rosen chuckled. Then you may remain by my side forever. As they spoke, a crimson glow began to rise from Zealous, and a palpable aura of murderous intent swiftly enveloped the area. Mihawk's heart trembled, as if he could already envision mountains of corpses, blood flowing freely, and heaps of bones. This momentum, Mihawk spoke in a low voice, indeed. I will give it my all. With that, the black sword, Night, erupted with a dazzling green light, transforming the entire space into an abyss of darkness, where everything around lost its color, leaving only the black blade shining with a ghostly cold luminescence, exuding an endless sharpness. The atmosphere was thick with killing intent, turning the surroundings a deep crimson, every thread imbued with a strong aura of slaughter. This was the murderous energy that Rosen had cultivated in the East Sea. The peace in the East Sea allowed most to live normally, yet slaughter remained a crucial element. Boom! The black blade sliced through the air, aiming to strike Rosen, revealing a massive fissure in the void. An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from within, instantly shattering nearby trees, reducing them to dust, along with countless stones that vanished in an instant. Quite interesting, Rosen laughed heartily, swinging his blade to conjure a massive whirlwind that surged toward Mihawk. The two cataclysmic forces collided in the air, causing violent tremors in the space, shattering innumerable branches and stones that scattered like dust. This is... Zoro and the others widened their eyes at the sight. What terrifying power! Is this what it means to be a swordsman? Zoro murmured. This is swordsmanship, true swordsmanship. Kuina exclaimed excitedly, having been enamored with the art of the sword since childhood. Crack, crack, crack. A fine fissure appeared in the ground, rapidly spreading like a spider's web until it enveloped the entire island. In that instant, the magma within the volcano erupted, cascading outward as fiery rain descended upon the island. Witnessing this scene, Rosen raised an eyebrow, his arms trembling fiercely. Instantly, a sharp wave of slashing energy emanated from him, distorting the entire space as waves rolled incessantly. An overwhelming pressure filling the atmosphere. One sword-style mystical art, sea current, thousand gene slash. As Rosen let out a furious shout, an endless wave of slashing energy surged towards Mihawk, creating towering waves across the sea that spread in all directions. Mihawk stood firm, his clothing billowing in the wind, displaying no movement, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. In the face of the tidal wave of slashing energy, Mihawk raised his hands high, the black sword, Night, radiating a blinding green light, with ripples emanating from the blade and spreading outward. With a hissing sound, wherever the ripples passed, the incoming slashing waves disintegrated into twinkling starlight. dissipating into the air. But it was not over. Rosen let out a howl, Zelu unsheathed with a roar, and a black lightning bolt materialized, racing towards Mihawk with such speed that it left no room for reaction. Upon witnessing this, Mihawk's expression darkened suddenly. He sprang to the side just in time to evade the lethal blow. However, the violent turbulence still caused him to feel a pang in his chest, and a trickle of crimson blood escaped the corner of his mouth. That was close. Mihawk wiped the blood from his lips, realizing he had nearly met his demise with that strike. Even if he had survived, it would have come at a great cost. Seeing this, Rosen laughed heartily, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are one of the finest swordsmen I have ever encountered." As for Shanks, had the ship not been unsteady that day, his arm would not have been severed. Mihawk's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. He recognized that he had lost this battle, and it was a devastating defeat. Though he was also among the most distinguished swordsmen, he found no hope of victory against Rosen. "You are formidable. I shall remain by your side until I defeat you." "Very well." The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's fighting spirit. Their journey continued until the warship finally docked at the harbor of the Kingdom of Magnet Drum. Mihawk's impression of the kingdom was quite simple. The king had fled to the seas and become a pirate after being attacked by Blackbeard, leading to the infamous Brigate pirate crew. Most absurdly, the once medically advanced island now had only one doctor remaining, the witch, Dr. Kureha, who resided in a castle on the mountain. "What brings us here?" Mihawk inquired. "To rest, and perhaps to observe the king here," Rosen replied. "Why?" "I have heard that this king is a worthless wretch." Chapter 23. Unfiltered Innocence. Lord Walbo. The aide, Jace, rushed into Walbo's palace, bow and arrow in hand, in a flustered state. "What is it?" Walbo asked nonchalantly, seated on his chair, taking a bite from an apple. "The Navy has arrived," Jace gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "Oh, the Navy? What brings them here?" Walbo rose, puzzled. Could it be yet another matter regarding the reports in the newspapers? How troublesome. Valpo wore a countenance of disdain, for nothing irked him more than this situation. Not long ago, a whimsical notion struck him. He ordered the apprehension of all physicians and decreed the execution of those practicing outside. This way, the populace would have no choice but to beseech him for aid in their ailments. Thus, he would no longer fear losing control over the common folk. "My Lord Valpo." Jess wiped the sweat from his brow. "Should we consider retreat?" "Retreat?" Valpo paused, momentarily taken aback. "What nonsensical chatter is this? We are a member nation of the world government. How could the Navy dare to assault a member state?" "Indeed," Jess scratched his head in contemplation. "Never mind that for now. Let us first transport the treasures to the warehouse." With a dismissive wave, Valpo resumed his bite of the apple. Outside the magnetic drum island, Rosen sat quietly atop a barrel, observing the bustling crowd, a smile gracing his lips. To provoke the king's ire, Rosen had deliberately arranged for the ship's doctors to disembark and offer free medical consultations. It seemed nearly time, he murmured to himself. Not far off, wisps of white smoke rose, evidently from Valpo's sled approaching. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, Valpo, peering through his telescope at the military doctors in the distance, wore a deeply furrowed brow. These foolish sailors dare to treat them without permission, infuriating. "I shall deal with them myself," Valpo bellowed in rage, raising his scepter. However, a sudden jolt from the sled caused him to be launched forward like a cannonball. Thud! Valpo landed heavily on the ground. "My Lord Valpo, are you unhurt?" Jess exclaimed in alarm, rushing over. "Cough, cough. Help me up, you damned rascally sailors. I will not let this go unpunished." Valpo spluttered. "Yes, yes." Jess hurriedly assisted Valpo to his feet, but Valpo stumbled again, only to be caught in time by Jess, preventing him from being sent flying once more. "How infuriating," he muttered. As Valpo advanced with an imposing presence, the once calm crowd erupted into chaos. "Valpo, why has he returned? Indeed, why has this harbinger of misfortune come back?" Rosen narrowed his eyes as he observed Valpo striding towards him. Although he had anticipated Valpo's return, witnessing him in person still elicited a modicum of surprise. "Who permitted you to treat them without authorization?" Valpo bellowed, glaring fiercely. "Was it not you who summoned them?" Rosen retorted. Valpo, taken aback, then shouted, "Hey, you are not allowed to treat them." He promptly beckoned Kremalaman. "Yes." A man clad in fuzzy boxing gloves stepped forth from the crowd. "I am the affairs officer of King Valpo. Listen closely. I hereby command you all to retreat. This matter is none of your concern," Kremalaman proclaimed in a deep, resonant voice. However, someone attempted to speak. "Silence." Kremalaman barked, then turned to Rosen. Your Excellency, this is the law of our island. Please adhere to our regulations. Regulations? Rosen scoffed. What regulations? Controlling the populace is far more significant than diligently governing the kingdom. Kremalaman replied, Oh, indeed. We have just reached an accord with the villagers. What? Valpo exclaimed. What have you done? We have acquiesced to the villagers' legitimate demands, Rosen stated. You have violated the official documents of the world government. This constitutes a crime, and you must bear the consequences. How is that possible? You despicable scoundrels, how dare you threaten me? Valpo roared, his eyes aflame. Veins bulging on his forehead as though he might explode at any moment. Our free medical treatment is entirely lawful, Rosen calmly asserted. And it bears no relation to your national policies. Furthermore, we shall provide free medical care to all villagers regularly, and I hope you do not mind. Hey, you damn bastards! Valpo seethed through gritted teeth. I do not understand. Rosen furrowed his brow. Why are you so insistent on this matter, Your Excellency? Valpo's breaths grew heavier as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. No, you need not respond. We shall proceed according to our methods. As for the outcome, we will do our utmost. Rosen shook his head. For the satisfaction of all citizens, I believe this is quite acceptable. Valpo was on the verge of erupting when he was restrained by Jess. Lord Valpo, there is a transponder snail. Valpo sighed deeply. Fear not, Jess. I know what to do. He then cleared his throat and feigned gravity, saying, The medical system of Magnet Drum Island is exceedingly advanced. You merely need to cooperate with me. And what of your doctors? Rosen inquired, skeptical of Valpo's commitment to any so-called regulations. Doctors? Valpo coldly declared, All are within my castle. Upon hearing this, the crowd glared at Valpo with unbridled anger, yet he remained utterly unfazed by their gazes. At that moment, 5 little ones emerged from the throng. Hey, Ace, Sabo, Kuina, Zaro, how can that toilet speak? The area fell into an eerie silence, as everyone instinctively held their breath. Anxiously watching the children. Foolish Luffy, it's clearly a chimney. Ace tilted his head and pointed at the top of Valpo's head. Can't you see? Ace, you're mistaken as well. It is undoubtedly a garbage bin. Just look at how large its mouth is. What else could it be? Sabo interjected. Oh, so that's it. I misjudged, Luffy exclaimed. Patting his head in realization. My apologies, toilet. A number of onlookers could no longer contain their laughter. Valpo's face fluctuated between shades of blue and purple, his skin twitching violently before he seethed. You little brats. Chapter 24. Liberation Lord Valpo. The guards frantically surrounded him. Get away. Valpo bellowed. I shall personally teach them a lesson. We have no interest in playing such games with you. Mr. Valpo. Law stepped forward, wearing an expression of indifference. What? I am here to declare your crimes, Valpo. My crimes. What crimes do I possess? I have none. Valpo roared. Do not forget, I am the king here. Enough, Valpo. Dalton suddenly rebuked. You are unworthy of being our king. Indeed. You are unworthy. The crowd echoed in unison. You lot. Valpo shouted in exasperation. I am the king. I hold the power to decide your fates. I can have you killed. Valpo. You do indeed possess the ability to determine their lives and deaths, but I assure you, this will be the last time you wield your kingly authority. Law sneered. Do not presume that I fear you simply because you are with the Navy. You do not comprehend the chasm that lies between us. Valpo retorted fiercely, I am the king. You are all merely commoners. Big tongue cannon. With a cold snort, Rosen unleashed a powerful punch. The resounding impact echoed like thunder, and a formidable shockwave erupted from his fist, striking directly at Valpo. Caught off guard, Valpo was hit, and blood gushed from his nose, leaving his head ringing with a disorienting buzz. Rosen delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Your Majesty, the esteemed king. You have forfeited your authority to punish me, Rosen sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. What? You have been apprehended. Almost as soon as Rosen's words fell, several Marines, wielding sea stone handcuffs, secured Valpo tightly. Witnessing this predicament, Valpo struggled furiously, shouting in a frenzy, Release me. I am the king. I command you to let me go. You are no longer a king. You might as well be a pirate, Rosen responded, gesturing toward the skull flag fluttering nearby on the sled. I suspect your grace is in league with pirates. Please accompany us. Jesse, Kremalamon, save me. Valpo cried out in sheer terror. Jesse drew his bow, aiming at Rosen, but at that moment, Zoro lunged in from the side, executing a dual sword technique. Jesse was compelled to abandon his assault on Rosen and turn to counter Zoro. However, Zoro suddenly accelerated, landing a strike on Jesse's shoulder. Jesse grunted, retreating 2 steps as Zoro pressed forward, gripping his blade tightly and delivering a fierce downward slash at Jesse. Forced to raise his bow to defend himself, Jesse found Zoro's dual blades slicing through the air with a whistling sound aimed at him. Quickly creating distance, Jesse knocked an arrow and shot, but Zoro deftly sidestepped, albeit a moment too late, resulting in an arrow grazing his left chest. Gritting his teeth, Zoro clutched his wound, muttering, "Damn it. Shave." Kuina's figure darted in from the side, pushing Zoro aside as an arrow narrowly missed him, leaving a trail of blood on his right arm. "Stop dawdling, Zoro," Kuina admonished coldly, her sword, Wad Ikamanji, gleaming as it slashed toward Jesse's neck. Curse it. Jesse managed to evade the strike with a nimble roll. Yet dodging Kuina's relentless assault proved no easy feat as she lunged at him once more. Jesse barely evaded, but he failed to notice that Kuina had vanished from sight. Jesse howled in agony as a searing pain erupted from his back. Kuina had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, stabbing him with her dagger. Though it did not pierce through, it nearly incapacitated him. "Hurry. Capture him. Don't let him escape," Dalton shouted, and the soldiers immediately lunged at Jesse. Meanwhile, Chromalamone, besieged by the trio of Luffy and his companions, could do little to halt the unfolding chaos. "You scoundrels! I will not let you off so easily." Chromalamone bellowed in a fit of rage. "I will slay you." "Static fur ball," he shouted, crackling with electricity. Subsequently, he hurled a fuzzy black ball into the air, which exploded, fragments threatening to ensnare Luffy and his comrades. Upon witnessing such a peculiar technique, Luffy eagerly reached out, exclaiming, "Hey, this is amusing." He swallowed the fur ball whole. "How disgusting." Before long, Luffy, with a look of disdain, spat out the contents of his mouth. Ace and Sabo ridiculed him, calling him a fool. Luffy coughed awkwardly and apologized. At that moment, Dalton charged from behind and seized Chromalamon, urging him to deal with the situation swiftly. "You despicable scoundrel." Chromalamon attempted to turn, but was restrained by Dalton, while Luffy and his companions brandished iron rods, striking Chromalamon relentlessly. After a flurry of blows, Chromalamon succumbed and fainted. Seeing this, Walpole's expression darkened. He realized his fate was sealed. Walpole, captain of the White Iron pirate crew, is now officially apprehended. "Take him away," commanded an officer. "Aye." The soldiers escorted Walpole onto the warship and confined him in a cell. Meanwhile, the doctors imprisoned within the castle were released and gathered at the castle's entrance. Outside the castle, Rosen caught sight of a figure lurking about. "What are you doing?" he inquired. I've been discovered." Shilialik quickly turned. "I merely heard of Walpole's capture and came to join the excitement." "Is that true?" "Of course," Shilialik replied nonchalantly while sipping on a drink. He got what he deserved for his actions. However, they have been released, so What about you?" "I suppose I can no longer deceive anyone," Shilialik murmured, draining his cup and shaking it. "As long as they are unharmed, that is what matters." "Indeed," Rosen replied. "But do not dawdle. Get back to work and do not think of slacking off." Shilialik shrugged, feigning reluctance, discarding the bottle, and drunkenly sauntering towards the castle's exit. "Rosen, who is he?" "Shilialik." Mihawk shook his head. "Unfortunately, there are no strong individuals here. That man is no exception." Rosen countered. "Strength can be cultivated." "What do you mean?" "I refer to those 5 youngsters. The world is increasingly stabilizing, and I wish to create a force capable of disrupting that balance. So, if you have the time, teach them swordsmanship." As for Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, they were indeed grappling with a headache. Chapter 25. Reactions. The imagery pertaining to the battle was reported to headquarters with utmost fidelity. The outcome of this war was unequivocal in the face of overwhelming force. All efforts proved futile. The sensational news that the king of the Great Route's Drum Island was, in fact, a pirate, swept across the entirety of the Great Route, even causing a stir at the Navy headquarters. Garp, hand pressed against his forehead, gazed at the newspaper in his grasp and could not help but let out a sigh. This rogue, Roger, has rendered the entire world quite absurd. However, it was unexpected to catch a glimpse of Luffy and Ace. It appears they too are advancing towards the path of the Marines. Garp chuckled, remarking that this was quite agreeable. Sengoku furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the newspaper. "What a chaotic era this is. One wonders what surprises that rascal Rosen might bring us." It is likely to be good news." Garp grinned, retrieving a rice cracker from his pocket and indulging in its delightful taste. On Onigashima, a chilling voice echoed throughout the island. "That fellow has appeared." Kaido's cold tone reverberated, reducing the table before him to mere dust. Lord Kaido, Jack, the drought, approached, his deep voice resonating. What has transpired? So, his name is Rosen. Kaido's tone revealed a hint of excitement. Rosen? Jack inquired, perplexed. Ah, this dates back over a decade. Kaido rose. I bear 2 wounds, one inflicted by Kazuki Oden, and the other by him. It is surprising to discover that the Navy possesses a swordsman of such caliber. And then, Jack's expression grew slightly odd. He was acutely aware of Kaido's stature, understanding that few could elicit such words from him. This individual warrants our attention, Kaido stated indifferently. He is far more formidable than Oden. Therefore, monitor his every move. Understood? Yes. Meanwhile, on Dressrosa Island. Hey, what on earth is this situation? Doflamingo chuckled as he perused the newspaper in his hands, bemused by the folly of others. I have truly never witnessed such absurdity, Monet chimed in, her smile revealing her amusement. It seems we have encountered a troublesome character. Doflamingo shook his head, reflecting on how Roger's demise had given rise to delusions among numerous fools. Such a person can ascend to kingship? This is utterly ridiculous. He recalled the immense effort he had expended to become the king of Dressrosa, employing all his intellect to succeed, while a character like Walpole could also don the crown. To him, this was sheer farce. Toripole approached. Doflamingo, you must tread carefully. Oh, I am well aware. Is that you, Vice Admiral Garp? On the naval vessel, Rosen helplessly engaged in a secure communication with Garp. What seems to be the matter? Capucci inquired with a hint of curiosity. Of course, it's for your grandson, your godson, and a little rascal named Sabo. So what now? Let him come to you. These lads are not suited to learn swordsmanship under my tutelage. It would be best for them to accompany you. What do you say? A fit of laughter echoed from the other end of the line, provoking Rosen's ire. You old fool, I am discussing serious matters. I know. But Whitebeard is causing quite a commotion, Capucci sighed. For the time being, let them stay with you. Once we have defeated Whitebeard, I shall have them come to me. Oh, Rosen replied. If headquarters intends to eliminate him, do let me know promptly. I will send those fellows to you at once. You wouldn't happen to be incapable of that, would you? How could that be possible? That has settled then. After hanging up, Rosen took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea, he fell into contemplation. Since traversing into this world, he had increasingly realized that its complexity far surpassed his previous imaginings. Retaining capable allies was of utmost importance. Perhaps it was best to bide his time and focus solely on enhancing his strength. With a sigh, Rosen acknowledged that in this world, power was undoubtedly the most valuable asset, while everything else was mere illusion. Where shall we go next? Mihawk entered, pondering whether it might be the naval base. No. Not for the time being, Rosen chuckled. The latter half of the Grand Line is no less formidable than the first. There are plenty of powerful pirates around here. Mihawk narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. So what do you intend to do? We shall proceed as we did on Drum Island. With a smile, Rosen gazed out the window, admiring the splendid scenery. The great route, a nameless island, and beside it, a mysterious pirate ship. Suddenly, a pirate clad in a headscarf entered, dragging a heavy chest that hinted at treasures within. Instantly, the other pirates gathered around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The pirate grinned and suggested, "Shall we open the chest?" However, when one attempted to pry it open, the lock remained steadfast. "Never mind," he said, waving his hand. "Let Karina and Nami take a look. Karina, Nami, come here quickly." Karina questioned, puzzled by the commotion. "This chest won't budge," the pirate remarked, urging them for assistance. Although unfamiliar with one another, Nami and Karina exchanged glances and approached. Together, they pressed down on the lid, but it remained unyielding. After inspecting the lock, Karina smiled. "This lock is no trouble. I am quite the expert." "Is that so?" she declared, producing her tools and deftly working on the lock. With a satisfying click, the lid swung open, revealing a cascade of glittering gold that left everyone momentarily speechless. "Lord Traeger!" someone suddenly exclaimed. A brooding man with a fierce glint in his eyes stepped forth from behind the two women, surveying the scene before resting his gaze on the treasure. "Treasure, is it?" Traeger mused softly, crouching before the chest. "The usual arrangement. You found it. You take one share. The rest belongs to us." A glimmer of cunning flickered in his indifferent gaze. Nami and Karina exchanged knowing looks before responding with smiles. "Since it is Lord Traeger's command, we shall comply." Chapter 26. Traeger's assault. Traeger nodded, and then turned to leave. Once he had departed, Nami and Karina gathered their belongings, leading a group of pirates swiftly away. Upon reaching the coastline, a pirate stationed in the lookout tower shouted in alarm, "Lord Traeger, we have spotted the Navy's Grand Fleet." Damn it, the Navy. The pirates armed themselves, their vigilance heightened as they eyed the approaching warships. "Prepare for battle." Traeger scoffed, "Whoever dares to obstruct us shall be eliminated." "Understood, Lord Traeger," replied a man donning a cap and flamboyant attire, his voice low yet resolute. The hunt begins. Traeger laughed heartily while brandishing a chain. Under the cover of CQP's devil fruit abilities, the pirate ship slowly advanced toward the naval fleet. "I am destined to become the pirate king." Ace provocatively waved his fist at Rosen, asserting that he had no intention of becoming an ordinary marine. "What? How long has it been? And you still wish to be a pirate?" Rosen glared at Ace, utterly embarrassed. "I ask you, do you not want to join the Navy?" Luffy quietly tugged at Ace's sleeve. "Of course," Ace replied without hesitation. "Then why do you want to be a pirate?" Luffy continued his inquiry. Ace scratched his head, exclaiming, "It's all about freedom, freedom. Is it akin to that toilet? He is a pirate, after all. What do you understand?" Ace's indignant demeanor left Rosen shaking his head in disbelief. He decided to ignore these two rascals. If Ace ever embarked on the path of piracy, he would not show mercy upon encountering this little brat. "What is that expression?" Ace questioned Rosen. "Did I do something wrong?" "I believe you are ill-suited for the Navy," Rosen replied, shaking his head. "Of course, I am destined to become the Pirate King." Ace proclaimed proudly, "The life of a Marine is far too dull. Don't you agree?" Luffy, "But I have already promised Rosen to join the Navy. Suit yourself." Just as they exited the cabin, they were met by Mihawk, who squinted at them. "Uncle, what is the matter?" Luffy inquired curiously. "Nothing." Mihawk smiled, though the smile did not reach his eyes, directing his gaze at Rosen. "You must have sensed it, right?" "Indeed." Rosen shrugged. "Interesting." Mihawk stroked his chin. "Such a peculiar ability is indeed rare on the Grand Line." Rosen chuckled. "Inform all ships to prepare for battle." "Understood." Though the messenger felt perplexed, he adhered to Rosen's orders and relayed the message. On the pirate ship, upon hearing the piercing battle alarm from the nearby warship, Traeger furrowed his brow. "Have we been discovered?" He muttered, "What a nuisance." "Traeger-sama? Pay it no mind. While they remain unaware of us, Ship 2, fire at 3 o'clock." As Rosen issued his attack command, a barrage of cannons roared to life. Traeger's eyes widened in fury, cursed Madman's anchor. Boom. Traeger's body soared into the air. A colossal iron anchor hurtling from him, shattering the incoming cannonballs in an instant. With a resounding crash, the sea erupted in towering waves as Traeger seized the opportunity to break through the curtain of water, charging towards Rosen. "The audacious brat dared to obstruct me, seeking death. Prepare for close-quarters combat." The drunken maiden, Aom, unleashed all her explosive arrows, a rain of arrows blanketing the entire deck. Traeger's feet landed on the deck as he swung the iron chain, but simultaneously, Rosen's strike descended. The clash of Traeger's iron chain against Rosen's blow sent powerful gusts ripping through the air, causing the surrounding walls to fracture inch by inch. "Curse brat." Traeger gritted his teeth. "Acknowledging your attack power is indeed impressive, yet you are utterly incapable of harming me." Rosen did not refute Traeger's words, but instead turned his gaze towards Mihawk, asking, "Hey, are you interested in him?" Mihawk intercepted the rain of arrows with ease, casting a fleeting glance at Rosen and replied, "Do not associate him with me." "Ha ha, I agree." Rosen chuckled. "Leave it to me then." With that, he raised his sword and charged towards Traeger. "Humph." In response to Rosen's aggressive advance, Traeger snorted disdainfully, "You reckless child, since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall not hold back." Traeger swung the iron chain coiled around his waist and leapt high into the air, the chain descending like a torrential downpour. Swish, 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 swish. Rosen raised his left arm to shield himself as the iron chain struck against him, producing a resounding clatter of metal on metal. Rosen gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. Just then, Traeger was sent flying, crashing against the ship's railing. Coughing, Traeger spat out blood, struggling to rise. Cursed be this situation, he thought, clutching his chest, feeling as though his very insides were about to rupture. Where could this monstrous Navy officer possibly have come from? Traeger clenched his jaw in frustration. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew everyone's attention. CQP. Traeger's eyes widened as he glanced towards the source of the commotion. At that moment, CQP lay on the ground, drenched in blood. Guena gripped her sword tightly. Amidst the tense atmosphere, she had managed to awaken her observation Haki, her swordplay seamlessly integrating with her newfound ability. Nearby, Zoro cleaved through a pirate clad in heavy iron armor, swiftly turning to deliver another powerful strike. With a swift motion, Zoro's blade severed the pirate's head. Breathing heavily, he reflected on the tenacity of his adversary. Staring at the lifeless pirate on the ground, Zoro glanced at Guan not far away. How does she always manage to stay one step ahead of me? He mused, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling the toll of the intense battle draining his energy. Traeger struggled to his feet, frustration boiling within him. His expression darkened as he observed Rosen closing in. In a flash, he leaped toward the ship's edge. Do you think you can escape? Rosen smirked coldly, following closely behind. The clash of their palms resonated as they exchanged blows. The explosive arrow from Naomi detonated upon contact with Rosen, enveloping the area in smoke and obscuring everyone's vision. Seizing the moment, Traeger dashed through the haze. You cannot escape. Rosen's voice echoed ominously through the air, causing Traeger's pupils to constrict, a sense of impending danger creeping into his heart. A swift slash followed, and Traeger narrowly evaded the attack, which severed the mast, sending it crashing into the sea and creating tumultuous waves. Traeger's complexion paled. That cursed man, he muttered under his breath. Naomi prepared to retreat. Their captain's voice grew desperate as flames began to rise around the ship. We're surrounded. Traeger's expression darkened further. The fleet was completely cornered. Unless a miraculous escape presented itself, they would surely perish in this dire predicament. Chapter 27. Sisters of the Sea inside the pirate ship. Karina and Nami rummaged through the treasure-laden vault. So much treasure. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to twinkling stars. Karina reached out to caress the exquisite jewels. Wow, this necklace is truly beautiful. This one is mine. Nami immediately seized a stunning gemstone ring. How wonderful. Karina pouted. What do you say we split it, Nami? Heh, you sly woman. I certainly won't let myself be at a disadvantage. Nami retorted provocatively, casting a challenging glance at Karina. Humph, who's afraid of whom? Karina defiantly raised her chin. The two engaged in a playful tussle reminiscent of children in a kindergarten. Just as their quarrel intensified, the pirate ship began to sway violently. What is happening? They halted their dispute, with Karina steadying herself against the table. Boom, 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 accompanied by the deafening roars. Karina could only stare blankly at the cabin above them, which was ominously fracturing, swallowing hard. Nami, we might not escape this time. Karina's voice trembled. These madmen had surely stirred up grave trouble. Nami, upon hearing this, couldn't help but swallow as well. If this continues, our lives will be forfeit. How about we synchronize our stories before we are discovered? But are you not afraid? Karina inquired anxiously. Afraid of what? Nami felt an unusual strength surge within her. Her resolve solidifying. We must survive. We absolutely can. Karina nodded vacantly. Facing the throngs of advancing Marines, the remaining pirate's eyes glimmered with bloodlust and fervor. Take them down, Tredge exclaimed, his gaze ablaze with fury. Anchor the madman. As Tredge's words echoed, countless black chains erupted from his body, ensnaring the charging Marines. With a powerful push, Tredge leaped into the air, delivering a kick that sent one Marine flying several meters away. He then plunged down, arms swinging, crashing onto the deck. And with a cacophony of screams, blood gushed forth. At that moment, the Navy soldiers finally reacted. Quickly, subdue him. Tredge sneered, fists clenched, and struck the deck with tremendous force. A resounding boom reverberated as invisible shockwaves surged outward. Ugh, retreat. Rosen commanded sternly, observing the heavy casualties among the Marines. Tredge's eyes glinted with palpable malice. Navy, I must admit, I misjudged you. Ha ha ha. I am Vice Admiral Rosen, he declared coldly, fixing Tredge with a steely gaze. You will pay dearly for your arrogance and ambition. Pay dearly? Tredge chuckled darkly. Of course, come. I await your attempt to kill me. Do not speak so charmingly. You are nothing more than a heinous pirate, Rosen replied indifferently. Die. With a fierce roar, Tredge launched his fists towards Rosen. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? Two gaping wounds had suddenly appeared in Tredge's chest. Lowering his gaze, he stared incredulously at the gaping holes in his own torso. Rosen delivered a powerful kick, sending Tredge's lifeless body soaring through the air. Clean up the battlefield, he uttered before swiftly turning towards the ship's lower deck, leaving behind a group of Marines to attend to the aftermath. Below deck, Karina and Nami had already bound each other securely, applying tape over their mouths, a flawless disguise that could not be easily unraveled. Upon hearing the footsteps outside, both women felt their breaths quicken with anticipation. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and their gazes locked onto the threshold. A A young man clad in a white uniform stepped into the room, surveying the surroundings with a watchful eye. The two women, perceiving him as their savior, were filled with exhilaration and struggled desperately against their restraints. "Help me. Please, save me. I don't want to die." The young man narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon them. "Ladies, please remain silent." His tone, though gentle, carried an undeniable weight that instantly hushed them. Rosen was utterly astonished to find the two in such a predicament. He could hardly believe the situation they were facing. Upon hearing his words, Karina and Nami were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. "Don't worry, I will ensure your safe passage out of here. Thank you so much." "No need for thanks," Rosen replied with a soft sigh. Listening to their muffled expressions of gratitude, his demeanor grew serious. "I am aware of your identities. You are merely ordinary individuals who have been captured. Am I correct?" "Yes, that's right." As Rosen stifled a chuckle while tearing off the tape from their mouths, he lamented, "Alas, you are deceiving." "What?" Rosen paid no heed to their astonishment. The tape bore the faint imprints of two lipsticks, barely discernible yet visible to my eyes. Karina and Nami stared blankly at Rosen, their delicate faces flushed with a rosy hue. Rosen sighed, "You're not trapped here, are you?" After a brief moment of silence, the two women spoke in unison. "It's her." "Her?" Rosen furrowed his brow. "It's her. Her name is Nami." "Nami?" Karina exclaimed angrily. "She is the one who brought you here. She is even worse than that scoundrel Treach." Nami's expression froze, and then she wore a sorrowful look. "It's clearly her. I was deceived into coming here, and now I'm locked in this wretched room. Hey, don't wrongfully accuse me. I haven't done anything." Karina shouted furiously. What do you mean by that?" "I haven't done anything." The two glared at each other before turning in unison to Rosen. "See? It's her." Rosen rose to his feet and coldly declared, "You all should return with me to record a statement. Do not compel me to resort to violent measures." Upon hearing Rosen's words, Karina and Nami trembled, their faces betraying a palpable fear. With a gentle smile, Rosen reassured, "Rest assured, I merely seek to clarify the situation. After all, I am a naval officer, not a villain, am I not?" Upon hearing these words, Karina released a sigh of relief, while Nami regarded him with a skeptical expression, her disbelief palpable. Chapter 28. Dreams never fade. "Since that is the case, I appreciate your assistance," Karina replied respectfully. "Indeed." Rosen nodded slightly, turning to the cabin door, opening it, and gesturing for them to proceed. "Thank you," Karina said, pulling Nami along as they exited. Nami hesitated, her voice faltering. Is there something we should discuss privately?" Rosen furrowed his brow at her inquiry. Upon hearing his response, Nami promptly complied and followed suit. The sight of the scattered corpses on the deck caused their eyes to widen, and they instinctively covered their noses before hastily departing the pirate ship to join Rosen on the naval vessel. "Please, take a seat," Rosen suggested, gently twirling the pen in his hand as he signaled for them to sit. Once seated, Rosen regarded the two and inquired, "Now, may I ask, how is it that you found yourselves aboard this pirate vessel?" "What?" Karina exclaimed, taken aback. "Is that truly necessary?" "What should I ask then? Your measurements?" A wave of embarrassment washed over both Karina and Nami, their cheeks flushed. Coughing lightly, Rosen said, "Never mind. Let us proceed with your names and places of origin. If necessary, I can arrange for your return." At this, Nami displayed considerable resistance, declaring, "I have no intention of going back. At least not now." "Why is that?" Karina inquired, her curiosity piqued. Nami lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment before articulating, "Because I aim to earn 100 million berries to purchase an island." Upon hearing this, Rosen raised an eyebrow, and his expression turned sour. "Along, is it? It seems the 7 warlords are indeed on the verge of establishment. And quite stealthily at that, even eluding my own perception." "I know what you're thinking," Nami said, her gaze unwavering. "But I need money." "I understand," Rosen sighed. "Yet what you require most at this moment is not merely money." "What?" "You should endeavor to pursue your passions rather than resorting to unscrupulous endeavors." "That's utterly outrageous. Most of what I have taken belongs to pirates," Nami exclaimed, fist clenched, glaring at him. "I merely hope you will contemplate this thoroughly. Not solely for your own sake, but also for your family, yes," Rosen remarked with a wistful sigh. "Everyone harbors their own dreams. Is yours truly to possess an island?" "How can you be so sure I can't?" Nami retorted. Because Rosen paused for a moment, then grasped Nami's shoulders firmly. "This pattern is the emblem of the merfolk." "Eh?" Nami was taken aback. "How do you know that?" "Please don't tell me you just printed this randomly." Rosen released her, shaking his head in resignation. Karina looked at Nami in astonishment. "Nami, do you have any connection to that merfolk?" "And no," Not at all, Nami stammered, slightly flustered. Karina blinked, glancing between Rosen and Nami. So, this is genuinely the merfolk symbol? Indeed, Rosen replied, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff while leaning against the sofa. Though it is rather embarrassing. Hey, who are you calling embarrassing? Nami shouted, indignant, slapping the table repeatedly. Certainly the world government. Rosen exhaled a smoke ring, observing Nami quietly. I apologize. You have become victims of the warlord policy. Karina watched the two and suddenly felt her mind was not quite sufficient for the situation. So what now? Nami burst into tears. Belmir was killed by their hands. What can I do? I understand. Many cannot dictate their fate. However, one can still strive to rectify it. Can't they? Rosen rubbed his temples. In any case, I shall assist you. Really? I keep my promises. Rosen smiled slightly. How about joining our navy? Join your navy? Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is that not feasible? Rosen's lips curved into a smirk. Though there are villains at sea, they are, after all, in the minority. As Nami gazed at the man's smile, her heart inexplicably quickened. If you have dreams, we can help you realize them. Would you be willing? Really? Nami's eyes widened further. Of course, I never deceive, Rosen nodded. What must I do? There is nothing to it. One merely needs to be a law-abiding citizen. Rosen rose to his feet and said, You all may take a rest. Rest assured, everything shall pass. Then, turning to Karina, he inquired, by the way, are you interested in joining our navy? Absolutely not, Karina pouted. I aspire to be the wealthiest woman in the world. She then stood up and waved her hand at Rosen, adding, Please, I have no desire to become part of the navy. Well then, I wish you the best of luck, Rosen replied, waving his hand as he led them to rest. As he gazed upon the empty office, Rosen felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Is it truly inevitable that the seven warlords system cannot be avoided? He stood up and approached the window, peering into the distance, pondering whether we have truly run out of options. Rosen closed his eyes, contemplating how the insufficient advanced naval power had allowed numerous pirates to grow in strength, ultimately giving rise to the four emperors' dominance. In an effort to counterbalance these formidable figures, the seven warlords of the sea gradually took shape. With this thought, Rosen exhaled a breath of frustration. The warlords and pirates were utterly unreliable, and the only true foundation lay in the countless ordinary people. Subsequently, Rosen dialed a transponder snail. That night, in the East Blue, a multitude of warships arrived at Nami's hometown, Kokoyashi village. Dragons in different gaze flickered with a hint of coldness. Observing the kneeling fishmen beside him, a chill passed through his demeanor. Fishmen, you say? Navy, what is your intent? Arlong glared fiercely at Dragon, accusing him of betrayal. Dragon crouched low, his impassive eyes fixed intently on Arlong's. Why have you come here instead of returning to your homeland? Take them all away. Yes, Colonel Dragon. Hey, Rosen. Would you like to practice swordsmanship? Mihawk's silhouette appeared at the office door, his eyes sharp as blades, fixed firmly on Rosen. Rosen set down the phone and paused for a moment. Wait a moment, Mihawk. Rosen pressed his lips together, having clarified many thoughts. He believed that you should indeed join the Navy. What? Mihawk appeared bewildered. Join the Navy? What do you think? Rosen raised an eyebrow. One must always have dreams. Do they not? And what is your dream? Mihawk glanced at him. You do not strike me as someone who would be easily constrained. My dream is to save all of humanity from peril and subsequently become the strongest in the world. What is the matter? Mihawk's lips seemed to curl into a faint smile. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Mihawk replied with a slight smile, a rather simple dream, albeit quite challenging. Yet, I too require assistance, do I not? So stay by my side, Goena. You hold great admiration for Zoro and the others, do you not? Mihawk turned away. Certainly. Their efforts deserve their ambitions. No, that is not ambition, it is a dream. Now, enough of this. Let us practice swordsmanship. Chapter 29. Return to Headquarters, Naval Headquarters. Long time no see, Rosen, Sakazuki greeted, a slight smile gracing his lips. How has it been over there? Quite well, quite well. I have apprehended thousands of pirates. Rosen replied with a grin. In the East Blue, if you wish to find pirates, you must exert some effort, or you truly will not find them. Oh, is that so? Their hands clasped firmly together. Sakazuki's tone carried a blend of teasing and sincerity. Let us hope that is the case. With a cold snort, Rosen remarked. Is there no one else at headquarters? Are you the only one here to greet me? Sakazuki responded with a scoff. Hey, I'm a vice admiral now. What's wrong with me welcoming you? That's not entirely it. Rosen shrugged, his expression peculiar. I've brought quite a few talents with me this time. Don't you want to see them? Is headquarters really that short-handed? Talents? Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes widened in shock when he saw Mihawk disembarking from the warship. Hawkeye Mihawk? Well? Rosen patted Sakazuki on the shoulder, sporting a look of triumph that provoked Sakazuki's eye-rolling. Rest assured, Vice Admiral. I plan to establish my base in the Seed Archipelago, and you'll have to open the back door for me. Hearing this, Sakazuki's face twitched involuntarily. Let your people enter the base first, Sakazuki said, shaking his head. As for the arrangements, you'd best adhere to Admiral Sengoku's orders. For some reason, Sakazuki felt a sense of liberation upon seeing Rosen, compared to the lethargic Borsalino, who often slacked off at work. In the easygoing but soft-hearted Akiji, Rosen was evidently far more reliable. Most importantly, Rosen was a man of action. While his methods were not particularly ruthless, the results were commendable. Why do they keep following you? Sakazuki furrowed his brow, glancing at Mihawk and the 6 others behind him. Mihawk is my most important assistant, and the 6 of them are exceptionally talented youngsters. I plan to return to the East Blue to continue gathering talent, Rosen yawned, expressing his satisfaction. Get lost. Now that you're here, you won't be leaving. Sakazuki glared at him. I won't let you escape again. I'm not a prisoner. What do you care? I'm a vice admiral now. The group of 9 entered the naval fortress with great momentum. Kapu, your grandson is coming, Sengoku exclaimed. Wide-eyed at his old friend before him. Ah, I heard from Dragon, Kapu said leisurely as he munched on a rice cracker. With Rosen around, I'm quite at ease, ha ha ha. TCH, Sengoku shook his head. That kid Rosen is returning. I believe our burdens will be significantly lighter. Indeed, Kapu nodded in satisfaction, confident in Rosen's capabilities. So, does that mean I? Sengoku shot Kapu a glance. Don't think about slacking off. Hey. Kapu's eyes widened. I am a veteran who has made tremendous contributions to the Navy. Sengoku rolled his eyes. Don't forget what you've done in the past. Cut it out. I did it for the Navy, Kapu said, picking his nose. But if you're so worried, how about changing my post? Change posts? Sengoku gazed in astonishment at Garp. Since you are here, please take me off the front lines. Garp sighed. Zeph is off with that group of recruits again. Who knows what's going on? Sengoku paused. Ah, everyone has been quite exhausted lately. His arrival might lighten things up a bit. Report. A resounding shout echoed as a group rushed in from outside. Ace. Wait for me. What are you saying, Luffy? Hey, you too, calm down. Sabo scratched his head in exasperation. Sengoku, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat a couple of times as he observed the swarm of youngsters. Yet Luffy seemed oblivious to the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, focusing instead on Garp. Grandpa. Ace noticed Garp's lips twitching. Garp, grinning widely, exclaimed, Aha, Ace, you're finally back. Come, let me introduce you. This is my former partner, the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Luffy nodded at Sengoku, then proudly declared, Grandpa, I want to be a Fleet Admiral too. Splutter. Sengoku sprayed the tea he had just sipped. Cough, cough, cough. Kuina reprimanded. Luffy. Sorry. Luffy quickly apologized. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, then looked at Luffy. Are you serious, or are you joking? I'm serious. Luffy asserted earnestly. Uncle Rosen is really cool, so I want to be cool too. Akainu, dumbfounded, stared at Luffy. Hey, kid, the Navy ISNTA game. At that moment, Sengoku's eyes widened as Mihawk's figure came into view. What are you doing here? Mihawk chuckled. It's Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I came with Vice Admiral Rosen. I wish to join the Navy. With Rosen? Sengoku was at a loss for words, utterly shocked. Mihawk nodded. What on earth is happening? You were on the preliminary list for the Shichibukai. My apologies, but I have no interest in that, Mihawk replied with a slight smile. I intend to join the Navy solely to challenge Rosen fairly, and nothing more. Garp burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. As expected of Rosen. He has given us such a delightful surprise. Sengoku also chuckled. These youngsters, Kuina and Zaro, are our apprentices, and Nami is a born navigator. I entrust all 3 of them to you, Vice Admiral Garp. Me? Garp widened his eyes at Rosen. My combat skills are not that strong. I've only taught them the 6 powers. The rest is up to you. Garp scratched his head. That's true. Sengoku turned to Nami, his expression becoming serious. You say she is a born navigator? Rosen smiled gently. She is the most remarkable navigator I have ever encountered. Nami, however, lingered timidly behind Rosen, casting a glance at the imposing figure of Sengoku. How do you intend to arrange her? Sengoku inquired. Certainly, we shall entrust her to teacher Zephyr. Such an exceptional non-combatant is a rare find, Rosen replied. Indeed, Sengoku chuckled. Hey, Garp, did you hear that? Ah, Garp chuckled in response. What a fine group of talents we have here. Leave them to me. He then cast a sinister glance at Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, who huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Chapter 30. Arrival at Sabaody. Rosen, do you wish to visit the Sabaody Archipelago? Sengoku asked. Of course. A pirate on the Grand Line must venture to the New World, and one cannot bypass the Sabaody Archipelago, Rosen answered. When do you intend to set sail? Sengoku continued his inquiry. The sooner, the better, Rosen replied with a smile, but I wish to wait for teacher Zephyr's return. She then turned to Nami behind her. I found you a splendid mentor. Huh? Nami gasped in surprise, unprepared for the sudden mention of her. Sengoku, however, frowned. You might want to hold off for a moment. Zephyr will take some time to return. It would be prudent for you to first visit the Sabaody Archipelago and familiarize yourself with the situation. Then you will know what to do. No sooner had he spoken than the transponder snail rang. What has occurred? Sengoku answered the call. Marshal Sengoku. Teacher Zephyr has been attacked. Most of the students have been killed, and one of Zephyr's arms has been severed, came the anxious voice of Gumir from the transponder snail. Upon hearing of Zephyr's ambush, Sengoku's expression darkened considerably. Garp's demeanor grew exceedingly grave, and the young one sensed the ominous atmosphere, falling silent. After a lengthy pause, Sengoku composed himself and said, Rest assured, I shall dispatch someone to assist them immediately. Understood. After hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku turned to Rosen. Rosen. I'm afraid your plans. Ah, I understand. Rosen lowered her hat. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, stay close to Garp and heed his words. I shall proceed to the Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu, I require your assistance. Count on me. Akainu nodded in agreement. Rosen then turned to Nami. Nami, remain by my side for the time being. Do not wander off. Okay, Nami nodded. On board the warship bound for the Sabaody Archipelago, Akainu contacted Gumir through a transponder snail. Gumir, where are you now? Admiral Akainu, Gumir replied solemnly, I am currently en route to headquarters. Teacher Zephyr is alive, but we must bring him back for medical treatment. By the way, have the identities of the attackers been confirmed? The voice of Rosen resonated. According to the descriptions provided by the survivors, this individual bears a striking resemblance to Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's forehead throbbed with tension. Whitebeard. Although he had anticipated this, the revelation that the assailant was connected to Whitebeard filled him with rage, as it pertained to the honor and dignity of the Navy. Damn that Whitebeard. Sakazuki cursed vehemently. Hey, Sakazuki, Rosen interjected, calm down. The most crucial task at hand is to ensure the safe return of Teacher Zephyr, regardless of who attacked him. We will settle the score in due time. Sakazuki took a deep breath, striving to quell his fury. Understood. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Rosen patted Sakazuki on the shoulder, signaling him to relax. I will head to the Sabaody Archipelago to familiarize myself with the situation. You should return to headquarters. They need you there. Once the handover is complete, I shall return immediately. All right, Sakazuki nodded in agreement. Remember, do not act impulsively. The assailant, daring to target Teacher Zephyr, must have come prepared. You must exercise caution. Rosen advised. I will be vigilant, Rosen. So, this is it. Thank you. With a wave, Rosen departed. The structure of the Sabaody Archipelago is quite straightforward, divided into 6 major areas. Areas 1 to 29, human trafficking establishments, slave auctions, and lawless zones. Areas 30 to 39, entertainment venues such as Bubble Park. Areas 40 to 49, tourist attractions and specialty shops. Areas 50 to 59, shipyards and coating artisans. Areas 60 to 69, naval bases and government entrances. Areas 70 to 79, in streets. Rosen and his companions were destined for the 60 to 69 area. On his way to Area 66, Rosen encountered a patrolling Marine and inquired about the situation in that area. The Marine informed him that Area 66 had been secured by the Navy and developed into a port. The Navy is quite efficient, Rosen murmured. How many personnel are stationed here? Approximately 2,000, the Marine replied candidly. Is that sufficient? Rosen asked, puzzled. It is adequate for dealing with small-scale pirates, but woefully insufficient against pirate crews or notorious pirates, the Marine explained, particularly emphasizing the latter. I see, Rosen nodded. Please inform your superior that I wish to address him. Huh? The Marine looked at Rosen in surprise. Is there a problem? Rosen inquired, bemused. No problem at all. Please hold on. I will notify our commander immediately. The Marines promptly escorted Rosen and his party toward the commander's office. Moments later, Rosen stood at the door of the commander's office and knocked gently. Come in. Rosen pushed open the door and entered the commander's office, where he found the commander seated at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. Who are you? What brings you here? General Alk inquired, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. Report, General. Vice Admiral Rosen will be assuming duties here, stated the Marine, saluting as he presented Rosen's letter of recommendation. What? Rosen? Alk raised his gaze, fixing a piercing stare upon Rosen. You intend to take charge of the Shambadi Archipelago? Indeed. Rosen affirmed with a nod. Not merely the Shambadi Archipelago. I possess the authority to oversee all naval bases along the Grand Line. What? Alk was momentarily taken aback by Rosen's declaration. Do not be alarmed, Rosen replied with a slight smile. I am merely here for the handover. As for how I will manage operations thereafter, I have yet to contemplate that. So, you have come to discuss this with me, have you? Alk remarked coldly. Rosen shrugged and said, Indeed, I require your assistance. Ah, I understand. Alk nodded. What do you wish me to do? Please state it promptly. First and foremost is the training issue. The station troops here are insufficient in number and limited in strength. Thus, we must conduct ample training. The Navy is not merely a law enforcement unit, but a military organization. I aspire for you all to attain adequate combat capabilities in the short term, Rosen stated slowly. What is your training plan? Alk inquired with a frown. If it does not meet the standards, I reserve the right to reject it. These two children are my apprentices. Training soldiers based on their template is the optimal choice, Rosen replied with a calm smile. They both possess a commanding presence and are proficient in the 6 styles. I trust that there will be no issues on your part. Chapter 31. Investigation once the handover tasks were completed. Rosen arranged for Mihawk and the others before promptly returning to headquarters. Upon arriving at Marineford, he spotted a medical ship in the distance, where the hull faintly revealed mottled stains of blood. Rosen squinted his eyes and quickened his pace as he entered the hospital situated at the headquarters. Along the way, he encountered numerous Marines, yet he did not pause for a moment. The corridor was permeated with a strong scent of medicine, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. At that moment, outside the operating room stood several high-ranking naval officers, along with 2 familiar yet unfamiliar figures, Ein and Ben Beckman, as among the few survivors. Their condition was utterly dire, their bodies battered and bloodied. Apologies for my tardiness, Rosen said as he approached. Where is Zephyr? He hasn't come out yet, Sengoku replied. His expression icy. What a pity, Rosen sighed. Who is responsible for this? The assailant claims to be Weevil, Ein replied with a bitter smile. It is terrifying that the enemy consists of only him. Weevil, Rosen mused. Given his current strength, there should be no one who can rival him aside from the 4 emperors. Resolving the Weevil situation may be somewhat troublesome, yet there remains a chance to eliminate him. However, I am uncertain about the strength of the old woman by his side. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, I imagine her abilities are not to be underestimated. Contemplating this, Rosen furrowed his brow. The current circumstances were unclear, and recklessly seeking them out could lead to a fruitless endeavor. While he was deep in thought, a sudden commotion erupted from the operating room as Zephyr was wheeled out, one of his arms having been amputated. Seeing Zephyr's grievous condition ignited a fire of fury among the onlookers. Pirates have become increasingly brazen, if this continues. What will become of us? The hot-tempered Akainu gritted his teeth. Is the 7 warlords truly necessary, Sengoku? Sengoku remained silent, fully aware that the necessity of the 7 warlords stemmed from the Navy's inability to effectively control such vast maritime territories. Otherwise, they would not have turned their gaze toward the pirates they could utilize, though he was reluctant in his heart. The demands of the world government were not to be ignored, as the Navy is an agency subordinate to it. The pressing issue was that the pirates had audaciously launched an attack at such a critical juncture, which was undoubtedly a devastating blow to naval morale. Hey, Akainu. Rosen stepped forward and placed a hand on Akainu's shoulder. This grudge will be avenged, but not now. What do you mean? Akainu was taken aback. If we were to pursue that individual now, we would likely not only fail to locate him, but also risk allowing the pirates of the New World to seize the opportunity and inflict unnecessary losses, Rosen replied coolly. A flicker of anger flashed across Akainu's face, but was quickly suppressed by reason. Sengoku nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Rosen's words. The most crucial task at hand was to maintain the current situation. The Navy could not withstand any further upheaval. in a certain maritime expanse of the New World. Kazan reclined languidly on a deck chair, the adjacent table laden with an array of snacks and a teapot. Having indulged in ample sustenance. It is time to depart from this place, Kazan stretched, pondering the current state of affairs. Report. The lieutenant hurriedly approached Kazan, exclaiming, "We have just received word that former Admiral Zephyr has come under attack." Kazan was taken aback. When did this occur? It has not been long, the lieutenant replied, handing Kazan the latest newspaper. Please, take a look. As Kazan perused the front page headline, he was momentarily lost in thought. Do these individuals truly seek to provoke war? The lieutenant hesitated before continuing. According to the report, the assailant of Admiral Zephyr appears to be a man named Weevil. Weevil, Kazan murmured. Who exactly is this individual? Meanwhile, aboard the Yellow Monkey-S warship in the Grand Line, Yellow Monkey stood, moving towards the door, astonished. I never anticipated that you would find yourself in such a predicament. Zephyr. He tossed the newspaper aside and picked up the transponder snail, dialing a sequence of numbers. Sakazuki, how is Zephyr faring? He is out of immediate danger. Sakazuki's deep voice resonated through the receiver. In that case, Yellow Monkey stroked his chin thoughtfully. Please convey my regards to him. Rest assured, I shall. Sakazuki extinguished his cigarette. You need not worry. Very well, Yellow Monkey concluded, disconnecting the call. In the Shambadi Archipelago, within the region known as Area 1-29, lay the so-called illegal zone. Rosen's silhouette abruptly manifested within a quaint cottage. What do you intend to do? A terrified figure clad in black inquired, casting a fearful glance at the man adorned in naval uniform. The man, a cigar perched between his lips, nonchalantly waved his right hand, causing the black-clad individual to collapse lifelessly to the floor. Such disobedience, Rosen remarked with a disdainful smirk. This is indeed the stronghold of your CP organization, isn't it? So what? Another voice emerged from the shadows, challenging him. You Navy forces have not mobilized your full might against us, have you? Rosen cast a glance at the man in the corner and remarked, I have come in a private capacity. Do you not see that I am not wearing a military cap? The man in black displayed a look of confusion yet remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Rosen. Do not be anxious. I merely require your assistance with a small favor, Rosen stated calmly. After a brief moment of silence, the man in black responded. I wish for you to investigate any information regarding Wilbur, Rosen said bluntly. The man's pupils dilated sharply as he stared intently at Rosen. However, Rosen appeared to be oblivious to the situation as he continued. If you are aware of Weibel's current hideout, please inform me. The man in black took a deep breath and retorted, Who do you think you are? Only the 5 elders and the celestial dragons possess the authority to command the CP organization. With a slight smile, Rosen remarked. The 5 elder stars are incapable of commanding the CP organization. However, we can pursue an alternative form of collaboration. What exactly are you planning? The man in black replied, furrowing his brow, sensing that this individual was up to something. All I require is your assistance in uncovering the whereabouts of Weibel. In exchange, I can safeguard your secret concerning the money laundering operations involving Don Quixote da Flamingo, Rosen articulated slowly. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? The countenance of the man in black shifted, taken aback by Rosen's knowledge of such confidential matters. You may test my resolve, Rosen retorted with a cold smirk. Perceiving the man before him as merely an ordinary operative of the CP organization, possessing an utterly insubstantial level of strength. Wait, allow me a moment to contemplate. After a brief hesitation, the man in black acquiesced to Rosen's request. Bear in mind that our relationship is strictly one of cooperation. We owe you nothing. Therefore, as long as we fulfill our obligations, do not press your luck. Rest assured, Rosen replied with a smile. Since this is a transaction, we shall adhere to the established protocols. Humph, the man in black scoffed. So let it be, and I will ensure you receive compensation. Chapter 32. A moment of impulsiveness. Rosen smiled slightly and turned to exit the room. At least while we are in agreement, we remain allies, do we not? Humph. It would be wise to keep this under wraps. Let us consider this conversation non-existent. After yawning, Rosen departed from the chamber. In a narrow alley, Guena and Nami found themselves before a trembling young man wearing spectacles, who knelt before them. I've shared everything, my lord. Please spare me, the young man exclaimed. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Rosen. Did I ever imply that you withheld anything? Rosen crouched down, lifting the boy's chin with an amused gesture. I merely inquired about some intriguing matters. What? The young man seemed bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Da Flamingo, before he could finish, Rosen covered his mouth, cautioning, careful. Walls possess ears. The young man promptly sealed his lips, too fearful to utter a sound. What is your name? Rosen released his grip and inquired. My name is Marvin Hodge, the young man replied instantly. Marvin? Rosen mused, shaking his head. The name was unfamiliar, yet it did not hinder his forthcoming plans. You often communicate with the esteemed gentleman, do you not? Should I fail to receive timely reports from you, then, I understand. Please let me go. I promise I'll provide information on time. Marvin interjected, panic rising in his voice. Rosen raised a finger. This is your lifeline, comprehend? What? Should you remain loyal? You may live out your days in peace. I understand. I assure you, I will not divulge any information. Marvin nodded vigorously. Very well, then. Also, it is not merely Doflamingo's affairs. I require intelligence on other factions as well, understood? Why yes. Marvin nodded fervently, committing it to memory. Now, you may return. Rosen gestured dismissively, and Marvin scrambled away in haste. That fellow is truly unreliable, Nami sighed. Indeed, I concur, Rosen shrugged nonchalantly. Then why are you still associated with him? Nami retorted, exasperated. How else would I locate Weibel? Rosen replied calmly. How can you be certain he will adhere to your instructions? Nami frowned, while Rosen stroked his chin. I never placed my hopes too high on those warlords. One might as well exploit the opportunity. Guena looked at Rosen with unwavering conviction. Master Rosen, I will trust you unconditionally. Nami, with an expression of exasperation, rolled her eyes. A few days later, on a route of the Grand Line, a small vessel rocked gently upon the waves. A solitary figure sat upon the deck, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly at a loss regarding his purpose. In the distance, the fleet of Don Quixote Doflamingo sailed majestically, the scene enveloped in a deceptive tranquility. Suddenly, a few intoxicated pirates stumbled near the cannons aboard the fleet. One of them raised a bottle to his lips and exclaimed, This time, we're bound to make a handsome profit. Keep your voice down, if someone overhears. We'll be in trouble, cautioned another pirate, giving him a light smack on the head. Haha, I'm merely jesting. Why are you so tense? The first pirate chuckled. Indeed, the open sea can be quite dull, remarked a one-eyed pirate nonchalantly. If only we could find a target to practice our aim. Let us not get our hopes up. Apart from birds, what else is there? The previously cautioned pirate scoffed. You have a point, replied the one-eyed pirate. Wait a moment. The tallest pirate suddenly shouted. What is it? The one-eyed pirate asked, puzzled. Look. The crew followed his pointing finger and beheld a small boat slowly approaching their direction. Whose vessel could that be? I have no idea, but it would make for an excellent target, the one-eyed pirate declared. Hey, didn't you just say you wanted to drink? I've changed my mind. Let us fire. Someone shouted, emboldened by the presence of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Exactly. What is there to fear? Even if danger lurks, Lord Doflamingo will handle it. In an instant, their spirits surged, and they rummaged through the cabin for cannonballs. Adjusting the cannons to aim at the small boat not far away. Boom. The cannonball struck the surface of the sea, sending towering waves crashing. Yet the small vessel merely swayed slightly, remaining afloat. Unbelievable. They're still alive. The pirates gasped in astonishment. Fire again. Let us continue the bombardment. Another cannonball soared through the air, but once more, it missed its mark. This is unacceptable. Damn it. I refuse to be defeated. A burly pirate sprang forth, seizing a rocket launcher and directing it towards the small boat. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted as the rocket detonated in midair, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of mist, obscuring their vision, yet that small vessel continued its relentless approach, drawing ever closer. What in the world? Is this person not afraid of death? Bastard! One by one, the pirates emerged, cursing and brandishing their weapons, unleashing a furious barrage upon the small vessel. Yet, before they could comprehend the situation, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, and the figures aboard the boat seemingly vanished from their sight, as if they had never existed, leaving the pirates in a state of shock. Was this teleportation? How could that be? Could it be the fabled devil fruit? Impossible! Just then, another scream erupted, blood staining the deck, with only a few silhouettes remaining. What are you doing? Rosen coldly remarked, You are disturbing my slumber. A slash flew forth, instantly reducing the one-eyed pirate to a mass of gore. Since you have provoked the king of hell, we shall escort you on your journey. Who are you? The remaining pirates shouted in panic. We are here specifically to eliminate you reckless fools. Terror gripped the pirates. We are subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo? Indeed. Lord Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a celestial dragon. You wouldn't want to provoke him, would you? At that moment, An irate voice boomed from the cabin. What is all this noise? A figure leisurely stepped out, slender in stature, clad in a flamingo shirt and black shorts, sporting glasses, with flip-flops adorning his feet. What on earth are you doing? Upon seeing the blood on the deck and the unfamiliar figures, Doflamingo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you? Why have you harmed my subordinates?" "Because they deserved it." Rosen, clad in black with a hat, replied icily. "Who are you?" Doflamingo squinted, scrutinizing Rosen closely. "Just a passerby." Rosen responded nonchalantly. "A passerby?" Doflamingo paused, seemingly questioning his own hearing. "Yes, I merely passed through here." Rosen nodded. "However, your ruffians fired upon me. Is self-defense not permissible?" "You scoundrel." Doflamingo ground his teeth. "Do you know who I am? Aren't you Doflamingo?" Rosen replied with an air of indifference. "How do you know that?" Doflamingo asked in astonishment. "Your subordinates informed me." "Oh, by the way, how much do you intend to compensate?" "What? Compensation?" Chapter 34. Compensation. Upon hearing that Rosen demanded compensation, Doflamingo's expression stiffened. It quickly morphed into a grotesque snarl. "Hey, you bastard. You've killed so many of my subordinates, and now expect me to compensate you? This is robbery. What is the problem with the robbery? Who allowed your insignificant minions to assault me first with firearms? I merely acted in self-defense. This should be lawful, should it not?" "Nonsense," Doflamingo bellowed. "Very well. You have prevailed." Rosen sighed. "Let us resolve this matter through a contest of strength. Before we engage, how about we place a wager?" "A wager? On what?" Doflamingo retorted with a sneer. "I wager 100 berries. Should you win, the money shall be yours. Should I win, it remains with me." Rosen chuckled lightly. "Ha ha. Let us see then." Doflamingo laughed heartily, regarding Rosen as if he were a fool. "Wagering 100 berries signifies nothing. This man before me is evidently a weakling." "Very well, I shall commence. Spare me your prattle." Doflamingo scoffed disdainfully. "Then, do take heed." Rosen assumed a sumo stance, his fists colliding with great force, generating a powerful gust that dispersed Doflamingo's carefully laid parasitic threads. "What?" Doflamingo was taken aback. In the next instant, Rosen had lunged toward Doflamingo, raising his palm to strike at Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo slightly shifted his body to evade Rosen's fist, but was nonetheless grazed by the force of Rosen's palm, leaving a mark on his shoulder. Doflamingo's face flushed crimson. 5 colored threads. Nearly transparent strands erupted from his 5 fingers, surging toward Rosen, but halting just an inch away. "What?" Doflamingo exclaimed in astonishment. The 5 colored threads were ideally suited for close combat, yet they could not inflict any harm upon the man before him. Nor could they even make contact. "Is this truly your capability?" Rosen remarked with a smile. "This is quite insufficient, is it not?" "Nonsense." Doflamingo roared, unleashing his supershot whip. Subsequently, dozens of nearly transparent thin threads burst forth from Doflamingo's palm, intertwining to form a thick, hair-like column, which he then swung forcefully toward Rosen. Rosen drew his sword to intercept the silken thread, yet he was still forced back several steps as the thread erupted violently, frowning at the intensity of the assault. Rosen remarked, "You are quite formidable." "Who do you think I am?" Doflamingo retorted through gritted teeth. "I am Doflamingo." "Oh, I am aware," Rosen nodded. "Doflamingo, indeed. However, your current abilities seem rather insufficient." "Silence," Doflamingo roared. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, Rosen, adorned with a mocking smile, charged at him once more. Rosen's fist struck Doflamingo with tremendous force, accompanied by the resounding crack of impact and the shattering of bones. Doflamingo was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. A spurt of blood escaped his lips as he lay on the ground, momentarily unable to rise. "Look at you, Doflamingo. Even with such abilities, you still cannot defeat me." Rosen remarked with a smile, "What a tragic figure you are." Doflamingo let out a cold snort, the power of the string fruit manifesting as it began to heal his internal injuries. He gradually rose to his feet. "It appears you are indeed quite formidable," he said, stretching his neck. "Now, I shall not hold back." Rosen raised an eyebrow. "What else do you possess?" Although Doflamingo's earlier assault was fierce, Rosen remained confident in his ability to eliminate him in one decisive blow. However, that would sever the thread of information he sought. Doflamingo smirked, then spread his arms wide as countless threads emerged from his back. These threads swiftly intertwined, ultimately transforming into dozens of floating string cones. Rosen exclaimed in disbelief. "What on earth is this? Has he unleashed his ultimate move so swiftly? Is he truly incapable of handling this?" "These are merely my abilities." Doflamingo stated with a calm demeanor. So, you possess such power? Rosen retorted, scoffing slightly. The sharp threads appeared formidable, yet they did not instill fear in him. I possess much more than just this ability. Doflamingo replied with a sinister chuckle. You should know when to stop, you scoundrel. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of sharp threads surged forth, aimed directly at Rosen. His pupils constricted as he sensed the latent power within those threads. But all I seek is compensation. Rosen lamented, a look of grievance upon his face. With that, he emanated a fierce aura, declaring, all I desire is recompense, you scoundrel. The air surrounding Rosen seemed to be in turmoil as dozens of line cones erupted with a deafening roar, some even piercing through the nearby structures. Damn it, you. Don Quixote Doflamingo's countenance paled suddenly, and his conqueror's Haki surged forth to counter Rosen, yet he found himself at a disadvantage. You scoundrel. Doflamingo glared intently at Rosen. Fear not. I shan't kill you. Rosen shrugged nonchalantly, but I cannot guarantee that I won't accidentally strike you down. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's expression darkened. My patience has its limits, Doflamingo. Rosen remarked coolly, I merely seek compensation, yet you refuse to offer any. Compensation? Doflamingo's voice rose sharply. You've slain so many of my subordinates. And you dare demand recompense? Their deaths are inconsequential to me, Rosen scoffed. They were mere useless subordinates. Doflamingo was momentarily rendered speechless by this retort. By the way, I only require cash. Doflamingo's lip twitched in annoyance. Are you jesting with me? That cash primarily belongs to the celestial dragons. If you take it, how will you explain yourself? I can offer you a maximum of 10 million berries. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. 10 million? Rosen laughed derisively. That is far too little. Given my strength, I must be worth billions. 100 million. Doflamingo inhaled deeply, speaking through clenched teeth. That is the utmost I can provide. 100 million? How generous of you. Rosen chuckled. Very well. I shall reluctantly accept, as I am not in dire need of money. But remember, before you seek me out again, take care to manage your subordinates and refrain from flaunting yourself recklessly. Doflamingo's features twitched in irritation at this insolent remark. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Doflamingo, Rosen waved dismissively, preparing to turn away. Wait, are you truly intending to depart without leaving a name? Doflamingo called out immediately. Am I a fool? Chapter 35. Individual actions. Doflamingo glared at Rosen's retreating figure with gritted teeth, yet remained motionless. Were it not for his inability to contend with Rosen, he would have relished the opportunity to rend this arrogant individual to shreds. But now, what could Doflamingo do other than glare helplessly? Hey, Rosen suddenly turned back and inquired, how do you plan to handle this matter? Doflamingo paused, then calmly replied, naturally, I will suppress this incident. Rosen, deep in thought, stroked his chin, recognizing the cleverness of the situation. Accepting the briefcase filled with 100 million berries, he patted it with satisfaction and addressed Doflamingo. I hope we can continue our pleasant collaboration in the future. Do not overreach. Doflamingo cast a cold glance at Rosen. Then we part ways. With that, Rosen vanished, leaping back onto his ship. Simultaneously, the telephone bug aboard Doflamingo's vessel was shattered, illustrating the formidable challenge of obtaining substantial evidence. Upon returning to his ship, Rosen hoisted the sails, setting course for his destination, the Kingdom of Gallia. Renowned as the most chaotic realm, Gallia was rife with turmoil and incessant warfare. Most alarmingly, piracy thrived in this wretched land, rendering it akin to a hell on earth. At the port, Rosen leapt from his vessel, surveying the scene before him with a sigh. This chaos is overwhelming. Not only are there no rebels, but also the official forces seem absent. No sooner had he spoken, a thunderous cannon fire echoed from the distant streets, shattering windows along the way, followed by a plume of smoke rising skyward. So, everyone has fled, Rosen murmured, just as flames erupted around him. In an instant, his eyes narrowed as a cacophony of furious shouts and anguished cries erupted from all directions. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and with a subtle release of his observation Haki, he sensed two powerful forces rapidly converging on his location. How unfortunate, Rosen grimaced, swiftly vacating the perilous area. As evening fell, he found himself at a casino. Rosen leisurely sipped his coffee, the 100 million berries previously given by Doflamingo resting beside him. Take your time, he gently tapped the table, embodying the demeanor of a prosperous deity. A few croupiers, visibly terrified, glanced at Rosen, who was surrounded by several lifeless bodies, clearly his handiwork. Hey, Rosen lightly shook the berries in his hand. Could you enlighten me about the situation here? What situation? The conflict between the rebels and the government forces. Do you understand? The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions complex. For those who pay, there are 10 opportunities. Satisfy me with 500,000 berries, and it's yours. Why not? Meanwhile, on the Chambord Islands. In an area rife with lawlessness, the figure of Haki leaned quietly against a tree. Following his gaze, one could see Zoro and Kuina not far off. Zoro, are you all right? Of course. Zoro's expression was grave as he regarded the group of human traffickers encircling them. These traffickers, all former pirates, were notorious, with some boasting bounties exceeding 10 million. You two little brats can fight, huh? A burly man wielding twin swords stood before Zoro and Kuina. I've laid out 2 paths for you. Since you refuse, we can only resort to force. Haha, then what are we waiting for? We've been itching to give it a try. My blades are freshly acquired. I admire your spirit. The imposing man cackled, raising his weapons high. Brothers, charge. Kuina's expression turned icy as she brandished her wad ikamanji, a brilliant silver light slicing through the air, and blood suddenly sprayed forth, accompanied by chilling screams. One figure was sent flying, crashing onto the street. The lead thug swallowed hard. What a fine blade. Brothers, kill them. As his words fell, several henchmen charged towards Kuina. Kuina, leave it to me. At that moment, Zoro transformed, his eyes ablaze with fierce combat intent. This time, I will not be outdone. With that, the twin swords in his hands gleamed ominously, an aura of relentless slaughter enveloping the air, causing several armed pirates to freeze in place. Two-sword style, Bull Demon S-Claw. Zoro shouted, unleashing his blades, and in an instant, numerous afterimages appeared, crimson blood erupting forth. Damn bastards! The leader, now a different man, seethed with lethal intent. Die. I won't run. As a swordsman, a wound on my back is a disgrace. Zoro smirked, a hint of mockery gracing his features. Die. The burly man wielding dual blades swung ferociously at Zoro's head. However, Zoro deftly tilted his head to evade the onslaught, swiftly retreating as he thrust one sword into the man's chest. The burly figure let out a pained howl, yet before he could recover, Zoro flicked his wrist, releasing his long sword, which plunged into the man's throat. With a series of clangs, Zoro wielded his dual blades once more, swiftly dispatching 3 more assailants who had charged at him. The remaining pirates finally comprehended the peril they faced, encircling Zoro and preparing for a desperate clash. Yet, Zoro was not inclined to grant them a moment's respite. Like the previous pirates, he quickly darted aside, executing a sweeping strike and exploiting the incomplete encirclement to slip away. He then pivoted and delivered another decisive blow, causing several pirates to fall into pools of their own blood. Curse it! Roared a pirate brandishing a massive axe. I am a pirate with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Zoro merely smirked coldly at the proclamation. 500,000, indeed. With that, he flicked his dual blades, sending forth 2 streaks of white light that struck the pirate's shoulder with precision. With a sickening sound, the pirate's left arm was severed, blood gushing forth as agony forced him to kneel, gasping for breath. Zoro followed up with relentless strikes, eliminating the remaining pirates. Before sheathing his blades and stretching his already aching arms, he breathed heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a clear indication of his exhaustion. Damn it! Zoro muttered under his breath. Although he had nearly eradicated the human traffickers, his stamina had dwindled to less than half. It was simply insufficient. Zoro, Kuina sighed. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. The intense training prior had drained much of Zoro's energy, and with the encounter against such a gang, she genuinely questioned if he could continue fighting. But are you attempting to break your limits? Mihawk's voice echoed. While it was indeed a method to elevate one's capabilities, the mastery of Haki was paramount. Haki? How does one cultivate that? Follow me. Chapter 36. Preventing misfortune before it strikes. From here northward lies the red line. Upon exiting the casino, Rosen gazed toward the direction of the red line. Squinting as the distant, mist-covered mountains came into view. It was indeed surprising that beneath the sovereign's domain lay such a sight. One could not help but remark on the world government's inadequate control over the powers of various nations. Rosen shook his head. Having learned from the dealer and the gamblers that this was merely a small nation, frequently embroiled in conflict. Under such circumstances, it was hardly surprising that piracy flourished. The insurgents, in their quest for additional funding, were compelled to assault ports to seize control of the vessels therein, resulting in the current predicament. Should the port fall, the government forces would be on the brink of annihilation. In Sakazuki's office, the telephone was incessantly buzzing. He frowned at the device, pressing the receiver to his ear. Hello. Admiral Sakazuki, we require your immediate cooperation on an urgent mission. Rosen's voice resonated through the line. Sakazuki raised an eyebrow. What mission? Is it not for the sake of justice? Rosen replied with a resigned sigh, his tone tinged with anger. I believe you are aware of Whitebeard's origins. Indeed, Sakazuki nodded. But what do you imply? Sometimes, the human heart is driven by greed. At other times, it is forced by circumstance, Rosen reflected. I need you to issue a bounty for the leader of the rebel forces in the Kingdom of Jalea, Jaws Belmont. Isn't this matter outside the purview of the Navy? Sakazuki hesitated, acknowledging that civil wars were not typically within their jurisdiction. This is a responsibility we must undertake, Rosen asserted. This individual is guilty of systematically coercing ordinary citizens into becoming pirates. Do you not think we should intervene? Sakazuki pondered, stroking his chin. Your argument appears sound. To eradicate piracy, one must address the root cause. It is no wonder that Borsalino has apprehended so many pirates, yet their numbers remain unchanged. Then I shall proceed. Sakazuki nodded. As for the bounty, I will ensure it is communicated for disbursement. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted as several naval vessels emerged off the coast of the Kingdom of Jalea. The port, under insurgent control, was subjected to a relentless barrage from the Navy, effectively dismantling its defensive structures. On board one of the warships stood a burly man, his scarred visage peering through a telescope. Vice Admiral Doberman, we have received word from Major Rosen requesting that we land and apprehend Jaws Belmont, remarked a staff officer beside him. Very well, Doberman responded, nodding. Signal the troops to prepare for landing. Yes, sir. The army swiftly assembled, readying themselves for the assault. Doberman placed a cigarette between his lips, striking a match to ignite it, inhaling deeply. Major Rosen is indeed remarkable. How could he conceive such a proactive strategy against piracy? A faint smile crept across Doberman's face. The method employed by Rosen to address the pirate issue is rather straightforward. The initial step involves restoring order to the islands surrounding the Seed Archipelago, placing them under the authority of the Navy. This way, in the face of numerous pirates, the Navy can promptly dispatch reinforcements, and their forces can be expanded to a certain extent, a strategy that is undoubtedly advantageous. On a rooftop, Rosen retrieved the latest newspaper and wanted posters from the messenger bird. Prominently featured was a wanted notice for Jaws Belmont, boasting a bounty of 20 million berries. Observing the notice, Rosen chuckled softly, tucking it back into his coat before leaping from the rooftop and sprinting toward the other side of the city. Simultaneously, within a lavish mansion not far from the port, 4 or 5 men clad in black suits gathered to discuss a matter of importance. Boss, what on earth has prompted the Navy to bombard us? The man seated at the head of the table appeared to be around 30. Handsome, yet with a gaze that conveyed malice. A scorpion tattoo adorned his wrist, stark against his skin. Those foolish Navy officers still believe we are the same easily manipulated minions as before. I command a legion of thousands. Jaws Belmont scoffed. Once I have consumed Gallia, we shall establish a formidable pirate crew. What could the Navy possibly do then? Indeed, the men around him erupted with excitement, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, and a man rushed in, visibly flustered. What is it? Jaws Belmont inquired impatiently. Boss, there are numerous Navy officers outside. Upon hearing this, Jaws Belmont paused briefly, then broke into a grin. They have arrived rather swiftly. Let them in. I was just lamenting the lack of fools willing to meet their demise. In the palace, King Alitan III gazed at the wanted poster before him, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. Finally, there seemed to be a turning point for the fate of the nation. My king, the Navy has secured the port and requested us to proceed with the handover. A guard hastily entered and reported to the king. Very well, prepare immediately and summon Elia. The king commanded, we shall go to greet the Navy. Your Majesty, we are nobles. How can we mingle with commoners? Elia, the king's wife, scoffed, you are the king. After all, enough of this nonsense. When I say go, you go. Spare me your chatter. King Ali III reprimanded his wife, hurry and change your attire. Elia muttered a few complaints before exiting the room. What a bother, she grumbled. That man should just leave quickly. Her husband, Ali III, upon overhearing his wife's murmurs, could not help but shake his head. This woman would never change her character. At the port, General Doberman observed the government troops arriving to take control of the area, slightly narrowing his eyes. Although they were referred to as government forces, the majority of this group consisted of mere conscripts, and their weaponry was appallingly inadequate. General, The king's entourage has arrived at the port. An officer approached and respectfully reported. I understand, General Doberman nodded. I shall make arrangements for the reception. As he turned to leave, he paused, calling out, Wait. Contact General Rosen and inquire about his whereabouts. Yes, sir. Chapter 37. Lindleys, did Doberman seek me out? Rosen frowned upon hearing the report from the communication device. Indeed, General Doberman seems to have something of great importance to discuss with you. The soldier on the other end continued. Understood, Rosen replied, surveying his surroundings. Inform him that I have gathered intelligence on their encampment. I will handle this matter. But there are no buts. You assist the government forces in dealing with the insurgents, while I will take care of their command center. It is a division of labor. Understood. The soldier contemplated briefly before agreeing. Very well, then. Hang up. With a decisive click, Rosen set down the communication device and gazed towards the port. A slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he slowly followed the insurgents towards their stronghold. It must be said that this group of rebels was substantial, numbering 3,000 to 4,000, with reinforcements continually joining their ranks. Listen up, comrades. Once we eliminate those foolish naval forces, we shall be truly free, shouted the insurgent leader, Jas Belmont, rallying the hundreds by his side as they charged towards the port, their voices echoing with cries of freedom. The morale within the rebel ranks surged significantly. Suddenly, a barrage of artillery erupted near the port, and under the cover of the bombardment, the rebels pushed forward, drawing ever closer to their target. Witnessing this scene, King Alitan III and his family were immediately gripped by terror, retreating behind General Doberman for safety. With a resigned sigh, Doberman prepared to escort the king to a secure location. Yes, sir. The attendants and guards immediately rushed forward to support the trembling king, escorting him away from the scene, while the remaining soldiers remained behind to cover their retreat. Meanwhile, Rosen had stealthily approached the vicinity of the port, raising his black blade, Zilu, within striking distance. In an instant, a formidable wave of sword energy erupted from the blade, and the air around him resonated with a thunderous roar. The next moment, Doberman was astounded to witness a surge of sword light rising from the distance, casting a spectral glow across the area, followed by a chilling wail. The rebel artillery position was obliterated in an instant, and dozens of insurgents fell amidst the pools of blood, their bodies strewn across the battlefield. Suddenly, Rosen's figure appeared above the rebels. Storm strikes, he bellowed, and a flurry of slashing blows rained down like a tempest, swiftly claiming the lives of numerous insurgents. Damn it, Jas Belmont, he roared, wielding a massive warhammer as he charged forward, attempting to withstand Rosen's onslaught. However, in the next moment, the rebel leader was sent flying by a kick from Rosen, seemingly doomed. Kill him, Jas' loyalists screeched in fury, rushing towards Rosen in a frenzy. Come on then. Rosen sneered, unfazed as he met them head-on. Boom. A tremendous shockwave sent all nearby rebels flying, some even succumbing to the overwhelming force of his Haki. Under its influence, the insurgents could not even approach Rosen, let alone retaliate. To the Marines, a tall man walked forth, and with each step, throngs of rebels fell, creating an eerie silence across the battlefield. Stop. Who are you? A Marine shouted, raising his gun and fixating his gaze on Rosen. Oh, are you asking me? Rosen turned to face the Marine, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. Rosen, Doberman called out, unable to contain his excitement at seeing Rosen's figure. Oh, long time no see, Rosen chuckled. It's been over a decade. Indeed, Doberman replied, taking a deep breath. I heard it was you who issued the order to Admiral Sakazuki. I merely requested a bounty. I never expected it would lead to your arrival. Rosen shook his head, acknowledging Sakazuki's straightforward nature. Ah, Doberman said, a hint of embarrassment on his face. It's a pity you didn't participate in the admiral elections. And what of being an admiral? Rosen replied, shaking his head. 3 of them are sufficient. I have accumulated considerable experience in the East Blue, and here I can put it to the test. Is that so? Doberman asked, bewildered. I am here to resolve the pirate dilemma in the Grand Line. From now on, the sea shall be traversed freely by merchant ships and the Navy, with no room for pirates. Rosen stated earnestly that the term pirate should have long been relegated to history, and ought to have vanished entirely. Doberman opened his mouth, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Over the years, the conflict between the Navy and the pirates had gradually intensified, particularly in the New World, where the dominion of the great pirates had expanded significantly, although it had not reached the point of reckless abandon. It was certainly not a matter that could be easily addressed with a mere discussion about piracy. At that moment, Ollie III and his family disembarked from the warship, their faces reflecting trepidation at the sight of Rosen. What a terrifying presence. I am Ollie III, he swallowed hard, and I thank you for your protection. No need for gratitude. Rosen replied with a smile. Ah, by the way, there should still be quite a few rebels in your country. Let us seize this opportunity to eliminate them all. For it is indeed an excellent chance. Yes, we will handle this matter promptly, Ollie III nodded, but there are many civilians here. I hope you will do your utmost to avoid harming them. Rest assured, Rosen nodded, there will be no collateral damage. Ollie III looked at Rosen with deep gratitude. I truly apologize for the trouble we have caused you all. Oh, it is no trouble at all, came the reply. At that moment, Ollie III's wife, Elia, interjected with a hint of sarcasm. The Navy is supposed to protect me, so why the courtesy? Ollie III felt a pang of embarrassment but was at a loss for a rebuttal. Since we have confirmed the enemy's whereabouts, let us proceed with the mission. Dobman coughed lightly, breaking the tension. However, your highness is quite right. We in the Navy indeed have a duty to protect the residents of this city. Dobman, Ollie III, Elia. Thus, we in the Navy are obliged to safeguard the Kingdom of Gallia, and I humbly request your permission to station our troops here, along with the provision of some resources. The indifferent expression of Rosen left Ollie III no choice but to acquiesce with a nod. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. Rosen affirmed with satisfaction. As a nation beneath the Red Earth continent, it is our responsibility. Ollie III, Elia chuckled nervously. I fear that may be inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. We are merely renting, Rosen replied. Of course, I will cover the expenses. One more thing. You should ensure adequate logistical support. As for the rent, it will be 100 million berries per year. Does that seem feasible to you? Chapter 38. A conspiracy. Dobman stared in astonishment at the scene before him. What on earth was happening? Elia's shocked expression was frozen on her face. She could hardly believe that this Navy officer dared to broach such a topic with her. Are you joking? Elia exclaimed, her eyes wide. Certainly not, Rosen replied coolly. Casting her a glance, I never jest. Ollie III chuckled. Well, thank you then. If you can persuade neighboring countries to join us, we can share the profits. And what you receive will be even greater. Profits? Elia was taken aback. Well, if they are willing, where would you find such funds? Ollie gazed at him wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. This is an internal matter of our Navy, Rosen said indifferently. In any case, our Navy will take care of the aftermath. The specifics are not our concern. With that, Rosen turned to leave, leaving Ollie III standing in place. Wait, is there something you wish to ask? Rosen inquired, glancing back. I would like to know. Ollie swallowed hard and asked. Do not be anxious, Rosen waved his hand. Nothing will happen. Our Navy is merely making this decision to prevent further dangers to the populace. Since you are the first to join, we shall certainly do our utmost to ensure your safety and economic recovery. Really? Ollie expressed skepticism. Of course, I have 50 million berry at my disposal. All you need to do is assemble a naval force of about 1,000 men, and I will find instructors to lead them. Doberman, although confused by the situation, recognized that this was not the time for hesitation and quickly chimed in. Your Majesty, this is a positive development, is it not? Indeed, it is undoubtedly beneficial. Regardless, we owe a favor to the Navy. Ollie nodded in agreement. Haha, then it is settled. We shall first assist you in addressing the rebels here, Doberman stated. Let us explore the vicinity. As Doberman led the soldiers away, Ollie finally exhaled in relief. 100 million berry is truly insufficient. Elia sighed helplessly. We are actually at a disadvantage. But did you not hear him? Ollie replied with a bitter smile. The Navy is acting to protect this nation. We should be grateful to them. Elia fell silent for a moment. Yet still, there are profits to be shared. Ollie patted her shoulder. After all, we have not lost anything. Consider it an investment in safety. Well, it seems we have no choice. Elia rolled her eyes. As long as they do not deceive us. On the road, where did your funds originate? Doberman chuckled wryly. If all the surrounding countries join, the expenses will not merely be these, without several billion berry. I fear, what do you fear? Rosen cast him a faint glance. Are you questioning me? Of course not. Doberman hastily shook his head. I merely thought you might want to consider it. You need not worry about finances, Rosen smiled. Do you think I have been idling in the East Sea? I have amassed quite a fortune. Doberman appeared utterly perplexed, pondering what exactly Rosen had ventured to the East Sea for. He was aware that the East Sea had become the most stable and prosperous region of the Grand Line, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of Rosen's endeavors. What have you truly accomplished? Guess, Rosen replied, raising an eyebrow. Doberman, feeling exasperated, implored, "Could you refrain from being so cryptic? I would be more than happy to enlighten you," Rosen retorted, "but you might not find it particularly intriguing." "Oh, then perhaps it's best you refrain from sharing," Doberman sighed, placing a hand on his forehead, "as long as you haven't gotten into any trouble." "Of course not," Rosen smirked, "I am quite astute." Meanwhile, within a clandestine base, a multitude of panicked rebels were left astonished upon hearing that their leader had been eliminated. "The boss is dead?" A gaunt man rose, his expression grave as he scrutinized the disheveled figure before him. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is," the man, recently returned from peril, lamented. "What do we do now?" "We run," someone shouted from the crowd. The man paused, bewildered. "Run? To where?" Amidst the chaos, shouts erupted from outside, the rebels in front. "Surrender at once. You are surrounded." The rebels peered out from their encampment, witnessing clouds of dust rising as a battalion of Navy soldiers clad in deep blue uniforms charged into their midst, weapons drawn. "Damn it, it's the Navy." A rebel donned in a red cap gritted his teeth. How could the Navy possibly be here? Seeing that no one responded, Rosen shook his head. What a pity. He unleashed his conqueror's Haki, engulfing all the rebels within its formidable aura. In an instant, those within the rebel encampment succumbed to unconsciousness, while the fortunate few who remained awake collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. "Doberman, you and your men should simply go in and apprehend them. Their main force has been decimated." Rosen grinned. "As for the credit, it shall be attributed to you." "That seems rather inappropriate." Doberman hesitated for a moment. "After all, You're overthinking it," Rosen interjected. "Just do your job well. I have no shortage of accolades." "Very well," Doberman nodded. "Then I shall express my gratitude." "No need for that." Rosen waved his hand dismissively. "So, I wish you good fortune." "Good fortune?" Doberman was taken aback. Rosen offered little explanation as he departed, merely stating, "I shall return to the Seed Archipelago. It is time to gather funds." The Seed Archipelago, a training ground. With a swift motion, Zoro's figure glided through the air, tracing an elegant arc. His target was none other than the man standing on the training platform, Mihawk. Clang! With the sound of a sharp collision, Zoro staggered back a few steps, his arms trembling slightly. "You scoundrel!" Mihawk's method of attack was strikingly simple, a small dagger dancing effortlessly in his palm, continually shifting its form. Although Zoro's strikes were fierce, he found himself insufficiently skilled to touch even the hem of Mihawk's cloak. "Come on, kid, put in some effort," Mihawk remarked, his indifferent gaze revealing a hint of appreciation as his Haki began to take shape. "Is that so?" Zoro replied, his face lighting up with surprise. "Does that mean I might be able to defeat Kuina?" A flicker of amusement crossed Mihawk's eyes at this. "Ah, perhaps." "Hey, what do you mean perhaps?" Mihawk turned away, lifting his teacup to take a delicate sip. "You might just surpass her." "Really?" Chapter 39. Time for traffickers to change careers. By the time Rosen returned to the Seed Archipelago, it was already evening. Spotting Zoro still immersed in his training, he called out, "Zoro, a feast is underway." Zoro straightened, glancing at Rosen from a distance. "Too much effort can lead to fragility. Your training will yield limited growth if you push yourself too hard." Rosen chuckled as he approached, giving Zoro's shoulder a friendly pat. "Relax a bit." "All right," Zoro conceded, though his resolve to adhere to his training regimen remained steadfast. Rosen observed Zoro's relentless efforts with a mere shake of his head and a sigh. Nevertheless, he did not deter Zoro's unwavering resolve, as the latter's obsession was profoundly entrenched. "Oh, teacher, why are you back?" Kuina inquired of Rosen, her expression tinged with surprise. "What?" "I have completed all my tasks," Rosen replied, as he produced a plethora of ingredients from his backpack, adorning the entire dining table. "Mihawk, are you there?" After arranging the food, Rosen called out again. "What is it?" Upon hearing Rosen's summons, Mihawk emerged from his room to confront him. "We're throwing a feast, Nami." Rosen gestured invitingly. "Oh, so much?" Nami exclaimed, astonished at the mountainous pile of food in the dining area. "I acquired all this from the dock today," Rosen casually remarked. "Gather everyone. We shall feast and converse, as my plan is about to unfold." "Your plan?" Mihawk questioned, a hint of confusion crossing his features, unsure of what Rosen was orchestrating. "Indeed, I intend to eliminate the pirates on the Grand Line. Discovering the treasure of the Pirate King is not a task for mere minor characters. Only the great pirates can accomplish such a feat," Rosen shrugged. "And so?" Nami queried, sipping her juice. "Thus, I require assistance." Rosen spread his hands in exasperation. Aren't you part of the Navy? Zoro rolled his eyes. Navy? Haha. Rosen erupted in laughter, asserting that such endeavors could not rely solely on the Navy. With a sly grin, Rosen leaned closer to Nami and whispered, Little Nami, are you not aspiring to chart the world's seas? Huh? Nami responded, taken aback. Kuina, Zoro, merely training is insufficient. You must venture out, broaden your horizons. The world is vast, far exceeding our imagination, Rosen earnestly advised the duo. Kuina, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Rosen and nodded in agreement. However, Zoro remained skeptical of Rosen's assertions. Master Rosen, what is it that you truly intend? To mobilize you all for the pursuits you've long desired. We have lingered in stagnation long enough. It's time to invigorate our spirits, Rosen declared. Aren't you worried about us causing trouble? Zoro frowned. Not at all. Rosen replied with a smile, leaning in to whisper a few words to Zoro. What? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Rosen. So, what do you think? Mihawk raised his glass, observing the three, curious about their clandestine discussions. The following day, in the lawless zone, Admiral Rosen, you have arrived. A suited man approached the auction house, bowing respectfully to Rosen. Yes, I am here today to conduct a business transaction. What do you think? Rosen sat nonchalantly in his chair. Of course, that is not an issue. The man with a smile inquired, what does Rear Admiral Rosen wish to trade? This item is rather unique. It is advisable to maintain confidentiality. Rosen responded with a slight smile. Surely you are aware that the world is rife with pirates. With so many of them around, causing a stir would be quite undesirable. Of course, please continue, the man in the suit replied. Rosen nodded. I hope you can consult with the local human trafficking syndicate to procure some high-value items. High-value items? Are you certain? The man hesitated slightly. Indeed, I am certain. Rosen affirmed with a subtle nod. After a moment of contemplation, the suited man replied, Please hold for a moment, before turning to leave the auction house to contact the traffickers. Shortly thereafter, several members of the syndicate arrived at the auction venue. Why would the Navy involve themselves in our affairs? Questioned a portly middle-aged man, furrowing his brow as he addressed Rosen. Who can argue with that? A lean man chimed in. However, if it is indeed a Navy command, we shall comply. Humph, a woman scoffed coldly. That Navy officer better not deceive me, or he will pay dearly. Fear not, Rosen chuckled, surveying the surroundings. I assure you all will reap substantial rewards. Upon hearing this, skepticism painted the faces of the gathered individuals. They found it hard to believe that this inexperienced youth possessed any formidable capabilities. My name is Rosen, and I am the primary coordinator for this collaboration, he said with a friendly demeanor. I come with genuine intentions. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak, one of them retorted. I propose that you transition into bounty hunters, Rosen declared, extending a finger. Bounty hunters? Bounty hunters. The eyes of the group widened in shock, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Do you realize what you are suggesting? I do. And this presents a tremendous opportunity, Rosen replied with a grin. Moreover, your skills are formidable, and this has always been a tradition. Should you choose to ally with me, I can assist you in establishing a new faction. I guarantee that in the future, the Seed Archipelago will emerge as the most prosperous region. Upon hearing this, the individuals exchanged glances before responding coldly. If the adversary is a notorious pirate, we may not stand a chance. However, with your considerable strength, I believe you need not worry, Rosen assured them. Rosen spoke softly, assuring them that he would not lead them to their demise, but rather required their cooperation. With that, what could they possibly fear? Upon hearing his words, a flicker of inner turmoil crossed the faces of his companions. After a prolonged silence, one of them nodded in acquiescence, observing this man's stance. Rosen understood that the matter was nearly settled, and he inclined his head slightly, signaling him to take a seat across from him. How shall we cooperate with you? The man inquired directly. The petty pirates are yours to deal with. Whether you choose to eliminate them or auction them off, the riches shall belong to you. In my personal capacity, I shall reward you with a bounty. Rosen continued. As for the notorious pirates, your role will be to assist me in combat. Their treasures will also be shared with you. He produced a document that he had meticulously prepared. The classification of notorious pirates is those with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Rosen paused momentarily. What are your thoughts on this? We will need some time to strategize. The middle-aged man nodded, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Take your time to deliberate. Once you reach a conclusion, inform me of your decision. I await your call. And remember to keep me updated, Rosen stated as he rose to leave. Oh, and how you distribute the wealth is entirely up to you to negotiate. Chapter 40. The first patrol at the docks. The merchant ships from the East Sea had arrived, and a smile crept across Rosen's face upon spotting his company's cargo vessel. Rosen, I didn't expect you to come in person. Long descended from the merchant ship, a smile gracing his features. How is the dream team you've assembled? Rosen chuckled lightly. Long lowered his voice. Since your departure, the East Sea has once again become turbulent, prompting me to form a crew of my own, which I've named the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, Rosen's expression became exceedingly peculiar. He inquired, what does it mean to be a revolutionary army? It simply implies opposing the government, Long replied with a shrug. After a moment of silence, Rosen sighed and said, let me inform you that I am preparing for my next grand strategy, so I expect you all to behave accordingly. Furthermore, do not act with undue cleverness. The consequence of taking unnecessary detours is merely the loss of more lives. The Navy is the optimal choice. Long asked nonchalantly. So does that mean we are destined for success? Rosen's lips quivered slightly as he spoke. Do not rejoice too early. I merely mentioned the existence of such a plan. Upon hearing this, Long shook his head in exasperation. Then you will surely require assistance. Of course, but you must adhere to the rules and cooperate with me properly. Rosen replied with a chuckle. Long smirked. Rest assured, I know what to do. Indeed, Rosen nodded in satisfaction and continued, however, I must express my gratitude. You have managed the fundamental aspects of Dossier quite well. Long waved his hand dismissively. What are we to each other? There is no need for formality. After listening, Rosen chuckled and then inquired of Long about matters pertaining to the East Sea. Once their conversation concluded, Long departed, and Rosen turned back towards the naval base, preparing for a new round of patrol duties. 100 nautical miles away from the Seed Archipelago, Captain Koya was leading his notorious blood knife pirates towards their destination. Captain, we shall reach the Seed Archipelago by afternoon. Perhaps we should take a rest, suggested First Mate Akins. Koya clenched his fist, conceding, very well, we shall recuperate then. It was evident that Koya held a position of great authority among his crew, as no one dared to dispute his words. With a bounty of 250 million berries, Koya, though not particularly distinguished in the New World, was undeniably a dominant force within the Grand Line. His cunning and cruelty earned him the moniker Blood Knife. The crew of the Blood Knife pirates were equally fearsome, notorious for their mercilessness, making them one of the most dreaded pirate groups on the Grand Line. As Koya sat on the deck, sipping wine and basking in the sun and sea breeze, a large pot beside him emitted an enticing aroma of Odin. Akins, our living conditions are deteriorating, Koya remarked, glancing at his companions before letting out a sigh. Indeed. Akins concurred, but once we reach the Seed Archipelago, all our troubles shall be resolved. Let us hope so. Koya sighed again. He was no fool, but rather quite astute, which was why he had survived so long upon the seas. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, the duel between Mihawk and Rosen resumed, both now wielding daggers. Clang. The clash of Mihawk's dagger against Rosen's sparked brilliantly. Huh. Rosen scoffed, his dagger slicing through the air with ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Mihawk's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly evaded the strike. Rosen launched an assault, closely followed by another strike. Mihawk, observing this, swiftly spun the dagger in his hand, effectively countering Rosen's offensive. The clash of their weapons echoed, yet the balance of power remained even. However, the rhythm of their movements revealed the underlying advantage. Mihawk was consistently on the defensive, while Rosen pressed forward with relentless vigor. Suddenly, Rosen seized upon a fleeting opening in Mihawk's guard and thrust fiercely. In response, Mihawk deftly maneuvered his wrist, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Are you a loach? Rosen taunted, witnessing Mihawk's escape from the fatal blow. Mihawk shook his head and replied, I merely relied on instinct to evade. Humph, I can't be bothered with you. I shall continue my assault. Be wary, loach. After Rosen finished speaking, he suddenly thrust his right foot against the ground, propelling himself into the air with remarkable agility, his right leg sweeping towards Mihawk like a whip. Not to be outdone. Mihawk leaped as well, delivering a kick aimed at Rosen. The clash of their attacks reverberated through the air, generating a powerful shockwave. Both Mihawk and Rosen landed on the ground, locking eyes in a fierce stare. Mihawk's gaze shimmered with intensity, as if he were concocting a new technique, while Rosen exuded a chilling aura, faint red light radiating from his form. Observing this, Mihawk furrowed his brow in concern. In an instant, Rosen vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Mihawk. Anticipating this, Mihawk skillfully retreated several steps to create distance. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly raised his hand to strike at Rosen. However, just as Mihawk lifted his hand, Rosen's figure re-emerged oddly on his left side. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as Mihawk's sleeve was slashed, leaving a mark upon Rosen's body as well. Enough is enough, Rosen chuckled, lamenting the need for mending his clothes. Mihawk sheathed his dagger, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Rosen, remaining silent. As Rosen observed Mihawk's expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing," Mihawk replied, turning away. "I'll take a rest now." "All right, go ahead," Rosen said, shaking his head in resignation. No sooner had he spoken than a lookout from the observation tower shouted, "Unidentified vessel spotted ahead." "Unidentified vessel?" Rosen murmured, rising to his feet and making his way to the observation platform. "Who is it?" Upon reaching the platform, he gazed at the distant silhouette. The ship was not particularly large, resembling an ordinary sailing vessel. "We should investigate," Rosen declared, lighting a cigarette and exhaling slowly as he descended the rope ladder, setting his sights on the 4 o'clock direction. After confirming the target, the warship steered toward the designated direction. Before long, the lookout relayed information. "It's the recent supernova, the Bloodblade Pirates, led by Captain Kaya, with a bounty of 250 million. 250 million? Rosen exclaimed, taken aback by the figure. "That is quite a catch. Admiral, will you take the lead?" the adjutant inquired. "Never mind, this lot isn't worthy of my attention." Rosen waved his hand dismissively. "Let Zoro and Kuina have a go. 250 million should suffice." Chapter 41. The sixth. The Bloodblade Pirates also sensed something amiss. "Captain Kaya, it's the Navy. It's the Navy," the lookout cried in terror. Kaya furrowed his brow. "So what if it's the Navy? Are they our adversaries?" A portly pirate behind Kaya scoffed. "Just a local Navy. Even the Navy headquarters is no match for the Bloodblade Pirates. Let us not forget, we have a formidable captain." Laughter erupted among the other pirates at these words. Kaya cast a sidelong glance at the overweight pirate named Neil, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Neil felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing Kaya's malevolent grin. At that moment, cannon fire commenced, shells crashing against the Bloodblade Pirates warship. The deafening booms and violent explosions caused the ship to sway precariously. "Damn it!" Kaya roared, his arm trembling as a dagger materialized in his palm. "Brothers, return fire." Yes. The cannons aboard the pirate ship roared to life. Boom, boom, boom. Each cannonball sent massive waves crashing across the sea, and the two vessels drew ever closer, allowing each crew to clearly discern the other S-forms. Just as the ships were on the verge of colliding, Zoro and Kuina suddenly leaped from the deck, charging directly into the ranks of the Bloodblade Pirates. Bang, bang. The heads of two pirates, poised to fire their weapons, were swiftly severed, and blood gushed forth as their lifeless bodies collapsed onto the deck. Upon witnessing this, Akins and Koya could not help but shout in alarm, drawing their weapons to confront Zoro and his companions. Clang. Zoro intercepted Koya while Kuina faced Akins. "Hey, I've heard tales of your strength," Zoro remarked with a cold smirk. "I truly look forward to this." "Humph," Koya scoffed. "You think you know who I am, little brat?" Despite Koya's considerable bounty, his strength did not quite match its magnitude. His notoriety stemmed more from his brutality. On Kuro Island, Koya had mercilessly slaughtered over 300 civilians, committing acts of extreme cruelty in broad daylight. Two-sword style, Ox Demon S Claw. Zoro gripped his twin blades, their edges gleaming ominously as he lunged forward with remarkable speed. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, yet Koya was not so easily subdued. He leaned back, skillfully maneuvering his massive crimson blade to meet Zoro's dual swords. Clang! The clash of metal rang out, sparks igniting from their collision. Boom! The two weapons recoiled from one another. "Humph, you possess some skill," Koya sneered, his body darting forward as he thrust his dual blades at Zoro with astonishing swiftness. Zoro quickly raised his swords to defend against Koya's fierce assault. Koya abruptly retreated, evading Zoro's strike, and with a flick of his wrist, a short dagger materialized in his hand. Swish! The dagger shot toward Zoro's neck like lightning. Zoro swung his blade. Clang! The sharp metallic sound echoed. Boom! Their figures collided once more, quickly settling into a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. In contrast, Kuina fared slightly better than Zoro. Enhanced by her observation Haki, Akins found it exceedingly difficult to land a blow on her. Moreover, Kuina's swordsmanship surpassed Zoro's, leaving Akins at a distinct disadvantage. "Zoro, if you are unable to defeat him, allow me to take over," Kuina suggested with a light smile. "No, I must defeat him," Zoro replied with a cold huff. "By conquering him, my strength will undoubtedly increase." Such stubbornness, Kuina remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. Inside the Bloodblade pirate crew, Rosen scratched his head while surveying the surroundings. Where is this power room? Nami was also looking around, suggesting, how about I sneak in and steal their treasures? No need. If we take out their power room, they won't be able to flee. As for treasures, a wicked smile crept across Rosen's lips. Well, you can pilfer a portion. Huh? Nami paused, then noticed the lewd grin on Rosen's face. Hey, your expression is quite perverse. Despite her words, Nami's movements were remarkably swift. Though still young, her skills as a seasoned thief were undeniably proficient. With a thud, Rosen kicked down a pirate operating the power system, sending him crashing to the ground. Observing the roaring power room, Rosen's smile deepened as he swung his weapon, Zulu, rendering the power system inoperative. Consequently, the entire Bloodblade pirate crew's warship came to a halt. The pirate, who had hoped to rise and escape, found his chest crushed under Rosen's foot. Lifeless in an instant. Such a pity, Rosen mused, shaking his head. Releasing his observation Haki, he noted that the battle on deck remained in a deadlock, with neither side gaining the upper hand. At this rate, casualties would be significant. Rosen rubbed his nose, then with a flick of his wrist, directed a sharp sword towards the deck. With a whoosh, a large hole suddenly opened beneath Kaya's feet, causing him to unexpectedly fall. After a casual yawn, Rosen thrust his sword. A piercing scream erupted as Kaya's kidney was skewered, blood gushing forth, all unfolding in the blink of an eye. Vile scoundrel! Kaya yelled in fury, only to be met with Rosen's kick, sending his face crashing against the boiling boiler with a thud. The agonizing cries from the power room echoed to the deck, sending chills down the spines of everyone present, especially the members of the Bloodblade pirates. Damn brat, I will kill you. Kaya snarled through gritted teeth as he rose. But Rosen merely waved his hand dismissively. Pirate, I never expected you to find yourself in such a predicament. Damn it. Kaya gritted his teeth, only to see a small girl darting out from the side, carrying a large bag filled with treasures. My treasures. Before she could finish her sentence, the girl struck Kaya's forehead with a stone the size of a fist, knocking him unconscious. Phew, finally done. I'm exhausted, Nami sighed. A total of 50 million berries. Not bad. Rosen nodded in approval. By the way, you should slip away quietly. We can't let anyone see you. Understood? Got it. Seeing Nami so compliant, Rosen cleared his throat. Don't worry, I'll handle the rest. As he gazed upon the unconscious Koya, Rosen's expression turned icy cold. Chapter 42. The Tumultuous Underworld. With a resounding bang, Rosen seized Koya by the collar and hurled him onto the deck. Who are you? Akin's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the man before him. Before Akin could comprehend the situation, Guena's sword was already poised against his neck. What are you? How did you get in here? Akin frantically inquired, yet upon seeing Rosen's indifferent demeanor, a realization dawned upon him. The crocodile's most vulnerable spot lies in its underbelly. With a smile, Rosen leisurely approached Akin, drawing his long knife from his waist. My current target is you, first mate Akin, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Rosen's tone was laced with mockery, while Atkins appeared pale as death. Upon witnessing the ominous muzzle of a gun and the barely conscious Koya, he realized that a single word from this man could seal his fate. Stand still and accompany us to the makeshift prison aboard the warship, Rosen instructed, patting Atkins on the shoulder. Do not engage in any futile struggles. Your life is at stake. With a swift motion, Rosen retrieved the concealed bomb from Atkins and discarded it on the ground, subsequently kicking it away. Now, this is much safer, he remarked, clapping his hands to signal the Marines to apprehend them. At that moment, the Seed Archipelago was in a state of chaos, filled with pirate hunters capturing pirates indiscriminately. What is happening? Why are human traffickers targeting us pirates? One pirate complained as he fled. This is intolerable. Be quiet. If it comes to it, we can seek assistance from the Navy, another exclaimed. But I do not wish to end up in Impel Down. Enough with the chatter. Run faster, or I'll be sold off. Behind them, a throng of menacing pirate hunters pursued, and though it seemed like a farce, the pirates understood that once captured, their only fate would be enslavement. This scene was but a microcosm of the lawless territories, where such chaos reigned, with countless groups engaged in the capture of pirates. These factions were primarily composed of the Navy and local organizations, all united in their mission to eradicate piracy. Observing the multitude of battle reports, a peculiar smile spread across Rosen's face. It is becoming increasingly lively, he mused. Due to the tumultuous atmosphere of the Seed Archipelago, many pirates, eager to reach the New World, had removed their Jolly Roger flags, an act that could hardly escape the keen eyes of the hunters. In a tavern within the lawless zone, a voice emerged. Hey, old friend, have you heard? Those newly emerged pirate crews seem to be in trouble. Oh, where did you get that information? Inquired another, a drunken rotund man. Well, it's obvious. It was our old buddy Jackson who spread the word. What is going on? Captured by those pirate hunters, came the response. Those fools, the inebriated man scoffed. No wonder there has been no news for so long. They've been caught. Their conversation was hushed, unnoticed by those around them. Just then, on a nearby street outside the tavern, Rosen arrived here accompanied by a contingent of Marines. This is indeed the place. One of the Marines gestured towards Rosen, holding 2 wanted posters. Rosen received the wanted notice and cast a glance over it. So, these are the pirate crews you have been searching for? The naval officer beside him nodded. Fat Tiger boat, with a bounty of 3 million berries. Black Peach Poachy, with a bounty of 4 million berries. We have just received word that these pirates are at that tavern. Heh, quite clever indeed. Rosen raised an eyebrow, signaling. Let's go shake the tree and scare the tiger. As the tavern door swung open, a wave of intoxicating aroma wafted out. All eyes in the establishment were drawn to the sudden appearance of the naval officers, and Rosen could distinctly see 2 pirates trembling at the knees. With a sly grin, Rosen reveled in the moment. Upon recognizing him, the tavern owner hurried over. At last, you have arrived, esteemed Vice Admiral Rosen. Please, take a seat. I did not come here for a meal, Rosen replied, a hint of mischief adorning his handsome features. However, since I am here, let me impart some new regulations. I trust you will convey this message. Of course. The tavern owner wiped the sweat from his brow. Rest assured, I will follow your instructions to the letter. Rosen nodded, acknowledging that the recent efficiency in capturing pirates had been exceedingly low. One must learn to integrate resources and not solely focus on oneself, as such behavior is rather unbecoming. Do you understand? I understand, the tavern owner replied, nodding fervently. Thus, some assert that this place is a gray area. I believe it can be improved. Since we are all comrades, let's not stand on ceremony. We should mobilize the island's populace and clearly delineate responsibilities. Here, I have painstakingly crafted this document. With that, Rosen handed over a pamphlet. The tavern owner received it with palpable excitement, assuring, I will manage this well. You can rest assured. Rosen waved his hand, and the hotel owner instructed the attendant to make a copy of the booklet for distribution. Meanwhile, Rosen turned to gaze at the trembling pirates before him. I understand that many of you are here out of necessity, yet being a pirate comes with its own repercussions. Fat Tiger Boat, Black Spade Poachy, where do you think you are going? To the restroom, muttered Fat Tiger Boat, hastily covering his mouth afterward. All right. I shall cease my jesting, Rosen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Now I declare bang. The sudden explosion startled everyone present, causing Rosen's eyes to narrow instantly. A flicker of menace crossing his face. Black Spade Poachy, you possess great audacity to launch a surprise attack. Such behavior is indeed lacking in chivalry. As the smoke dispersed, a tall, slender man emerged. Rosen, I have long desired to make your acquaintance. Huh? Rosen paused, taken aback. Do we know each other? Not intimately. But I have heard much about your esteemed reputation. After all, you were once the youngest rear admiral in the Navy. Rosen shook his head. Being praised by pirates was hardly a commendation worth celebrating. He preferred a more refined approach. The Marines surged forward. Yet the individual known as Black Spade Poachy was no ordinary foe. With a deft flick of his wrists, he produced 2 orbs. The resounding thud of cannonballs striking the ground echoed, leaving craters in their wake. Heart-shaped, perhaps? Rosen smirked, intrigued by the spectacle. Bang! Poachy felt a sharp pain across his face, followed by a dizzying sensation and a ringing in his ears. By the time he regained his senses, Rosen stood before him. What do you intend to do? Poachy stammered, swallowing hard. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to give you a thorough beating. Rosen replied with a sly grin as the wind from his punch whistled through the air, landing squarely on Poachy's cheek. Poachy instinctively tried to evade the blow, but alas, he was unable to escape, receiving another punch instead. You, Poachy seethed with indignation, do not underestimate me. I am not afraid of you. Is that so? A glint of excitement sparkled in Rosen's eyes. With a resounding thud, Poachy was knocked unconscious. Rosen dusted off his hands and turned to gaze at the already apprehended boat, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 43, Objective, Fishman Island. Subsequently, Rosen beckoned to the tavern owner. Admiral Rosen, do you have any instructions? Rosen extended a cigarette, which the tavern owner promptly accepted, trembling with reluctance. Rosen furrowed his brow slightly. What's the matter? Do you not smoke? I certainly smoke. The tavern owner stammered, visibly anxious as he glanced at the cigar in his hand. I see. Is it because of this? Yes, the tavern owner replied, appearing as though he were in a state of disarray. No, it's not, Rosen countered, raising an eyebrow. The tavern owner swallowed hard, shakily producing a match to light it before handing it to Rosen. With a snap, the flame flickered to life. Rosen inhaled deeply, savoring the smoke before exhaling slowly. His gaze lowered as if deep in contemplation. The tavern owner also accepted the cigarette, igniting it, and continuously puffing clouds of smoke. After a lengthy silence, Rosen lifted his head. These two individuals will be your responsibility. 7 million Baileys should suffice to cover your losses. That is more than enough. The tavern owner nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, General Rosen. Make sure to inform them to prioritize efficiency. If you require more hands, do not hesitate to ask me. With that, Rosen turned and departed from the tavern. The tavern owner gazed at Rosen's retreating figure, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as he murmured, Thank you. Thank you so much, General Rosen. A few days later, Rosen inquired of the officials from the Pirate Hunter Guild, have there been any disturbances caused by pirates recently? No. Everything is normal, an official responded. While there have been a few reckless individuals causing trouble, we have dealt with them effectively. Rosen nodded, expressing his satisfaction. That's wonderful. Our Pirate Hunter Guild has officially been established. Although our company is still relatively modest, it is, after all, a legitimate enterprise. Rosen took out a document from his bosom, stating that the management of operations was their responsibility, and should they encounter insurmountable challenges, they were to reach out to him. Understood, General, the officers replied. Rosen nodded in satisfaction before continuing. However, the primary reason I summoned you here today pertains to another matter. Oh, is it regarding Fishman Island? He inquired. Indeed, Rosen replied. Just a mere 10,000 meters below us lies Fishman Island. Regardless of the circumstances, they are a member state of my world government, and I sincerely hope to see their presence among the Seed Archipelago. The officer hesitated for a moment, then spoke, Admiral, if I may be so bold. I understand our stance towards them. Rosen scoffed lightly. Is it merely because they are of a different race that we look down upon them? Yet, the officer remained reticent, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. Rosen waved his hand, asserting that such notions should vanish from the Shambodi Islands, as this falls within my jurisdiction. There is no need for any abhorrent racial discrimination. Understood? Understood, the officials replied in unison. Rosen gazed towards the direction of the naval headquarters, expressing his hope that during his tenure, they could create history, and that they would be witnesses to it. So let us strive, he declared. In the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the naval headquarters, a surprised Sengoku listened to the report from Rear Admiral Ark regarding the events on the Seed Archipelago. Are you saying Rosen has killed numerous people? He inquired. Indeed, and their deaths were gruesome, hanging from streetlights, Ark replied. Sengoku stroked his beard, lost in thought. Why would he do such a thing? To serve as a warning, Ark replied with a wry smile. He claims that achieving peace along the Grand Line and reconciling with the fishmen is of utmost importance. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Sengoku rubbed his forehead, pondering whether this young man truly intended to proceed with such actions. Yes, he has already set sail, Ark confirmed. What? Sengoku exclaimed, realizing the implications of Rosen's actions in the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, surrounded by bubbles, Rosen's eyes sparkled with delight. Is that Fishman Island below us? Nami asked, gazing curiously into the unfathomable depths, her heart filled with anticipation. Ah, indeed. There are islands, even at 10,000 meters above sea level, known as Sky Islands, Rosen replied with a smile. Nami scoffed slightly, not questioning Rosen's assertion. Well, let us proceed with caution. The journey to Fishman Island is fraught with danger. Everyone, be careful. In the deep sea, the sound of a massive fishtail splashing echoed around them. Mihawk cast a complex glance at Rosen, pondering, Rosen, what does it mean to hang people like that? Nothing much. It is merely a form of scenery. I am no saint. Having chosen this path, one must bear the corresponding costs, Rosen replied. Perhaps, Mihawk considered. Exchanging the few for the happiness of the many is a worthy endeavor, yet I do not wish to become a cruel, bloodthirsty monster. I am a Navy officer. After all, representing justice. Will you seek out Jinbei? Mihawk asked. No, he is a pirate. I have no reason to seek him out, Rosen stated firmly. Mihawk exhaled deeply, his expression grave. Do not be overly anxious. The future is filled with infinite possibilities. Rosen chuckled heartily. Ah, perhaps so. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Mihawk's eyes. The path you have chosen will not be easy to realize. I do not require ease. I merely wish to protect what I must safeguard. The rest is beyond my control, Rosen shrugged. Mihawk chuckled softly, seemingly reflecting on something while harboring expectations. At a depth of 10,000 meters in Fishman Island, King Neptune received Rosen and his companions. Who do you represent? On the way to the Dragon Palace, Neptune inquired. I am merely responsible for the escort mission. Those who wish to come are from the Chamber of Commerce in the Shambadi Archipelago. Rosen replied with a smile. People from the Shambadi Archipelago? Neptune pondered thoughtfully. By the way, Your Majesty, Rosen suddenly interjected. Please, go on. Neptune ceased his contemplation. We can only represent the Shambadi Archipelago. We do not speak for the vast majority of humanity. Please keep that in mind. Ah, I understand. Neptune responded with a bittersweet smile. The Dragon Palace is truly magnificent. Rosen marveled at the grand palace before him, exclaiming in admiration, it certainly lives up to its reputation as the royal palace. Hiki, Neptune chuckled softly. Our Fishman Island welcomes all guests bearing goodwill. Ha ha ha. What an honor indeed, Rosen laughed heartily. Under Neptune's guidance, Rosen and his companions entered the palace and soon encountered two ministers on either side. Chapter 44. The future of Fishman Island, Your Highness Neptune, the Right Minister respectfully announced. The banquet has been prepared. Very well, let us dine, Neptune replied, casting a gentle smile at the humans behind him. The atmosphere of the banquet was quite pleasant, with merchants from various chambers presenting gifts. We convey our wishes to His Majesty Neptune, one merchant said. May Your Highness grow increasingly healthy and strong. We wish for Your Majesty's everlasting well-being, the other merchants echoed in unison. Thank you, thank you. Please take a seat, Neptune beamed with warmth. Rosen sat quietly to the side, his expression inscrutable as he gazed towards the direction of the hard shell tower, the dwelling of the mermaid princess, by Xing brother. The weekend has already arrived, Fan Che Xing declared gravely, standing beneath the hard shell tower, his eyes fixed upon it. I am aware, Shark Xing sighed. We can no longer afford to wait. We must devise a way to thwart him. But brother, Fan Che Xing hesitated, we do not even know where that fellow is. Brother Huang Xing is also uncertain if he has located him. Indeed, there has been no word thus far. Shark Xing turned his gaze towards Dragon Palace City, where their father was entertaining guests. The thought weighed heavily on his heart. They could not allow him to succeed this time. At that moment, a low, ominous voice echoed. It is coming. What? Before they could react, a thunderous roar resounded as a colossal iron ball hurtled towards them. Get out of the way, Shark Xing shouted, pulling his brother away from the spot. With a deafening crash, the iron ball shattered under Rosen's sword, and he deftly retreated from the blast radius. Who dares to disrupt my plans? Roared Vander Deck Kin 9 from a shadowy corner, filled with fury. Beneath the hard shell tower, Rosen's eyes gleamed with a cold indifference. Humans? The two Mare Prince brothers exchanged wary glances at Rosen. I am a member of the Navy, Rosen replied, a smirk playing on his lips. The Navy is not segregated by race. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the future of Fishman Island is now in my hands. With that, his figure vanished in an instant, racing towards the direction from which the iron ball had come. Rosen gracefully ascended into the air with the aid of the moonwalk. And with the enhancement of observation Haki, he ultimately pinpointed the presence of Vander Decken 9. Despite Vander Decken IX's formidable skills in evasion, he inadvertently left traces of his aura due to his devil fruit abilities, as well as the love letters above, making it relatively straightforward to track him down. Within the Coral Palace, King Neptune raised his goblet, searching for any sign of Rosen. His face was etched with confusion. Where could the Vice Admiral be? Upon hearing Neptune's voice, Nami merely remarked, he mentioned that something significant would occur today. Significant? Neptune exclaimed, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the direction of the hard shell tower, where everything appeared calm, prompting a chuckle from him. Perhaps so. Just then, the left minister approached. Your Majesty, according to the report from the prince, a Navy officer intercepted a harassment letter from Vander Decken 9. What? Neptune gazed at the left minister in shock, then apologetically departed, both moving towards a secluded corner. What on earth has transpired? Neptune's face was filled with anxiety. Is Shirahoshi all right? No issues there. The left minister coughed lightly. But what? I sent Prince Sharkstar to find Madame Shirley. Please forgive me. Ah, it's of no consequence, Neptune sighed in resignation. I thought it was something grave. After all, the banquet has yet to conclude. Yes, Your Majesty. At Fishman Street, Prince Sharkstar was met with gasps from the young, beautiful mermaids who caught sight of him, scattering and lowering their heads in deference. Is Madame Shirley here? Sharkstar inquired of the fishermen below. In a corner, Cammy lifted her head, her eyes wide with urgency. She's at the CAF. Take me there at once. Sharkstar leapt from his carriage, his expression one of distress. Something momentous has transpired on Fishman Island. Right away. At Madame Shirley's CAF, Prince Sharkstar? Shirley was taken aback upon seeing him. What brings you here? Something significant has occurred on Fishman Island. Sharkstar hastily recounted the events that transpired at the hard shell tower. Thus, I wish to request your foresight regarding the future of Fishman Island. Ah, I see. Shirley placed down her pipe and looked at Sharkstar. Since it concerns the fate of Fishman Island, I shall perform a divination. That would be immensely helpful, Sharkstar said earnestly. Madame Shirley nodded slightly, closed her eyes, and the crystal ball in her hand began to float gently, suspended in midair. Within the crystal, an expanse of ocean emerged, teeming with joyful fishmen frolicking on the Seed Archipelago, while the original Fishman Island lay in ruins. What have you seen? Sharkstar inquired anxiously. The future of Fishman Island seemed exceedingly prosperous, with every face on land adorned with the most sincere smiles. Charlie opened her eyes, furrowing her brow slightly, and remarked, except for a few merfolk. A few merfolk? Sharkstar was taken aback. Ah, the next scene is grim. You must be Vanderdecken 9, correct? Rosen looked down from his elevated position at the yellow-clad tiger shark merman. Who are you? A member of the Navy? Vanderdecken 9 fixated on Rosen with a wary gaze, the sharp aura emanating from Rosen weighing heavily upon him. Rosen scoffed coldly. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I merely wish to inform you that your capture is imminent. Humph, arrogant brat. Do you truly believe you can apprehend me single-handedly? You are sorely mistaken. Vanderdecken 9 bellowed. You lot, take him down. In an instant, a massive, bald sea monster leaped forth, its muscles bulging ominously, presenting a most intimidating sight. Rosen disdainfully shook his head at the colossal sea creature before him. Such a sluggish beast. With a swift strike, he unleashed a basic attack that sent the creature soaring through the air, blood splattering in all directions. What? Vanderdecken the 9th widened his eyes in disbelief. How could you have slain my most loyal subordinate? What of killing, and what of sparing? Rosen scoffed. You might as well meet your demise. In a flash, his blade severed Vanderdecken the 9th's head, hot blood gushing forth. Rosen wiped the blood from his sword and turned to gaze towards the direction of Dragon Palace City. What a splendid place it is, yet alas, the prejudices of our races run too deep. Chapter 45, Anticipation. Having said this, he turned to depart, leaving the lifeless body of Vanderdecken 9 discarded in a dark, damp corner. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust as the bloodstains and blisters gradually faded into the gray mist until they were completely shrouded in darkness. Inside the hard shell tower, Princess Whitestar gazed out of the window, her eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. At this hour, the terrifying marriage proposal should have arrived by now. Yet why had it not? What transpired during this interval? Whitestar, called the voice of Crash Star from outside the window. Your Highness? Whitestar rubbed her eyes, perplexed. What exactly happened? The marriage proposal from Vanderdecken will no longer be forthcoming, Crash Star exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Oh, has Brother Royal Star captured him? Ah, indeed, Crash Star replied, his expression turning peculiar. The matter is rather complex. I shall explain it to you in detail this evening. Very well, Whitestar acknowledged. On the streets of Fishman District, Sharkstar recorded his conversation with Madame Charlie with a grave expression. No one questioned Madame Charlie's prophetic abilities, as her predictions had never proved incorrect thus far. Just as Sharkstar prepared to return to Dragon Palace City, Rosen's voice rang out, Your Highness. Will you not grant me a ride? Surprised, Sharkstar turned to see Rosen standing at the intersection. You are that man, Sharkstar recognized him instantly, having seen Rosen from a distance in the hard shell tower. What brings you here? Ah, the matter has been resolved, Rosen replied nonchalantly as he boarded Sharkstar's vessel, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. And what brings you here? Sharkstar inquired as he set their course back to Dragon Palace City. I visited Madame Charlie, he responded. Oh, indeed? Rosen drawled. What have you accomplished? Sharkstar asked with curiosity. I killed Vanderdecken 9, Rosen shrugged. But I did not expect him to be so weak. What? Sharkstar's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just heard something utterly horrific. You killed Vanderdecken 9? Yes, he is indeed dead, Rosen stated, narcissistically adjusting his wrist. What was he to me? However, a flicker of unease crossed Rosen's face. His mastery of observation Haki was unparalleled, seemingly unmatched in the entire pirate world. The thought prompted him to sneeze unexpectedly. Sharkstar stared at Rosen in astonishment. Did you truly kill him? Fear not, there will be no more harassing letters in the future, Rosen assured him. Rosen waved his hand. Sharkstar silently swallowed, astonished by the news. After all, Vanderdecken 9 could be regarded as the nightmare of Dragon Palace City, and his inexplicable demise today was truly unexpected. Rosen gazed down at the bustling Fishman Street, a slight smile gracing his lips. His eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of the imposing Jolly Roger of the Whitebeard Pirates. What are your thoughts on the Whitebeard Pirates? Rosen inquired with keen interest. Oh, they're not bad, Sharkstar replied with a grin. Whitebeard is an old friend of my father. Ever since Fishman Island accepted his protection, peace has notably prevailed here. I see, Rosen nodded, yet an unsettling feeling lingered deep within him. Shortly thereafter, Sharkstar escorted Rosen to the gates of Ryugu Palace, which now exuded a rich and inviting aroma. It was the unique scent of Fishman Island's delicacies, sweet and tantalizing. That enveloped him. Rosen inhaled deeply, instantly feeling invigorated. I shall take my leave now, Sharkstar waved, as the vehicle ascended slowly, darting towards the horizon. Watching the diminishing silhouette in the distance, Rosen wore a smile filled with anticipation before stepping into the palace. Rosen, you have returned. Mihawk's stern visage softened momentarily into a smile, only to be replaced by a frown. Where have you been? Oh, nothing much, just encountered some danger, Rosen stated. Stuffing a pastry into his mouth, his words somewhat muffled. No need to worry, I'm unscathed. Mihawk raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Rosen. In a place like this, who could possibly harm you? You haven't stirred up trouble, have you? Well, one could say that, Rosen chuckled, nodding cheerfully, having resolved a significant issue for Fishman Island. Hearing this, Mihawk's gaze shifted to the suspicious figures of Neptune and his two ministers, their expressions and movements directing attention toward the nearby hard-shell tower. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. How did their discussions proceed? Rosen inquired. Uncertain, Mihawk placed his cup down. It should have gone well enough. Rosen nodded, feeling an unwavering sense of assurance towards the group of merchants. After all, they were his own people, and there was no question of suspicion. He had already outlined the principles and boundaries beforehand, making it unlikely for any issues to arise. King Neptune, Rosen gently inclined his body. How have your discussions with them progressed? Ah, exceedingly well. This indeed is splendid news for our Fishman Island, Neptune replied. But what? Our kin's safety. Are you suggesting that someone might pose a threat to you? Rosen placed his hand on the railing nearby, gazing towards the distant tower, which must be the mermaid princess. He thought, indeed, but this is also to ensure her protection, Neptune remarked, his demeanor seemingly aged by the weight of concern. We hope to resolve this matter swiftly. There exists no fortress that cannot be breached, especially not a mere tower, Rosen sighed deeply. Rest assured, the one who troubled the princess has already met his end. Was it you who saved Shirahoshi? A flicker of astonishment sparkled in Neptune's eyes. Rosen did not deny it. He merely stated with indifference. This is what I ought to do. Even though he lurks in the shadows, I can still find him and eliminate him. Is that true? Ah, indeed it is. Vanderdecken 9, the wielder of the targeting fruit, which is precisely why he can accurately deliver love letters to the hard shell tower, regardless of his location. Neptune was profoundly shaken. Although he was already aware that Shirahoshi had been rescued, hearing the admission directly still left him in awe. This confidence and determination are no less than those of the two individuals from before. I do not act to prove my capability to protect anything. Rather, I genuinely hope that our two races can achieve true reconciliation. Ah, I feel the same way. It's just a pity. Do not lament. That day will inevitably come. Rosen gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 46, A Clash of Intentions, My King. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates has come to visit. The Sharkman guard hurriedly approached, speaking at a rapid pace. What? Neptune exclaimed, taken aback. You mean Whitebeard? Indeed. The guard replied promptly. Rosen smiled faintly, remarking that it had indeed been a while since they last met. It would be prudent to meet, lest we mislead the uninitiated. He then set down his wine glass and leaned closer to Mihawk, whispering, Whitebeard has arrived. Shall we go have a look? Of course, Mihawk replied, rising to follow Rosen closely before boarding Neptune's vessel, the Moby Dick. Teach, your cherry pie, called out Captain Sachi. Teach couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the pie. Hey, we're nearing Fishman Island, and you're still indulging? Jozu remarked, glancing disapprovingly at the cherry pie in Teach's hand. I'm famished, Teach retorted nonchalantly, taking a bite. At that moment, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, emerged from the cabin. Fishman Island, it has been quite some time, he mused, pondering how Neptune was faring. Marco stepped out from behind Whitebeard, advising, "Old man, take care of yourself." Whitebeard replied, taking a swig from his jug. He then turned to the crew. "Prepare to disembark, lads. This time, let us not create a ruckus as we did before." "Understood." The pirates chorused. "Ha! Did you all hear that?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Remember, Neptune is my brother. Do not cause any trouble." "Understood." With a resounding affirmation, the Moby Dick docked at the entrance of Fishman Island's outer harbor. "Have we landed?" Rosen murmured as he observed the grand vessel coming to a halt. "Indeed, it is quite spectacular," Neptune exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Let us go welcome them." Upon hearing the word welcome, Rosen's expression soured. "But I am a Navy officer. Is it appropriate to welcome a pirate?" "Ah, it's Neptune," Whitebeard said, a smile gracing his face as he saw Neptune approaching with a group of fishmen. "It has been a long time." "Indeed, many years have passed, Whitebeard." Neptune replied with a hearty laugh. As the two exchanged pleasantries, an untimely voice interrupted, "It's the Navy." "How could there be Navy here?" Teach exclaimed, his eyes widening as he spotted Rosen disembarking from Neptune's vessel. "What is the matter?" Rosen scoffed. "What are you doing here?" Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, gasped. "Hawkeye, my hawk, what are you doing here?" "I am merely pursuing the way of the sword," my hawk replied, meeting Bista's gaze. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, then waved his hand to dispel the awkwardness. "All right, let Neptune and his crew discuss matters inside." "Ah, indeed." Neptune burst into hearty laughter, his white beard flowing as he made his way towards the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, under Marco's command, Whitebeard's crew disembarked in an orderly fashion. "What on earth is happening?" Teach scratched his head, appearing as if he had just awoken, gazing at Rosen, who was walking alongside Neptune in the distance. "I too am curious," Joss shook his head. "But let us follow them inside." "Very well, Captain Joss." At this moment, the Dragon Palace was in disarray, although a new feast had been prepared. Few were inclined to partake. "My apologies, everyone. Please continue your meal," Neptune said apologetically. "We have tidied up." "No trouble at all." Whitebeard's voice immediately stirred a commotion among the guests. "Whitebeard? Whitebeard?" Ignoring the surrounding crowd, Whitebeard took a seat directly with his sons, observing the panicked nobles. Neptune shook his head in resignation. "What are you all doing?" Rosen's voice suddenly rose. "Have you not dealt with enough pirates? Why do you now seem afraid?" At the sound of Rosen's voice, the once boisterous hull fell into an eerie silence, heads bowed and lips sealed. Rosen surveyed his surroundings, raising his head to meet their gazes. They had little to fear. After all, they were merely the 4 emperors. As he spoke, Rosen lit a cigarette and settled directly opposite Whitebeard. Noticing Rosen reclining with one leg crossed over the other, Whitebeard chuckled and inquired, "What is your name?" "Just call me Rosen," he replied, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. "You, alongside Roger and the Golden Lion, were once the mightiest trio. Now, only you remain. What are your thoughts on this?" The Golden Lion must be languishing and impelled down. Whitebeard's sons displayed expressions of indignation upon hearing this. Had Whitebeard not intervened, they might have charged at Rosen in fury. "Calm down, boys," Whitebeard gestured for his sons to restrain their tempers. "What brings you to Fishman Island, Rosen?" he inquired with keen interest. "Certainly, it is for the sake of peace. Your formidable strength cannot alter their fate, can it?" Rosen remarked coolly. "That is indeed the case." Whitebeard pondered for a moment before nodding. "But can you assure me that their circumstances will improve?" "Certainly better than your lot, the pirates," Rosen shrugged. "At least Fishman Island is a member of the world government, whereas you are pirates, who can never earn the people's acceptance." "You insolent brat," Whitebeard scoffed. "I am the strongest man in the world. Do I truly need their trivial recognition?" Rosen smiled indifferently, his wine glass swirling gently, the pristine white froth blossoming within, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Gulp. Teach swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with fury as he perceived the nonchalant gaze of Rosen, his anger erupting like a volcano. "Hey, do you dare to look down upon my father?" "I hold no contempt for anyone, including you," Rosen replied, setting down his glass and fixing his gaze upon Teach. "You are no exception." The glass gently swayed, the crisp sound of clinking resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Teach's fist clenched tightly. "Bastard." Hey, calm down," Marco interjected, casting an irritated glance at Rosen. "Navy, I suggest you behave yourself in front of my father." With a mischievous smile, Rosen inquired of Whitebeard, "Are you able to accept my challenge after our meal?" Whitebeard, taken aback, gazed at Rosen in surprise. Are you certain? Indeed, Rosen replied, rising to his feet. Chapter 47. Fierce battle with Whitebeard in the depths of the ocean forest. A vast clearing emerged. Whitebeard and Rosen stood oppositely, facing each other. I could not fathom where he summoned the audacity to challenge the old man, Sachi remarked helplessly, observing the center of the arena. Marco stifled a yawn. He was no fool. At this moment, Rosen radiated an aura of conqueror's Haki, a formidable pressure enveloping the entire vicinity. With a chilling sneer, Whitebeard brandished his weapon. The Tsungyun Xia, causing the blade to tremble slightly, releasing a terrifying wave of energy as he cleaved towards Rosen. Boom! Rosen's right arm surged upward with tremendous force, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a sweeping motion of the blade Zephyr in his grasp, he unleashed his conqueror's Haki to meet the onslaught of Whitebeard's swirling tempest. The two blades clashed violently, unleashing a ferocious gust that swiftly severed the surrounding trees. Rosen took several steps back, while the old man with the white beard remained steadfast and unmoving, like a mountain. Rosen's lips curled into a subtle arc as he leaped above Whitebeard, his body swiftly rotating, executing the Azure Dragon, flying slash. Whitebeard's pupils constricted, and he rapidly retreated, activating the tremor powers of the tremor fruit. A profound vibration and a ferocious impact collided with Rosen's strike, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that radiated outward, creating deep indentations in the ground. You little brat. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he forcefully wielded his wrist, using the tremor abilities to repel Rosen. Undeterred, Rosen unleashed the stormy foot. Multiple slashes descended from the air, and Whitebeard's arm crossed to block the onslaught. Rosen's offensive was intercepted, and Whitebeard seized the opportunity to close the distance, delivering a powerful punch that reverberated against Rosen's chest. Although Rosen withstood the blow without spitting blood, he could not suppress a cough. Humph! Whitebeard regarded Rosen with disdain, scoffing at the audacity of the youth. Oh, really? With gritted teeth, Rosen tensed the muscles in his arms, thrusting Whitebeard's arm into the air. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, taken aback by the boy's unexpected counterattack. Boom! A surge of pain coursed through Whitebeard's arm, and after a muffled groan, he stepped back, his gaze towards Rosen turning serious. It had been a long time since he had felt such pain. Whitebeard's brow knitted, his arm trembling slightly. Then let us continue to test our limits. Rosen offered a chilling smile. With a fierce roar, he unleashed Zephyr, its silver glow slicing through the air, aimed directly at Whitebeard. Humph! Whitebeard responded with a disdainful grunt, his eyes narrowing as he twirled Kanjiunki in his hand before striking down fiercely. The energy within Whitebeard surged violently, erupting with tremendous force that enveloped him and the surrounding environment. The clash of their blades produced a massive shockwave that rippled outward. Crack! The exposed rock layers shattered and fell, leaving the ground marred and pockmarked, as if it had just endured a cataclysmic disaster. A crimson tempest raged around the two combatants. Yet both Rosen and Whitebeard remained undeterred. You hold up quite well, Whitebeard squinted, and with a sudden sweep of Kanjiunki, a razor-sharp blade of energy shot forth. Rosen's eyes narrowed as he swiftly evaded, yet the sword's aura still grazed his left shoulder. Rosen inhaled sharply, raising his longsword once more, his body slightly bent in preparation. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his technique, one sword style, Moon Shatter. A brilliant silver light burst forth as he swung down his blade. The powerful gust of wind tearing apart the surrounding crimson tempest aimed directly at Whitebeard. Shattered strike. Whitebeard bellowed in response. His weapon, the Tsungyun cutter, descended with ferocity, sending a cutting wave of icy white towards Rosen. The two weapons clashed once again. Rosen was flung backward, crashing into a heap of ruins. However, Whitebeard's condition was evidently more favorable than Rosen's. With a grunt, Whitebeard emerged from the pit, truly a formidable opponent. Amidst the debris, Rosen stood up unscathed. Brushing off the dust from his attire, his gaze icy as he regarded Whitebeard. The scars on his body had nearly vanished, leaving only faint marks. It's been a while since I faced a setback, boy. Whitebeard stretched his limbs, realizing that he had indeed relaxed for too long these past few years. Yet you still lack the qualification to challenge me. I shall take my next moves more seriously. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Whitebeard soared into the sky, his broad palm aimed at Rosen. Is this what it means to be a one-man army? Rosen scoffed as the Zephyr in his hand radiated a brilliant red light. He stepped forward, slicing toward Whitebeard. A thunderous clash erupted as the dazzling sword light met the palm, the air crackling with violent energy before the two even made contact. From a distance, the intertwining crimson and black lights shimmered, and the overwhelming shockwave could be felt, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Not far from the underwater forest, Jinbei's silhouette slowly emerged, quietly observing the battleground, murmuring to himself, wondering who was engaging in combat with his father. Subsequently, Jinbei hastened toward the site of their fierce conflict. With a resounding crash, Whitebeard shattered the sword light unleashed by Rosen. Rosen remained unfazed, utilizing his observation Haki to anticipate Whitebeard's movements. With a forceful flick of his wrist, he unleashed another wave of sword energy. In response, Whitebeard deftly reversed his wrist, employing his Tsongyun slash to disperse the sword energy with a surge of white ripples. His massive form leaped into the air, bringing down the Tsongyun slash with tremendous force. Rosen moved swiftly, evading the lethal thrust aimed at him. With a powerful push from his feet, he soared into the sky. "Chafe!" Rosen shouted, his body accelerating rapidly, accompanied by a sharp sound piercing the air as he charged towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, perceiving the multitude of slashes descending upon him, threatening to engulf him entirely. With a forceful swing of his weapon, the Tsongyun cut, a thunderous noise erupted as he shattered all of Rosen's strikes. However, Whitebeard was not unscathed, as he had endured a relentless 360-degree assault. Stumbling backward, he found Rosen's figure reappearing before him, unleashing another strike. Boom! The blade's radiance collided once more with the Tsongyun cut. As the dust settled, Whitebeard lay awkwardly on the ground, lifting his gaze to the sky where Rosen hovered above him, his mouth moving as he muttered, "Damn brat." "Huh." Rosen chuckled nonchalantly. Suddenly, a clap of thunder resonated, causing Whitebeard's expression to stiffen as Rosen vanished from sight. Sensing danger, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. Chapter 48. Accompanied by a deafening explosion. A terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings, tearing the ground apart and creating deep fissures. Rosen appeared in midair, gasping for breath. He had narrowly avoided being struck by the residual force of Whitebeard's attack. Such a level of assault surely cannot eliminate me, Rosen mused, scratching his head in frustration. Realizing Whitebeard's strength was indeed formidable, Whitebeard's figure gradually emerged, his massive frame resembling an iron tower, the Tsongyun cut in his hand glinting ominously under the sunlight. With a cold smirk, he swung the Tsongyun cut, unleashing a flurry of white blade arcs that shot forth in an instant. Rosen's pupils constricted slightly, and the Zelluo blade in his hand was abruptly raised before his chest. Thunderous sounds echoed as a flurry of sword lights descended upon him. Faced with Whitebeard's onslaught, Rosen remained unyielding, his skin subtly glowing with a crimson radiance. With the perception granted by his observation Haki, he effortlessly evaded Whitebeard's strikes. However, the relentless barrage of sword lights instilled in him a sense of caution that forbade any hint of negligence. Rosen's toes struck the ground with formidable force, his silhouette shifting incessantly. With a resounding thud, the cloud cutter in Whitebeard's grasp descended violently upon the earth, cleaving it as effortlessly as a hot knife slices through butter, followed immediately by a powerful gust of wind. Rosen's gaze was fixed, as waves of sword energy sliced towards Whitebeard from all directions. Amidst their fierce battle, a bystander in the distance recorded the scene with a transponder snail. To his surprise, Major General Rosen exhibited formidable strength. Observing the combat footage, the onlooker swallowed hard, feeling as though Major General Rosen's prowess rivaled that of an admiral. It was certain, after all, Rosen had always been in the East Blue, and had he participated in the selection, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the rank of admiral. Meanwhile, Rosen had retreated several meters, having gained a clear understanding of the disparity between himself and Whitebeard. Although he could withstand Whitebeard's might, defeating him was utterly impossible. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. "Kid. Quite impressive. No wonder you're the man who severed Shank's arm." At that moment, a blue figure caught everyone's attention. "Hey, isn't that Jinbei?" Marco stood up, astonished as he gazed at the panting Jinbei. "Has the battle concluded?" Jinbei wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly approached the battlefield. "Yes." Rosen pondered for a moment before nodding. "It is over." Whitebeard furrowed his brow as he looked at Jinbei. "Ah, you're back." "Ah," Jinbei replied with a wry smile. "Mainly for Arlong and the others, it's truly concerning." Whitebeard snorted. "Since you chose to become a warlord of the sea, you should be prepared for the responsibilities that come with it." "I understand," Jinbei nodded, "but my actions are still for Fishman Island." Whitebeard responded in a low tone. "Well, the battle is nearly concluded. What do you say, kid?" Rosen shook his arm, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, it should be coming to an end. Our objective has been achieved. We should return to Seed Archipelago." "Yes." Upon hearing Rosen's command, everyone from Seed Archipelago immediately stood up and swiftly departed. Jinbei widened his eyes, Gazing at Rosen's retreating figure, who is this guy? On the way back to the warship, Rosen asked his subordinate holding the transponder snail, how did it go? Remarkably well. The subordinate grinned. Once we release the footage, it will undoubtedly attract significant attention. I leave this matter in your hands. Please expedite the promotion, Rosen nodded. Rest assured. Major General, the subordinate assured him earnestly. At that moment, a detached expression adorned Rosen's face, yet his heart was brimming with excitement and exhilaration. A timely opportunity such as this was indeed rare. No fight goes unchallenged. The archipelago of Sabaody. Admiral Alder, while reporting to Marshal Sengoku, casually mentioned the recent peculiar occurrences, such as the unexpectedly thriving trade in pirates and a group of merchants inexplicably suspended by Rosen. Oh, is that so? Sengoku inquired, lifting his gaze with an inscrutable expression. Indeed, I confess my ignorance regarding these matters. I merely report as per your command, Alder replied respectfully, stepping aside. Observing Alder's departure, Sengoku's face revealed a look of intrigue. What is that little rascal up to now? He mused, stroking his chin. A day later, Rosen and his companions finally returned to the Sabaody archipelago. Shortly after they disembarked, news arrived that Admiral Sengoku had reached the Sabaody archipelago the previous day. Upon hearing this news, Rosen was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed Admiral Sengoku had personally arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. What could his intentions possibly be? With a sense of curiosity, Rosen made his way to the office of Sengoku. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man with a goatee, seated on a sofa, seemingly lost in contemplation. As the door creaked open, Sengoku's eyes fluttered open, fixing his gaze upon the entering Rosen, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Ah, Admiral Sengoku, what brings you here? Rosen inquired with a cheerful demeanor. What brings me here? Sengoku replied, his eyes widening. Isn't it quite evidently you're doing? What do you mean? I don't quite understand. I have just returned from a convoy mission. Rosen feigned ignorance. All right, Sengoku sighed, rolling his eyes. What on earth have you been up to in the Sabaody archipelago? I established a company dedicated to hunting pirates. At this revelation, Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to the size of brass bells, as he gazed incredulously at Rosen. Hunting pirates? Rosen shrugged. Indeed, you are already aware, aren't you? Sengoku took a deep breath. Shouldn't matters like this be entrusted to our navy? Rosen replied in surprise. Relying solely on the navy is insufficient. We must mobilize united forces. So this is what you deem justice. Sengoku's hoarse voice resonated. What alternative do we have? Rosen countered. If these pirates are not eradicated, the entire Sabaody archipelago will never know peace. No, the entire world will descend into chaos. It appears you have a plan. Sengoku squinted. What method do you intend to employ to resolve these matters? I intend to first establish a specialized team for hunting pirates, then strengthen and expand it. Rosen stated his plan without hesitation. Who do you plan to assign this task to? Sengoku inquired. Naturally, it will be me, Rosen chuckled. And also the son of Vice Admiral Garp. I shall oversee the operations while he manages the financial aspects. What? Chapter 49. The Revival of the Navy's Commercial Bank. Sengoku was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he finally spoke. Your idea is commendable, but have you considered it thoroughly? I am aware, Rosen replied gravely. If I do not take action, the number of pirates will continue to proliferate, and one day it may lead to catastrophe. Thus, I am willing to shoulder this responsibility. You are quite sincere. Sengoku observed Rosen for a moment and nodded. Can you elaborate further? Elaborate on what? Rosen replied with an odd expression. In truth, I do not fully comprehend. As he spoke, he poured tea into Sengoku's cup and handed it over. You do not understand? Sengoku accepted the cup, took a sip, and raised an eyebrow. Excellent tea. Of course, but it was transported from the East Blue. Rosen grinned. If you like it, I could send you some. No need for that. Sengoku waved his hand. I merely find myself nostalgic for the bygone era. The bygone era. Rosen fell silent for a moment and sighed. How marvelous that time was. Ahem. Sengoku cleared his throat. All right, let's not digress too much. Now, tell me about your plan. In truth, my plan is quite simple. Rosen wiggled his index finger, speaking slowly. Starting tomorrow, I will expand my pirate hunting team and establish other nations as our observation posts and scouts. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully at this. By the way, I also heard you intend to station troops in foreign lands, and under your name, provide them with military funding? Sengoku continued to inquire. That is correct, though it is not directly under my jurisdiction, Rosen nodded. Where do you acquire your funds? Zhanghua gazed at Rosen, stating, I possess a golden enterprise in the East Sea, which has evolved into a maritime trade behemoth. Essentially, all nations of the East Sea are my affiliates. Upon hearing this, Zhanghua shook his head, exclaiming, You truly are remarkable. By the way, would you like to partake? Rosen inquired tentatively, Are you attempting to bribe me? Zhanghua shot him a disapproving glance. Absolutely not, Rosen hastily replied. I merely aspire to establish a bank, exclusively for our Navy. I have even named it, the Navy Revival Development Bank. With a crunch, Zhanghua shattered the shell of a rice cracker in his hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? I am not insane, Rosen asserted with conviction. This is my aspiration. However, Zhanghua furrowed his brow. Our Navy is in dire need of funds. Noticing Zhanghua's slight change in demeanor, Rosen seized the moment, saying, A secret treasury, so long as they remain unaware. Your prowess, Zhanghua began, recalling his recent encounter with Whitebeard. I must admit, his strength is truly terrifying. At that moment, a den mushi appeared on the table, revealing the visage of Whitebeard. Both Zhanghua and Rosen were taken aback. My goodness, you have quite the audacity to challenge Whitebeard, Zhanghua exclaimed. Unable to contain his shock, Rosen chuckled sheepishly. Well, since you've made up your mind, proceed. At that instant, Zhanghua's mind buzzed with thoughts. He was too weary to argue with Rosen and decisively made a decision. Yes. Rosen nodded eagerly. Zhanghua rubbed his temples and began jotting down some details. I have a wish, Rosen said. Zhanghua looked up, intrigued. I wish to enlist the aid of the 7 warlords, Rosen stated earnestly. Huh? Zhanghua regarded him with disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the words escaping his lips. I mean it. I wish to seek the assistance of the 7 warlords, specifically to aid me in business ventures, while I remain merely a figurehead, doing nothing. Are you certain? Zhanghua inquired. Absolutely, Rosen affirmed with a nod. Your reasoning? Zhanghua regarded him with a detached gaze. Rather than allowing them to profit from harming the common folk, we should proactively assign them tasks. Rosen cheerfully remarked, Rest assured. I have established industry standards. I can not only guarantee a sufficient supply of goods, but also alleviate concerns regarding tax evasion or any unlawful activities. Although I am not a saint, I am certainly not a villain. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. You lad, why the convoluted schemes? Warlord chuckled. Isn't this what I learned from you? Rosen winked playfully at Warlord, then stood up and said, Well, it's getting late. I must take my leave. With the industry standards and the visual communication device that Rosen had given him, Warlord fell into a prolonged silence. The following day, in the New World, Warlord Marco stood at the entrance of Whitebeard's room. You had quite a lengthy discussion with Jinbei last night. Ah, Whitebeard, reclining on his bed with closed eyes, opened them upon hearing Marco's voice and glanced at him. What did you talk about? Marco stepped closer. Naturally, it was about Fishman Island. Whitebeard gazed out the window and slowly replied, Fishman Island is exceptionally unique. Were it not for Jinbei, it would likely be in even greater turmoil. Marco, somewhat anxious, inquired. And what about you? Whitebeard observed Marco's expression, allowing a faint smile to surface. What are you so worried about? Marco awkwardly scratched his head. Nothing. But I have other plans. Whitebeard turned his attention to the clear sea, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Everyone is a child of the sea. They cannot be confined within a cage. One day, they shall break free. Marco paused, gazing at Whitebeard with a hint of confusion. Old man. Oh. It's time for us to depart. Whitebeard yawned, rising and stretching lazily. It appears today is a fine day. With a resigned shrug, Marco followed Whitebeard as they headed outside. Off the coast of Seed Archipelago, Jinbei looked towards the distant harbor, his expression grave. The fate of Fishman Island, is it? This voyage, along with many years to come, would render Jinbei unable to forget the scene of today. The sea breeze rustled, the water surged, creating waves of foam. As they disembarked at the port, several men in suits approached. Are you guests from Fishman Island? Indeed. Please, follow us. I wish to meet your Vice Admiral Rosen. You are the 7 warlords, Jinbei. Chapter 50. Jinbei's visit in Rosen's office. Jinbei gazed at the youthful visage of Rosen, somewhat taken aback as he remarked. Your appearance is truly deceptive. Haha. I am nearly 40 years old, Rosen chuckled. Please, have a seat. Jinbei acquiesced and settled onto the sofa. I have heard that you are currently preparing to establish some sort of business association. Indeed, that is the case. Rosen succinctly explained the situation. What do you think of this plan? I believe it could be mutually beneficial for both parties. Oh? Rosen observed Jinbei with keen interest. What are your thoughts on having the residents of Fishman Island reside in the Seed Archipelago? Jinbei stroked his chin, considering. This proposal sounds quite splendid. However, it will require considerable time and necessitate the recognition of various nations, despite your having been a part of the world government for centuries. Rosen smiled faintly, acknowledging that although gaining recognition from nations around the world required considerable effort, the results were indeed remarkable. Oh, Jinbei raised an eyebrow. Rather than seeking the approval of the celestial dragons, it is far more beneficial to earn the respect of various countries. Ordinary people are inherently simple. They do not overthink matters, yet both parties require a process. Indeed, Jinbei continued, within our clan, there exists a significant amount of animosity towards you humans. Moreover, he added, rubbing his temples, their tempers tend to be quite volatile. Provoking them could lead to troublesome consequences. Well, Rosen replied nonchalantly, I have a solution. What solution? Rosen positioned his hand in a knife-like manner against his neck. Shichibukai furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was perhaps too hasty. Revolution is not akin to a banquet. Sacrifices are inevitable. Rosen shook his head, asserting, moreover, we are not intimidating them. We are aiding them. If they wish to reap benefits while simultaneously engaging in treachery, then there is no reason to spare them. Our tolerance is not boundless. I understand. I will do my utmost to dissuade them, Shichibukai nodded, acknowledging that the conditions proposed by Rosen were indeed quite generous. Then I leave it in your capable hands. Rosen rose and patted Shichibukai on the shoulder, adding, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to contact me. I understand, Shichibukai nodded once more. Rosen ignited a cigarette and approached the window, gazing outward. It was springtime, and the sun shone brightly upon the lush greenery outside. Do you see the scene beyond? Rosen suddenly remarked, that is what many fishermen yearn for. Yet they cannot expect to reap rewards without toil. They must exert the effort that is rightfully theirs to earn this happiness. And we are willing to bestow it upon them. Jinbei remained silent for a while, then slowly raised his head to observe Rosen's silhouette. Is this truly your sincere belief? Jinbei's deep voice resonated from behind. Rosen turned to face him, and at that moment, Jinbei was scrutinizing him with a serious expression. Given the climatic conditions and your scale, the Seed Archipelago is indeed the most suitable location for you. As for the fabled island, I am uncertain. Jinbei offered a wry smile, however. Coexisting peacefully on this island is the best option. Otherwise, the outcome can only be mutual destruction. Rosen cleared his throat, at least in my lifetime. I wish to maintain stability here. Jinbei opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from contradicting Rosen's words. This decision is the result of my careful contemplation. I hope you can understand. Rosen sighed softly. Very well, Jinbei responded. Not long after Jinbei departed, several audacious fishermen ventured to the Seed Archipelago for leisure. Among them was a man named Hodi. Remarkable, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for the resplendent city. Yet, the malice in his heart remained undiminished. Someday, I shall seize this place. Clenching his fists, Hodi declared, when the time comes, this will become our paradise. His words ignited excitement among the fishermen surrounding him, who eagerly echoed his sentiments. We will undoubtedly succeed. Hodi rallied them, proclaiming, we shall transform this place into our domain of servitude, reducing all to our slaves. Yes, yes, yes. The surrounding fishermen cheered, waving their arms in enthusiasm. How do you perceive this? Sengoku chuckled wryly. Rosen truly astonishes me. To duel with one of the four emperors. Whitebeard, and emerge unscathed is no small feat. Admiral Tsuru bore a grave expression. If his plan unfolds as intended, our navy's strength could significantly amplify. While I hold faith in Rosen, I fear he may face their suspicions. Sengoku cleared his throat. And those celestial dragons? Garp sipped his tea nonchalantly. I believe it will be fine. Meanwhile, Akaina remained silent, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light as he observed the clash between the two. On the other side, Rosen was also contemplating the forthcoming strategy. The phone rang incessantly. As the urgent ringing of the transponder snail echoed, Rosen answered the call. Hello, Rosen, it's me. Came Long's deep voice from the other end. What is the matter, Long? Any good news? Upon hearing Long's voice, a radiant smile spread across Rosen's face. He was certain that Long had brought him significant tidings. The king of the land of ice cream, Bartholomew Bear, has joined our ranks, along with the Okama king, Emporio Ivankov. Long cleared his throat. They have both agreed to join us. That is splendid news, Long. But is the bear not one of the 7 warlords now? Indeed. And we cannot forget Ivankov. How is he involved? He was recommended by the bear. Long cleared his throat again, and at that moment, Rosen felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled into a predicament. What? Nothing? Nothing. Rosen cleared his throat. If necessary, I would like to meet them. I will arrange that. And where are you at present? I am at Seed Archipelago, Rosen replied. I just had a scuffle with Whitebeard. As for how you introduce me to them, you should know well enough. Understood, Long nodded. After hanging up, Rosen stretched lazily. If only I could find a pillow to sleep on, though this one is rather challenging to manage. East Blue. Long turned to face Bear, Ivankov, and the others behind him, unable to suppress a smile. Bear, is he one of us? Bear regarded Long with a detached gaze, seemingly perplexed. Long cleared his throat. His name is Rosen. He is my guide. A guide, you say? Bear squinted, intrigued to meet him, but our identities are rather special. Perhaps. I also intend to relocate our headquarters to the Grand Line. Chapter 51. The News of Weevil. Before long, a merchant ship laden with goods and gold had arrived at the Seed Archipelago. Of utmost importance was that the shipment served as the initial capital for establishing a bank. And after employing a few tactics, this bank was successfully established in the most prosperous area of the Seed Archipelago. Accompanying the capital were recent plans and targeted directions. I see, we are indeed on the same wavelength. Gazing at the letter pinned by Long, Rosen chuckled softly. What a rascal. I admire that. At a tavern in the lawless zone of Seed Archipelago. Brub. As the transponder snail rang, a figure clad in a black trench coat, wearing a half-silver metallic mask, picked up the device. His gaze was sharp, emanating an unsettling aura of pressure. What business do you have with me? He straightforwardly inquired. The news about Weibel has been found on Crawl Island. Quickly inform that fellow Rosen. A restless voice emanated from the telephone receiver. Crawl Island. The voice repeated coldly. I am already aware. The call abruptly ended, leaving only the monotonous sound of a busy signal. What happened? Weibel? The elderly woman, who had been engrossed in her newspaper, gently set it aside to ask, Mother, I am so bored. At that moment, Edward Weibel reclined on a beach chair, his legs crossed, wearing an expression of impatience. The old woman sighed.